Undead Chapter 1 to Chapter 42. Merciful God, welcome the new souls into the eternal, bright, and happy place, listed in the fellowship of the saints in heaven. When the Lord Jesus comes the second time, those who died in Christ will first rise from the grave to enjoy eternal life. Amen. The priest kissed the silver cross, and the faint skylight passed through the tall stained glass windows of the church, projecting on the black pine coffin. A white woman covered in a black veil squatted down, covered her mouth with her cold palm, barely stopped sobbing, and hugged the little boy beside her. Mom? Does God love the world? God. The woman took a deep breath and said hoarsely, God loves all living beings, so he gave his only son, so that all who believe in him will not perish, but will instead gain eternal life. Then why do we lose our freedom, get robbed, and be imprisoned? Are the world born unequal? The door behind the woman was slammed open, and countless figures rushed into the church against the light, shouting and exclaiming. The woman only had time to take off the pendant on her neck and stuff it into the little boy's hand, and then she was grabbed by several heavily armed soldiers and dragged back forcefully. Run, run! The struggling woman's shout penetrated the chaos. Run, get out of here! Don't look back, don't give up! Mom loves you! The church collapsed with a loud bang, and the flames turned into black and white, rushing into the hazy sky. The screams and cries turned into nothingness, and the wind lifted the ashes and scattered them to the vast and desolate land. The little boy stood on the field and ran, and behind him were soldiers and hounds in hot pursuit. A sea of lights gradually flashed in front of him, and a huge city appeared under the cliff. The boy jumped amid the angry shouts of the pursuers. The wind whistled past his ears and lifted the pendant on his chest. The little boy closed his eyes as he fell rapidly. At the last moment, what was reflected in his black pupils was a lonely, cold, and endless night. The dead will be resurrected and enjoy eternal life, he said in his heart, Amen. 2019, T-City. In the darkness, the young man turned over and sat up. The next moment, a sharp pain shot through every nerve like an electric current. The dizziness caused by the pain made him retch immediately. However, his stomach, which had not eaten for an entire day, could not vomit anything out. Other than his internal organs twisting rapidly, nothing else happened. After a long while, he finally calmed down while gasping for breath. He barely managed to focus his vision, but all he could see was a small and dark cell. There was a faint light coming from outside the iron bars. What is this place? A prison. Why am I here? He tried to search for any useful information in his chaotic mind, but he couldn't even remember his own name. Just thinking about it gave him an unbearable headache. Just as he was trying to get off the bed, footsteps and voices suddenly came from outside the prison. We searched the entire city for 3 days and didn't find any survivors. Could it be that the smell of Omega attracts zombies? It said that Alpha is the same, only the useless Beta is relatively safe. Forget it, these few Omegas should be enough. The iron lock clanged, followed by the sharp friction of the cell door being opened. 2 soldiers walked into the cell. With the dim light in the corridor, they could vaguely see a thin figure lying on the bed. He was lifeless, and even his chest was not moving up and down. He's not dead, right? A gloved finger reached out to his nose and checked his pulse in a well-trained manner. Unconscious. The soldier said, he was like this when we found him. It's rare that he looks so good. His companion laughed. Come on, how can you see clearly when your face is covered in mud and dust? I can see even if it's 18 layers thick. You're too thirsty. You're not thirsty? It's useless even if I'm thirsty. Anyway, you and I can't take advantage of it. The young man's eyes were closed, like a corpse without consciousness. He felt that he was being carried out of the cell. During the bumpy movement, he slightly raised his eyelids. Because of the narrow vision, he could only see that the person carrying him was wearing a Kevlar protective suit with strong arm muscles. The companion behind him was also dressed in the same way. He was tall and strong, wearing a pair of worker's boots and a black holster on his thigh. 2 Alpha. The shadow at the corner of the stone corridor shrouded the young man's eyes in darkness. He silently closed his eyes. Immediately, the 2 soldiers entered the elevator, went up, and stopped. They were greeted by a bright and noisy scene. Someone ran beside them and shouted, "Organize the supplies. Prepare to retreat. The base's helicopter is on standby on the roof. The city has fallen, there's no time. Go, go, go." The empty-handed companion behind the soldier responded and left. The young man's eyes narrowed. Now was the time. Take the Omega to the helicopter, don't let them escape, transport them back to the base. Just as the soldier was about to answer, he suddenly felt that the young Omega in his arms seemed to be leaning to the side, from his arms to the ground. His first reaction was to bend down to pick him up, but at this moment, the young man who was originally in a coma like a corpse reached out and touched the holster on his waist. He hooked his hand and pulled out the gun, and fell to one knee. This change was too sudden. Before the soldier could roar, the young man's long leg swept across and flipped him over like lightning. Bang! What's going on? Stop! There were screams all around. The young man pulled the alpha soldier's hair and slammed him to the ground. Then he picked up the soldier whose face was covered in blood and pressed the muzzle against his temple. Retreat, he wanted to say retreat and don't move, but the long coma made his throat hoarse. After a few seconds, he gasped and shouted, "Stop! Put down your weapon." All the approaching soldiers in the hall turned pale and stopped at the same time, forming a fan-shaped encirclement. The scene was tense. "Lieutenant Colonel, there's an emergency." Tang Hao hung up the phone and looked up. "What?" "There's an Omega resisting." The adjutant pointed to the hall not far away, his face still angry. "They kidnapped our people and still want to escape." The young man's uncontrollable panting mixed with the alpha soldier's trembling breath. The soldier felt the cold muzzle on his temple and couldn't help but swallow a few mouthfuls of bloody saliva. He said hoarsely, Put me down, you can't run." "Ah." The young man's hand was like an iron clamp deep into his throat. "Shut up." This was the public area of the prison. It was a circular hall, but at the moment it was full of heavily armed soldiers. The young man roughly estimated that there were at least 100 of them. The ground outside the encirclement was full of first aid equipment and stretchers covered with white cloth. He couldn't see how many corpses there were. The air was filled with the indescribable smell of smoke, coke, blood, and rotten meat. What is this, a riot, war? Who am I? Why am I here? The exit further away from the hall was locked by a solid iron curtain door. The gate was a small office. A tall man in a camouflage uniform with slightly dark skin pushed the door open and strode out. The young man stepped back step by step, his vigilant eyes nailed on his face until he separated the crowd and came forward. Standing a few steps away, he raised his hand and pulled out the gun on his waist, revealing the lieutenant colonel's epaulette on his coat. "Let go of my man." Tang Hao looked at the young Omega who had retreated step by step to the corner not far away. Although he was from the special forces, he obviously adjusted his voice to not give the other party too much of a sense of urgency. "We saved you. The city has fallen. You can't run away." The young man closed his eyes under his stare, then opened them again. "Who are you?" Tang Hao didn't directly answer his question. "Our mission is to search and protect the Omega as a precious strategic resource until you are safely escorted back to the base. You won't be in any danger. The base is ready to take you over and will soon move to the safe zone." "There is no safe zone," a voice in his subconscious said to him. "Not only this city, but the whole country and even the whole world has fallen." The young man was slightly startled. He didn't understand where the sad recognition came from. "Let go of your hostage and pretend nothing happened. If my soldiers have been rude to you, I can apologize on their behalf." "No, no." Tang Hao's voice was interrupted by the young man. He saw the young man leaning against the wall, gasping and shaking his head. "Put down the gun and let me go." "I must, now." Tang Hao just wanted to say something, but suddenly his face changed. There was a scream from inside the prison building. It sounded from not far away, followed by the sound of countless footsteps dragging and friction from far away. The iron door in the distance was constantly slammed, dust and rubble rustled down the wall. Everyone's expression changed dramatically. The adjutant roared, "Lieutenant Colonel! The gate downstairs has fallen. The zombies are coming." The young man shouted, "Put down the gun. Lieutenant Colonel! Let me go." Tang Hao turned his head, raised his hand, and fired a few shots, the flashing blue electric shock needle almost poured down on the hostage alpha soldier and the young man. The severe pain caused by the electric shock made the young man kneel on the ground and immediately fall down. He even lost consciousness for a few seconds. His chest suddenly became heavy, as if it was pressed by a boulder. Tang Hao stepped forward and put one knee on his chest. The young man coughed and spat out blood. The next second, he raised his hand, but his wrist was easily grabbed by Tang Hao and pressed to the ground. The electric current made his twitching muscles unable to tighten. Tang Hao cursed silently. His expression was a bit embarrassed. It was not because of the fight, but because of the blood spurting out of the Omega under him. Even the dust on his face could not cover the young man's handsome and clear facial features. His outline was not as soft as the average Omega, but more profound and distinct. His eyebrows were sharp, his nose was straight, and from his chin to his neck, there was a very perfect and neat arc. The blood rich in pheromones splashed on Tang Hao's field uniform cuff. It was as if the burned nerve endings of the alpha were whipped, causing an indescribable stimulation to rise rapidly from instinct. The apocalypse will put Omega in hell. If you leave here now, the living people outside will be more terrible than zombies, especially you. Especially someone like you. Tang Hao rubbed the young man's face with his thumb. The exposed skin under the dust was shockingly white. You can't even live through tonight. Maybe being eaten alive by a bunch of zombies is the most merciful way to die. Come on, take him away. Retreat at full speed. As if to hide his instinctive reaction, Tang Hao got up and walked out of the room with the Huron. At this moment, he saw the expression of the soldiers opposite him change at the same time. Before he had time to react, he felt a strong force on his ankle. The next second, he was pulled to the ground. F***ck. Tang Hao almost got a concussion from the fall. The cursing that he had kept for a long time finally came out of his mouth. He could not believe that the stun bomb had lost its effect on the Omega in just 10 seconds. But then he caught a glimpse of the young man picking up the gun and leaning over his ear. The very hoarse texture of the young man's voice was almost directly attached to his ear. I like to die of old age. The young man took out the magazine from Tang Hao's trouser pocket and quickly got up. He pointed the muzzle back and forth at the soldiers in the encirclement. At the same time, he quickly retreated to the window. Tang Hao seemed to suddenly realize something. He turned back and roared, no, but it was too late. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the young man slammed into the glass window and jumped down from the broken glass. This was the 3rd floor. Tang Hao rushed to the window like an arrow, and the soldiers behind him swarmed over. Time seemed to be infinitely stretched and frozen. The young man's thin body in the air turned over inch by inch and arched like a tight bowstring. His black hair fluttered behind him. Bang, it was so far away, but the dull sound of the landing was like a heavy knock on Tang Hao's ear. The young man bowed and landed on the ground. He rolled with the momentum. It was as precise and perfect as a tactical textbook. He got up and knelt on the ground with both hands holding the gun. Did this person really have a powerful background? Tang Hao's eyes finally showed unconcealable confusion. He only heard his subordinates ask anxiously, Lieutenant Colonel, should we chase after him? Tang Hao stretched out his hand to stop them. It was too late. Following his gaze, he saw that in the parking lot downstairs, more than a dozen zombies that didn't enter the prison building turned around in unison, put down the bloody remains in their hands, and staggered towards the young man. The young man didn't seem to expect this situation. He was stunned when facing the living dead. At the same time, Tang Hao grabbed the gun of his subordinate and pulled the trigger without looking. The zombie that was only a few steps away from the young man was shot between the eyebrows. Bang, the walking dead fell to the ground with a thud. His body, which had long been covered in livor mortis, stiffened. Dark purple, viscous blood slowly flowed on the dirty ground, meandering towards the nearby sewer that had been clogged for many days and was now filled with stinky water. The other living dead didn't notice it. They just wailed and staggered over. If you are bitten, you will be infected. Tang Hao's roar came from above, you must hit the head. Before his voice died away, the young man seemed to wake up from some kind of confused dream and suddenly moved. Tang Hao didn't even see how he lifted his foot. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out like a whirlwind. When he brushed past the second zombie, the zombie didn't even have time to reach out to stop him. He only saw a shadow sweep past and flew into the air. The young man stepped on the shoulder of the third zombie. It was a felon who escaped from prison during the outbreak of the zombie tide. Half of his face was torn off, and broken sharp teeth could be vaguely seen in the dark red rotten flesh. Then he fired a few shots. Among the swarming living dead, the first few zombies that tried to reach out to him had their heads blown off. However, more living dead rushed over. Tang Hao saw it clearly from the window on the third floor. Even the wandering zombies on the street were rushing over in groups. He didn't have enough bullets. The young man didn't hesitate or fear. He directly jumped. He was almost stepping on the heads and shoulders of all the zombies. Every step was as fast as lightning and extremely thrilling. Within a few seconds, he had passed through the forest of zombies. He knelt on one knee and landed on the side of the road outside the prison gate. Tang Hao instantly understood what he was going to do. He raised his eyebrows. As he expected, the young man didn't even pause. He got up and rushed to the car closest to him like a cannonball. It was an ordinary Toyota Camry. The front and back doors were open. The driver had turned into a middle-aged male corpse with blood all over his face. He was screaming under the restraint of the seatbelt. His 10 purple fingers were scratching in front of him. The zombies turned around and chased after him. Their heavy footsteps were getting closer and closer. The young man didn't look back anymore. He shot the driver's head and threw the corpse out of the car. He twisted his body and sat in the driver's seat. He neatly closed the door. The male corpse fell into the zombie crowd and tripped the nearest living dead. In the distance, Tang Hao put down his binoculars. His face was slightly gloomy. "Lieutenant Colonel, we must retreat immediately. The shutter door is already." The solid iron curtain door at the end of the hall was already on the verge of collapsing under the relentless beating of the zombies. Large pieces of concrete rustled down, and finally, with a nerve-shaking squeak, it was torn apart alive. Zombies in ragged clothes and badly mangled flesh rushed in like a tide. The soldiers in the front row fired loudly, and the prison hall immediately turned into an azurous field of flesh and blood flying everywhere. Tang Hao strode forward. He shook his shoulder and removed the MP5 automatic submachine gun from his back. The bullets poured down like a storm on the zombies that were crawling into the hall. Rows of living dead were thrown back by the huge impact of the 9mm Luger bullets. "Lieutenant Colonel." Tang Hao retreated while fighting. He didn't look back. He waved his left hand from top to bottom. "Go." The soldiers quickly retreated from the safety corridor. At the last moment when they crossed the threshold, Tang Hao's gaze moved away from the horrifying faces of the living dead a few meters away and looked out of the window. On the street filled with zombies, ruins, and abandoned vehicles, the silver Camry was like a sharp arrow that split the waves of blood. It cut through the thorns and quickly disappeared at the end of the burning street. Tang Hao retracted his gaze and kicked the safety corridor door with a loud bang, blocking the zombies that were scrambling to get out of the hall. Groups of soldiers rushed to the roof. The moment he turned around, he caught a trace of a breath. His Adam's apple moved violently on his strong neck. It was the sweet and fishy smell of omega pheromones coming from his camouflage uniform cuffs. "Lieutenant Colonel?" the soldier asked. Tang Hao walked up the stairs 2 steps at a time. He pointed at the blood on his sleeve with the muzzle of his gun. "Go back to the base and get a DNA sample. Check it with T-City's population registry. I want to know the identity and background of this Omega." The subordinate nodded. When the apocalypse came, the densely populated city suddenly turned into hell. Both sides of the street were full of crashed cars, rolling smoke and flames. The living dead wandered back and forth, and corpses were scattered all over the road. The door of the store was open, broken glass was everywhere, the shelves were swept by a tornado, and the walls were full of blood and black and red handprints. Someone was lying on the ground in front of him, his hands and feet were still twitching reflexively, but his body had long been pierced through. A few zombies surrounded him, biting the flesh of his arms and thighs, and swallowing the internal organs. Blood flowed all over the ground. The silver Camry passed by as fast as lightning. The zombies smelled the scent of a living person, and just as they staggered up to chase after it, the car had already left. The young man looked at the rearview mirror. On the top of the prison building in the distance, a military helicopter was whistling through the air, flying over the devastated city and towards the distant horizon where black smoke billowed. He retracted his gaze and slightly adjusted the rearview mirror. Then he saw something in the mirror, and his movements paused. It was a pair of muddy gray eyes. She quietly stood behind him. The young man stepped on the brake and turned around in the harsh screeching sound. He saw a little girl in the blind spot of the back seat, curled up quietly by the seat belt. She was probably 2 or 3 years old, not much bigger than a cat. Her hair was combed into little braids, and she was holding a doll. Her face was completely black, and her mouth opened and closed. Purplish-red blood flowed from the corner of her mouth to her neck. She stared straight at the young man, and beside her was a woman's bag that was spilled with blood. The young man gently closed his eyes. He could imagine what the scene was like. The husband didn't want to give up his infected wife and daughter, so he drove away from the city, looking for help along the way. In the end, he was bitten to death in the driver's seat, and then the zombified wife opened the back door and escaped. He opened his eyes and aimed the gun between the zombie girl's eyebrows, but his index finger couldn't pull the trigger. The zombies on the street crowded around the car, numbly slapping the car window, making muffled sounds. After a while, the young man lowered the muzzle, reached out and grabbed the little girl's neck, and twisted it. The body hung limply on the back seat. He didn't throw the little zombie out of the car. After looking at her for a moment without saying a word, he stepped on the accelerator and drove forward. 1 kilometer ahead, next to the parking building, the yellow sign of the pharmacy was very eye-catching in the smoke. At the same time, on the second floor of the parking lot, there were more than a dozen cars full of bullet holes parked in the spacious space. Dead bodies and severed limbs were strewn all over the ground, and sirens were ringing one after another. After the fierce battle, the smell of bullets and rotting flesh mixed together, strongly stimulating everyone's nerves. "We are surrounded by zombies." Xianxia took off the binoculars and said in a hoarse voice, "The back alley is a dead end, and the front door is blocked by zombies. I estimate that there are hundreds of them. The adjacent buildings are a hospital, a school, a supermarket, and a pharmacy. It's a level 1 red danger zone. We can't cross it with the grappling hook, and we're about to run out of ammunition." Beside a biochemical armored vehicle, a few team members were quickly arranging their equipment. When they heard this, they turned to look at a certain silhouette in unison. The harsh long-term training prevented them from losing control of their emotions immediately, but there was no mistaking the despair that flowed faintly in the silence. In the stifling air, the howls and knocks on the door from downstairs became even clearer. "Captain," Xianxia said in a low voice. Zhou Rong leaned against the blood-stained wall and raised his head in the center of everyone's attention. He didn't say anything, but threw out a cold light. At the same time, 20 steps away, a zombie hiding behind a cement pillar was hit in the skull by a knife. The knife went deep into the zombie's skull, and it fell down with a thud. "Pack up your equipment and prepare to break out." Zhou Rong stood up and walked not far away. He was nearly 1.9 meters tall, wearing a black protective suit. His expression couldn't be seen clearly in the backlight, but his voice was deep and cold. One of the team members seemed to realize something. Huaran stood up. "Brother Rong. Where are you going?" Zhou Rong found an Audi sports car with half of its body full of bullet holes. Under everyone's gaze, he smashed the front window with a punch, took out the spare key from the storage box, opened the door, and sat inside. "I'm going to lead the zombies in front to the back door. After breaking out, you guys drive to the southeast direction. The target shelter is under the city center 30 kilometers away." He ignited the ignition and lifted the handbrake. The sports car that was full of holes roared, "Once I get out, I'll rush to meet you guys. If I don't come back before you guys arrive, Xianxia will take over the captain's role and send a positioning signal to the base." "Captain!" Xianxia roared in an instant. Several team members stood up at the same time, unable to accept it. "No, Brother Rong. Stop." Zhou Rong stuck his head out of the car window and narrowed his sharp and beautiful eyes. When Zhou Rong wasn't smiling, the combination of his facial features had a kind of cold, unruly, and intimidating aura. Even the angle of each eyebrow and the slightly narrowed pupils silently showed the fact that this person is very difficult to deal with. It was obvious that it was enough to make the audience completely ignore his handsome appearance. The obscenity accumulated over the years made the team members choke at the same time reflexively. Xianxia lost control and took a few steps forward. When he was about to say something, Zhou Rong stretched out his hand and pointed at him. The meaning of the command that couldn't be resisted was very strong, and it made him stop abruptly. Then Zhou Rong laughed. When he laughed, the evil aura disappeared. The corners of his mouth curved up, and the corners of his eyes curved slightly. Instead, there was a kind of improper yuppie charm. "Stop being such a sissy, you guys." He pointed at the faces of his team members one by one and laughed. "Wait for Brother Rong to meet us at the shelter. Get out." The team members grasped their submachine guns tightly and looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with despair. The sports car turned on its lights and retreated, rolling over the zombies on the ground. Wait, Captain." Xianxia stared out of the window and suddenly saw something. He couldn't believe it. Someone is coming. At the front door of the parking lot, countless zombies were mechanically pounding on the door. On the road behind them, a silver Camry abruptly stopped and immediately reversed back and rolled down the window. Were there survivors in the parking lot? The young man looked at the 8-story building. Every window that he could see was fragmented and scattered with blood. He couldn't see the situation inside at all. Only a window on the second floor directly facing the road could vaguely see someone lying on top of it. Maybe it was the people who fled into the building in panic. The electronic control gate of the parking lot itself had been blocked, but under the endless pounding of the zombies, the hollow iron gate had a horrible curve. It was only a matter of time before it broke through. The young man's eyebrows slightly twisted, and his heart was slightly hesitant. He looked at the pharmacy not far away. There were only a few zombie boys, wearing junior high school uniforms, limping and wandering aimlessly. They should have run out of the nearby school after the infection outbreak. Although he temporarily lost his memory due to overstimulation, head trauma, or other reasons, he still had basic common sense. He needed the pheromone pressure agent to disguise himself as Beta. Now that the survivors had attracted a large number of zombies away, it was completely feasible to rush into the pharmacy in one go. But the fragile electronic control gate shouldn't last for more than a few minutes. And what if after he ran into the pharmacy, the tide of zombies followed him in? The young man took a deep breath, and his eyes fell on a motorcycle that had hit a tree 20 meters away. After silently counting 3 seconds, he pushed the door open. The roar of the motorcycle suddenly resounded through the street, like a horn announcing the start of a meal. On the second floor of the parking lot, Xianxia's voice was very light and full of surprise. "This person, he is helping us to lead the tide of zombies away." Zhou Rong strode closer and took the binoculars to look at the street. At the focal point of the camera, the young man straddled a motorcycle. His face and neck were tightly covered by a helmet, his leather jacket was pulled up to his chin, and the motorcycle's tailpipe spewed out exhaust gas with a low starting sound. More and more zombies were attracted by the sound. They stopped pounding on the door, turned around, and rushed to the motorcycle in groups. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, when the zombies on the road almost crowded to the front of the motorcycle, the number of zombies in front of the parking lot was finally reduced to less than 30. The motorcycle driver raised his left arm and made a gesture to the top. "Ready, Xianxia, go and drive." Zhou Rong suddenly threw the binoculars, set up the starting gun, and aimed. He shouted, "Get on, everyone get on and prepare to break out." Several gunshots sounded, and bullets shattered the glass window. In the distant tide of zombies, several heads closest to the motorcycle exploded. That seemed to be the signal to start the operation. In the same second, the motorcycle started and rushed out roaring. "Go, go, go, go. Hurry!" The team members quickly jumped on the armored vehicle. Xianxia quickly turned the steering wheel with one hand and removed his magazine with the other hand and threw it out the window. Zhou Rong didn't even turn his head as if he had eyes on the back of his head. He grabbed the magazine, clicked it, put the gun barrel on the windowsill, and poured out the ammunition. In the rain of bullets, the motorcycle rushed out of the tide of zombies at high speed. Countless zombies were crushed into rotten meat, and then rushed to the intersection. The zombies staggered behind. Looking from a high place, even the zombies in the nearby streets heard the sound and moved. More and more zombies gathered and gradually formed a spectacular long line. Broken hands and broken legs, bleeding from the 7 orifices, dead with their eyes open. The dense tide of zombies made people's hair stand on end. However, in a moment of life and death, no one cared about fear. The motorcycle driver suddenly turned around at the intersection and rushed into the southeast street. With a loud bang, the gate of the parking lot finally slowly rose. The biochemical vehicle crushed several zombies that didn't have time to dodge under the tires. "Captain," Xianxia shouted. On the second floor, Zhou Rongyi put his hand on the windowsill and jumped down. Boom! He landed heavily on the roof of the car. 500 meters away, at the other end of the intersection. The motorcycle swerved and changed lanes, and then the body suddenly stopped. There was another tide of zombies in front of them, and they were rushing to get in front. Zhou Rong's long-range sniper cover stopped, and the zombies separated from the front and back to block the motorcycle. The scene suddenly became spectacular. The young man's eyes glanced from the helmet to the rearview mirror. The street behind him diverged into a fork, leading to the east street. His fingers on the handlebars clenched, and blue veins popped out. Then he calmed down. He took a deep breath and turned the motorcycle around. Roar! The motorcycle crossed the road like a meteor, almost touching the sharp teeth of the zombies on the side, rushing to the fork. The motorcycle flew over, and brazenly smashed the floor-to-ceiling glass wall of the bookstore on the corner of the street. It came out from the other side, and fell to the ground with a sky full of glass. The 2 male zombies in front of him were hit in the chest, and half-rotten internal organs burst out on the ground. The third zombie reached out to grab the handlebars, and just as it opened its mouth, a bullet suddenly whistled, and its brain exploded into the sky. The young man looked up. 200 meters away, a silver-gray armored vehicle was rampaging. Zhou Rong was lying on the roof of the vehicle with a rifle. He narrowed one of his eyes, and his thin lips slightly hooked up, as if he was greeting him from a distance. Then the next bullet grazed his helmet, and the skull of a zombie ant on the side of the motorcycle was lifted up. East Street corner, 10 meters behind the bookstore, 2 o'clock, prepare to rescue. Zhou Rong's voice came from the headset. Xianxia nodded and glanced at the satellite road map. Not good. What's wrong? Xianxia stepped on the accelerator. East Street is a dead end. The armored vehicle roared as it accelerated, but it was too late. Zhou Rong's eyebrows jumped, and he saw the motorcycle start, breaking through the zombies' encirclement, and rushing to the East Street. Detour to help. Search for the best route. Zhou Rong shouted in the flying bullet shells, prepare to turn around. In the driver's seat, the route on the GPS screen changed, and Xianxia turned the steering wheel. At the same time, in the East Street, the motorcycle driver bent down to the limit, and rushed through the mountain of corpses, and immediately a row of black oil pressure roadblocks appeared in front of them. At this time, the motorcycle's speed had reached a terrifying 200 kilometers per hour, and the roadblocks were only 300 meters away, so they could reach it in less than 6 seconds. What was the concept of 6 seconds? There was no way to turn around, and there were zombies on both sides of the road. Once they collided with the roadblocks, the motorcycle would be destroyed and the passengers would die. The motorcycle driver's pupils shrank until they were like needles. At the same time, the needle in the dashboard shook violently, and hit the bottom line, and the tailpipe was like a furious demon beast roaring. He wants to rush. Xianxia whispered. Like the staff of Moses that split the sea, the motorcycle emerged from the layers of zombies, and rushed to the roadblocks in an instant. Time froze, and even the sound of the wind stopped. In midair, the motorcycle flipped 360 degrees, and drew a fiery arc. Zhou Rong threw out the grappling hook. Catch! In the wind, the young man stretched out his arm, and the grappling hook accurately wrapped around his wrist. Immediately, his body stepped off the motorcycle, and flew toward Zhou Rong. The heavy motorcycle spun wildly, and plunged into the sea of zombies, and then made an earth-shattering explosion. Bang! With a loud bang, the young man fell head first onto the roof of the armored vehicle. Under the inertia, he rolled towards the edge of the vehicle. Zhou Rong grabbed him by the waist and kicked off the roof of the vehicle. The two of them fell into the vehicle at the same time with a loud bang. Brother Rong! Captain! The team members rushed forward, and hurriedly helped the two people up. Even Xianxia, who was in the driver's seat, set the autopilot, signaled his teammates to take over, and hurriedly got into the back of the carriage from the driver's seat. "Captain, are you okay?" Hiss. Zhou Rong grimaced and got up, my old waist. Behind him, the young man avoided the hands that were supporting him, and retreated to the corner to straighten up. Through the motorcycle helmet, he looked at the people in front of him without saying a word. This is a special force, he thought. But unexpectedly, this group of strong and burly team members were all beta. In the limited space of the carriage, there was not a trace of alpha pheromone that was extremely invasive. "Here. Yan Hao kindly handed over a bottle of water, thank you." The carriage gradually quieted down, and under everyone's gaze, the young man neither spoke nor made any gesture of raising his hand. Yan Hao gestured again, "This is for you." Yan Hao had the kind of appearance that if he did not join the army, he could easily apply for the film academy. He was about the same height as Zhou Rong, with broad shoulders and long legs, beautiful eyebrows and bright eyes, and a ruby stud on his left ear that shone faintly. He had the temperament of the melancholy male lead in a campus romance drama. So many years of strict and perverted training did not leave any trace on his white skin, and it could be said that he was born with a natural beauty. However, the motorcyclist in front of him did not appreciate it, and could even be described as indifferent or alert. "Brother." Just as another team member opened his mouth, the motorcyclist finally moved. He ignored the bottle of water, reached out to remove Yan Hao's automatic rifle, and put it on his right shoulder. "Hey, you," Zhou Rong drank the water, turned around, stopped the team member, and grinned at the young man. "Brother, what's your name?" The young man did not speak. "Want to eat something?" No response. The atmosphere in the carriage gradually changed, and in the narrow space, some kind of tension gradually grew in the silence. Zhou Rong touched his chin and looked up and down at the young man. His whole body was wrapped in a tight motorcycle jacket and dark jeans, and his face was completely covered by the helmet. His whole body was covered with the smell of rolling in a pile of zombies, and he looked very embarrassed. But his body was thin and neat, and his alert posture was like a knife. A cold light, half-unsheathed military knife. "Friend," Zhou Rong ignored him, smiled and asked, "Where are you going? Can I give you a ride?" After more than 10 seconds, except for the long and short breaths in the carriage, there was only the vague wailing of zombies outside the steel plate. Back to the parking lot. In the almost suffocating atmosphere, the young man finally opened his mouth, his voice was dry and hoarse, "To the pharmacy." Zhou Rong nodded very kindly, turned around to the driver's seat, and patted the driver's shoulder, "Back to the parking lot on Southeast Street." Then he leaned down, and whispered in a volume that only the two of them could hear, "Find a place to stop, I'm going to see what he's doing in the pharmacy. My surname is Zhou, Rong is in the military, not Rong as in Sister Huang Rong. We've been squatting in this unlucky tea city for half a month, and we haven't even gotten a single cent of field subsidies. We've also run out of bullets and food, and it's like we're thieves trying to refuel. How do you think the virus broke out? Is it a mutated rabies virus? Or is it the US imperialism and the Western powers' crazy genetic warfare against our country? 2 days ago we were watching the news, but last night we couldn't even get a TV signal and shortwave radio. It's a pity that I've been watching the People's Urban Security Unit and the People's Radio, Film and Television Bureau for half a year. But the most unfortunate thing is..." Zhou Rong lit the cigarette with a click, took a deep puff, and looked back at his team members. The side window of the car was wide open, and the wind blew in. "Gone, gone," said one of his men. "He just jumped out of the window." "When did he leave?" "When the news was broadcast." Zhou Rong was silent for a moment, and said with regret, "Unfortunately, I was just about to recommend the 8th season of the People's Reform and Reform Commission to him." The zombie tide was led to the southeast, and at the moment there were only a dozen or so zombies wandering on the street. The young man landed on the ground, took a few steps to the corner of the wall, and then flashed into the messy pharmacy. The incandescent light flickered above his head, and the walls were splattered with blood. Several mutilated corpses crushed the glass counter, and one could imagine what a terrible scene it was when the virus broke out. With the growing call for racial and gender equality, omega pheromone inhibitors were removed from the ban in many countries, but it was still a strictly controlled prescription drug. The young man held the gun in front of him, bypassed the pharmacist's corpse on the counter, and smashed the glass counter with the butt of the gun. Seeing the familiar syringe, he imperceptibly let out a sigh of relief, and quickly unwrapped the syringe and injected it into his arm vein. The pharmacy was probably looted several times, but there were still some supplies left in the corner, such as protein powder, nut bars, energy drinks, and so on. He picked up a canvas bag full of blood from the corpse, swept everything he could carry into it, and took out 2 packs of water purifiers. When he was done, he raised his head and looked at himself through the broken mirror beside the counter. The motorcycle helmet and jacket were full of the smell of rust, the original color of the jeans could no longer be seen, and the high-top boots were full of dried rotten flesh. He suddenly discovered something. He pulled down the zipper slightly and hooked a pendant from his collar. It was an ordinary round brass box about the size of a pocket watch. Inside was an old photo, pressed under a thin crystal. A young couple with a 5 or 6-year-old son in their arms smiled at him. The wife was Caucasian, with flaxen hair and amber eyes. Even with the limited photographic technology from many years ago, her outstanding beauty was clearly visible. The husband was completely Asian, with a clear and elegant appearance and a scholarly air. He had a very familiar face. His own face. The young man closed his eyes and could not stop panting. A few incomplete images flashed through his mind like lightning: the rapidly shaking cabin, the screams, the corpses, the flying bullet shells, the suitcase shining with a cold silver light. Then the camera zoomed out. Under the cold and gray sky in the early morning, military boots stepped on the grass roots and dew, and a shout shook the eardrums of every soldier. There is no tomorrow, there is no hope. You will never be able to wait for rescue, any mistake will lead to eternal damnation. You will be the last group of living people on this earth to fight against the undead. The young man subconsciously shook his head and wanted to rub his eyebrows, but he touched the hard helmet. Be careful. A huge force rushed from the side of the young man and pushed him to the ground instantly. The young man instinctively wanted to pinch the attacker's neck, but the next moment, there was a deafening gunshot in the room. The rapid bullets like a rainstorm hit the corner of the warehouse door, and several zombies behind the door fell to the ground, struggling and twitching. After a while, they finally turned into a pile of flesh and blood and stopped moving. Zhou Rong put down the gun, spat out the cigarette butt, and stepped on it casually. Are you two okay? The young man pushed the attacker away, turned over and sat up. He had a splitting headache and pressed his eyebrows. Hello, we just came in and saw the zombies pushing the door of the warehouse open. Yan Hao got up and opened his palm to the young man sitting on the ground. The latter supported his hand and stood up. He took off the motorcycle helmet and said, "Thank you." Yan Hao. Yan Hao retracted his gaze. Although he instinctively covered it, the blush on his white face was still obvious. He coughed and said, "No, nothing." Zhou Rong was quite interested. He rubbed his chin for a while and asked with a smile, "Brother, are you looking for food?" If there was a poll of the top 10 worst pickup lines in the apocalypse, this sentence would definitely be at the top. The young man did not answer. He picked up the backpack and threw it over his right shoulder. He held the gun he stole from Yan Hao and pointed it at the ground. He walked around the two people and walked to the door. Unexpectedly, when they brushed past each other, Zhou Rong grabbed his arm and said, "Are you following me?" The two people looked at each other closely. In the messy pharmacy, there seemed to be an invisible bowstring that was gradually pulled tight. After a while, Zhou Rong smiled modestly. "What are you talking about? You hurt my feelings. Obviously, you are responsible for the safety of people's lives and property." The young man carefully looked at Zhou Rong again and felt that he had misjudged. This person should not be from the local army. He should be a soldier who was expelled from the army and stole military equipment. Don't look at him. Come with us. No one wants to steal your 2 packs of biscuits. Zhou Rong casually flicked away a piece of meat that splashed on the young man's shoulder. He did not feel disgusted and said, "We are going to the city center shelter to meet with our teammates, pick up the people, send a positioning signal, and inform the local government to send a helicopter to pick us up. Tomorrow, T-City will be cleaned by nuclear bombs. Here, this is my ID." Zhou Rong carefully took out a cowhide envelope from his arms with his blood-stained gloves. He opened it and it was a military introduction letter with a red stamp. He waved the letter arrogantly in front of the young man and put it back into his protective vest. He said, "You can't go anywhere alone. You can't be a hero. You should accept the organization's arrangement. What's your name again?" There was silence. The young man's eyes fell on the ground. There was an overturned medicine box at his feet. The words XX City Sinan Chinese Medicine Decoction Company, Limited, Guangdong 2011 XXXX, were written on it. Sinan, the young man said hoarsely. Nan as in north and south. Half an hour later. Their body fluids are highly toxic. The result of being bitten is 100% infection and death. What follows is mutation. The mutation speed varies from person to person. The shortest observed mutation time is 50 seconds, starting from when the infected person's heart stops beating. The longest is more than 24 hours. During this period, the corpse's speed of decomposition is no different from that of an ordinary corpse. Sinan raised his eyelids. Where did the observation target come from? A few of my team members, Zhou Rong said and drank a mouthful of water. On the left and right sides of the car, there were 7 or 8 Special Forces soldiers sitting in a row. The front of the car was constantly bumping left and right because of the zombies blocking the road. Next to Zhou Rong, Yan Hao took out a paper bag from behind him and signaled Sinan to take it. There were a few pieces of high-protein chocolate and military compressed biscuits in the paper bag. Sinan threw the paper bag back to him and pointed to his backpack, meaning that he had some. Then he asked Zhou Rong, "Are you the local garrison?" When the virus first broke out, some experts thought it was collective rabies, so the first batch of infected people was sent to the military. The local garrison was naturally wiped out. Zhou Rong spread his hands and expressed his condolences. He said, "If you go to the military camp now, there should be tens of thousands of living dead with live ammunition locked in there. They are densely packed together. It's really a hell for people with trypophobia." "Then why did you come to T-City?" "To carry out a mission," Yan Hao whispered on the side. Sinan glanced at Yan Hao. He was focused on the shaking floor of the car. His lips were pursed into a tight line. "We came to carry out a mission, but we were unlucky. We encountered a zombie outbreak, so we changed the mission content at the last minute and decided to go to the shelter to rescue ordinary people." Zhou Rong asked casually, "What about you, little brother?" Sinan did not answer. "How's your mission going?" He thought the purpose of this team was the same as Tang Hao's team, which was to seize the Omega, the so-called precious strategic resources, from the war-torn zone. Unexpectedly, Zhou Rong sighed and said sadly, "I'm a bit unlucky this time. The mission target is dead. I'm afraid I'll be punished when I go back." "He might not be dead," Yan Hao suddenly whispered. The team members looked at the two of them. Zhou Rong asked, "Can you survive a free fall from a height of 9,000 meters? Yan Hao was silent. "Brother Rong." The driver shouted from the front, "The latest roadmap is out. Come and look at the downlink." Zhou Rong got up and walked to the driver's seat. When he passed by Yan Hao, he patted him heavily on the shoulder. Sinan suddenly realized that Yan Hao often appeared when he was talking to Zhou Rong. He would pass something or interrupt the conversation, intentionally or unintentionally showing his presence. "Why?" Yan Hao suddenly covered his mouth with his fist and coughed. He passed a box of soft Chunhua cigarettes. "Want one?" Sinan's appearance was extremely oriental, but his pupils were the same amber color as his mother's. When he stared at people without moving, it often gave people the illusion of inanimate coldness. He stared at Yan Hao for a full 10 seconds, then shook his head and said, "No, thank you." Yan Hao was a bit nervous. He smiled at him and smoked a cigarette. However, he did not light it. He just played with it between his fingers, as if he was relieving some kind of emotion. After a while, Zhou Rong carried the equipment bag back to the back of the car. He sat down and took out the equipment while sighing, "It's really not easy. According to the current speed, we will reach the fallout shelter in 2 hours. I just don't know how many zombies there are in the city center. Later, I will use the car's machine gun to shoot around along the way. You guys take the time to get some sleep." "What's wrong, little brother? Why are you looking at me?" Zhou Rong opened the metal box of gun parts, took out a ruby earring from a tool slot, and put it on his right ear. Sinan sat across from them. His eyes moved from Zhou Rong's ear to Yan Hao's ear. The two identical rubies were shining in the dim car. At that moment, his doubts were solved. He felt that he understood something. Sorry. Sinan sincerely said. He got up and patted Yan Hao's shoulder. He went into the front room and sat in the front passenger seat without looking back. Yan Hao. There was a strange silence in the back of the car. However, Sinan was very kind and ignored it. He nodded to the driver and immediately closed his eyes to sleep. However, Sinan didn't fall asleep. He tried to turn his mind into a state of complete nothingness, like a fish in the deep sea, slowly diving into meditation and capturing fragmented, cotton-like fragments from the depths of his memory. Born weak, must be guarded, run, run. The humiliation I suffered today will be repaid in double in the future. Ask your commander to come out. A silhouette stood in front of the high iron gate in the wind and said coldly, I have something to talk to him about. The next moment, a man whose face couldn't be seen clearly walked towards him. Before he could speak, he was punched so hard that his mouth and nose bled, and he fell back, running, cursing, and the clamor of the crowd. Countless soldiers tried to stop him, but it was to no avail. Suddenly, the scene changed. A glimmer of light leaked through the narrow window of the confinement room, outlining a cold shadow on the concrete stone platform. He sat on the edge of the bed with his coat draped over his shoulders. His palms were pressed together, and his fingertips were pressed between his eyebrows. Suddenly, there was a rush of running outside the door, and the crisp sound of keys clashing. He stood up, and the door opened. Inside, there's an outbreak, the laboratory can't be closed. The cordon has collapsed, the car is waiting for you outside, come with me. He took a titanium alloy freezer and walked out of the confinement room. At the end of the corridor, the dim light turned into stars, and under his feet was a long journey that would never end. He would never be able to reach the end. The armored car braked suddenly, and Sinan's body bounced forward, waking him up. In an instant, he was face to face with the densely packed zombies in front of the car window. The driver shouted, We've arrived at the destination. Hurry, clean up and break out. Get the people inside ready to help. The machine gun on the top of the car spewed out dazzling flames. Zhou Rong took off his coat and wore only a black vest. The heat-insulating gloves were burned by the gun barrel, and he took turns to fire and force the zombies back. However, there were too many zombies crowded in the commercial street in the city center. After shooting wave after wave, it was like a sea of corpses. All the team members climbed on top of the car to provide support, but they could barely clear a few meters of space, allowing the armored car to move slowly in the sea of corpses. This speed was comparable to the morning rush hour and was very dangerous. The car was almost overturned by the endless number of zombies several times. Several team members shouted one after another and were almost dragged off the car by their ankles. Zhou Rong roared into his headset, Xianxia, come up and provide support. I'll do it. The chauffeur opened the car roof window and jumped onto the roof. Zhou Rong took the opportunity to slide down from the driver's seat and stepped on the accelerator. With a loud boom, the armored vehicle leaped forward several dozen meters and swept countless undead under the vehicle. At this moment, a cracking sound was heard. The window on the driver's side was smashed. Ow! Several pairs of withered hands reached into the car window at the same time to grab Zhou Rong. Zhou Rong dodged sideways. Sinan cooperated in time and fired a few shots at the zombies. Where's the shelter? Below. Where? Zhou Rong couldn't free his hands, so he raised his chin to the front. A few hundred meters away, a shopping mall stood at the end of the central street. The words great discount were floating in the air. Sinan shot a zombie's head and dodged back at the same time. The stinky gray brain matter splashed out and splashed half of Zhou Rong's body. He shouted, F***CK. Sinan, F***CK who? Zhou Rong's left hand was facing zombies that were scrambling to climb the window, and his right hand was facing Sinan armed with live ammunition. After weighing the pros and cons, he cursed. This damn shopping mall is so F***ed up. What kind of discount is there? No wonder there are so many people outside. F***ck their ancestors. At this moment, the radio above his head buzzed. It was very clear in the cockpit. A sharp female voice came out, 0011 calling headquarters. Calling headquarters. Do you need support? I repeat, do you need support? Yes, 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 yes. Zhou Rongyi pressed the Sinan, stepped on the brake, connected to the intercom on the roof and roared with all his strength, all of you come down. Seal the roof, now. Before he finished his sentence, a light suddenly flashed on the roof of the shopping mall in the distance. The next moment, a white light rushed into the air, covering the sky and the earth. The fire and the strong light swept across the ground in an instant. The armored vehicle was like a kite with a broken string in the explosion. It flew out more than 10 meters in an instant. The windows were all shattered. Everyone was screaming in the terrible flip. After an unknown amount of time, which felt like a long century, the Sinanju regained consciousness. It vaguely felt that something was wrong. It struggled to prop up its upper body to take a look. In front of its nose was Zhou Rong's camouflage pants, the crotch. Zhou Rongyi's hand supported his forehead. The corner of his mouth twitched. His voice trembled because of the severe pain. If I'm crippled, you won't be able to escape, all the team members groaned and got up. Outside the car window, the single-person rocket launcher had wiped out half of the zombies on the street. It was a horrible sight. Billowing smoke shrouded the once bustling shopping mall. The female voice came out coughing, "Hello everyone, are you still alive? I repeat, are you still alive?" Zhou Rong asked, "Chen Chao, let's make a deal. Let's talk before we fire next time, okay? Do you know that Brother Rong almost died just now?" Chen Chao said, "You have no use for it anyway. Just cut it off." Sinan glanced at Zhou Rongyi with a strange look. "What do you want to say?" Zhou Rong was very sensitive to any provocation at the moment. "Nothing." Sinan didn't expect that the gigolo Yen was the one on top. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Thanks to the rocket launcher, the heavily damaged armored vehicle finally passed through the streets and reached its final destination, the shelter. It was the underground warehouse of the shopping mall. It used to be an air raid shelter in the middle of the last century. It had excellent military infrastructure and resisted several rounds of attacks by the zombie army during the outbreak of the infection. There were thousands of people hiding in the underground shelter. Most of them were shopping mall customers and employees. There were men and women, old and young. Suppressed cries echoed everywhere. Zhou Rong finally connected with his teammates and said enthusiastically, "Chao." Chen Chao said, "Captain." Sinan dodged in a hurry, and Chen Chao ran past him close to his side. The two hugged and spun. Zhou Rong effortlessly picked up the girl, who was only as tall as his shoulder, and spun her around twice. If this was a comic, at this moment, there must be lasagna in all directions. "We're out of bullets." Chen Chao's eyes were filled with tears of desire. "Last night, I took Ding and Xianxia out to clean the corridor. We used up all the bullets. The shot on the roof just now cleared out the last of our rocket launchers. I also asked the property management to block the doors and windows of the warehouse in case the zombies rush in again. We can't go up there and fight." Zhou Rong touched her head and said lovingly, "Call me Dad." Chen Chao immediately said, "Dad." Zhou Rong took out 2 bullets from the gun barrel and opened up his daughter's palm. He first put the 2 bullets down, then he thought about it and took back another one. The last 2 bullets in the team. Zhou Rong smiled and said, "Keep them to end your own life." Chen Chao immediately broke off their father-daughter relationship and walked away with a cold face. At the beginning of the chaos, a total of 2,000 to 3,000 people fled to this shelter. However, there were already infected people among them. After entering the enclosed space, they turned into zombies and quickly infected most of the survivors. Fortunately, several of Zhou Rong's team members contacted the local government and escorted the medical team to this place in time. After several purges, there were only a little more than 1,000 people left. All of them had gone through preliminary tests and confirmed that there were no potential infected people. Chen Chao took a few of her teammates and dragged out the zombies that were killed and burned them. They cleaned up the zombies that wandered inside the mall and the safe corridors. They had not run out of food and ammunition, so they could only anxiously wait for Zhou Rong to come to their rescue. Ahem, Zhou Rong stepped on a milk crate and accidentally bumped into the ceiling light. He quickly covered his head. The black mass of people on the ground looked at him blankly. Occasionally, there were sobs from women and children, but they quickly subsided. "Are you here to save us?" Someone mustered up the courage to ask. "I am the 6th captain of Unit 118 under the B military region." Zhou Rong took out the slightly wrinkled official letter and solemnly showed it to the crowd. Under the light of the underground warehouse, the bright red official seal was particularly conspicuous. As if they gained some confidence from the red, the crowd became slightly excited. "My superiors sent me here with a positioning device to ensure the safety of the people and ensure social order during the outbreak of the epidemic. At the same time, I sent a positioning signal to my superiors. Soon, the government will organize forces to rescue everyone. During this period, please remain calm, do not panic, do not believe the rumors, work and rest on time, and consciously take your temperature regularly." "What's going on outside? Are those monsters zombies?" a man in the front row asked in a sharp voice. Zhou Rong said, "It's just some kind of mutated rabies virus. Please do not believe the rumors." Next. A girl cried and asked, "What about our family?" "Yes, my child is still in school, my wife, my mother is over 80 years old." Under the light, Zhou Rong's cheeks were slightly taut, giving people a cold and stern impression. But then he smiled. Although it was only a brief arc, it was very calm and convincing. He also adjusted his tone to a very stable state. "The army will not abandon any citizens. Please rest assured." The signs of panic subsided slightly. People had no choice but to choose to believe. More questions popped up. When will the rescue come? Where will we be sent? When will the epidemic be over? Will the government send us back? Sinan leaned against the shelf and stared at Zhou Rong, who patiently answered one question after another. There was an imperceptible wrinkle between his eyebrows. Not far behind him, Chun Chao hooked her arm around Yan Hao's shoulder and asked in a low voice, "Why do you keep looking over there? That person is dirty and a beta." "I don't." "Well, you do." Yan Hao smiled and said, "Tomorrow the helicopter will come to pick up the people, and we will also." Before he finished, Sinan turned around and walked past the two of them to the back door of the warehouse. "Sinan." Yan Hao followed him and asked, "It's not safe outside." "Where are you going?" Sinan replied politely, "Shower." In the simple bathroom of the warehouse staff lounge, hot water poured down and white steam quickly rose, blurring the dirty ventilation window. Sinan stood under the shower with his eyes closed. He felt the water flow take away the solidified dust, sand, and blood. His body gradually became smooth again. The water slid down his naked body to his heels and flowed into the sewer, making a gurgling sound. He didn't know how long it had been since he took a shower. Right now, he only felt that every pore on his body was relaxed, and his muscles and bones released the last trace of soreness. If his skin could make sounds automatically, it would probably be singing praises. After a while, he turned off the water, dried his body hastily, and wiped off the water vapor on the mirror. Finally, his face, which was not covered by sand and dust, was reflected in front of him. Among most Asian European mixed-race people, Asian genes always had an overwhelming advantage. The same was true for Sinan. But if you looked carefully, you could still see his mother's breathtaking beauty from her eyebrows, the corners of her eyes, and the contours of her cheeks. It was just that the moving weakness of a woman was gone in his body. Instead, it was replaced by a kind of toughness and decisiveness, as if it had been polished by fate for many years. Sinan bent down to pull up his trousers and shirt. When he was about to put them on, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something in the mirror. His movement stopped. He turned his body almost inch by inch and stared at the back of his right shoulder. He suddenly understood why he was unconscious before. There was a palm-sized bite mark on the back of his smooth shoulder blade. The skin and flesh had been turned open and had dried up, revealing a shocking purple-black color. It was the bite mark of a zombie. Brother Rome just sent the location signal. The airship will pick up the survivors tomorrow afternoon and take them to the B military district. In the corridor, Chun Chao, who was holding Yan Hao's neck, suddenly stopped talking and looked straight behind her. Yan Hao asked casually, "What's wrong with you?" He looked back and was also stunned. A young man pushed open the door of the bathroom and came out. His hair was especially black after being wet. Half of his face was exposed because of the water vapor, showing a kind of bloodless coldness. He turned around and saw Yan Hao. He didn't speak or move for a few seconds. Deep in his pupils, there seemed to be a pair of bright amber hidden. After a while, he smiled briefly, took off the gun from his shoulder and threw it back. Yan Hao subconsciously caught it and heard him say, "Here you go." Sinan. Yan Hao subconsciously stopped Sinan, but he saw Sinan turn around and walk towards the warehouse. His body proportions were very good. The hem of his shirt was casually tucked into the back of his waist, and the waist of his trousers was hanging on his hips. When he walked, one could see that he was very agile. Chen Chao poked Yan Hao's arm, covered half of her mouth and whispered, "Do you still look at faces when you save people?" Zhou Rong finally got away from the crowd. After dealing with the mall manager who was holding his hand with snot and tears, he looked up and saw Sinan standing in the shadow behind the door with one hand in his trousers pocket and staring at him silently. Zhou Rong looked at him for a moment and rubbed his chin maliciously. "What do you want? Do you want to make a date?" "I don't want to make a date during working hours. I can think about it when I go back to the base." "What are you doing?" Sinan unbuttoned the third button, pulled open his collar slightly, and motioned him to look at the back of his shoulder. In the shadow, a clear corner of the bite mark of a zombie was exposed. "I may be infected," he said hoarsely. Zhou Rong's face was pale, and he stood still for a long time. Generally, people die within 24 hours of infection. "Are you sure he wasn't bitten by a passionate sex partner?" Sinan sat behind the door with his arms on his knees and shook his head. Zhou Rong wanted to say something, but the doctor put down the thermometer and said, "Your man has a fever, Captain Zhou. 37.9 degrees, early symptoms of infection. He should be quarantined immediately." Everyone's expression changed. Not far away, some people stepped back. The buzzing swept through the crowd like electric sparks. "He's infected. Will he turn into a monster? Go, stay away." A man mustered up his courage and shouted, "Get him out of here. There are civilians here. What if he bites people?" The voices of agreement grew louder. Yan Hao said angrily, "He's not infected. Otherwise, he would have mutated on the way. There are zombies outside. Where can he go?" The people around whispered, "Soldiers are unreasonable, yes." Zhou Rong squatted in front of Sinan. Suddenly, he reached out and forcibly lifted his chin. Sinan's complexion was cold and pale, unlike Asians. His lips were dry and cracked, and he looked slightly tired. When he lowered his eyes, he looked a little like his mother. It was a sharp contrast with Zhou Rong's strong hands, which were full of calluses. Zhou Rong looked at him coldly for a moment. Suddenly, he stood up and said, "Lock him in the warehouse office and keep him under observation." The doctor disagreed. "Captain Zhou," Zhou Rong said, "he's my man. I'll take care of him." The warehouse office was a small room separated by plywood. It was 5 square meters in size. Before the outbreak of the virus, it was the place where the guards on duty took turns. The thin hollow wooden door was equipped with an old-fashioned spring lock and an iron bolt inside. Sinan sat in the corner with his back against the wall, one hand on his bent knee. After a while, Zhou Rong pushed the door open and entered. He closed the door behind him, blocking Yan Hao and Grassy who were following closely behind him. "Here." Sinan raised his eyes. In front of him was a meat floss bun. "I took it from the warehouse." "Eat it." Sinan stared at him motionlessly for a few seconds before turning his face away. "What? I've only locked you up for half a day. Are you going on a hunger strike just because you look good?" Zhou Rong snorted and said, "Let me tell you, the last thing I know how to do in my life is to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. What I'm best at is to ruthlessly destroy flowers. Back then, when I was being trained, I was taught things like omega pheromones and beautiful female spies. Later, I became the captain out of nowhere. Yan Hao refused to listen to me and was beaten to death by me 3 times a day. Be good and eat your food. Don't think that I won't dare to use force." The two looked at each other for a moment before Sinan finally spoke the truth. The resources are limited. Don't waste them. Zhou Rong showed an undisguised sneer and threw the bread into Sinan's arms. Miss, why are you so pretentious like an omega? Sinan, Zhou Rong clapped his hands and turned to leave. It was getting late. Soon, the sound of people walking around and distributing food could be heard outside the door. Sinan thought for a long time and ate the bread. The food soothed his nerves. He leaned against the corner of the wall and fell asleep unknowingly. His consciousness drifted between sobriety and haziness. It was as if he had passed through thousands of miles of damp and cold wind to look at the earth under him in the flames of war. He seemed to have returned to the time when he was very young. The heavy gate of the manor slowly opened in front of him. The crystal chandelier shone brilliantly and the hand-woven carpet was thick and complicated. It went straight up the marble spiral staircase. A boy in a black formal suit leaned against the handrail of the second-last step of the stairs with his arms crossed. He looked at him condescendingly for a long time and suddenly said harshly, "You're so ugly." He felt his nails digging deep into the flesh of his palms. He wanted to retreat and leave, but he couldn't even turn around in his dream. The boy jumped down the stairs and walked up to him. He suddenly reached out and grabbed his hair, forcing him to look up at him. "From now on, I'm your brother. Do you understand?" Sinan's chest heaved, and he felt the hot and sour airflow cutting his trachea repeatedly. He wanted to punch the person, but he suddenly became very small in the dream. He couldn't even reach the person even if he tried his best. He could only look at the arrogant face and the mocking blue eyes. "I'm going to beat you," he thought. "One day, I'm going to beat you to the ground at my feet." In an instant, the scene changed, and the memory passed away like a fleeting view. The boy's hateful face gradually matured and hardened, turning into the surprise and astonishment in another scene. Immediately, he was hit by a punch and fell backward. Bang, the noise receded like the tide. He picked up the man's collar and saw blood flowing out of the man's nose and mouth. The pair of blue eyes that had been staring at him all these years had turned dark gray. "You've been wanting to beat me for a long time, haven't you?" "Yes. Always." But he didn't answer. Instead, he gave him a right hook. It was heavy, ruthless, and clean. The crisp sound of the broken nose came from between his fingers. Until a long time later, he could still clearly remember the pleasant touch. As night fell, Sinan had a fever. In a trance, he felt that his body was very hot, as if he was in a warm and empty deep sea, floating and unable to reach the bottom. The sound of footsteps came and went. There was a lot of arguing and shouting. He couldn't tell whose voice was sharp. "You have to send him away. He may mutate at any time. You soldiers' lives are valuable. Do we deserve to take the risk? What should we do? He's infected. We're all done for." The sound of pushing and slamming came from afar and then suddenly went away. It was as if there was a hazy surface of water between them. After some time, footsteps suddenly stopped beside him. The man squatted down and covered him with thick clothes. Sinan struggled uncomfortably, but the man wrapped him tightly. He didn't even let go of the seam of his neck. "It's a normal illness. He's tired," the man said. "Beta constitution is not good. I'm afraid he won't be able to stand the fever." "Brother Rong," the man stood up and whispered, "give me the car keys. I'm going out for a while." When Sinan woke up from his sleep again, he felt that someone was stuffing something into his mouth. He forced his eyes open. He couldn't see his fingers in front of him. After a few seconds, he could barely see a trace of light through the crack of the door. "Drink some water," Zhou Rong said. He took the military water bottle and gave him a sip. Sinan swallowed the water and felt his mouth full of bitterness. He realized that the pills that had been forced into his teeth had melted. Fever medicine. Where did the fever medicine come from? Zhou Rong took off his coat and threw it on the ground. He sat down and squeezed into the same corner as Sinan. He scolded him in a low voice, "Are you stupid or stupid? You went to the pharmacy to look for food. Don't you know to bring some common medicine? Okay, you have a fever. I had to drive 20 kilometers back and forth in the middle of the night. I almost became the snack of the hundreds of zombies on the street. If it weren't for your good looks. Sinan coughed and said hoarsely, you don't have to thank me for saving you during the day. Zhou Rong immediately stopped talking. Sinan recovered a little. He was about to say something when he suddenly smelled a strong smell of rotten blood from his feet. It was Zhou Ronggong's coat on the ground. He reached out and touched it. The cloth was sticky and wet. In the darkness, they could only hear each other's deep breathing. After a while, Sinan whispered. Thank you. Zhou Rong said, you're welcome. Zhou Rong leaned against the wall and lit up a cigarette. He exhaled a mouthful of white smoke and asked with a smile, did you have a dream just now? I heard you mumbling something. It sounded like you were scolding someone. Do you miss home? Zhou Rong asked casually. Sinan shook his head. What did you do before? You look good. Are you a private bodyguard or a police officer? Sinan shook his head again and didn't answer. Don't be so nervous. Relax and chat. What if you don't have a fever and are really infected and die later? I'm the last person you can entrust your will to. Zhou Rong squeezed his shoulder and asked jokingly, are you married? Do you have a girlfriend? No. Very good. I don't have one either. The whole team is single. Sinan glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and said in his heart, that's because you're gay. Zhou Rong didn't realize it. He sighed with a cigarette in his hand. His tone was full of fascination. The B military area shelter can accommodate tens of thousands of people. The water and electricity supply are self-sufficient and completely isolated from the outside world. After the virus passes, the country will definitely arrange for you to settle down in B City. You can go on blind dates, get married, and encourage children to make up for the population loss during the disaster period. And the B area rescued the most Omega. Most of them are in the fertile period. The army is specially sent to protect them. Zhou Rong subconsciously licked his lips and smiled. Wow. Who came up with this policy? They're really smart. Sinan's voice was a little tense. Why? Every time a disaster comes, Alpha is the main combat force responsible for disaster relief. Whichever large shelter has more Alpha will have more ability to compete for resources, arms, and territory. Alpha will definitely take the initiative to gather in places with more Omega. The higher-ups can allocate Omega as strategic resources. Don't you understand such a simple principle? Zhou Rong took a deep drag on his cigarette. The red light between his fingers flickered. Sinan didn't speak for a long time. Suddenly, his waist was poked. What are you thinking about? Why are you so engrossed? Sinan said casually, do you also want to go to the B area to get a strategic resource? Zhou Rong flatly refused. No. For a moment, Sinan thought he was going to say, because I have a yen hao. But before he had time to be moved by the love between the two beta gays, Zhou Rong said firmly, I hate Omega. Sinan asked, why, Brother Rong? Zhou Rong changed his sitting position and stared at Sinan with bright eyes. He said earnestly, I have to give you a piece of advice. If you look for a partner in the future, don't look for an Omega. Try to find a beta. The two looked at each other for a long time. Sinan's mouth twitched slightly and said, that's exactly what I plan to do. Zhou Rong patted him on the shoulder in agreement. Sinan asked sincerely, but, why? He thought that Zhou Rong would use yen hao as an example that beta gays could also obtain the happiness of life. However, Zhou Rong once again shattered his unrealistic fantasy about human nature. Zhou Rong said seriously, because of Omega, there's a problem with character. In the darkness, the two stared at each other, maintaining the posture where Zhou Rong's hand was on Sinan's shoulder and the tip of their noses were less than 10 centimeters apart. After a long while, Sinan finally carefully squeezed to the corner and asked cautiously and politely, Brother Rong, have you been hurt by love? The word hurt was obviously very new to Zhou Rong. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully and shook his head after thinking for a moment. To some extent, my feelings were deceived, but it can't be. In fact, it was many years ago. Have you heard of the International Special Forces Jungle Competition? Sinan shook his head. Zhou Rong said, when I was 18 years old, I represented my country in the competition. Originally, I was leading by a large margin until I met a hostage from a country who claimed to be Chinese. It was a 15-year-old Omega child. This sentence was enough for Sinan to imagine the ups and downs of the entire story, but on the surface, he remained calm and expressed his curiosity with a single syllable. Oh? Zhou Rong was satisfied with his attentive attitude. There were 3 groups of people involved in the hostage rescue: the kidnappers, the opponents, and the hostages. The kidnappers wore the same uniform, the opponents wore bulletproof vests and GPS chips, and the hostages wore nothing. Halfway through the competition, I had already rescued 2 hostages. As long as I took them through the jungle, the mission would be considered a success. However, I met this Omega who took the initiative to come knocking on my door. Sinan nodded. It's not what you think. At that time it was muddy and sweaty. I couldn't tell if she was beautiful or not. But she was really pitiful. She was very clingy and followed me everywhere. She was scared when the sky turned dark. She even hugged my arm when she slept. Sinan looked at Zhou Rong's muscular arms under his short-sleeved t-shirt and nodded. Zhou Rong said tentatively, I don't know why, but I feel that your mind is a little dirty. No. Then? Zhou Rong couldn't find any evidence of Sinan's dirty mind, so he had to give up. Then? I took the 3 hostages through the jungle. If there was anything to eat, I would let the child eat first. If there was any danger, I would protect him first. I didn't let him do any work when I started the fire, cooked, or set up the tent. It was like I was holding him in my hands. He was also very clingy to me. Everyone knows, he's a delicate and weak Omega, and he's still young. Zhou Rong took a puff of his cigarette and put it out on the ground. His expression became a little strange. Until the last day, when we walked to the edge of the jungle and almost reached the camp, Sinan asked, did he confess to you? There was silence. Zhou Rong said gloomily, no. He knocked me out and tied me up. Then, he thanked me, took my guns and equipment, and took me away as a hostage. It wasn't until the next day when the organizing committee sent someone to rescue me that I realized he wasn't a hostage at all. He was a competitor representing Country A in the competition. I was in the lead, but I lost. Until today, I still don't understand how an Omega could be so cunning, to burn the bridge after crossing it. Zhou Rongi slammed his fist into his palm and buried his head deep into his arms. Sinan used all his strength to keep his voice steady. Oh, you're so pitiful, Brother Rong. Why didn't you realize that he was your opponent? That's because the first thing he did after entering the forest was to abandon all his equipment. He emptied his water bottle, threw away his rations, and buried his guns on the spot. There was only one GPS that he could never leave his body. It's usually used to identify his opponents. Guess where he put it? Sinan shook his head. He swallowed it. Zhou Rong gritted his teeth and said, he only took it out after surgery. That damn competition of yours is so hard, Sinan thought sincerely. What's even more terrible is that this kid already has a girlfriend. After the competition, Country A came to pick him up. I saw the Caucasian alpha take a bite out of his nape gland. Zhou Rong said angrily, what do you mean if this isn't cheating people's feelings? After piercing the nape gland, it's a typical temporary mark. It usually lasts for 3 to 4 weeks until it's naturally metabolized with blood circulation. It's usually used for Omega that hasn't been completely marked. Temporary marks can block the emission of Omega's pheromone, but more importantly, it marks ownership and provokes the surrounding alpha. Another situation that hasn't been theoretically proven but is generally accepted is that temporary marks are enough to form a temporary contractual relationship. In other words, it's submission. Alpha uses this method of direct pheromone infusion to intensify the Omega's natural fear of themselves and gain temporary psychological submission. Sinan imagined the scene. For some reason, he felt faintly uncomfortable, as if subconsciously, he felt that the truth wasn't what Zhou Rong said. But he sincerely said, yes, Brother Rong, you're right. Now you know why you can't find an Omega? Don't think that they're interested in you because they occasionally show weakness. A beta like you will be cheated until there's nothing left of you. Zhou Rong took out the cigarette box, thought for a moment, and put it back. He took out the fever medicine box and scraped out 2 pills for Sinan to take. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Go to sleep. If the fever goes down tomorrow, it means there's no infection. Otherwise, I'll have to shoot you. Sinan leaned against the corner of the wall. Behind his head was a pillow made by Zhou Rong with thick clothes. With the glimmer of light coming through the crack of the door, he saw that most of the medicine box was soaked in black blood. Thank you. He paused for a moment and smiled. I'll take your advice. I won't find an omega. Zhou Rong patted him on the head. At this moment, the door was knocked twice. Zhou Rong got up and opened the door slightly. He saw Chen Chao outside and said in a low voice, let's discuss the retreat route, Brother Rong. The helicopter can't land directly on the roof tomorrow. Zhou Rong made a gesture and interrupted her. Telling Jia to come over and guard with a gun. Those who were the fiercest during the day, don't let them come near here. The door closed gently. Sinan closed his eyes and listened to Zhou Rong's footsteps gradually fade away. The next day, the doctor put down the thermometer and said in surprise, 37. 3 degrees. Zhou Rong nodded politely to thank him, although everyone knew from his expression that he actually wanted to say, you idiot. The doctor left resentfully under Zhou Rong's victorious gaze. The latter kicked Sinan with the tip of his foot, indicating that since his fever had gone down, he should stop pretending to be dead and quickly get up to work. Then he turned around and clapped his hands, shouting loudly, very good. Get up. Pack up the equipment, move the supplies, and clean the corridor. Get ready for the helicopter to land, hurry up. The ground was littered with corpses. Sinan walked out of the cubicle with a piece of seaweed bread in his mouth. He saw Yan Hao sitting on the ground in the narrow corridor outside the door. His long legs were uncomfortably bent. One of his hands was still holding the gun that he returned to its original owner. When he heard him come out, he raised his head and showed a gentle smile. Sinan's footsteps paused. Yan Hao stood up and moved his stiff wrists and ankles. He turned around and walked away. Zhou Rong was a monster who didn't need to rest. He had more energy than others at any time. Before lunch, he personally drew an escape route and divided the survivors into 14 groups. He was going to let them climb up to the top floor from the safety corridor of the mall. He also went to kill all the zombies that wandered in the safety corridor. All the doors and windows on all the floors were blocked. The special forces patrolled back and forth and used their walkie-talkies to report any abnormalities. At 3:30 in the afternoon, he let Yan Hao clean the rooftop of the shopping mall for the 101st time. The roar of 4 large helicopters broke through the air. They're here. Yan Hao vigorously waved his hand and shouted into the radio, the helicopters are ready for an emergency landing. Arrange for the first group to go upstairs. The survivors were sad and happy at the same time. They cried loudly and staggered up to the rooftop under the escort of the special forces. The pilot opened the door and shouted in the hurricane, go up from the front, don't go to the back. Hurry up. Don't crowd, one by one. There are not enough planes. The pilot shouted to Zhou Rong, send the first group of people away first. We'll turn back later. Zhou Rong was sweating profusely. He waved his hand to show that he understood. He looked for an opportunity to rush to the back of the group. He pulled Sinan out and gave him a knife that was still warm and an apple that he took from somewhere. Go up. Zhou Rong pointed to the helicopter and shouted into his ear, go quickly. Someone next to him said, hey, you just said that the women and children go first, and the men go next. Zhou Rong ignored him and pushed Sinan forward. The white-collar worker next to him, whose suit was squeezed crooked, said angrily, you're too much. What's your name? I'm going to the military to complain about you. Zhou Rong. Zhou Rong scolded, go, and complain. Then he pulled Sinan forward without any explanation. It's full. Don't go up. In the chaos, the pilot's roar came from the front of the crowd. He closed the door and blocked a few young people who were desperately squeezing forward. Then the 4 helicopters took off at the same time, turned around, and flew to the north. Loud curses and sighs mixed together. Zhou Rong silently cursed and sat down on the ground in exhaustion. Sinan took out an apple, took a bite, and handed it over leisurely, half, Zhou Rong took it in annoyance and bit off half of it. The two of them sat by the railing of the rooftop and took a bite of the precious apple. Zhou Rong got up to maintain order and regroup. The mood of the survivors was very anxious. The group of people who were left behind experienced from the hope of being saved to the disappointment of being abandoned again. They were particularly nervous and uneasy. The atmosphere of despair pervaded the crowd. A few limited special forces soldiers couldn't completely control the situation. Even the medical team had to help maintain order. What's wrong with them? Zhou Rong frowned and asked. 2 or 3 nurses squeezed in the corner of the rooftop, squatting with their heads against each other. They seemed to be very uncomfortable. Their faces were pale and haggard, and there were heavy dark circles under their eyes. It's too tiring to work overtime. The doctor explained, every day the cycle of quarantine, spraying disinfectant, they can't even sleep properly. That day when your people killed the zombies and burned them, no one was willing to help. They were the ones who helped carry the bodies on stretchers. The doctor's face was also very pale. Zhou Rong carefully observed the nurses for a moment and suddenly asked, is their body temperature normal? I've already checked. There are no wounds on their bodies. The doctor said unhappily. I'm sorry. Zhou Rong immediately apologized, when the plane comes back later, your people will be the first to board. The doctor eased up. Sinan finished the apple and was fine. The high fever had subsided. His whole body was slightly sore. Although it was not uncomfortable, it made him too lazy to move. He leaned on the rooftop and looked at the devastated city below. After a while, he took out the pendant from his collar and opened it. He was lost in thought as he looked at the smiling man and woman in the old photo. Your parents? Someone asked behind him. Sinan looked up. It was Yan Hao. Your parents are very... Yan Hao wanted to say good-looking, but he suddenly felt that it was not serious enough. He changed his words and said, outstanding temperament. Sinan laughed and said casually, it's a pity they didn't pass it on to me. This thing is acquired. Yan Hao smiled and asked, are you a mixed blood? I always thought you were a local special police officer in T-City. Sinan did not say anything. Yan Hao looked at him silently from the corner of his eye. Sinan's temperament was indeed not elegant and meticulous. On the contrary, it was very similar to the special forces around him. He was very capable, agile, and decisive. However, if you met him a few times, you would find that there were some indescribable differences hidden in his gestures. He was very different from him, from Chen Chao, and even from Zhou Rong. Yan Hao thought for a while and changed the topic. What did the captain talk to you about last night? Sinan joked, young Werther's troubles. Being eliminated by the Omega in the international jungle competition? Zhou Rong was a strange man. He must have told the whole team about his embarrassing past. He must have only told you that the Omega teenager knocked him out and tied him to a tree, apologized, and then took away his gun and hostage. Yan Hao understood. As for the flowers and confession, Sinan asked curiously, flowers? Confession? Yan Hao poked his head out to take a look. Zhou Rong was squeezed into the crowd, rambling on about why he wanted the medical team to be the first to board the helicopter. The reason why Captain Zhou remembered it for so many years was that after the teenager tied him up, he kissed him to express his apology. Sinan, that was the only time Captain Zhou had close contact with an Omega in his life. Yan Hao smiled. So if he told you that he went to find the teenager after the competition, then he was lying. He actually bought flowers to confess, but later found out that the teenager had an alpha, so he threw the flowers back in anger. Sinan shook his head slowly and sighed after a long time. So sad. Yan Hao said sympathetically, that's right. There was the sound of wind in the distance, and the 2 helicopters turned back. Line up. Line up. Quick, quick, quick. The crowd roared one after another. The pilot was exhausted and shouted through the loudspeaker, medical team. Where is the medical team? The nurses were pushed to the front of the crowd. Their faces were ashen, and they were almost pushed into the cabin door by the crowd. Zhou Rong saw this scene from afar, and he didn't know why his eyelids were twitching, and he vaguely felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. But at this time, the scene was almost white-hot. Everyone was roaring and rushing forward. Some thin and small people were almost squeezed to the back of the helicopter and were almost swept by the high-speed rotating propellers. Suddenly, there was a burst of screams. "Can't squeeze in, can't squeeze in." The loudspeaker was deafening, and the pilot shouted, "Go to the next one." The pilot gave Zhou Rong a thumbs up, and the door closed with a bang, and the helicopter slowly lifted off. Zhou Rong couldn't help but raise his head and watch. Suddenly, a burst of unexplained fear seized his heart. The sound of the wind suddenly stopped, and the world froze at this moment. Zhou Rong subconsciously looked back, and his eyes passed through the crowd and met with Sinan's rapidly shrinking pupils. The next moment, as if a death knell had finally rung in the void, Zhou Rong suddenly ran wildly. "Retreat! Everyone retreat!" The helicopter spun and fell, and the black shadow became bigger and bigger. Amid the tragic screams, it hit the second helicopter and made an earth-shattering explosion. Boom, the airflow instantly pushed countless people out of the rooftop and onto the street. Xianxia was caught off guard and fell over the railing. At the critical moment, Sinan grabbed his wrist tightly. "Climb up!" Sinan shouted. Xianxia took a breath, gritted his teeth, and clung to the window on the rooftop. When he was about to climb up, he suddenly saw something beyond Sinan, and his face changed dramatically. "No. Don't worry about me, run." Sinan's chest was pressed against the iron railing, and he couldn't breathe because of Xianxia's weight. He used all his strength to barely turn his head and look. The distorted door of the helicopter was knocked open, and countless people ran out in flames, covered in black smoke, screaming and rolling. Behind them, more people staggered out, grabbed the nearest survivors, and bit their necks. The infected people had mixed in with the helicopter. A new round of the zombie virus broke out in front of their eyes. Xianxia grabbed the railing with one hand, "Run." However, Sinan didn't move. He grabbed Xianxia's hand and pulled it upward. He was at least 20 pounds lighter than Xianxia, and this pull almost dislocated his elbow. His bones made a terrible cracking sound. "Zombies, zombies are coming." Sinan gasped, "Don't talk nonsense." Xianxia kicked his feet in the air. He stepped on the wall several times but slipped. He watched several zombies stagger toward Sinan with flames on their bodies. His voice was so sharp that it changed its pitch, "Listen to me. Don't worry about me, run." "How can I leave you alone? The zombies are behind you." Sinan's body was pulled out of the rooftop. He felt a weight on his back, and the bloody breath of the zombies was close to his ear. At the same time, Xianxia's feet finally stepped on the windowsill. He jumped up with the help of Sinan's pull. Xianxia flipped over the railing like a whirlwind, grabbed Sinan's waist, and knocked him to the ground. They rolled several meters in an instant. "Are you okay?" Sinan missed the zombie's teeth, but after being hit by Xianxia's head, it took a few seconds for him to catch his breath. I'm okay." Xianxia's whole body was on top of Sinan. His left elbow was on the ground, and his right hand pulled Sinan's face. There were wounds from the back of his ear to his neck, but there was no blood. There were scratches on the cement floor when they rolled. Instantly, all his internal organs fell back into his stomach. "I'm not bitten." Xianxia buried his head in Sinan's neck, and murmured with joy, "Thank goodness, I'm not bitten." Because there were temporary marking glands, and a heavy blow could be fatal, the back of the neck was one of the most sensitive and critical parts of the Omega body. If Xianxia was an alpha, the touch just now would be textbook sexual harassment. Sinan's first instinct would be to flip him over and kick him out. Sinan Kong opened his mouth reluctantly. Xianxia raised his head and looked at him deeply. He didn't have time to figure out what kind of emotion was surging in Xianxia's eyes. Xianxia turned around and slashed horizontally. The zombie's head flew out in an instant, and the body fell heavily on the ground. "Run!" Xianxia pulled Sinan up. "Get off the rooftop and return to the underground warehouse, quick." The rooftop had completely turned into a meat field. Everywhere, there were people covered in flames and screaming, as well as violent and aggressive zombies. Many people were drenched in blood, crying and screaming as they ran towards the exit of the safe staircase. However, in the chaos, many people fell and were trampled to death before they could get up. "Zhou Rong!" Sinan shouted. Zhou Rong used his fire axe to chop down the zombies that had chased him to the front of the staircase. However, in the half a second after he pulled out his axe, 2 or 3 infected people that had clearly been bitten by the zombies rushed into the staircase. Sinan grabbed Zhou Rongyi's wrist that was covered in rotten blood and shouted, "Let's go. Don't worry about it, we can't control it." Zhou Rong's eyes were bloodshot. "Let's go, brother Rong. Everyone is infected." Chen Chao ran against the crowd and screamed, "Quick! Go back to the underground garage." Boom! A fireball flew up into the sky. The crashed helicopter had a second explosion in the raging fire. More zombies and survivors were sent flying down the stairs and smashed into pieces on the street. Zhou Rong let out a trembling breath and looked around at his team members who were covered in blood. He suddenly shouted, "The rest of you, listen up. Underground garage area A, south corner, follow us. Underground garage area A, south corner." Zhou Rongyi took the lead and rushed into the safe staircase. The corridor had gone crazy. Many of the infected had mutated into zombies halfway through the corridor, and they were biting people madly in the narrow stairwell. The number of bitten victims was increasing exponentially. No one knew when the light bulb had been broken, but the roars of zombies and the screams of the victims could be heard everywhere in the darkness. Zhou Rong used the sharp fire axe to open the way in front. Sinan was behind him. The stairs under their feet were covered with slippery flesh and blood. In the chaos, they didn't know how many dead bodies they had stepped on. It seemed to be endless, but also seemed to have reached the end in the blink of an eye. Zhou Rongyi used the fire axe to cut open the staircase door and rushed into the underground garage first. "Hurry up! Come out!" A group of survivors stumbled out. Zhou Rong turned around and kicked the safety door, blocking the zombies behind the door. He looked back and roughly glanced at the number of people, and made a prompt decision: "I will drive the biochemical car, Yan Hao will drive the minibus. Let's go." This was the escape route that Chen Chao and Zhou Rong had agreed on last night. In case the helicopter couldn't land on the top floor, they would use the minibus that they dragged back from the street to transport the survivors to the boarding point. Yan Hao took the key and stopped in front of the minibus. After a while, he got up and looked at the frightened crowd in front of him. "Hurry up! Open the door and let us in. Don't leave us. They are coming, they are coming." The panicked cries came one after another, which was particularly harsh in the empty garage. Yan Hao's Adam's apple moved violently. He opened his mouth several times but couldn't make a sound. At this moment, Zhou Rong strode forward, patted him on the shoulder, and pushed him to the back. He was very tall and had a strong body. When he stood, he cast a heavy shadow. His eyes slowly swept through the crowd. The roars and cries gradually subsided under his oppressive sight. Everyone looked at him in fear and confusion. Finally, Zhou Rong opened his mouth. His voice was low and clear. "Whoever was bitten, stay." The crowd exploded in an instant. I didn't either. Let us in. Please, let us in, shut up." Chen Chao burst out with a roar, "Don't force anyone to go." The noise stopped. In the silence, a Special Forces soldier took the initiative to stand up, rolled up his sleeves, and laughed. "I was bitten, brother Rong. Do you still have bullets? Give me one." Zhou Rong stared at his wrist that had begun to rot, and didn't say a word. Yan Hao tried his best to cover his mouth. In the end, he couldn't help but let out a desperate cry like a trapped beast and knelt down. Gasps and sobs sounded one after another. Zhou Rong closed his eyes and raised his head. After a few seconds, he finally swallowed his tears and raised his hand to untie a bullet hanging from his neck. "This is," he said hoarsely, "my last bullet. I used it to kill myself." Zhou Rong loaded the bullet into the handgun, pushed the barrel, and stepped forward to hug the Special Forces soldier tightly. Every member came forward to say goodbye to him and cried bitterly. Chen Chao's shoulders trembled violently. The Special Forces soldier patted her back comfortingly and kissed her head like an elder brother. Finally, he pushed her away and looked at Zhou Rong with tears in his eyes. "Thank you for all these years, brother Rong." He smiled and wiped the corners of his eyes. "Send me off for the last time." Zhou Rong closed his eyes. His hands trembled as he pressed the muzzle against the soldier's head. "Goodbye," he choked out. The surroundings were dead silent. After a while, a gunshot sounded in the garage. The restless crowd instantly calmed down. It was like boiling magma that was pressed into the ground before it could erupt. The survivors looked at each other in panic. After a while, a woman hesitated and took the initiative to step forward. Her eyes were red and full of tears. She said, I'm a little scared. She paused and forced a smile. Do you still have bullets? She looked very young. Her makeup was still on her face and her hair was messy. She looked like an office worker who had just started working. Zhou Rong buried his face in his palms. In a fleeting moment, his firm shoulders and back looked like they were about to collapse. Chen Chao hesitated and slowly touched the back of her waist. Just as she was about to take out her gun, a person suddenly stepped forward from her side. Sinan? She thought in shock. Sinan stood in front of the girl and whispered, they are out of bullets. Can I help you? I promise it will be quick. The girl was a little scared and at a loss. But you won't feel any pain, Sinan said. Under everyone's gaze, he raised his hand to wipe the dust on the girl's face. He wiped away the tear-stained eyeshadow and carefully and meticulously combed her hair. He folded her collar and patted off the dust on her lotus-colored skirt. He was like a gentleman gently serving a noble princess. The girl's whole body trembled. She tried to suppress her sobs so that she couldn't speak. Sinan opened his arms and hugged her. He asked, what's your name? Zhao. Zhao meow meow, meow meow, Sinan said in her ear. Don't be afraid. You look very beautiful. The girl swallowed her sour tears, smiled, and said, yes. The next second, there was a lightning-like sound on the back of her neck. Without even the slightest bit of sloppiness, his body immediately went limp. Sinan held her lifeless body and slowly put her on the ground. His movements were gentle as if the girl had just fallen into an eternal warm sleep. Anyone else? Zhou Rong looked around and said hoarsely, anyone else? Come forward. No one spoke, and no one moved. The air was shrouded in a thick, sticky silence. After a while, Zhou Rong nodded to Yan Hao. Yan Hao took out his car keys. Suddenly, Sinan said loudly. Stop. Following his gaze, a middle-aged man shrank and squeezed in front of the car door. Sinan went forward and pulled him out of the crowd. He said coldly, you've been bitten too. I didn't. I. Sinan grabbed the man's hand that was hidden behind his back and tore open his sleeve. The arm had already festered and emitted a strong rotten smell. This is not an infection. I wasn't bitten. This was cut by the glass. The wound is festering. Sinan turned a deaf ear to him and pushed him far into the corner. He said to Yan Hao, go open the car door. The man was furious and yelled at the top of his lungs, you'll get your retribution. Bastard. You'll die a horrible death. The man's curses echoed for a long time. Sinan saw all the survivors get on the biochemical vehicles and the minibus. He turned back and asked, do you want to kill yourself, or do you want me to help you? The man threw a punch at Sinan. Sinan turned his head to dodge, but the man took the opportunity to break free from Sinan's grip. He turned around and ran away. Sinan looked at the direction he was running towards the safety door. He couldn't help but frown. He suddenly realized something. Stop. Zhou Rong opened the door of the passenger seat and shouted, Sinan. Get in the car. Sinan was like an enraged cheetah. He rushed towards the man. However, at the same time, Zhou Rong stepped on the accelerator. The tires made a sharp screeching sound in the underground parking lot. He stepped on the brakes and stopped in front of Sinan. Zhou Rong reached out and grabbed him. His hands were like iron pliers. He held him by the waist and carried him into the driver's seat. Let him go. Zhou Rong shouted, follow me. The bulletproof biochemical vehicle made a neat drift, roaring and accelerating. It brazenly crashed into the garage door. Everyone bounced up from the bumps. Sinan glanced at the rearview mirror from the corner of his eye and saw that the man had opened the safety door of the corridor. The zombies that were blocked behind the door rushed in, howling and rushing to the bus. However, they were too late. Yan Hao had closed the door of the minibus and started it. After crushing several zombies under the car, he followed the biochemical vehicle and rushed to the street. The last scene reflected in the rearview mirror was that the man was submerged in the zombies. Sinan closed his eyes. His throat seemed to be blocked by a hot and sour lump, making him unable to make a sound. Suddenly, a hand pressed on his head. Zhou Rong forcibly pulled him over and hugged him tightly in his arms. "Don't think about it." Sinan put his head on Zhou Rong's strong and hot shoulder and nodded for a long time. "Take the highway north of the city. We must leave here before dark." Zhou Rong turned the steering wheel with one hand and said in a deep voice, "In 3 hours, the B military region will launch a nuclear bomb to clean T-City. We don't have much time." 8 o'clock in the evening. Night had just fallen, and the lights were not on. Looking out of the car window, the highway had become a huge abandoned parking lot, and the howling of zombies could be heard from the wilderness. Zhou Rong held the steering wheel, his eyes were red, and he didn't say a word. Sinan got into the driver's seat from the back of the car. The strong smell of nicotine rushed into his nose, and he couldn't help but cough. "Let me drive." Zhou Rong shook his head. "You've been awake for too long." Zhou Rong didn't say anything. Sinan was silent for a moment in the bumpy car, and then gently advised, "Brother Rong, you can't do this. There are dozens of people in the 2 cars counting on you. If you fall, what will happen to the others?" Yanhao and Chen Chao in the back of the car have already changed hands twice. The biochemical car is not easy to drive. Zhou Rong finally said with a hoarse voice, "The wilderness is difficult to drive. We have to be fast, and the farther we are from T-City, the better." Sinan Kong wanted to say something, but suddenly the radio rang. "Yanhao calling the car in front, Yanhao calling the car in front." "Captain, give it a try. Our radio is dead, how about you?" Zhou Rong's eyes changed slightly, and he turned on the car radio. Countless electric currents flowed out like a flood, and all the channels converged into a dark sea. There was no signal on the shortwave. The 3 Special Forces soldiers in the back of the car woke up sensitively. They seemed to have noticed something, and they got up and squeezed forward. Zhou Rong's face became very ugly, and he raised his hand to turn on the base's communication. However, the command center channel was like a fish that disappeared in the sea of radio waves. No matter how he tried to adjust it, there was a hopeless silence. Zhou Rong suddenly stepped on the brakes, took a deep breath, opened the door, and walked out quickly. The minibus in the back also stopped, and the exhausted survivors woke up from their sleep, and there was a buzz of confusion. Yanhao and Chen Chao also jumped out of the car. Both of them were exhausted, but Zhou Rongi didn't waste any time and said directly, "The base's communication is dead." The remaining members gathered around and stood on the grass, looking at each other in fear. "There's no sign of a nuclear bomb either." Yanhao said softly, "Didn't they say it would be launched at 8? It's 10 past 8 now. Will there be any changes to the plan? If there are any changes to the plan, the base will inform us." Yanhao interrupted Chen Chao and explained, "If we change it to 9 o'clock, the base will send us to rescue more people, and the helicopter will be sent again. More importantly, delaying the launch time will cause the zombies to spread from the center of the city to the surrounding areas. The sooner the better." Sinan walked up from behind and stopped 2 or 3 steps away. He crossed his arms and looked at them quietly. A terrifying thought gradually rose in everyone's mind, but no one said anything. No one even moved. It was as if as long as they kept their mouths shut, that terrifying possibility would not exist. The late autumn night was already very cold, and the wilderness was undulating under the curtain of night. In the distance by the railroad tracks, the faint yellow light of the street lamps was faintly illuminated. "Your base." Sinan Ping's quiet voice came from behind them. "Something happened, right?" 2 or 3 Special Forces soldiers shouted at the same time, "Impossible. The B military region has complete facilities and is impregnable. When the virus first broke out, a large number of armed police guards were mobilized. Even a fly couldn't get in. Moreover, the national government, the general headquarters, and all the survivors in the entire North China area are all. No one answered, and Chen Chao's shrill voice gradually weakened. Sinan looked at her gently. "No matter how strong the fortress is, it can't withstand an internal collapse. Once the virus breaks out from the inside, it will be overturned in an instant. You know that, right? Everyone thought of the people who had been sent to the B military region shelter by 4 helicopters this afternoon, and instantly shuddered. Xianxia. Zhou Rong said in a low voice, report the location. The team member named Xianxia was holding a tablet in his hand. It wasn't any brand known to the world, but it must be a military product. We took a detour, and we are still 57 kilometers away from the B city suburbs. The highway ahead is seriously congested, and it is recommended that we take a detour to the industrial area. The nearest industrial area is still 8 kilometers away. He thought for a moment and said, maybe there are survivors. Zhou Rong said slowly, if B city falls, it will be wiped out by nuclear bombs in 2 days at most, and we can't go any further. The people in the minibus couldn't help but stand up and look out of the car door. They wanted to say something but stopped. Zhou Rong pondered for a long time, and finally made a decision under the gaze of dozens of people. Set up camp here, count the supplies, and arrange for the people's food and lodging. Yan Hao, he ordered, compile the list of survivors and prepare for night duty shifts. The sound of the wind was mixed with a whistle-like sharp sound, sweeping in all directions from the wilderness, as if thousands of ghosts were crying and rushing to the sky. Zhou Rong's proper arrangements at the beginning of the escape immediately showed results. The minibus was piled with rice noodles, oil and salt, canned meat and vegetables, and warm clothes. He personally led people to move boxes from the warehouse of the mall last night. In addition, there were also knives, medicine, generators, and other materials collected little by little, which were stored in the biochemical vehicles of the special forces. The survivors were in groups of 3 or 4, sharing the canned food. From time to time, there were suppressed cries and laments. Sinan sat on the steps of the biochemical car door, and was picking up a bottle of syrup yellow peach. Zhou Rong came over and stuffed 2 tablets of fever medicine into his mouth. Zhou Rong's hands were full of smoke, and his fingertips were slightly salty. They were all rough and chapped. Captain. Yan Hao, who was not far away, suddenly said. Zhou Rong lowered his head and wanted to say something, but he waved to Sinan and turned to Yan Hao. There is not much high-energy gasoline in the biochemical car, and diesel can barely be used as a substitute. We are going to the highway after dawn to check the fuel tanks of the abandoned vehicles. After arriving at the industrial area tomorrow morning, we will try to send a positioning signal to the military region. If City B has not completely fallen, someone will come to pick us up. The two walked side by side to the Li, and Zhou Rong asked in a low voice, how many people are left? 36 survivors. 30 men, 6 over 50, 2 under 15, 6 women, 2 in their 20s, 4 in their 40s. All of them are beta. Yan Hao gulped and stopped in his tracks. We have 6 left. You, me, Chen Chao, Zhang Yingjia, Dingshi, Guo Weixiong. The others are gone. The surroundings were quiet, and the night wind brought one after another sobbing in the crowd. Zhou Rong's teeth were so tightly clenched that his cheeks were somewhat convulsed. After a while, suddenly bang. He punched the trunk heavily, the wood that was thicker than a person cracked in an instant, making a dangerous creaking sound. Yan Hao reflexively took half a step back under the force of the punch. What are you doing? Yan Hao roared in a low voice, what if you attract zombies? Red threads slowly appeared between Zhou Rong's fingers, and the extremely powerful and intimidating alpha pheromone in his blood instantly broke through the suppressant, like a roaring beast, and drifted in all directions. Zhou Rong forced himself to inhale, and trembled as he withdrew his fist. Yan Hao took out a water bottle and quickly washed the tree trunk. He wanted to pour water on Zhou Rong's hand, but Zhou Rong blocked him without saying a word. Then, he licked his own wounds. His eyes were bright in the shadows, like a wolf that was unwilling to give up in a desperate situation. 3 people in a group. We will leave at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning and go to the industrial area. After a while, Zhou Rong said in a hoarse voice, if there is no movement in B City in 2 days, I will go into the city to explore by myself. Yan Hao wanted to dissuade him, but seeing Zhou Rong turn around and leave, he hurriedly chased after him. Sinan ate half a bottle of yellow peaches, and exchanged the remaining half with a man on the bus for half a pack of white sand cigarettes. The man gave the peaches to his wife and son, and Sinan went to find Zhou Rong with the cigarettes. When he walked to the edge of the forest, he suddenly stopped. The night air was faintly mixed with a trace of smell that made him feel uncomfortable. The smell floated in the air, strong, mature, and extremely aggressive. He subconsciously looked for the source, but after standing here for a long time, his nerve endings suddenly jumped, and an indescribable dizziness slowly rose from the bottom of his heart. It was the alpha pheromone. But how could there be alpha pheromones in the wilderness? Was there a corpse in the depths of the forest that was bitten to death by zombies? Sinan looked around, and the lights on the open space were on, and the people who had finished resting were getting on the bus one after another to prepare for the night. On the other side of the forest was hidden in the darkness, and the street lights in the distance were dim, as if they were emitting an ominous aura. "Are you okay?" A female voice suddenly came from behind. Sinan Hui turned around, and Spring Grass was looking at him curiously. "Do you smell something?" "No?" Spring Grass sniffed hard, and then her eyes glazed over, and her expression was strange. "Sinan, ? In the next second, Spring Grass sneezed loudly, and Sinan was instantly covered in her sneeze. It must be the smell of rotting corpses. Spring Grass rubbed her nose in embarrassment, and while blushing, she rushed Sinan to the car. "Go back to sleep, don't worry about it." "Go." Sinan was a little confused, and was forced to go back to the biochemical car. That night, the special forces were divided into 3 shifts. Spring Grass Dingxia was on duty until midnight, Yan Hao and Wu Weixiong were on duty until 3 o'clock, and the last shift in the early morning was Zhou Rong and Xianxia. Zhou Rong didn't sleep well, and when the shift changed at midnight, he woke up in a daze. The seats in the back of the car were lifted up, and a few special forces soldiers were sleeping on the floor, snoring one after another. He felt someone close to him, and with the help of the car lights shining through the window, he saw that it was Sinan. Sinan's body temperature dropped in his sleep, and he subconsciously moved closer to the heat source, hugged Zhou Rong's arm, and breathed deeply into his shoulder. At that moment, Zhou Rong was in a trance. The memories of the young and restless youth in his memory came rushing back, and even the gentle and handsome face in the dark, with his tightly closed eyelashes, quietly overlapped with the images that had long disappeared in the years. Zhou Rong raised his hand and tucked Sinan's hair behind her ear. At that moment, footsteps sounded outside, and the car door was gently opened. Zhou Rong immediately closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep, although he didn't know why this was a conditioned reflex. A few seconds later, he felt someone get into the car, almost silently crossing the floor, and stopping in front of him. Then the person bent down and lifted Sinan's hand gently and carefully. Sinan took a fever medicine with tranquilizers, but he didn't wake up. He just murmured and turned over. Zhou Rongi lay there motionless, and after a while, he finally heard the person say softly, "Thank you, you saved my life." It was Yan Hao. Zhou Rong's heart skipped a beat, and he almost imperceptibly narrowed his eyes. In the dim light of the car, Yan Hao lowered his head, breathing quickly and nervously, and kissed Sinan's temple. It was a gentle kiss, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, nervous and sincere. Zhou Rong's eyes were indescribable. Yan Hao was like a child who had secretly eaten candy. He got up and tiptoed out of the car, closing the door behind him. The car returned to darkness, and for a long time, Zhou Rong was silent and closed his eyes. B Military Region, Emergency Communication Room. The analysis summary report is out. All Omega, regardless of gender, have undergone genetic identification. The target is not among them. The emergency red light flashed, reflecting on the female researcher's sweaty face. Her chest was still heaving because of the sprint. An old man with a star on his shoulder buried his face deep in his palm. After a few seconds, he raised his head and said, "I understand." The old man picked up the satellite phone in front of the console and dialed a direct contact code. After a long wait of half a minute, the phone was picked up. "Major General Chen, please report the results." The old man opened his mouth, but no sound came out. The indescribable silence explained everything. "We will strictly check all the cities DC-918 passed through again. If the plane has crashed, there will definitely be traces left somewhere." The voice on the other side was also very heavy. After a pause, he asked, "Is there any feedback from Unit 118's confidentiality team?" I sent out all 8 of my squadrons. 3 of them have been confirmed dead, 2 of them are missing, and the other 2 returned without any results. The 6th Squadron led by Major Zhou rescued hundreds of trapped people, but after the rescue helicopter was infected, they also lost contact. Major General Qian took a deep breath to calm his emotions. His voice became a little tough. I can send out the last 2 squadrons, but we must have more information about the target. Otherwise, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. It would be impossible to complete this mission. We can't do it. The person on the other side refused. For half a year, the target has been in one-way contact with Deputy Minister Gua of the National Security. All identity information is highly confidential, and Deputy Minister Gua has been confirmed to have died during the transfer. Major General Qian said angrily, identity unknown, appearance unknown, the only thing we know is that he is extremely vigilant and his political stance is unclear. How do you expect my people to find him? Do you want to repeat the broadcast in the center of major cities and wait for him to come knocking on our door? In order to prevent the target from evading the alpha pheromone, all the special forces under my command were injected with beta camouflage agents. They were fully armed and went deep into the zombie hinterland. It turned out that it was useless. Maybe the target has already died in the crash. If he dies, the voice on the other end of the phone was cold and clear. He said word by word, all of our current hopes will be cut off. Major General Qian's anxious breathing was blurred by the sound of the electric current. He weakly closed his eyes. Just as he was about to say something, a dull thud suddenly came from the corridor outside the communication room. Several researchers Huron stood up, and their expressions changed. Major General Qian turned around abruptly. Boom, another sound rang out, closer this time. They're coming. Major General Qian swallowed hard, hung up the phone, and pulled out his gun. Amidst the deathly silence, the third loud bang came close to the door and stopped. Everyone's heart was pounding as they stared at the metal door in despair. Sounds similar to the impatient scratching and panting of wild beasts came from the other side. After about 10 seconds, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded. Shoo! The room shook violently as cries of alarm rang out. Everyone stared blankly as the metal door protruded inwards at a terrifying angle. The next morning, 6 a.m. The sky faintly peeked out from the dark clouds, and the wind was full of a salty and damp smell. The survivors woke up one by one, talked, got out of the car, and stared blankly at the window while wrapped in blankets. Zhou Rong had already brought people to the highway to check the vehicles one by one. They found the remaining oil cylinders and used a transparent hose to suck up a few barrels of diesel. Everyone's mouth was full of the smell of gasoline, and collectively stood on the side of the road spitting. They left at 6:30 and arrived at the industrial area at 7 o'clock. The bus slowly stopped in front of a fertilizer factory. Yan Hao led a small team to search around the factory and cleared out more than 10 zombies. He came out and signaled that they could go in. The factory was a mess with blood everywhere, but the facilities were not too damaged. There was even half a moo of vegetable field in the backyard and a few chickens. More than 30 survivors were assigned to the workers' dormitory. The men, under the leadership of Dingshi Xianxia, cleaned the place, repaired the barbed wire, and further explored the surrounding environment. The women found pots, pans, and gas tanks in the kitchen and took on the responsibility of cooking. Zhou Rong stood next to the faucet in the front yard. The yellow water was full of rust, and he hastily washed his face. The terrain is high, the factory is sturdy, and there is food storage in the warehouse. The nearest residential area is 5 kilometers away. His subordinate, Guo Weixiong, stood behind him and reported methodically, if the military region still can't be contacted, we can at least stay here for a while, and then act according to the circumstances. Zhou Rong did not answer. He stuck his head under the faucet for a moment and shook the water off. His stiff short hair stood up. Although there is no electricity, there is a diesel generator in the factory. Yan Hao is registering the survivors' information and preparing to organize a patrol team to ensure that there are patrols 24 hours a day. In 2 days, Zhou Rong suddenly interrupted him. Guo Weixiong, ? If the nuclear bomb doesn't come, I will go to the B military region to check out the situation. You stay here to settle down the people and wait for my news. Zhou Rong lifted the hem of his t-shirt to wipe his face. His camouflage pants hung over his V-line, revealing his strong 8-pack abs. Guo Weixiong panicked and followed behind him. You can't go, Brother Rong. To enter the military region, you have to cross the entire B city. Unless you fly, you will definitely die. Can you grow wings or what? Zhou Rong glanced at him teasingly. Ask your grandpa to get a helicopter, second generation? Guo Weixiong said angrily, if you can contact him, I will ask him to get you a F-22 fighter jet. If there is one less wheel, I lose. Brother Rong. Suddenly, Chun Chao ran out from the east side of the factory. Come here, we found a. Their first reaction was that it was a zombie. Unexpectedly, Chun Chao rushed over and grabbed Zhou Rong's hand. Her face was full of nervousness. After a while, she squeezed out 2 words. Pregnant. Zhou Rong, what? Zhou Rong's head swelled. What's your name? Sinan sat in the cafeteria and asked in surprise. There were only 6 women among the survivors. 2 of them were in their 20s. They were probably friends because they had been clinging to each other all the way. It was already cold at the end of September. One of them was wearing very thick clothes. Everyone thought she was just a little chubby and afraid of the cold. Unexpectedly, she was pregnant for 6 months. Wang Wen. The pregnant woman shivered and replied, I'm very strong. I can work. Her friend was a pretty girl. She stood in front of the pregnant woman and said, she doesn't eat much and doesn't need to be taken care of. If she needs to be taken care of, I can take care of her. We won't be a burden. We can run very fast. We ran out of the mall with everyone, didn't we? Sinan and Yan Hao looked at each other. Don't leave her, okay? The girl begged again. Her eyes moved back and forth between the 2 young men in front of her. Although the young man on the right was handsome, he rarely spoke along the way. There was always a cold atmosphere between his eyebrows. He didn't look like a soft-hearted person. The Special Forces soldier on the left was very considerate. He protected the survivors on the minibus during the escape. His behavior was more gentle and kind. We can all eat less. The girl had a plan. Her body leaned toward Yan Hao. She blinked her big and watery eyes and begged, it's not easy for everyone in this world. Her husband is trapped in T-City. I don't know whether he's alive or not. If you let her go, how can a pregnant woman live? Please, handsome man. You must be a good person. My name is Wu Xinyan. You can call me Yan Yan. Wu Xinyan was indeed a beautiful lady. Her soft pleading made her look pitiful. Unfortunately, Yan Hao didn't pay attention to this. He stared at Wang Wen's belly for a long time. Sinan said, 6 months, it can't be aborted. His tone was telling the truth. However, in the ears of the 2 girls, it was not the case. Wang Wen's face turned pale. Yan Hao quickly stopped her, don't cry. I don't want you to have an abortion. It's you, if you give birth, diapers and milk powder. Yan Hao's head was in a mess. He caught a glimpse of Zhou Rong's figure appearing at the entrance of the canteen. He hurriedly got up and said, I'll ask our captain. Zhou Rong was a ruthless person in these people's eyes. Wu Xinyan suddenly panicked. When Yan Hao passed by, she grabbed his hand and almost stuck it to her chest. Brother, please. Yan Hao quickly pulled his hand out and looked at Sinan reflexively. It's okay. I'll help you. Then he quickly walked to Zhou Rong. Why is she looking at me? Sinan thought inexplicably. Then he caught a glimpse of Wu Xinyan's eyes. This big girl looked at Yan Hao as if he was her savior. Her eyes were full of anxiety and hope. Oh, he's afraid that I'll tell Zhou Rong. Sinan suddenly understood. He looked at the backs of the 2 from afar and thought, these 2 gay guys have a lot of love affairs. Don't tell anyone first. After hearing the story, Zhou Rong thought for a moment and said, there are more than 30 people. No one knows who they are. Let the pregnant woman stay by herself as much as possible. Don't go out and walk around every day. Yan Hao nodded. Give her 1 egg every day from the hen in the backyard. Don't let others see it. Everyone is under a lot of pressure and is as tense as a bowstring. Before we re-establish contact with the base, it's best not to have any conflicts. Yan Hao agreed. When he saw Zhou Rong turn to leave, he asked, Captain, what are you going to do? Find something in the storeroom. What are you looking for? Zhou Rong opened his mouth to answer. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Sinan from the corner of his eye. He found that he and Yan Hao were sitting together. His heart sank slightly. Nothing. Zhou Rong smiled and said, bring 2 boxes of beer. Let's have a gathering tonight. Zhou Rong personally went to the storeroom and moved a few boxes of things to the back of the factory. He also carried a box of beer. At dinner time, he called everyone to the factory cafeteria and gave a short motivational speech. Because of communication problems, we can't contact the military region for the time being. But please believe that the government and the army will not give up on any survivors. The supplies we brought from T-City and the food stored in the factory storeroom are enough to last for 3 months. During this time, we will definitely be able to take everyone to the shelter. Even if we didn't know each other before, it's fate that we're sitting here alive. We won't give up on any civilians. Please help each other and support each other. Zhou Rong raised his beer and toasted around. He said solemnly, thank you, everyone. Here's to you. As he spoke, he raised his head and drank 2 big mouthfuls of beer. The crowd was moved. Some people took the initiative to offer cigarettes. Some people began to introduce themselves, I'm a salesperson. I met with a customer at the mall that day, I'm a security guard at the mall, telecommunications engineer. Useless scholar. I work in the surgery department of the municipal hospital. Sigh, don't mention it, surgery department? Zhou Rong's ears twitched. Zhou Rong immediately stood up and walked forward. He enthusiastically shook the middle-aged doctor's hand and pulled him to the side. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. May I know what kind of diseases you can treat? Ah? Do you know how to deliver babies? Yes, a little. I did an internship in the department. Zhou Rong patted him on the shoulder and said, I respect people who save the dying and heal the wounded the most. The middle-aged man surnamed Xing had obviously seen the scene where Zhou Rong insulted the doctor in the mall in T-City. He was very frightened by his change from arrogance to respect. He quickly proposed a toast with a smile and humbly expressed that he could do anything and was willing to follow the organization's arrangements. Wu Xinyan raised her beer can and stood up to Yan Hao's seat. She said shyly, hello. Thank you so much for your help in the afternoon. When she lowered her head, her long hair fell from the side of her cheek and almost reached Yan Hao's shoulder. Her hair was very thick and soft, with a faint fragrance unique to a girl. But unexpectedly, Yan Hao didn't wait for her to finish her words. He stood up from the table and said, it's nothing. Wu Xinyan's words of I want to propose a toast to you were stuck in her throat. She saw Yan Hao walk around her and sit in front of another table in a few steps. Sinan was eating flatbread with plain water. He choked and didn't notice someone sitting in front of him. He looked up and asked with his eyes, what's wrong? Yan Hao's eyebrows were slender, his eyes were bright, and his double eyelids were very deep. It was a face that would make a girl's heart beat faster on the screen. When he looked at something with such a complicated and focused gaze, few people could bear to look away and avoid eye contact with him. Sinan swallowed the flatbread and asked with difficulty, what do you want to say? Yan Hao didn't answer but asked, are those boxes in the back of the factory yours? Yes, Zhou Rong said that you have run out of bullets. I want to find some nitric acid, glycerin, and iron filings to try and see if I can make homemade bombs. Yan Hao was silent for a moment. Sinan raised one of his eyebrows with a slightly puzzled expression. He politely expressed his limited patience during the meal. After a long time, Yan Hao finally said in a low voice. Captain is usually busy. You don't have to look for him. Next time you need to move things, you can call me. If you need other help, you can look for me. Anytime. His attitude was so serious that Sinan didn't understand for a while. It took a few seconds before he remembered the relationship between the 2 betas in front of him. He immediately understood and apologized, it won't happen again. Yan Hao lowered his eyelashes and smiled nervously. He got up and left. The worst-case scenario Zhou Rong imagined had finally happened. He stood on the roof of the factory, put down the military binoculars, and looked at the sky thoughtfully. The autumn water stretched across the sky, and thousands of miles were washed clean. In the distance, B City was devastated, like a huge tomb between heaven and earth. The shortwave in the country was cut off, the base's communication was cut off, and no one responded to the positioning signal. A whole week has passed, B City military district must have fallen, but no nuclear bomb came to clean it up. Zhou Rong murmured, "What's the situation?" The sound of climbing iron stairs came from behind, and someone said lightly, "Maybe the military districts that have the ability to launch nuclear bombs have fallen, and even the strongest fortress can't resist the internal collapse, you know that, right?" "Yan Hao," Zhou Rong said seriously, "if you talk like a Sinan again, I'll beat you up, really." Yan Hao laughed and handed over a cigarette. "Oh," Zhou Rong was a little surprised, "you still have stock?" "The people gave it to me." The People's Liberation Army can't take a needle or a thread from the people. The People's Liberation Army stood guard for the people, carried gas tanks, and took a cigarette. "You can't get away with it, so smoke yours." The autumn wind was bleak, and the sky was high. Zhou Rong and Yan Hao stood face to face and smoked for a while. In the front yard of the factory, the men gathered together to install barbed wire. The women were feeding the chickens, planting vegetables, and chatting from time to time. Zhou Rong flicked the ash and said, "After the defense construction is finished in 2 days, I'll go to B military district alone to check out the situation. You guys wait for my news." Yan Haoding frowned, "Are you crazy? Do you know how big B City is? Where are you going to get a helicopter? If B military district falls, there will be hundreds of thousands of zombies crowded in the shelter. Do you want to die or what?" Zhou Rong held the cigarette in one hand and rubbed his chin with the other. After a long time, he finally said, "I think it's a bit strange. How did this virus come about, how will it develop, and how can the well-defended B military district fall? I don't believe you when you tell me that the fallout shelter doesn't have a strict quarantine system. But if every survivor that entered the fallout shelter had been quarantined, how could the virus still break out from the inside? Unless," Zhou Rong said in a deep voice, "the virus mutated and escaped the current known quarantine methods, just like the nurses in T-City who were not bitten but were infected." A chill suddenly rose in Yan Hao's heart. Zhou Rong said, "In the grand scheme of things, we are the best, strongest, and most secretive team in the entire North China region. We are also the team closest to City B so far. If even we don't move forward, then no one will know what happened in Military District B. From a small point of view, if we don't figure out the direction of the virus mutation, our small sanctuary won't be able to last for a long time. We are so close to City B, how can we stay in a corner?" Yan Hao was silent for a long time before he finally admitted, "What you said makes sense." Zhou Rong shrugged like a gentleman and stubbed out the cigarette. Yan Hao thought for a while and shook his head, "But you can't go alone, it's too dangerous. We have to have a plan of action." "We?" Zhou Rong laughed, "What, we're all going together? Then what about the 30-plus people and the pregnant woman? Who will protect them?" Yan Hao wanted to say something, but suddenly, not far away, a person carrying a box passed through the backyard and happened to look up at the roof of the factory. It was Sinan. Sinan found a researcher's white coat from the fertilizer factory's laboratory. He wore goggles and gloves, and his sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, revealing his slender and powerful arms. He carried a test box on his shoulder and stood in the open space, looking at Zhou Rong and Yan Hao from a distance. After a few seconds, he smiled slightly. Then he didn't say anything, turned around, and left. Zhou Rong poked Yan Hao and said in shock, "Did you notice that he has been avoiding us these days?" There was no answer. Zhou Rong turned his head and saw Yan Hao jump off the roof in a few steps. He landed on the ground vigorously and chased after Sinan. Zhou Rong put the cigarette butt into his mouth, chewed slowly for a while, and laughed at himself. He squatted by the eaves for a while in a daze, grabbed his hair, and suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, "Chow-er!" Chun Chao's voice came from the chicken shed, "What? What are you doing?" "Feeding the chicken. Daddy will feed it for you." Zhou Rong became energetic, jumped off the roof, and clapped his hands. "What is this, nitrocellulose?" Yan Hao stood in the open space and asked with a frown. Sinan spread a cloth on the small open space in front of the back of the factory. He used tweezers to pick up the wet cotton from the test box and carefully laid it on the cloth. He replied with an English word, dispersoid. Xianxia asked, "Do you want to say disperse the quality?" Sinan, ? The two of them looked at each other for a few seconds, and Sinan asked, "Didn't I just say dispersoid?" "You said dispersoid." Sinan's eyes showed a moment of confusion, and then he reacted and said perfunctorily, "You heard wrong." He got up and went to the other corner of the plastic sheet and continued to spread the cotton. Dispersoid was not a common English word. If he could say it smoothly, at least it meant that his English was good, or he had some skills in the chemical industry. Xianxia's eyes unconsciously showed some curiosity, but he didn't show it. He smiled and asked, "You want to make nitroglycerin bombs?" "Yes." Sinan didn't raise his head. "I'll try. The purity of the nitrocellulose is not high, and I'm afraid that the nitrocellulose doesn't have enough nitrogen, but it's possible to make incendiary bombs." Xianxia silently opened his mouth and nodded. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "What did you do before?" "What do you think?" Sinan asked. Xianxia thought for a long time and admitted, "I can't guess." "With your skills, you must have received professional training, right? Are you a senior bodyguard or in the public security system? If it's the latter, it's possible for you to be in contact with chemical weapons, but you have to be in the middle and high level of the profession. At your age." Xianxia looked at Sinan and felt that he looked quite young. It was possible to say that he was in his mid-20s, but it wasn't impossible to say that he was in his early 20s. At this age, he could shoot a gun, drive a car, and make bombs. There was only one kind of person who could think otherwise. Terrorists. Xianxia's eyelids began to twitch, and he asked tentatively. "You don't believe in religion, right?" Sinan was confused. "What religion?" Sinan carefully spread the last bit of nitrocellulose, and let the whole plastic sheet dry naturally to avoid direct sunlight. He immediately got up and went back to the back of the factory, which was a closed laboratory that he had personally remodeled. Xianxia wanted to follow him, but just as he took a step, Sinan ordered, "Stand still." Xianxia had no choice but to stop. A few minutes later, Sinan pushed the door open and put down the cardboard box in his arms. There was a dropper, a piece of white paper, a hammer, and the motorcycle jacket and helmet that he had brought from T-City. Before Xianxia had time to ask, Sinan waved his hand and motioned him to stay away. Sinan took off his white coat, took off his goggles, put on the motorcycle jacket and helmet, and pulled the zipper up to his chin. After he wrapped himself up tightly, he used the dropper to suck the solution in the test tube, and carefully dropped a drop on the white paper. Then he put down the white paper, picked up the hammer, and took a deep breath. At this moment, a rooster flew out of the chicken shed in the distance. It seemed to have been provoked by something, and it screeched and flew straight to the open space. Zhou Rong caught up with it and shouted angrily, "Don't run." Bang! Sinan smashed the white paper with the hammer. The nitroglycerin reacted violently, and in an instant, a shocking explosion occurred. The high explosive speed of 7,500 meters per second produced a dazzling fire. Xianxia had no time to react. He only felt the force of the explosion rushing towards him, and in an instant, he took a few steps back. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere, and the rooster fell from the sky. Sinan! Sinan fell to the ground, and Xianxia rushed forward to help him up. He saw that the white paper had turned into ashes, and there was a bowl-sized pit under his feet. Fine sand and dust were scattered all over the ground. Xianxia had never seen such a talented person who was willing to sacrifice himself for science. He pointed at the pit for a long time without saying anything. Sinan took off the cracked helmet and let out a long breath. "You wanted to ask me what religion I believe in just now?" Xianxia said, "No, nothing." "Comrades," Zhou Rong said gloomily behind them. The two of them turned around at the same time, and saw the yard full of chicken feathers. Zhou Rong's hands were covered in blood, and he was holding a rooster with a crooked neck. It was obviously dead. "I don't have a problem with you doing scientific experiments, but since this is the only one in the chicken shed with a handle." He waved the rooster's head in front of Sinan and Xianxia, and said coldly, "Congratulations, the chicken breeding program is officially dead." Sinan covered his nose and asked, "Can we eat fried chicken tonight?" There was no fried chicken at night, but there was shredded chicken and sauerkraut. Everyone in the shelter was given a small spoonful. "There's not enough fried chicken," Zhou Rong explained to Sinan and solemnly warned him, "I hope you won't do something like testing nitroglycerin every day in front of the chicken shed for your own personal gain. We still need eggs." He scooped a spoonful of shredded chicken from his bowl to Sinan. On the other side of the round table, Guo Weixiong was picking at the chicken bones in his bowl. Suddenly, he let out a long sigh. Alas, how nice it would be to be a rooster in the next life. Springgrass was surprised. "Did you take the wrong medicine, Xianxia? What do you know? If I was born a rooster, I could have at least 20 hens, and I could sit there and watch 20 hens fight over me every day. But what if I was born an alpha?" Guo Weixiong picked up a chicken rib and stared at it with extraordinary eyes. "According to the current ABO sex ratio, I would have to fight with at least 20 alphas for an omega. If it's a beta, it's even more impossible. It's already difficult to find a beta girl to marry and have children, let alone an omega. It's better to be gay." Springgrass said, "Your thinking is a bit dangerous, comrade. Don't give up on life so easily, okay? Being gay is not a scourge. If the virus continues, the future of mankind will be gay. But then again, if I wanted to be gay, I definitely wouldn't choose a captain." Zhou Rong, ? Yan Hao is a good candidate. Guo Weixiong thought about it and rejected himself. Unfortunately, Yan Hao is too strong. If he continues to develop like this, sooner or later he will grow into a King Kong Barbie. "What if?" Yan Hao heard his name and turned around from another round table. "What are you talking about?" Springgrass laughed. "Xianxia is discussing the possibility of messing with you." Yan Hao seemed to have heard a joke. He pointed at himself and then at Guo Weixiong. "Who's messing with who? Let's try it tonight, buddy." Guo Weixiong hurriedly raised his hand to beg for mercy. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Sinan from the other side of the table and hurriedly said, "Yes, we can mess with Sinan." Sinan raised one eye from the edge of his bowl and stared coldly at Guo Weixiong. Xianxia laughed loudly and stepped forward to forcefully hook his arm around Sinan's shoulder. Unfortunately, there were not many people at the round table who supported him. Only Zhou Rong interjected with interest. "Xianxia, don't mess around. Our comrade Xiaoxi doesn't like you." "Eh?" Guo Weixiong exclaimed, "Really?" Sinan's answer was to move his hand away from his shoulder inch by inch. His movements were calm, but his strength was irresistible. He said, "It's good to be a beta. It's better than an alpha. Don't belittle yourself." Guo Weixiong smiled and opened his mouth to say something, only to hear Sinan casually say again, "If you weren't a beta, I might have regretted taking such a risk to save you in T-City." Guo Weixiong's "but we aren't a beta" was stuck in his throat. He felt as if he had swallowed an egg raw. The table full of Special Forces soldiers stared at each other. Sinan picked up some shredded potatoes with his chopsticks and suddenly realized that the atmosphere was too quiet. "What's wrong?" Zhou Rong said slowly. "Comrade Xiaoxi, did you say something just now? I always thought you were a gender egalitarian." Sinan sure smiled and said, "Who is gender egalitarian? I've never been one. I've always looked down on alpha." After a heart-palpitating silence, Yan Hao finally asked solemnly, "Why? Afraid of trouble?" Sinan thought for a moment and said flatly, "Now many alpha are very weak. When they encounter danger, they have to spare some energy to protect them. And alpha's deep-rooted chauvinism. Although they are said to be the most genetically excellent human beings, in fact, it's just that their bestial nature has not fully evolved." He ate the last mouthful of rice in his bowl, put down his chopsticks and said in surprise, "I'm full, aren't you guys going to eat?" Under his suspicious gaze, everyone at the table was silent for a long time. They neither made a sound nor did they move. After a long while, Zhou Rong finally coughed and explained, "We don't have much of an appetite today." Dinner ended in an indescribable silence. Even Grassy didn't eat her third bowl of rice. Ever since they set up camp at the fertilizer factory, there would be 2 Special Forces soldiers leading 10 men to patrol the area every night. The others would exercise, train, and learn how to fight in the courtyard. They would also check the barbed wire fences and security facilities around the factory. However, for some reason, Captain Zhou and Vice Captain Yan, who taught fighting tonight, were not very energetic. At 9:30, they closed the stall early and let people go back to wash up and rest. In the courtyard, men and women, old and young, in groups of 3 or 5, walked to the dormitory behind the factory. Several young people still wanted to pester Zhou Rong to ask something, but suddenly there was a sharp sound of car tires violently rubbing against the road in the distance. Zhou Rong suddenly turned around. In the night outside the factory, some kind of unnoticeable danger was getting closer and closer, bringing with it a restless and uneasy atmosphere. Bang! The back door of the factory was pushed open. Sinan hurriedly took off his goggles, and the hem of his white coat flew up as he walked. He said, "The entrance of the industrial zone in the north, 1 o'clock, 800 meters away." Zhou Rong focused his mind and spread his perception in all directions. Suddenly his pupils slightly contracted. "Brother Rong." Grassy slipped down from the tree and ran like an arrow. A container truck overturned on the road in the north. There are more than 10 survivors. It's extremely attractive to zombies. There are roughly hundreds of zombies nearby, and they are following them here. Everyone was stunned as they looked at each other. However, Zhou Rong didn't give them any time to panic. In a short time, he had already issued a series of clear orders: everyone go to the north corner and reinforce the barbed wire. Chen Chao called a Ding and Xianxia back. "I'll drive the armored car to lure the zombies away." "Sinan, take the sniper rifle. It's just a few hundred zombies. We can hold them off. Don't panic." The survivors who had experienced the T-City breakout didn't disappoint Zhou Rong. After a brief moment of confusion, everyone quickly took action. They took out axes, hoes, crowbars, and other handy tools from the factory and rushed in the direction of the zombies coming from the north corner of the factory. The armored biochemical car arrived as fast as lightning. Zhou Rong opened the door and didn't slow down. The moment the car passed, Sinan grabbed the passenger seat's side handle and Yan Hao grabbed the rear compartment's iron ladder. Both of them flew into the car at the same time. "What's in the bag?" Zhou Rong shouted. Sinan was clutching a school bag, and the reeds had been milled to the point where they looked like cow remains. "Zhou Rong, what?" Zhou Rong stepped on the gas pedal and the biochemical car roared out of the north gate. A few seconds later, Yan Hao jumped out of the rear compartment. He rolled on the ground and began to sprinkle nitro cotton on both sides of the road. Chen Chao rushed out of the warehouse. She carried 3 tied together dark green metal cans that were almost half her height. She held a huge blowgun and quickly climbed to the top of the barbed wire. She shouted, "Yan Hao, hurry up and come back." The screams of the crowd and the roars of the monsters could be heard clearly. In the night, the black mass of zombies pressed forward. They grabbed and tore apart the last 2 or 3 women running at the back. Their screams pierced through the night sky. Sinan's pupils contracted slightly behind the thermal imaging telescope. Zhou Rong shouted, "Open the rear door and put down the iron ladder." The dozen or so escapees on the road noticed the armored vehicle and ran towards it while shouting loudly. The man at the front of the crowd was unwilling to pass on his responsibility. He grabbed the iron ladder and jumped up. Using Sinan's hand as leverage, he rolled and crawled into the back of the carriage. "Quick!" Zhou Rong roared. Several men were pulled up. In the chaos, the screams of the zombies were already in front of them. Sinan did not even turn his head and shouted, "Drive! The zombies are coming!" The biochemical car began to move forward slowly. 2 or 3 steps away from the iron ladder, a tall and burly man wearing glasses ran and shouted, "Don't leave me behind." Sinan frowned and slid out of the back door. She held on to the end of the iron ladder with one hand and reached for the man with the other. However, in the violent turbulence of the car, the man wearing glasses failed to grab Sinan's hand several times. He either couldn't reach it in the running or slipped away instantly. At this moment, the zombie hooked onto his back. The man suddenly staggered. His blood rushed to his head, and he actually turned around and pushed the zombie away. "Catch me!" Sinan shouted. The man wearing glasses panted in fear. His eyes reflected the ghostly army of the zombies behind him. He realized that it was too late. Sinan reached out with all her might. "Quick! the man ran wildly. His mind was blank. Finally, he grabbed Sinan's hand. The next second, he fiercely pulled Sinan behind him. The strength of a desperate person is unimaginable. Sinan was caught off guard. She lost her balance and fell out of the car. Zhou Rong's expression changed dramatically. He slammed on the brakes. The man who got in the car earlier rushed over and shouted, "Why did you stop? Drive." Outside the back door, the zombies were blocked by Sinan. The man wearing glasses finally found a chance and jumped up to grab the iron ladder. "Sinan!" Zhou Rong shouted. Sinan rolled a few times and fell right in front of the zombies. She pulled out a military dagger from her thigh and cut off a few rotten hands reaching for her. Then she stood up. The men in the back of the car shouted frantically, "They're coming! Don't let them get in! Close the door, quick!" The man wearing glasses was about to close the back door. At the same time, Zhou Rong punched a red button on the driver's seat without saying a word. Zap, an electric current instantly passed through the door. The man wearing glasses convulsed and fell to the ground. Sinan raised her hand. She felt a sharp pain in her palm. Blood was slowly seeping out. A few steps away, there was a crowd of zombies. Even in the dark, the rotten faces and smelly mouths were clearly visible. 20 meters away, the armored car was backing up. Zhou Rong was reversing in his direction. At this critical moment, Sinan made a decision. "Zhou Rong, don't come over." Sinan opened her bag with trembling hands and took out a glass bottle with a bumpy surface. She threw it backward into the crowd of zombies. Then she turned around and squatted down with her hands covering her head. Boom! The ground trembled. Fire flashed and thunder roared. The recoil made Sinan fly forward. She spat out a mouthful of blood. The high temperature of the nitroglycerin explosion made the thermite react quickly. Molten iron mixed with countless glass shards erupted into a terrifying, bright stream of fire in the night sky. In an instant, the front row of zombies was wiped out. Broken corpses were scattered all over the sky. Zhou Rong's shocked eyes were reflected in the rearview mirror. At that moment, he finally understood why this thing was called Flying Fire Meteor. "Sinan!" Zhou Rong knocked on the car door. "Get in." Sinan stood up in exhaustion. She almost fell down and staggered 2 steps forward. "Get in." Sinan finally shook her head and came to her senses. She didn't get out of the back door. Instead, she climbed the iron ladder and jumped straight to the roof of the car. In the industrial area in the distance, the howling and footsteps of zombies sounded one after another. Soon, a new batch of zombies gathered. The biochemical car made a turn in the same place. It crushed a few swaying zombies in front of it into the bottom of the car and sped away along the way. On the road in front of the fertilizer factory, the sound of vehicles rushing at full speed was getting closer and closer. Yan Hao put down the last bag of nitro cotton and rushed into the factory's front yard like a vigorous cheetah. The biochemical car rushed in almost close to his heels and stopped abruptly. The survivors had been waiting for a long time. Men, women, old and young worked together to push the barbed wire fence and tie it up with iron chains. The next moment, dense black shadows appeared at the end of the road. Howling sounds spread all over the field. Dragging footsteps came like a tide. There were more zombies than expected, although they knew that there was an iron fence in front of them. Seeing so many rotten and smelly zombies walking towards them step by step was more terrifying than expected. Many people suddenly felt weak in the legs and screamed. Yan Hao's face was full of sweat. He shouted, "Don't be afraid. We can hold on." The roar was heart-wrenching and had a strange power. It made the people who were retreating in fear stopped. The next moment, the zombies rushed onto the road and entered the area of nitro cotton that was 200 meters long. Grassy raised the spray gun and pulled the trigger. With an earth-shattering sound, a huge fire dragon spurted out. Under everyone's shocked gaze, it flew across the night sky and roared towards the zombies. The nitro cotton was watered by the huge flame that was hundreds of meters long, and an earth-shattering explosion occurred. A full 200 meters of asphalt road was overturned, the cement turned into fine powder, and the trees flew into the sky. The zombies were torn apart under the bright light, turning into flesh and blood that filled the sky like a rainstorm falling from the sky. Everyone screamed at the top of their lungs in the loud noise, which then turned into ecstatic cheers. The few men who were saved on the armored vehicle were stunned. They looked at the spectacular scene in front of them and couldn't make a sound. The last batch of bullets in the distance turned into a beautiful explosion. The zombies were completely cleared. The smoke covered the road that was paved with flesh and blood for a long time. The strong light finally dissipated in the industrial park. Zhou Rong jumped out of the driver's seat and went to the back door. A few men came out one by one. The leader was wearing a dusty but expensive tailored suit. He reached out his hand and showed the platinum diamond watch on his wrist. "Are you the leader here?" "Thank you, I am." Zhou Rong didn't pay attention to him. He pulled out the man with glasses from the car. He dragged the bespectacled man all the way to the foot of the wall like a chicken and pressed him heavily against the brick wall. With one elbow against the man's neck, he suddenly exerted force and lifted the burly bespectacled man off the ground. Everyone in the open space was still in shock. The man with glasses kicked his feet in the air. His neck was pressed against by Zhou Rong's steel-like elbow. His face quickly turned from purple to green and black. "Brother," Zhou Rong stared at his bloodshot eyes and slowly said, "You're not very kind." The leader hurried over. "Sorry, it's a misunderstanding." "It's all a misunderstanding." "Brother, please calm down." "Calm down?" Zhou Rong laughed. "My people pulled him into the zombie tide. It's not easy for him to calm down." The people around didn't know what happened. Their faces changed when they heard this. Yan Hao, Chun Chao, and the others immediately came over. "Sorry, I'm really sorry. My hand slipped when I was running for my life. I'll never forget your kindness." The leader smiled. He seemed very apologetic and sincerely said, "They're my bodyguards. We're all alpha. Brother, please give me some face." Everyone's expression became a little strange. Zhou Rong didn't loosen his elbow, but his face was laughing. Zhou Rong's facial features were evil, but when he laughed, it was like spring wind and rain. The leader saw this and couldn't help but relax. But at that moment, he saw Zhou Rong stretched out his other hand, took off the man's glasses, and threw it at his feet. With a crisp sound, it was broken into pieces. "No wonder," Zhou Rong said with a smile, "I was wondering why you attracted all the zombies here." The leader looked at Zhou Rong's smile. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart. The man's eyes turned white. He was struggling on the verge of death. His throat made a crackling sound. The leader was silent for a moment. He seemed to be weighing the situation. Suddenly, he slapped the man's face. "Inhumane dog. It's okay if you want to die, but you drag others down with you. No one can save you, you heartless bastard." Immediately, the leader turned to Zhou Rong and said with a smile, "Brother, please calm down. Ask your little brother to come over. I'll let this inhumane thing kowtow to him. You can kill him or cut him up." In the courtyard, more than 30 survivors and several alpha bodyguards were confronting each other. The smell of burnt flesh still lingered in the air. The atmosphere was very tense. After a long time, Zhou Rong's elbow loosened a little. The man suddenly coughed violently. His face turned from purple to pig liver. "Sinan," Zhou Rong said lightly, "come here." There was no movement on the roof of the armored car. Zhou Rong gave a signal. Yan Hao turned to the front of the car and knocked on it. "Sinan. Don't be angry. Come down." On the roof of the car, Sinan breathed silently and swallowed a mouthful of bloody saliva. He looked at his hand. Half of his palm was scratched. Blood continued to seep out. It broke through the layers of suppressant and evaporated a secret and sweet, omega pheromone aura. Yan Hao didn't get an answer for a long time. He felt something was wrong. He wanted to climb up the iron ladder to the roof. "Sinan? Are you okay?" Dark clouds covered the moonlight, and the factory was quiet. The wind in the distance carried with it a faint howl. Yan Hao took 2 steps up the iron ladder and poked his head out from the edge of the rear compartment. He caught a glimpse of Sinan sitting on the roof of the car. "What's wrong? Come down." As soon as he finished his words, he saw Sinan's figure move. He seemed to turn his head and glance at him, but he couldn't see what expression he had. Then Sinan retracted his leg, grabbed the edge of the driver's side window, and did a neat backflip into the driver's compartment from the roof of the car. Xianxia was shocked by the curve of his back at that moment. Sinan, hey! The next moment, the armored car suddenly started, passed through the front yard, and drove to the back of the factory under everyone's watchful eyes. Xianxia was almost thrown out of the car. Fortunately, he rolled on the ground and steadied himself. He was stunned. What's wrong with him? The hot water splashed down, and soon the bathroom was steaming. The blood on his palm was washed away by the water. The wound was slightly white and no longer bleeding. Sinan sighed and was about to lower the temperature of the water when the door of the dormitory was suddenly pushed open. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Sinan turned around and saw Xianxia standing at the door. You're injured? Xianxia repeated. This time, there was obvious nervousness in his tone. Sinan stepped back under the shower. No. Through the glass of the bathroom, he could feel Xianxia's suspicious gaze. Are you angry? No. Then why did you run away? Sinan didn't answer. Xianxia was suddenly suspicious. He looked at Sinan through the steamy glass and suddenly felt that his posture was unusually tense. In fact, it was difficult to see anything under such conditions, but in the sound of the water, his eyesight seemed to suddenly become extraordinarily sharp. He even suddenly noticed that the curve of Sinan's neck to his shoulders was very delicate. When he stood sideways in the water, his back seemed very thin and his body was thin. He didn't look very fierce. However, his explosive power was very strong, probably because of his tight muscle fibers. For a moment, Xianxia was a little distracted. He thought to himself that with his body size, he was too thin even for a beta. Then what did he do before? He didn't mention anything about his experience. What kind of unspeakable difficulties did he have? I say, Sinan said slowly, have you seen enough? Xianxia? Can we go out now? Xianxia suddenly realized something. All the blood in his body rushed to the top of his head at the same time. He turned around and walked out of the bathroom at the same time. Yo! Zhou Rong opened the door of the dormitory with a cigarette in his mouth. When he saw Xianxia, he asked vaguely, where is he? The door of Sinan's single dormitory couldn't be fixed. Xianxia stood by the bedside table. He felt that his heart was beating a little fast, but he didn't know what that strange and exciting feeling was. When he heard Sinan's words, he subconsciously pointed in the direction of the bathroom. Zhou Rong threw him half a pack of cigarettes and said, those idiots gave it to me as a tribute. Then he walked into the dormitory and opened the bathroom door. Hey, you! Sinan's back was facing the bathroom door. He thought that Xianxia had come in again. I say, you! The next moment, he turned around and made eye contact with Zhou Rong. In an instant, Sinan's nerve endings were alarmed. His gender awareness, which he had never had before, was fully awakened at this moment. If there was no glass in front of him, he might have picked up the towel and hanged Zhou Rong quickly and easily. Get out! Zhou Rong shuddered and slammed the bathroom door shut. Are you a woman? Zhou Rong was inexplicably rebuffed. He shouted at the door, also, who allowed you to use hot water like that? Do you know how many days it has been since I last took a shower? Is he sick or what? Zhou Rong was still angry. He pointed at the door and asked Xianxia. He was quite gentle with me just now, Xianxia said slowly, maybe you're a little rough. 10 minutes later, Zhou Rong sat on the edge of the bed and smoked a cigarette, saying, those guys stayed. Xianxia leaned against the windowsill and held a cigarette in the same posture. The single-person dormitory was filled with the smell of nicotine. Sinan looked back and forth between the two of them as he wiped his wet hair with a towel. He didn't understand why the two of them didn't have sex with each other when they had the time. Why were they huddling in his room in the middle of the night? However, he habitually didn't ask. He simply said, to indicate that he knew. Why did you run away just now? Zhou Rong frowned and said, I wanted that guy to kowtow to you. Why don't I let him kowtow to you in public tomorrow? Sinan said, there's no need. Zhou Rong and Xianxia looked at each other. Are you angry? Zhou Rong asked tentatively. Sinan, question mark. Aren't all alphas like that? Sinan said calmly, it's not the first time. What else can you do? Throw them out to fend for themselves? He turned his back to the mirror and blew his hair. He didn't see that Zhou Rong and Yan Hao's expressions instantly became complicated. After a while, Zhou Rong coughed. He seemed to want to persuade them, but he raised his hand and put it down. I know you don't want them to stay here, but you can't just kill them. If you let them out, they'll always be unstable factors. It'll be more troublesome if they deliberately come back to cause trouble. Sinan nodded in confusion. Also, Zhou Rong paused and said, those guys are shareholders of the fertilizer factory. This time, even Yan Hao didn't expect it. Is there such a thing? Well, the leader is called Feng Wentai, Zhou Rong said the name of a very famous financial group in B City. It's the young master of this company. He does have investments in the industrial park. It's said that he's seen Xianxia from afar before. When he recognized her, he immediately apologized and said that he's willing to hand over the fertilizer factory to the state as a temporary shelter. Yan Hao said, Xianxia is so useful. For Xianxi's sake, this group of people won't become unstable factors for the time being. Zhou Rong took the last drag of his cigarette. Suddenly, Sinan turned around from the bathroom and looked at them suspiciously. What does it have to do with that guy who wants to be a rooster in his next life? His grandfather is the Deputy Minister of National Security, Guobai. He's a proper official. Yan Hao explained, the current situation is chaotic. That guy surnamed Feng wants to suck up to the government, so he won't dare to cause us trouble for the time being. Hearing Guobai's name, Sinan Xian suddenly felt a sense of familiarity, but the feeling was very vague and fleeting. He thought silently for a moment, as if he was re-evaluating Guo Weixiang in his heart. After a long while, he finally said oh under the gaze of Zhou Rong and Yan Hao, and asked thoughtfully, does his grandfather know about him and the rooster? Feng Wentai and his 6 bodyguards settled down in the fertilizer factory. Just as Zhou Rong predicted, they didn't start to cause trouble immediately. On the contrary, they were quite self-aware. The next day, they took the initiative to find Zhou Rong and handed over all the money in their pockets. Zhou Rong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He came back with a bunch of cash. Are they afraid that we don't have enough firewood to burn in the winter or something? Why don't we make do with this when we run out of toilet paper tomorrow? That's great. I've never seen so much cash in my life. Chen Chao sat on the windowsill with her legs up. She folded a paper airplane and said admiringly, these people are really rich. Why do you think they brought so much money with them when they fled? Yan Hao sat next to her and cleaned the guns. He smiled and said, because when the virus first broke out, no one thought it would last for so long. They all thought it was limited and that as long as they escaped this area, they would be able to return to normal society. However, electronic transactions in the affected area are limited. Many people are afraid that prices will skyrocket. He didn't finish his sentence when Chen Chao threw the paper airplane out of the dormitory door. It happened to hit Sinan who was passing by in the corridor. See Xiaonan. Chen Chao slid down the windowsill, come, let's split the money. Sinan was coming back from a run. He was wearing a slim black vest and camouflage pants. There was a sweat-soaked towel around his neck. He stopped and glanced at the dormitory. Zhou Rong was standing next to the bed. Yan Hao was sitting behind the desk. Both of them looked back at him at the same time. After half a second, Sinan nodded at Chen Chao and walked forward without saying a word. Hey, see Xiaonan. Chen Chao stopped abruptly and looked at Sinan's back. He didn't even look back. After a while, she said curiously, why do you think he's been like this lately? Did he take the wrong medicine or, before Chen Chao finished her sentence, Zhou Rong put down the money, turned around, and walked out of the dormitory door. He strode across the corridor and pressed down on Sinan's shoulder. His movements were very neat and unquestionable. Sinan turned around and wanted to say something, but before he could make a sound, Zhou Rong suddenly held him horizontally by his waist and lifted him up easily. Sinan was stunned and said, what are you doing? Zhou Rong turned a deaf ear to him and walked back to the dormitory quickly. Under Yan Hao's stunned gaze, he threw Sinan on the bed. You. Sinan quickly supported his upper body with his elbows. But just as he squeezed out a word, Zhou Rong casually picked up the money and said, "Yo ho." Then he threw the money all over him. This action was too shocking. Sinan had never been thrown at by money while lying on the bed in his life. He didn't know what to say for a moment. He opened his mouth slightly and seemed to be a little angry. He stared at Zhou Rong. From the side, his protruding shoulder blades, his half-suspended lower back, and his slender and slightly separated legs formed an exceptionally attractive silhouette. It was difficult for anyone to look away if they stared at him. But Zhou Rong didn't notice. He threw himself on the bed and looked down at Sinan. "Why are you hiding, huh? What's wrong with you these days?" Sinan, Zhou Ronggong wanted to scold Sinan, but suddenly he smelled something close to him. It seemed to come from Sinan's sweat-soaked skin and hair. He couldn't describe the smell with words. It wasn't just a simple fragrance. If he had to describe it, it seemed to be some kind of obscure and mysterious smell behind a heavy fog, but it made people restless for no reason. It was only for a moment. Sinan suddenly reached out and pushed him away. Zhou Rong stumbled back half a step. Sinan turned over and got off the bed. He said coldly, "Do you want to fight?" Zhou Rong swallowed hard. His Adam's apple moved up and down, and he suddenly forgot what he wanted to say. "What are you doing, Si Xiaonan?" A nimble figure flashed out from behind and hooked Sinan's neck, almost knocking him back to the bed. Then Chen Chao grabbed a handful of money and stuffed it into his arms. She said generously, "What fight? Here, take it. Yesterday those idiots insisted on giving us money. How much toilet paper do you have left in your house? Just make do with it." Sinan looked down at the money, and his mouth twitched slightly. With Chen Chao's interruption, Zhou Rong finally recovered from the temporary confusion. He covered his mouth with his fist and coughed, "Okay, stop fooling around. I'm just joking with you." He reached out and patted Sinan's shoulder. He hooked his shoulder towards himself and waved to Yan Hao. He smiled and said, "Come here. We're not here to play. You have 5 minutes to go back to the house and tidy up. We'll meet in the backyard garage. I'll take you to Rob." Zhou Rong smiled and said, "We're going to be rich today." "Oh," Chen Chao said in surprise, "what a fat sheep." The last wave of autumn's sun scorched the asphalt road, and a few zombies wandered aimlessly in front of the road. Zhou Rong slammed on the accelerator and hit the zombies with a few bangs, then stopped on the side of the road. A container truck was still in a flipped position, the door was wide open, and the driver's seat was splashed with black blood. Yan Hao narrowed his eyes. "Isn't this the car of the phone guy from last night? They came to me early this morning and asked if they could borrow a car, so that they could use their Alpha's subjective initiative to clean up the surrounding area." Zhou Rong picked up the crowbar and jumped out of the car. The sun shone on his arrogant short hair and sunglasses, and his expression didn't look good. "I knew something was wrong as soon as I heard it. Why are these stupid Alphas so diligent?" Sinan rarely took the initiative to express his opinion. Yes. Chen Chao and Yan Hao, who got out of the car after him, had their expressions twisted. "Brother Rong is too shameless," Chen Chao whispered. Yan Hao nodded with mixed feelings. "The Feng family is a local tyrant. This young master Feng escaped with a group of men and women. How could he not bring anything except cash?" Zhou Rong inserted the crowbar into the already distorted container lock, grabbed it with both hands, raised his foot to block the back door, and sneered, "You want to trick me into using my car to move the goods? No way." Zhou Rong shouted, "Hey!" The muscles on his arms and back bulged, and pried open the container door. "Didn't you say you wouldn't take anything from the masses?" Yan Hao ridiculed. Zhou Rong threw away the crowbar, opened the container door with his bare hands, and took 2 steps back with a loud bang. "It's the duty of the Public Security Department to confiscate illegal firearms," Zhou Rong said politely. "I'm just doing my duty for the Public Security Department of B City. You're welcome." The container was densely piled with rice, biscuits, tins, and all kinds of supplies. There were a few guns hanging on the wall of the container. They were all Type 64, Type 56, and 3 submachine guns were thrown on the ground. What was shocking was that there was actually a Type 89 heavy machine gun. Yan Hao's mouth remained open. "Awesome. Awesome." Gracie jumped into the container in a few steps and looked at the dozens of boxes of bullets under her feet. Even her voice was trembling. With these, we don't need to be afraid of zombies. Just shoot them. Why did those people run away last night? Because it was too late. Zhou Rong gave her an answer. Hundreds of zombies swarmed at night. Those with poor psychological quality would collapse directly. In the chaos, they only know how to run forward like a swarm of bees. This is the problem of combat literacy. Xianxia carefully observed the Type 89 pistol. After a long while, he touched the barrel with a pilgrim expression and murmured, "I haven't seen it since I was selected into 118. It turns out that the troops are still using it. I thought it was already in the Museum of History." Before he finished speaking, Zhou Rong gave him a kick. "This pretentious act is too bad. Go back and reload it." 10 minutes later, under the bright sun, several people moved guns and bullets back and forth, sweating profusely. "I say, young Master Feng is really something. Don't tell me he robbed the police station. I heard them say that City B has completely fallen. It's not surprising that this group of people can do anything." Zhou Rong interrupted the panting Grassy. "No, it should be a private collection. You see, this Type 89 pistol and submachine gun are obviously modified. They may have been bought privately through the black market." Grassy nodded confusedly. Xianxia carried a 30-kilogram box of bullets in each hand and threw it on the armored vehicle with two bangs, saying, "There are all kinds of bullets. People who only collect guns won't have so much ammunition. They should have plundered from the scrapped military vehicles along the way. By the way, didn't they want to come back to move things? When the firearms are gone, how will they explain it?" Zhou Rong said coldly, "What firearms? Do they have firearms? How can there be firearms in the escape vehicle of Mr. Feng Wentai, one of the top 10 outstanding youths in the country?" Zhou Rong wrapped the heavy machine gun's bullet belt around his body, making him look like an Asian version of Stallone. Then, he staggered back to the armored vehicle and poured the bullet belt onto the floor of the vehicle. He heaved a sigh of relief and stretched his neck, which was now covered with countless deep marks, left and right. "Don't touch a single grain of rice and flour in this car. Bring Feng Wentai back and let them see with their own eyes that our people's army is honest and innocent. As for the bodyguards of the Feng family, I have some use for them. After we set off for the B military district in a few days." Zhou Rong pushed up his sunglasses. Under the sun, the side of his face was full of sweat, showing a stubborn and tough outline. "We'll leave the temporary shelter to them. Otherwise, more than 30 beta may not even be able to hold it for a week." Xianxia asked, "You're finally willing to take everyone on the mission, Captain?" Zhou Rong said, "What else can I do? You rely on me and love me so much." Xianxia was silent for a few seconds. "We can't leave the fertilizer factory to Feng Wentai, right? If something happens, won't we push others out to cover the rear?" Zhou Rong cherished the Type 89 heavy machine gun as if he was hugging his 8 generations of only son. Even his tone became particularly gentle. "Don't worry. As long as they still want to hug the government's thigh, they won't dare to go too far before we return from the military district. Besides, for their own safety, they have to participate in the protection of the fertilizer factory. When the time comes, I'll distribute the supplies, and give the minibus key to Dr. Zheng." Zhou Rong suddenly raised his head. "Why are we the only ones working?" Sinan and Spring Grass stopped chewing at the same time, but it was too late. Zhou Rong quickly opened the pile of boxes and saw that in the innermost layer of the containers, his cheapskate daughter and a non-staff combatant were squatting head to head, each holding a can in their hands and eating happily. Zhou Rong took a deep breath and suddenly caught a glimpse of the type of canned food. He immediately became angry. "You two are more or less the same. Why are you eating caviar at a time like this?" Spring Grass trembled as she pointed at Sinan. I don't know anything. He said this is valuable and delicious." Sinan held a spoon and explained, "I'm not in the system. I don't need to listen to your orders." Zhou Rong went up and took away their canned food without any explanation. He chased Spring Grass away like a chick and poked Sinan's forehead to teach him a lesson. "You don't eat canned luncheon meat unless it's fried. You don't eat compressed biscuits unless it's filled. All day long, you're still thinking about the chicken shed. Should I find a cow to milk you? Who's the one who spoiled you?" Sinan looked at him coldly. Count all the supplies in the container truck within half an hour. Otherwise, the canned food will be turned over to the state. Zhou Rong patted his head and said majestically, "Go." Half an hour later, Xianxia slammed the mineral water tank back to the ground. He wiped his sweat and said, 216 kilograms. 500 kilograms. Zhou Rong squatted on the side and recorded the total weight of the bag of rice. Not far away, Sinan sat in the rear cabin of the armored vehicle. He tiptoed and continued to eat his canned food. This time, he switched to a tin of strawberries and syrup and occasionally fed spring grass too. Zhou Rong was exhausted. He clapped his hands and stood up. "Okay, let's call it a day and go back to camp." He jumped down from the container and returned to the armored vehicle. When he passed by Sinan, he fiercely stuffed the canned caviar back into his hand. Feng Wentai paced back and forth in the front yard of the fertilizer factory. When he finally saw the Special Forces biochemical armored vehicle return, he immediately stood still. Although he tried his best to calm down, he could not hide the trace of anxiety in his eyes. "Yo, young Master Feng, what are you doing?" Zhou Rong poked his head out of the car and smiled. Feng Wentai quickly walked forward with a smile on his face. Just as he was about to say something, Zhou Rong slowly interrupted him. "Oh, right, there's something I need to tell you. We found the truck that flipped over last night on the side of the road. There were a lot of supplies in it, so we were wondering if you should move all the things back." The thing that Feng Wentai was most worried about happened. His face instantly stiffened. "Don't worry, we didn't touch anything. The rice, flour, oil, grain, medicine, blankets, and so on are all still there." Zhou Rong smiled wholeheartedly and said, "We can't take a needle and a piece of thread from the people. You have to take the initiative to hand it over to the country." Feng Wentai immediately said, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. Captain Zhou can help me hand it over." Zhou Rong, of course, immediately said that they could not do that. They had to be disciplined and could not privately deal with the personal property of the disaster victims. The two of them went back and forth for a long time. Feng Wentai lived up to everyone's expectations and won. Zhou Rong could not back down and reluctantly accepted his supplies on behalf of the 30 or so refugees from the fertilizer factory. Feng Wentai rubbed his hands and smiled. "There's one more thing. To be honest, I'm a military fanatic. Some of the things in the container were my personal collection in the past. They have been modified and are not lethal." Zhou Rong was confused. "What?" "That is," Feng Wentai seemed to find it difficult to speak. "They were given to me by my military fanatic friends when I was studying abroad, a few Uzi submachine guns and the like." I didn't see them." Zhou Rongi slapped his thigh. "Are you sure they're in the car?" Feng Wentai nodded. Zhou Rong said regretfully, "Those are good things. Someone must have picked them up. By the way, why didn't you tell me last night? If I had known, I would have taken them for you last night. How could they still be here now?" Although he had a hunch, when he saw Zhou Rong's innocent expression with his own eyes, Feng Wentai instantly choked on a mouthful of old blood. "Brother." "Zhou." Rong ignored Feng Wentai's expression and forcefully hooked his arm around his neck and walked towards the courtyard. "In 2 days, we plan to go to B City and look for Xianxi's grandfather in the military region. You know, the leaders have special shelters. Minister Gua doesn't want his grandson to take risks outside." Feng Wentai repeatedly said, Of course, of course. We plan to go back and forth in 3 days, at most a week. During this period of time, you and your men might be a little tired. Help take care of this fertilizer factory. Survivor 36 was rescued by us from T City." Zhou Rong stopped and pressed on Feng Wentai's shoulder. He solemnly said, "After we come out of B City's military region, we will specifically pick up the people who have gone through hardships with everyone to the shelter." Feng Wentai wanted to ask something, but Zhou Rong lowered his voice and said, "Of course, it's not the kind of concentration camp that will accept as many people as they come. You know, brother." Of course, Feng Wentai understood this point, but he nodded. He still looked a little hesitant. "Captain Zhou specifically came out of the military region to pick us up. Isn't it too risky? Let's just go together. Anyway, the minibus is big enough." Although it sounded nice, young Master Feng's worry was very obvious. Who knows if you will come back from B City's military region to pick us up? The guns have been taken away by you. At that time, you will go to the leader's shelter to enjoy your life, and leave us to fend for ourselves in this fertilizer factory. That would be very bad. Zhou Rong sighed heavily under his suspicious gaze. It's not that I don't want to, Brother Feng. But the ground of B City has basically fallen. If I take you in the car, we will charge all the way. He pointed in the direction of the factory's dormitory. Do you see that pregnant woman? Feng Wentai was full of doubts. Why do you think we brought a pregnant woman all the way here? That's Xianxia's, that. Zhou Rong shook his head bitterly. He didn't know what to say. If it weren't for the surname Gui in her belly, we would have already killed our way into the military region. Why are we still staying in this fertilizer factory? Feng Wentai finally understood. He felt that everything that he couldn't understand in front of him could be explained. You know, we can't help it. But fortunately, the leader can send a helicopter. As long as everyone perseveres until we come back from the military region, the helicopter will pick us up, and everyone will be safe. Zhou Rong patted Feng Wentai's arm hard and smiled. Brother Feng, you have worked hard and performed a great service. Naturally, this matter, I understand. We are all on the same side. Brother Zhou, you don't have to be so distant with me. Feng Wentai pondered for a moment and said sincerely, Thank you, Brother Zhou, for saving us last night. Your little brother was wronged. It's my fault. He waved at the bodyguard waiting at the entrance of the factory not far away and said, Call Lu Hui over. Lu Hui was the man with glasses. There was a large bruise on his throat. It was caused by Zhou Rong elbowing him against the wall last night in front of everyone. I must make this disappointing subordinate of mine apologize to that little brother, Feng Wentai said sincerely. This matter is very bad. We must make a warning to others. Brother Zhou, please understand my painstaking efforts. The two of them pulled back for a long time. Zhou Rong didn't disappoint and failed again. He had no choice but to reluctantly turn around and shout, Sinan. Sinan turned around from the armored vehicle. Zhou Rong was afraid that he was still eating the strawberry syrup. He looked carefully and didn't see any bottles or cans in his hands. He waved his hand and said, Come here. Sinan was more obedient in front of outsiders. Hearing this, he walked over slowly. However, when Zhou Rong got close to him, he saw a small piece of dried powdered brown sugar water on the corner of his lips. Zhou Rong grabbed him without saying anything and wiped his lips with his thumb. Sinan turned his head to avoid him and coldly glanced at him. The murderous aura in his eyes reminded Zhou Rong of the time in T-City when this man rode a motorcycle out of a sea of corpses. The cold and sharp gaze under the helmet was exactly the same as the one he was looking at now. Zhou Rong's inner villain immediately surrendered. This is the person who pulled you last night. Zhou Rong hugged Sinan and whispered, he wanted to apologize to you in person. That's why he invited you here. Lu Hui was tall and had a gloomy face. He didn't seem to want to move. After Feng Wentai glared at him, he reluctantly knelt on one leg. After a while, he knelt on the other leg. My hand accidentally slipped last night. His throat was injured, and his voice was a little muffled. He said, I'm sorry, brother. Please don't mind me. Sinan stood there in silence, expressionless, without saying a word. His silhouette was outlined by the black slim-fit vest. Because of his long legs, he could only wear camouflage pants one size too big. The waist of his pants was hung loosely by a belt around his waist. He was wearing a pair of high-top military boots that Zhou Rong found for him. The noon sun shone on his cold and white cheeks, dimly shining through. Feng Wentai's eyes moved slightly, and he coughed to cover it up. Captain Zhou, this little brother is really extraordinary and handsome. I can't find words to describe him. He turned around and scolded his subordinate. You bastard. Who are you kneeling for? Why aren't you kowtowing? Lu Hui swallowed his anger and lowered his head. Who would have thought that as soon as he bent down, his shoulder would be stepped on by the sole of a shoe? Sinan kicked off with one foot. His movements were very light, but the huge force caused the alpha to stagger and roll backwards. Then he retracted his foot under Feng Wentai's indescribable gaze, wiped the sugar stain on the corner of his mouth, and left without saying a word. Sinan. Yanhao knocked on the window and asked loudly, "Are you free? Do you want to go out for a walk?" In the middle of the empty back factory, Sinan had found an egg beater somewhere and was stirring a pot of black oily paste quickly. The strong smell of kerosene permeated the air. Hearing Yanhao's words, he stopped and beckoned Yanhao to come in. This was the first time an outsider was allowed to enter his studio. Yanhao was flattered. "You are." Sinan gave him the egg beater and the iron bowl and said briefly, "Beat it hard." Yanhao was confused. He held the bowl and stirred for a long time. His arms were so sore that he couldn't lift them. Sinan was satisfied. "Okay, you can go out. Don't talk nonsense." "What is this?" "Black gunpowder." Yanhao wanted to ask Sinan to go out and discuss whether he should go to the B military region with the Special Forces team. But Sinan obviously didn't care about his whereabouts. Yanhao had to leave and discuss with Zhou Rong. It was late autumn and the blue sky was far away. Sinan spread the stirred black gunpowder in the shade of the factory and was waiting for the kerosene to dry naturally. Suddenly, he heard light and hurried footsteps and looked out of the back window. Behind the factory was a secluded path. 10 minutes to the east was the anhydrous ammonia storage and treatment tank, and the west led to the back kitchen of the cafeteria. A young girl wearing an apron was hurriedly coming around the corner of the path. Her face was a little pale and frightened. She suddenly saw Sinan and stopped. Sinan stared at her and recognized Wu Xinyan. Wu Xinyan quickly ran over and reached out to grab the window. Probably on the day they arrived at the fertilizer factory. Sinan said, "It's been 6 months, it can't be removed." It left a deep impression on Wu Xinyan. This girl didn't like him very much and often avoided him. Sinan didn't know what happened, but she didn't look like she was bitten by a zombie, so he opened the window from the inside and pulled her in by her hand. Wu Xinyan closed the window and squatted on the ground, pulling Sinan to squat down as well. "Shoo," she said softly. Sinan frowned and heard footsteps coming from the path outside the window. This time, the footsteps were much heavier. A man said in a gruff voice, "She was here just now." "Where did she go?" Another male voice with an accent said, "Where is this place?" Then he walked closer and leaned against the back window of the factory to look inside. He didn't see Sinan and Wu Xinyan hiding in the shadow of the windowsill, so he said casually, "No one." F***ck, that girl ran away fast. Save yourself the trouble. Manager Feng told us not to touch these people. Did you forget? They were Feng Wentai's 2 bodyguards. Sinan's eyes darkened. The two of them chatted for a while and probably lit up a cigarette. The one who spoke first said unhappily, "Why can't I date her? You are not allowed to do this or that. Manager Feng is very wary of those soldiers." The man with an accent said, "Oh. You're saying," the man lowered his voice suspiciously, "those are really special forces? Why? You don't think so? Those betas are so arrogant. It doesn't seem right. How can those who aren't alpha get into the special forces? I suspect that they are Guojiayang's men. They took advantage of the chaos in the world to swindle and scare Manager Feng. Scare or not, as long as there is a way to get us into the shelter." The two of them complained casually. Sinan hid in the small space under the windowsill and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Oh right," the man with the hoarse voice suddenly remembered something and said, "That day, Manager Feng asked Lu Hui to kneel down and apologize. In the end, Lu Hui was kicked by that sissy in public. He has been looking for trouble for the past 2 days. Is that so?" "Yes. It's embarrassing for me to say that I can't even control such a weakling. One day, when no one is around, I'll drag him over and teach him a lesson. His skin is so soft and tender. I think he looks like an omega. Don't pretend to be one." "Why? You want to get in through the back door?" The two of them laughed obscenely and scolded a few other things. Finally, the sound of their footsteps faded away. Wu Xinyan's face was pale. She trembled and glanced to the side. She saw Sinan's brows furrowed tightly. His pupils narrowed, and the corners of his eyes raised sharply. Before she could finish, Sinan raised his index finger. That was a stop gesture. He pulled her out of the warehouse like a whirlwind. This is the car key. If anything goes wrong, evacuate with everyone. The backup supplies have been put in the minibus in advance. Please take care of the pregnant woman. We'll be back from the military region in a week at most. Zhou Rong was carefully explaining things to Dr. Qing. Suddenly, Sinan pushed the door open and came in. He was dragging Wu Xinyan, who had been running all the way and was out of breath. He didn't say anything and directly pulled out the Type 64 handgun from Zhou Rong's waist. Hey! Zhou Rong was furious. What are you doing? Come back. As expected, Sinan turned back. He put his hand into Zhou Rong's trouser pocket and took out a bunch of warehouse keys. Then he walked out again. Fortunately, Zhou Rong caught his wrist in time. What's wrong? Where are you going? Are you robbing someone? Sinan said coldly, don't worry about it. It's none of your business. He shook off Zhou Rong's grip and pulled Wu Xinyan away. They went straight to the garage. Zhou Rong chased after him. He wanted to yell at him, but looking at Wu Xinyan stumbling back, he seemed to realize something and suddenly fell silent. TSK, this guy. Zhou Rong murmured. He's quite popular with girls. He stood there for a while. There seemed to be a lump in his throat that he couldn't swallow or spit out. After a while, he pinched his eyebrows hard to hide something. He turned back and smiled. I'm sorry. Dr. Qing wanted to say something but stopped. He nodded understandingly. Get in, Sinan said. Wu Xinyan climbed up the high driver's seat of the biochemical armored vehicle. She asked in fear, where are we going? Sinan slammed the door and started the car. We're not going anywhere. The biochemical vehicle drove out of the garage and around the open space. It turned around and went around the factory cafeteria. It drove to the unfrequented anhydrous ammonia processing workshop. After a few minutes of bumping along the gravel road, Wu Xinyan almost got carsick. Finally, the car screeched to a stop in front of a dilapidated brick building. I found this place last week when I was cleaning up the zombies. Sinan jumped out of the car and asked, how long has he been harassing you? Wu Xinyan was trembling. It's only been a few days since those people came here. It was the garage of the waste truck. It was surrounded by the unpleasant smell of ammonia. The green iron door was rusty. God knows how long it had been abandoned. Sinan stepped on a garbage can and climbed in through the dusty and cobweb-covered back window. He opened the front door and gestured for Wu Xinyan to come in. The garage door is battery-operated. The switch is here. It's not very clean inside. It's not a problem to live in after cleaning it up. Wu Xinyan crossed her arms and looked around with fear and curiosity. There were large traces of mold on the walls of the garage. The corners were full of debris and a thick layer of dust had accumulated on the ground. Sinan moved 2 boxes of mineral water, instant noodles, blankets, and other things from the biochemical vehicle. He then took out the Type 64 pistol and put it in Wu Xinyan's hand. If anything happens after we leave, take your pregnant friend and hide here. Wu Xinyan's breath almost stopped. She felt like she was holding a piece of hot coal. I don't dare to. Sinan turned behind her and patted her arm. He raised the gun and aimed it at the sky. Bang! The recoil pushed Wu Xinyan and the bullet shells fell to the ground. Sinan encouraged her. Now you dare. Wu Xinyan's mind was blank and chaotic. After a while, she nodded with trembling lips. Don't tell anyone about this place, including your pregnant friend. On the way back, Sinan was driving. He looked at the bumpy gravel road in front of him and said, avoid those people for the next few days. Don't have any head-on conflicts. I'll prepare some supplies for you before we leave. Wu Xinyan turned her head. Sinan's long and curly eyelashes were lowered. His gaze was always silent and focused. Sometimes, it gave people the illusion that he was emotionless. You. Wu Xinyan opened her mouth. Her voice was soft. Aren't you afraid of them? No. Wu Xinyan changed to a more direct question, but her voice was softer. What they said about you, is it true? This time, Sinan glanced at her from the corner of his eye and did not answer. Wu Xinyan's heart was scratched all the way. The invisible person in her mind had already grabbed Sinan's shoulder and shook it crazily countless times. When they drove back to the factory, Sinan parked the biochemical vehicle and locked the door. He suddenly waved at her. Wu Xinyan was confused. She followed Sinan's hand and looked at the brick wall. Suddenly, there was a gust of wind. Wu Xinyan's whole body trembled. She saw Sinan punch the wall. The red brick instantly cracked, and a half-meter wide crack silently appeared. "What do you think?" Sinan Bing asked calmly. Sinan tossed the key up and down and walked away slowly, leaving Wu Xinyan staring blankly at the fist-sized hole in the wall. Zhou Rong sent away Dr. Chung, who had repeatedly issued military orders to the organization, and sat alone in the factory director's office. He sank deep into the armchair. Outside the window was the calm afternoon sky. The sound of people training and talking in the front yard was wrapped in the wind and could be faintly heard. Zhou Rong habitually touched the cigarette box beside his hand. This was the last one he had in stock. He put it to his nose and sniffed it for a long time, but did not light it. Sigh. Zhou Rong slowly took out a lighter. At this moment, the office door behind him was suddenly pushed open. Sinan threw a bunch of keys in the air. "Yo!" Fortunately, Zhou Rong's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He swiveled his chair and caught the keys in the air. "You're done?" Sinan did not understand. He said casually, "Yes." Zhou Rong observed his expression and considered his words carefully. He thought for a long time before asking, "Are you coming with us to the military area?" Sinan said, "Yes." Zhou Rong asked tentatively, "Do you like that girl?" Sinan was about to leave. Hearing her words, he stopped and felt a little confused. "I don't like her." Zhou Rong was full of questions, but he did not know where to start. He was so stifled that his forehead was twitching. "Then why did you, that girl?" Sinan looked around the corridor. He suddenly lowered his voice and said very seriously, "She likes Xianxia. You have to be careful." At that moment, Sinan's tone could be described as friendly. Zhou Rong stared at him, stunned. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. But he did not have time to think about what was wrong. Sinan turned around and went back to the back of the factory to stir his gunpowder. 3 days later, Zhou Rong personally counted the last box of bullets. He slammed the back door and shouted, "Let's go." The armored car slowly drove out of the factory under the gazes of men, women, and children. In the rearview mirror, people's faces of reluctance, gratitude, anticipation, fear, and worry gradually became smaller. 6 Special Forces soldiers and 1 non-staff combatant sat in the car. Everyone was fully armed, wearing Kevlar protective suits and carrying miniature submachine guns. Zhou Ronggong wanted to say something to cheer up the atmosphere, but Sinan stood up, opened the back door, and jumped out of the moving armored car. Zhou Rong stuck his head out and shouted, "Little ancestor, what do you want to do?" Sinan ran to Wu Xinyan, who was in the front row of the crowd. He took out a glass bottle filled with unknown substances and etched with numerous cracks from the soft padding of the single-shoulder tactical bag. He gave it to her and said briefly, "To avoid bumps, try to throw it as far as possible." Wu Xinyan was like a soldier about to go to the battlefield. She held the bottle of nitroglycerin tightly and asked nervously, "What if it's not far enough?" Sinan was silent for a moment. "Pray." Wu Xinyan said helplessly, "Then I'd better practice with stones first." Not far away, Zhou Rong withdrew his gaze from the window and sighed. He suddenly reached out and rubbed Xianxia's hair. Chow'er, his cheap daughter, was wiping the barrel of the gun with a soft cloth. She didn't raise her head and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you think Dad should go find an Omega and live a peaceful life?" Everyone in the car looked up at the same time and looked at Zhou Rong in shock. Yan Hao, who was in the driver's seat, instantly drove the car into a big S shape. After Sinan ran back to the car, he grabbed the iron ladder and jumped up. He returned to the back of the car neatly and looked around at everyone in confusion. However, at this time, no one cared about his confusion. Chen Chao put down the submachine gun, held her cheap father's hand tightly, and said emotionally, "Can you not say it like an Omega will like you?" "You're the least likely person to find an Omega in this car," Chen Chao commented. The armored vehicle rumbled on the road. The zombies on both sides of the road heard the noise and turned around, but the dust and smoke were already far away, heading towards the desolate city ahead. When you said the most, did you include our temporary worker, Xianxia? Zhou Rong asked. Xianxia, who was sitting in the front passenger seat and checking the road, turned around and laughed. Brother Rong, you don't understand. The good-looking beta is most popular with Omega. They say something about being considerate, gentle, and respectful. Zhou Rong pointed at Sinan and said discontentedly, which part of him looks gentle? Which part of him respects? Sinan held the Uzi submachine gun in his arms and leaned his head against the wall of the shaking car. He closed his eyes and didn't even have the intention to open his mouth. Si Xiaonan is probably not good enough, Chen Chao objectively and fairly commented. The best person to find is either Yan Hao or Xiangzi. Yan Hao, I won't say much. His face is good everywhere, and he is born with a melancholy and affectionate temperament. He definitely meets the requirements of gentle and respectful girls. Yan Hao held the steering wheel and said politely, thank you for your affirmation. Xiangzi is simple. He can use his background to bully men and women. If he can't, he can use money. Chen Chao said, right, Xiangzi? Someday, bring our brother Rong along, and we can. Zhou Rong, Yan Hao, Xianxia, and Dingshi, who had been laughing and listening silently, all changed their expressions at the same time. Don't mention it. But it was too late. Guo Weixiang turned around and said slowly, I knew you recruited me for this. He's acting up again, Zhou Rong said helplessly. In the urban area of B City, the endless streets were empty. The road was full of blackened corpses, and the rotten smell was disgusting. Flies covered the corpses and the sewers, buzzing and exploding when the car drove past. The shop windows on both sides were all broken, the shelves collapsed, and debris was everywhere, as if they had experienced a riot. How am I holding the team back? What do you think? Guo Weixiang was agitated and filled with grief. He tapped the faces of everyone in the bus one by one. Sinan, who had been sitting next to him, had quietly moved 3 feet away. Now, he was sitting next to Dingshi, with his arms crossed in the same posture as before. Even the angle of his head had not changed at all. When I joined the team that year, I already knew why I was chosen out of more than 1,000 applications. Was there really nothing fishy about it? Why didn't you kick me out when I failed the first time? You really didn't want to use me to find a partner for you? Other than failing the first assessment, what else do you think I haven't done to meet the requirements of Unit 118? Isn't my performance all these years obvious to all? I feel that no matter how you look at it, I'm qualified to stay in 118. Why is it that since I was young, people only look at my family background and never acknowledge my own ability and value? Has he been traumatized before? Springgrass whispered. Everyone in the team shook their heads at her in unison. Zhou Rong whispered, I guess he was born with it. Then, has he had a relapse before? 3 times after joining the team. You didn't see the first 2 times, and you didn't see the 3rd time when you were on vacation. You don't see me as a proper soldier, Guo Weixiang concluded firmly. You look at me through colored glasses. You think I'm the son of a government official who can't bear hardships, and sooner or later, I'll report and quit the team. You think that hiring me is giving face to the superiors. Moreover, my family background is broad, and you can get to know the Omega through me. It's best if I can help the team get out of singlehood. You deny my value as a member of Unit 118, although Young Master Guo was impassioned, and everyone in the bus was silent. But, Sinan suddenly opened his eyes and said seriously, you can't even get out of singlehood. There was a deathly silence. Sinan said, you still want to be a rooster. Zhou Rong couldn't stop him in time and closed his eyes in despair. Yan Hao turned his head from the driver's seat, craned his neck to look at Guo Weixiang's face, and then slowly raised the steel plate that separated the driver's seat and the rear cabin. B City was like a huge, ferocious beast between heaven and earth. The streets and alleys were the intricate blood vessels in its body. The deeper they went into the city, the closer they were to the terrifying heart of the monster. The main road out of the city was blocked by cars, and zombies in 2s and 3s shuttled back and forth in the endless traffic jam. The car owner who couldn't escape in time was bitten to death in the driver's seat. Half of his body was caught in the seat belt, and he shook his gray and rotten face in a daze. The direction into the city was slightly better. Although there were cars going in the opposite direction, they were all either crushed or bypassed by Yan Hao's superb driving skills. It wasn't until they got off the highway that they were blocked by the collapsed overpass. What should we do? Yan Hao asked, turn back and find another way? The GPS is broken, we still have to rely on Beidou at critical moments. Xianxia sighed and turned on the military tablet. After a moment, he shook his head, no, the nearest fork is 2 hours away, and it might have been occupied by the zombie army. Yan Hao, you're a local, come and see if Beidou is still accurate. Yan Hao fixed the position for a long time, and said curiously, okay. It seems that there is still an operational ground monitoring station, it's worth setting off firecrackers to celebrate. Yan Hao cautiously glanced at the back of the car. Xianxia had finished her outburst, and Zhou Rong was sitting next to him, with one hand on his shoulder, trying to persuade and educate him. Everyone on the side was sleepy, and Yan Hao lowered the steel plate and asked, who wants to celebrate the fact that there are still people alive in our Beidou satellite ground station, and set off a cannon to blow up the ruins in front of us? Zhou Rong immediately raised his hand as if he had been granted amnesty, me. Everyone stared at him, and then turned their eyes in unison. In the center of attention, Sinan, who had been pretending to be asleep after igniting the flames of war, finally couldn't pretend anymore. He coughed, stood up, and got out of the car with his tactical bag. Blasting was a very particular technique. Sinan took out the plastic explosives he made with nitrocellulose, nitroglycerin, soap, rubber, and chewed gum, and carefully packed them into the gaps between the stressed bricks and tiles. He used black powder as the detonator, then jumped down from the ruins and lit a military match. He walked to the armored car and gently threw the match behind him. The flame drew a beautiful arc in the air, and accurately fell into the ruins. The next moment, the explosion was earth-shattering, and the wind suddenly raised Sinan's clothes. He carried a backpack on one shoulder and put one hand in his pocket. His handsome face was expressionless, and he walked to the car door with his back facing the flames. Zhou Rong laughed, look at his pretentiousness. Immediately, Huron stood up, and even the tone of his roar changed. Sinan! Run! Before he finished his sentence, a loud scream accompanied by violent shaking rose from the center of the explosion. The airflow instantly sent Sinan flying, and with a loud bang, he slammed into the front of the armored car a dozen steps away. Sinan only felt the world spinning, his vision turned black, and blood gushed out from his nose. But at this time, he didn't have time to feel the pain. The moment his vision recovered, he saw Yan Hao and Xianxia in the driver's seat through the blurry front window. The two of them looked behind him, as if they had seen something unbelievable. Sinan covered his nose and turned around. A 2-story tall black shadow rose from the ground, wrapped in countless pieces of rubble. His whole body was covered in flames, and his painful roar resounded through the road. Every time he pounded his chest, countless pieces of rotten flesh fell to the ground like a rainstorm. Bang 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 bang. Zhou Rong quickly jumped onto the roof of the car, lifted the Type 89 HMG, and brazenly fired. The bullet belt was quickly sucked into the ammunition feeder, and the metal cartridges splashed all over the ground. The black silhouette roared angrily under the barrage of bullets. He raised his foot and took a step forward. Yan Hao rushed into the back of the car, took out an armor-piercing explosive shell, and threw it to the roof of the car. Zhou Rong didn't even look at it, caught it steadily, and loaded it into the ammunition feeder. Then Yan Hao rushed to the front of the car to pull Sinan, but in the chaos, he saw Sinan leap from the other side of the road, rolling on the ground to hide in the green belt, and bent over to cover his head. In the nick of time, Yan Hao didn't have time to rush over, and could only squat down to cover his head. In the next moment, Zhou Rong pulled the trigger, and the armor-piercing explosive shell whistled through the air, blowing the monster's head off. Boom, the monster didn't even have time to roar, and its body fell heavily to the ground, and finally stopped moving. The flames burned fiercely on the rotten corpse, making a slight crackling sound. The ruins had been razed to the ground, and the special forces were still in shock, and they all jumped down from the armored vehicles. Yan Hao stood up shakily, shook his head that was in great pain from the shock, and wanted to help Sinan. Who knew that just as he took a step to the side of the road, he heard Sinan sternly stop him. Stop. You. Sinan covered his nose and stepped back. Don't come over. Yan Hao hesitated and stopped. He failed to show off in front of everyone, and needs a few minutes to calm down. Chen Chao patted his shoulder from behind, and whispered, "Let him be angry." Yan Hao. The flames gradually extinguished, and the rotting smell mixed with gunpowder smoke filled the entire road, and the zombies within a few hundred meters were swept away by the shockwave of the explosion. The asphalt road was full of potholes, and terrible cracks radiated out, extending to dozens of meters away. Sinan finally washed his nosebleed with mineral water, and walked over while sniffing. He saw everyone around the huge rotten corpse, and Zhou Rong used the barrel of the submachine gun to move the remaining head tissue of the monster, and whispered, "Chimpanzee." Chen Chao was stunned. "King Kong?" Yan Hao was full of doubts. "How is it possible?" "It's obviously infected." The huge chimpanzee's whole body was rotten, and its hair was falling off, bones were exposed in its limbs, and it exuded the unique smell of zombies. The stench was actually very shocking, but no one cared about it at the moment. Everyone couldn't believe it, and at the same time, they had a terrible conjecture in their hearts. If the zombie virus infects animals, Yan Hao murmured, "It shouldn't be, we haven't seen any other animals infected along the way. Rats, insects, chickens, ducks, cats, dogs, they all walked around the zombies, and we haven't heard of any record of zombie animals attacking humans." Xianxia also frowned, "And how could the virus make the carrier mutate into King Kong? Did the virus itself evolve?" "Impossible, the direction of evolution is completely wrong. It's really a chimpanzee, Brother Rong, are you sure?" "Chimpanzees and humans have a very high genetic similarity, maybe in terms of virus infection, it's also." Zhou Rong ignored the discussions around him and walked to the zombie chimpanzee's forepaw on the ground. He put on full-finger black leather gloves, tightened them, squatted down and began to search for something in the dirty and rotten hair. Sinan came over and squatted beside him, watching silently. After a while, Zhou Rong finally found what he was looking for. At the end of the zombie chimpanzee's right forepaw near the palm, there was a thin metal chain stuck in the hair. Because the chain had become very tight now, it was deeply embedded in the blackened flesh. Zhou Rong held the chain with 2 fingers and nodded to Sinan. Sinan pulled out a military dagger from the side of her thigh and cut off the metal chain. The mangled stainless steel nameplate fell to the ground with a tinkle. "Group E, number 71998, Zhou Rong read softly. Sinan asked, "What does it mean?" Zhou Rong held the nameplate with the steel seal in his palm and whispered, "Laboratory code. Someone used chimpanzees as a carrier to develop an antivirus vaccine, but the virus mutated and accidentally went out of control." He slowly stood up and looked to the north. At the end of the road, smoke billowed. Across most of the dead city, there was the B military region buried in ruins. The military fallout shelter was built in the middle of the last century. It was originally a large bomb shelter. At the beginning of the disaster, the military paid the price of countless lives to restart it. In just a few days, it was transformed into a fallout shelter that could accommodate millions of people. Zhou Rong turned on the tablet and clicked to enlarge it. The screen showed an intricate floor plan. The fallout shelter is dug down to 11 levels. It is in the shape of a cone and is divided into 5 areas. Area A on the east is mainly for the victims of the disaster. Area B on the west is centralized management, communication, and energy supply. Area C on the south is the garrison and the armory. Area D in the center is the underground drainage system and the transportation hub. Area E on the north is the most important and has the highest level of secrecy. It is responsible for medical quarantine and biological virus research. As the top secret Unit 118, our identity key allows us to enter the entire Area A, B, D, and part of Area C. When we are recruited, we can enter Area E under restricted conditions. It is the Biological Research Institute that is suspected to have lost control of the virus outbreak. Zhou Rong drew a line on the map and said, "Our initial plan is to enter the central area through the drainage system. Then, we will split into 2 groups. One group will follow the underground light rail line to the armory in Area B." He made a mark on the map and said, "To transport supplies and reload ammunition, it is best to get an armored vehicle. This group will be led by Yan Hao, followed by Xianxia and Dingshi. The other group will follow me to Area C to check the situation. The goal is to use the satellite communication facilities in the base to contact other military fallout shelters. If necessary, enter Area E and obtain the latest information on the virus before the fall of the Biological Research Institute. This is to preserve the fire for other institutions to continue their research in the future. Zhou Rong looked around and asked, "This group will be led by me, followed by Chen Chao and Ying Jia. Does anyone have any questions?" In the armored vehicle, the special forces squatted in a circle on the ground. Outside the car window, the last ray of light was slowly sinking into the ground. Birds covered the sky and the earth. Night was coming, and the collapsed buildings of the fallout shelter gradually disappeared into the shadows. Sinan raised her hand. Zhou Rong pointed with a pen, "Comrade Xiaoxi, please speak." Comrade Xiaoxi asked, "Which group should I follow? Which group do you want to join?" Sinan stared at the map on the tablet without saying a word. After a while, Yan Hao coughed and said to Zhou Rong, "The armory is less dangerous, so we don't need 4 people. The ding is yours. Sinan, come with us." Zhou Rong neither agreed nor expressed his opinion. He asked Sinan, "What do you think? Choose for yourself." Sinan was silent for a long time. Only the sound of breathing could be heard in the carriage. After an unknown amount of time, or perhaps only a few seconds, Lin Sanjiu suddenly heard his hoarse and curt voice. "I'll follow you." He didn't look at anyone when he said this, but Yan Hao instantly knew that he was talking about Zhou Rong. "Very good, the grouping is complete." Zhou Rong tucked the military tablet under his armpit. Huaran stood up. "Everyone, please stay alert. Bring your equipment and set off." With a muffled boom, the underground and sewer pipeline was blasted open. A foul stench accompanied by miserable howls from the depths of the underground rushed into their faces. Everyone pulled down their gas masks at the same time. Zhou Rong coughed a few times due to the fumes. He pointed his index finger forward and motioned for everyone to follow closely. Then, he took the lead and jumped into the black water that was as deep as his calves. The pipeline extended downwards at a steeper angle. The dirty water gradually rose up to their thighs. It was so dark underground that they couldn't see their own fingers. Only the searchlight on their helmets could be seen. The 7 of them waded forward in a line. The tunnel became wider and wider. The sound of water splashing could be heard. Hey, Spring Grass, who was second in line, couldn't stand it anymore and broke the silence. "Our mission is so dangerous. Let's have a chat before we part." The muffled howls of zombies could be heard faintly from afar. They wasted no time in answering her question. Sinan behind Spring Grass was seriously moxie-booshing a mortal giant clam angrily paying 13 benzene fi decayed skeleton, thumbtail swaying "Oh wink handsome, but it's especially dangerous this time." "Then what should we talk about?" Spring Grass thought for a while and said, "Let's talk about why we joined Unit 118. I got the recruitment letter and thought it was cool. What about you, Brother Rong?" Zhou Rong led the way in front of her and said without turning his head, "The salary is high." Dingshi said honestly, "I'm the same as Brother Rong." Guo Weixiang said, "I can prove myself." Yan Hao said, "The promotion in the special forces is fast. My wife and children can follow the army." Zhang Yingjia said embarrassedly, "The local special forces I was in only had 1 vacation a year." Brother Rong said that if I transferred to Unit 118, he could arrange a confidential job for my wife and send my children to the military primary school. "Sister-in-law isn't in this shelter, is she?" Guo Weixiang asked in surprise. "No, she went back to her hometown in the northeast when the incident happened." Zhang Yingjia sighed and said, "It should be winter in my hometown now. The weather is cold and the zombies are weak. The vegetables in the cellar of every family can last for a whole winter. I hope they're still safe." Everyone was silent for a while. Zhang Yingjia seemed to regret making the atmosphere more solemn, so he changed the topic. "What about Sinan? I've never heard you talk about yourself. You have a good family background, right?" Sinan silently hid behind the gas mask. After a while, he said, "I don't remember." This answer made everyone instantly think of countless things, from the breakdown of the original family to the rebellious leaving of the children, to the problems of youth education. After a few back and forth, they finally heard Sinan's voice again. He added, "I really don't remember." "What about your parents?" Yan Hao asked from the back of the line. I forgot, Sinan said indifferently. The atmosphere was even weirder than before. No problem, Comrade Xiaoxi. Now that you've joined Unit 118, 6th Squadron, you're a part of our big family of unity and friendship. When we go back, remember to remind me to give you a permanent position. Is there anything you need the organization to take care of you? For example, arrange for your girlfriend to follow the army, or send your child to the military kindergarten? Do you have an emergency contact? Sinan said, no. Then you'll have to have one, Zhou Rong said regretfully as he stepped on a step at the bottom of the water. They had reached the end of the pipe. In front of them was a stone wall covered in moss. Above them was a sewer opening that was emitting a cool breeze. Zhou Rong pried open the manhole cover with a military dagger and grabbed the edge of the manhole with both hands. Hey! He pulled himself up and rolled out of the manhole with a splash of water. Central District Light Rail Blue Line Underground Tunnel Terminal. Zhou Rong looked around and said softly, it's safe. Come up. The 6 team members lined up and climbed up. Everyone was dripping wet and smelled terrible. If you're successful, the organization will send your pension to your emergency contact. Chen Chao explained to Sinan in a low voice, if you need help, they'll also help you arrange work and take care of the elderly. Zhou Rong turned on his tactical flashlight and carefully observed the situation around him. They were at the back of the control room at the end of the railway. It was not a big place and was covered in thick layers of dust and wires. It was sealed off from outer space by an iron fence. Since the light rail had been out of service for a long time, the power supply and ventilation systems were no longer in operation. Even with a flashlight, it was difficult to see what was behind the iron fence. There's something I don't understand, Sinan finally asked Chen Chao, what exactly is Unit 118? This question was not complicated, but it was not simple either. Chen Chao was about to answer when she paused and said, you can think of it as a very powerful special force. It's responsible for state secrets, similar to the King of Soldiers in the Special Forces. Sinan nodded slowly to show his understanding. After a moment, he asked cautiously and politely, is it difficult to be selected as a beta? The whole team was silent. None of you have been drugged, right? Didn't you say that Special Forces must be alpha? After a moment of suffocating silence, Zhou Rong finally said slowly. Who did you hear this from? Sinan sold out the source of the information without any hesitation, Feng Wentai's bodyguards. Zhou Rong immediately refuted him. This is nonsense, it's completely jealousy and rumors. Are we the same kind of people as those stupid alphas? His tone was resolute and his words were powerful. The whole team opened their mouths in unison. After a long while, Guo Weixiang finally said with a trembling voice, I've never admired Brother Rong as much as I do now. Chen Chao covered her face and asked, is Brother Rong's face thick? On the other side, Sinan thought about it and was convinced, I really shouldn't have believed them. Zhou Rong was very satisfied with Sinan's apology and said earnestly, in our team, he pulled apart the tangled wires blocking the road, used the screwdriver behind the dagger to unscrew the nails one by one, and said, we pay great attention to the combination of personal accomplishment and team spirit, understand? Not only do you have to obey the organization unconditionally, but you also have to have excellent individual combat effectiveness and tenacious spirit. We firmly believe that every gender is born the same. As long as you are willing to challenge your limits, you can surpass the genetic difference between alpha and beta. He removed the last nail and shook the heavy iron fence. The clanging sound spread far and wide in the tunnel. For example, I, Brother Rong, have never felt that alpha has any superiority. Brother Rong only respects people who work hard, and all genders are equal in my eyes except for Omega. Zhou Rong turned around and kicked back like lightning. The sound of the wind was fierce, heavy, and fierce, and in an instant, the hundreds of kilograms of pig iron fence was kicked out, clang. The iron gate fell to the ground and set off a series of echoes that instantly resounded throughout the tunnel. That's it. Zhou Rong retracted his leg and said politely to Sinan. Sinan answered him with a completely blank expression. Zhou Rongi was the first to get in through the iron gate. As soon as he stepped on the tracks, he suddenly felt that something was wrong, so he looked down. The next moment, he crawled back on all fours like crazy. When he landed, he staggered and hugged Sinan, yelling, so many F*** king cockroaches. Sinan snatched the tactical flashlight from his hand. Where's the gender equality we agreed upon? Sinan didn't have any psychological barriers at all. He carried a tactical backpack, a submachine gun, and a flashlight in his mouth as he nimbly flipped onto the tracks. Just like Zhou Rongyi, he looked down at his feet. The next second, he raised his head. Everyone saw the tactical flashlight in his mouth quickly turning left and right with his movements. The frequency was a little strange. Then, he unloaded his submachine gun and opened fire with a bang. Everyone, bullets flew in the narrow space, and bullet shells flew everywhere. Sparks flickered on the ground, creating a dazzling light. A few seconds later, the rainstorm of gunfire finally stopped. Smoke filled the air, and the pungent smell was suffocating. The sound of vomiting rose and fell one after another. Sinan looked back with a pale face. The underground insects are bigger, Zhou Rong shouted, stop talking. In the underground world where there was no sunlight, the sewers that had been rotten for a long time, and the space that was full of garbage, mold, and dust, the environment had formed a terrifying ecosystem. 3 minutes later, the group crossed the tracks and began to move toward the central transportation hub. I just wasn't mentally prepared, Brother Rong, stop talking. It's really okay. Zhou Rong led the way with a pale face. Spring grass comforted him from time to time. Xianxia laughed behind him, Brother Rong has trypophobia. It's a psychological shadow left from previous missions. Although he can overcome it most of the time, he can still feel it occasionally. Ha ha ha. Sinan said coldly, I just want to know what all genders are equal except for Omega means. I guess if it was another Omega, he wouldn't have acted like Zhou Rong just now. By the way, can you give me another magazine? The group of 7 smoothly passed the checkpoint. After walking along the light rail line for half an hour, the tunnel ahead suddenly opened up. The design of this large air raid shelter was that even if the shelter fell and the main power supply was cut off, the backup power supply was enough to maintain basic ventilation and lighting of the main area. In front of them was a hub space similar to a subway station. On the left side of the platform, there was a pale light. They could vaguely hear the dragging footsteps and howls of zombies. On the right side, there was a track that extended into the darkness. Zhou Rong turned his head and gestured to Yan Hao, who was at the end of the group. The track led to the south side, Area C, which was the armory. Zhou Rong's group had to get on the platform here and go to the west side, Area B, to find the satellite communication center. They had to part ways here. Yan Hao nodded, led Ding Shi and Guo Weixiang across the tracks, and walked into the depths of the tunnel with a flashlight. Zhou Rong stood still and gestured for Spring Grass, Sinan, and Xianxia to surround him. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly saw Yan Hao not far away turn back and walk straight to Sinan. Sinan frowned slightly, but before he could ask, Yan Hao suddenly reached out and gave him a tight and passionate hug. Under everyone's gaze, the hug was so long that even Sinan was stunned. No one spoke, and no one moved. Zhou Rong silently looked down. After more than 10 seconds, Yan Hao let go of his hand, took half a step back, and looked at Sinan with a smile. The smile was a little sad, but Yan Hao's expression was always gentle. His eyes were bright, and his lips were gentle. He was a well-educated and considerate big brother next door. Then he waved his hand, held the tactical flashlight, and walked into the depths of the tunnel. Brother Rong, Sinan called in a low voice. For Special Forces soldiers lined up in a row, bent their bodies and walked quietly along the tracks to the platform. Zhou Rong at the front of the team whispered back, what's wrong? Why did Yan Hao? Sinan didn't know what to say, so Zhou Rong stood on tiptoe and poked his head out. There were more than a dozen zombies wandering on the spacious platform, and they were very rotten. 40 meters away, there was an elevator leading to the exit on the upper level, but it was out of service. Zhou Rong quickly calculated the distance and time, adjusted the submachine gun to single-shot mode, and said softly while aiming, you saved everyone, and also saved Yan Hao's life on the rooftop of the shopping mall. With a few whooshing sounds of silencers, the zombies near the elevator were all shot and fell to the ground. He should be grateful to you. Zhou Rongyi raised his submachine gun, waved his hand to indicate that it was safe, and took the lead to jump onto the platform. Several people swept across the platform like ghosts, stepping over zombies that had died twice, and swept into the elevator like the wind. The uniformed ticket inspector in front of the exit gate had turned into a zombie, and with his back to the elevator, he made a low rumbling sound. The few of them looked past it. Outside the gate was the main hall of the train station. Hundreds of living dead were crammed into the hall, wandering aimlessly in the dim and spacious space. The oxygen level was low, and the airflow was blocked, so the zombies hadn't found out that there were more living people here. But there was no doubt that once they found out, this place would immediately become a hell field for zombies. I feel that Xianxia still has a lot of feelings for you, Brother Rong. Sinan clung to Zhou Rong's back, almost biting his ear as she spoke. While observing the surrounding environment, she asked, "How did you know each other?" Zhou Rong stared at the station hall with full attention, and didn't notice the abnormality of the previous sentence. "I was sent to 118 to replace their captain who died in the line of duty, and I met everyone including Xianxia." Fuck, why are there so many zombies here? Sent? Yes. What about the original? Zhou Rong felt the warm breath on his ear, and his cheek muscles unconsciously tensed up. He asked, "Since when did you talk so much to me, Comrade Xiaoxi?" "We're 20 minutes away from our destination in West District B. How are we going to get there?" "Let's talk," Sinan said. "I was originally Guan Wubin's bodyguard." Zhou Rong said helplessly, "Comrade Xiaoxi, although I welcome you to come closer, I don't have the guts to do it under the watchful eyes of hundreds of zombie friends. Why don't we find a place with no one around after we go out? I guarantee that you'll have a very good user experience." The ticket inspector zombie seemed to have noticed something and slowly turned its highly corrupted face around. In an instant, with a crisp crack, Sinan moved as fast as lightning and twisted the zombie's neck by 180 degrees. "What kind of experience?" Sinan asked casually while holding the zombie's body and making it lie on the ground silently. Zhou Rong said sincerely, "Nothing." "So why do we have to stay here?" Sinan asked. "Can't we go from the top?" Everyone looked up. In the heavy shadows above the underground space, there were several rows of thick cable pipes and ventilation pipes. They passed through the station hall and extended into the distance. A few minutes later, on the ceiling, Spring Grass was first, Sinan second, Zhou Rong third, and Xianxia fourth. The group was arranged according to their body size, squeezed in the narrow gap between the cable and ventilation pipes, and crawled forward while hugging the pipe wall. Below them was an impenetrable hall. If one of their hands slipped and fell down, hundreds of unconscious zombies would instantly wake up. "Xianxia, you actually gained weight." Zhou Rong clenched his teeth and crawled through a particularly narrow gap. Xianxia was out of breath. "It's you who lost weight, Brother Rong." "Eh?" Xianxia's face was covered with dust. Finally, he squeezed through the gap between the two cable pipes. 100 meters in this direction is the fire escape. When we arrive, I'll jump down and blow up the safety door. You guys cover me with fire." Spring Grass hugged the ventilation pipe tightly and wriggled forward. "Everyone hold on, the number of zombies ahead is estimated to be..." Before she finished, Xianxia tried to move forward at the corner. The tactical bag on his back rubbed against the steel hoop that fixed the cable on the ceiling, and a sharp steel fracture quietly cut off the left side of the bag. The tactical bag tilted to the right and hit the ventilation pipe below him. Bang! Bang! The impact was infinitely magnified by the hollow pipe. The zombies collectively raised their heads and then issued a hungry roar. The 40 kilograms tactical bag was only hooked on the right shoulder. The gravity pulled Xianxia to the right and he instantly slid down. Zhou Rong shouted, "Xianxia." Zhou Rong grabbed Xianxia's backpack strap and lifted him and his equipment in the air with one hand. Spring Grass lost her voice, "Brother Rong." Fortunately, this was a 90-degree corner. Otherwise, Zhou Rong would not be able to reach Xianxia behind him. At this moment, he would have been torn to pieces by hundreds of zombies. Even so, the unimaginable falling force almost brought Zhou Rong down. At the critical moment, he clenched his teeth and hugged the ventilation pipe. His feet tightly wrapped around the pipe to stop the fall. Spring Grass shouted, "Xianxia, quick! Climb up!" The zombies in the hall were screaming and desperately reaching up. Xianxia's whole body was suspended in the air. His toes were only a few centimeters away from the zombies' fingernails. No matter how he climbed up, he could not reach the ventilation pipe. Cold sweat poured down. No. I can't do it. At this moment, there was a particularly sharp sound in the midst of the zombie screams. Everyone's nerves suddenly tightened. Zhou Rong's field jacket could not withstand the pulling force. It tore from the shoulder and back. Xianxia roared, "Brother Rong, let go of me." Zhou Rong clenched his teeth and did not let go. His arms trembled violently. "Hurry up, Brother Rong." Xianxia looked at Zhou Rong's body leaning down a little. His eyes almost cracked. "Let go of me." Sinan raised his gun and aimed. He shouted, "Jump." The Type 89 heavy machine gun spewed fire. The bullets swept a circle of zombies away. This was simply gambling with their lives. Several people jumped down at the same time from a high place. The moment they landed, more zombies rushed up. Zhou Rong and Xianxia's submachine guns shot their brains out. "Run!" Sinan roared. The second magazine of bullets passed through 100 meters of space and smashed the fire escape door into pieces. The four of them ran wildly in the zombie tide. Chen Chao and Xianxia took the lead, and Zhou Rong brought up the rear. They relied on the suppressive fire to forcibly open up a bloody and muddy road. The bullet shells were like fireworks, drawing countless arcs of light. Amidst the chaos, everyone felt the zombies colliding with their chests, limbs, and shoulders, but they had no time to check if they were bitten or not. They could only madly rain bullets around them, and the rows of zombies that came close to them were sent flying back. In the blink of an eye, they reached the end of the short 100 meters. Sinan shouted, "Get out of the way." Chen Chao and Xianxia cooperated well. They turned left and right at the same time. The submachine gun bullets swept out horizontally. At the same time, Sinan carried the Type 89. The bullet belt was like a flying python. The heavy firepower tore a hole in the tide of zombies in front of the fire escape door. Xianxia roared, "You go. I'll bring up the rear." Sinan grabbed Zhou Rong's back collar and dragged him to Xianxia with the strength of an iron clamp. Zhou Rong staggered back. He was pulled by Xianxia and Chen Chao at the same time. He almost jumped out of the hall and rushed into the fire escape. From the time they rushed to the ground, it was only 2 seconds. But in these 2 seconds, the tide of zombies that had lost the suppressive fire swarmed up and swallowed the lonely hall master in the blink of an eye. Zhou Rong suddenly turned back. "Sinan." That roar was somewhat heart-wrenching. He broke free from Chen Chao and desperately ran back. Chen Chao and Xianxia rushed out at the same time and hugged him from behind. At this time, suddenly a series of machine gun shots were fired. The zombies in the hall flew in all directions at the same time. Heads and limbs fell from the sky. A thin figure rose from the ground. Sinan almost stepped on the heads of all the zombies. He carried 50 kilograms of equipment on his back, but every leap was as fast as lightning. He rushed into the fire escape door in a flash. "What are you waiting for?" Sinan roared. His face was full of zombie blood. Zhou Rongyi was stunned. He immediately ran upstairs. "Don't let them catch up. Run." The zombies in the hall were confused for a moment. Then they found their target again. They staggered into the fire escape door and started a chase in the dark fire escape. There were 6 stairs connecting each floor of the shelter. The military equipment on the 4 people added up to 200 kilograms. But the speed of running upstairs was like a 100-meter race. They soon left the zombies with stiff knees far behind. Zhou Rongyi ran while taking out the electronic identification card from his chest pocket. Every time he passed by the fire escape door, he stopped and swiped it. But none of the doors opened. Chen Chao was furious. What happened? Did the emergency power stop? Or did the central computer malfunction? The power supply is not enough. All the doors are closed. Xianxia shouted. He turned around and fired. The zombies behind him fell down the stairs. Sinan squeezed Zhou Rongyi out of the way. He raised the crane gun and was about to shoot the door. But the gun barrel was grabbed by Zhou Rongyi. "Wait, there is a ferry on the top floor. Follow me." They were now in the center of the transportation hub. When the virus broke out, there were at least tens of thousands of people. Under the situation where all the light rail stopped running, the possibility of killing the zombies to reach the B district was close to zero. They had to rely on transportation. Zhou Rongyi was the first to rush upstairs. Just as he stepped on the ground, there was a loud noise above his head. Boom, the ground shook. Dust fell from the walls. There was another sound that was even closer. Boom. Zhang Yingjia's feet staggered, and a magazine of bullets instantly swept diagonally towards the ceiling. Sinan and Chen Chao both stopped. At that moment, they saw Zhou Rongyi jump down the stairs like a giant bird. He didn't even pause when he landed. He got up and wrapped Sinan up. Then he rushed downstairs. Everyone, turn back. Chen Chao, what happened? Zhou Rongyi, gorilla. The wild beast's roar almost sounded above their heads. The stairs on the top floor were torn apart. Cement fragments fell on the 4 Special Forces soldiers. In the green background of the night vision goggles, a 3-meter-tall zombie gorilla poked its head out of the darkness. Its fangs were dripping blood. Its turbid eyes rolled and stared at them. Chen Chao said, "What the hell? How can a gorilla grow so big?" Zhang Yingjia said, "The zombies are catching up." "Brother Rong, what should we do?" Zhou Rong said, "I don't know. I've never been so unlucky when I'm on a mission." Sinan said, "Stop talking. Let's run." The zombie gorilla let out an earth-shattering roar and smashed the corner of the upper stairs with its fist. The 4 of them rolled and crawled down to the next floor at the same time, and came face to face with the tide of zombies that were staggering up. Chen Chao and Zhang Yingjia desperately shot at the zombies, but the army of zombies was not afraid at all. They staggered and approached them step by step in the rain of bullets. Zhou Rong shot back at the gorilla, trying to open a way up. But in the crowded and chaotic corridor, ordinary bullets had no effect on the zombie beast. Instead, they angered it even more. It suddenly jumped up and smashed down on them. The cement stairs could not withstand the weight of the zombie gorilla. It immediately broke into countless stones, and the 4 of them flew up at the same time. Chen Chao screamed, "Brother Rong! Think of a way." Zhou Rong's roar resounded through the corridor. Sinan landed heavily on the ground. She lifted the heavy machine gun in the dark and poured bullets into the corridor wall like a storm. The extremely tight shooting distance caused the metal bullets, bullet casings, and concrete rocks to bounce around chaotically. If it weren't for the bulletproof vests the special forces were wearing, they would have been covered in cuts and bruises by now. Even so, the other 3 people were still forced to protect their heads and faces by the rain of bullets. Suddenly, the gunshots stopped. The concrete wall had been shot into a honeycomb by the machine gun. Sinan kicked a big hole in the wall. Inside the hole was the passage leading to the inside of the building. Zhou Rong turned around and shot at the tide of zombies crazily. He shouted, "You go first, quick. Go in one by one." Sinan, Chen Chao, and Zhang Yingjia quickly got into the passage one by one. Zhou Rong was the last one. Half of his body went in, but he felt that his back foot was caught by a zombie. He gritted his teeth and kicked the zombie several times before he managed to crawl in. Roar. The zombie gorilla's eyesight was obviously not good in the dark, and it was extremely anxious after suddenly losing its target. It swung its arms and tore apart the bodies of a few zombies, causing even more terrifying cracks to appear on the crumbling wall. "The wall won't hold." Zhou Rong roared. "Let's go." The shelter was mainly divided into 11 floors, but there were narrow partitions between the floors, such as the fire protection floor. Usually, only the staff would do routine inspections, and the civilians were not allowed to enter. The floor that they came in through the corridor was such a space. The 4 of them were running in the empty corridor. Suddenly, the ground behind them started to shake, and the entire wall of the corridor was knocked down by the zombie gorilla. Spring Grass ran until she was out of breath. "We agreed to fight Resident Evil. Why did we sneak into the King Kong Instance dungeon? Can we do it this time? It's coming. This won't do, we have to think of a way." Zhang Yingjia had a single-shouldered backpack. It made clanking sounds as he ran. It was simply unbearable. "Brother Rong, I think there should be more explosives in your bag. Let's cover you while you look for them?" Zhou Rong said decisively, "There's no time to take it out. The explosives are at the bottom of the magazine. They were originally going to be used in the Explosive Biology Research Institute. Why are we so unlucky this time? Springgrass said in disbelief. Sinan said. Don't talk so much when you're running for your life. The corridor had reached the end, and the 4 special forces turned at the same time. Suddenly, Zhou Rong caught a glimpse of something from the edge of the laser night vision goggles. Wait, over here. Instantly, Zhou Rong was crying tears of joy. Garbage truck. At the shelter's garbage collection area, a compressed garbage truck was quietly parked at the entrance, emitting a strange smell that couldn't be ignored. There was always a way out. Xianxia broke the window with a punch. He pulled out 2 red and 2 blue wires from under the steering wheel. His fingers trembled slightly as he connected them one by one. A moment later, the engine roared to life, and the other 3 jumped onto the truck. The moment the zombie gorilla flashed from the other end of the corridor, the truck suddenly jumped out. Zhou Rong sat on the garbage truck, quickly took out the explosives from his tactical bag, and took over the Type 89 HMG. Sinan turned over and approached. Zhou Rong used his shoulder as a fulcrum to prop up the barrel and narrowed his eyes to aim. Sinan was like a rock, and Zhou Rong's body was constantly bumping with the truck. Through the scope, he could see the zombie gorilla running up and down, getting closer and closer to the truck. On the other side of the truck, Springgrass closely watched them, not daring to make a sound. Cold sweat slid down her cheeks to her sharp chin. Roar! 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 The zombie gorilla leaped up and smashed down with a gust of wind. If time stood still, it would be a very scary scene. The zombie gorilla's body weighed several tons like a hill, and its shadow completely covered the 3 people on the truck. Its sharp claws were covered in blood and rotten flesh, and it was less than a foot away from Sinan's eyes. At that moment, the red dot on the scope lit up. Zhou Rong pulled the trigger. Bang! The zombie gorilla's huge head exploded and scattered all over the sky. The moment Zhou Rong released the trigger, he got up, turned over, and pressed Sinan under his body and hugged her tightly. The next second, the gorilla's bloody brain matter sprayed all over his back. The truck sped up and fled desperately. The headless body of the zombie gorilla flipped over in midair and fell heavily behind them. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the distance. 5 minutes later, in the garbage truck. Blurg, Sinan turned over and sat down, exhausted. Finally, she couldn't vomit anything and forced herself to drink a mouthful of water. Zhou Rong said gloomily, "Does it smell that bad?" Blurg, Springgrass turned her head, gasped, and wiped her mouth. She said affirmatively, "Yes, Brother Rong." Zhou Rong moved toward them in revenge, and the 2 immediately retreated. Springgrass said angrily, "Don't come over. Keep a distance, and we can still be father and daughter." Zhou Rong felt a sense of loss, as if he was being ignored. He leaned down from the top of the truck and knocked on the driver's window. "Xianxia. Stop the truck and let me in." There was no answer from the driver's seat. The truck moved forward steadily, as if nothing had happened. Zhou Rong sat up helplessly, his forehead twitching. The back of his field uniform was full of sticky, half-dried brain matter, mixed with the garbage in the truck that hadn't been disposed of for a long time. The smell was simply overwhelming. "Comrade Xianxia," Zhou Rong cleared his throat, ready to persuade with reason. "Let's assume a situation. If I hadn't sacrificed myself to protect you just now, who would be the one with the zombie's brain matter all over his face? Who would be isolated, disliked, and suffered a great psychological blow by their teammates? In a situation where the morale is so low." "Brother Rong, drink water," Xiaoxi said hurriedly. Zhou Rong took the bottle of water with dissatisfaction and drank 2 mouthfuls. He almost vomited from the stench all over his body. "We'll pass through the isolation layer from here and arrive at Westby 20 minutes later. It's right above the emergency liaison office. There's a special elevator for garbage disposal personnel here. You can reach the designated area by descending 60 meters vertically. Then, you'll blow it up." Zhou Rong's finger stopped on the map on the tablet and made a red mark. Chun Chao raised her hand. "Comrade Xiao Chao, please speak." Chun Chao sat at the other end of the truck and yelled at the top of her lungs, "What if we encounter more King Kong?" "Nothing," Zhou Rong said coldly. "Do you really think we're here for an autumn outing? Chen Chao couldn't help but mutter, why do I feel like we've been having bad luck on missions recently? Should we go to Yonghe Temple to pray? Sinan had been holding Zhou Rong's 8th-generation only son. He sat on the side and focused on calibrating the scope. At this time, he suddenly interrupted. I've always wanted to ask, what's the King Kong you're talking about? Zhou Rong looked at him suspiciously. Sinan Hui looked at him calmly. King Kong is an ancient mutant gorilla. Comrade Xiaoxi, have you seen Skull Island? Sinan shook his head. What about Resident Evil? Sinan shook his head again. You played Counter-Strike before, right? Sinan said, I don't play games. Zhou Rong seemed to have discovered a new continent. As a teenager growing up in the 21st century, you don't watch dramas or play games? Comrade Xiaoxi, where did you waste your time as a student? Do you have any pain or unspeakable troubles that you want to tell the organization? Chen Chao said lazily, you don't understand, Brother Rong. With Si Xiaonan's looks, he's busy dating during his time as a student. He's either watching the stars and the moon with the innocent junior, or he's watching movies with the sweet campus belle while riding a bike. He's completely different from you guys from the military school. Haha. Sinan said, I've never been in love. Chen Chao, Zhou Rong, the air suddenly became quiet, and only the rhythmic bumping of the garbage truck could be heard. After a while, Zhou Rong said slowly, although it's good not to fall in love early. But Comrade Xiaoxi, people should have some entertainment occasionally. Otherwise, it's easy to have problems with mental stress. Don't you want to find a quiet place to whisper to Brother Rong? It's necessary to relax your body and mind. I have entertainment. Sinan Hui replied, sleep. After a long time, Chen Chao covered her nose and moved closer to Zhou Rong. She whispered, I think he means sleep. Zhou Rong, I think so too. The garbage truck made a turn in the empty isolation floor and sped to the west, bypassing the generator and the power distribution room. In the corner, there was a lift for staff with yellow and black warning tape. When the truck stopped, the 3 people on top jumped off the ground at the same time. Zhou Rong carried dozens of kilograms of equipment and said, do you know? I finally remember the feeling Comrade Xiaoxi gave me. The White Eagle unit, the one that fought with us in the 19 versus 8 battle last year. Chen Chao, ah. Yes. Xianxia, foreign devils are bad at showing off. No. Brother Rong, give me the wrench. Zhou Rong replied, why do you need a wrench? Immediately, he grabbed the door with his bare hands, gritted his teeth and exerted force. The muscles on his shoulders and back bulged as he forcefully pulled the elevator door open. The elevator shaft was dark. Zhou Rong waved the tactical flashlight a few times. The bottomless darkness swallowed the light, and he could vaguely see the sparkling waves at the bottom. What's going on? Zhou Rong murmured, is the underground water flowing back up? Xianxia took out a small sensor from the pocket of his camouflage pants and threw it into the elevator shaft. A moment later, the depth of detection was displayed on the tablet, 57. 6 meters. Their target floor was 2 meters underwater, so they needed to dive. Brother Rong, do you want to go down? Zhou Rong pointed inside. Stop talking nonsense, go down. Chen Chao nimbly set up the hook and fixed the end of the hook to the wall of the elevator shaft with 8 suction cups. Xianxia put on leather thermal gloves, grabbed the rope, and jumped in. This time, the order changed to Xianxia, Zhou Rong, Sinan, and Chen Chao. The 4 of them lined up from top to bottom. They stepped on the walls of the elevator shaft from the north, south, east, and west. They rotated and slid down. The White Eagle unit, Zhou Rong sighed. Zhou Rong kicked off the wall with his long legs and slid down 2 meters. Xianxia laughed at his feet and said, before the exercise began, these foreigners were really awesome. They said that all of them were fighting machines, that they had no emotions, and that every alpha soldier was trained to absolutely obey the combat program. They looked down on our group of idle special forces. In the end, they still lost 19-8. Xianxia jumped down. What a shame. Sinan said expressionlessly, I didn't know I had such a bad image in your mind. Xianxia quickly denied it with a smile. Zhou Rong sighed. But their perverted coach is still very strong. After the exercise, he challenged someone one-on-one and broke 4 ribs of 118th chief instructor. Although this behavior itself was just to save face. Xianxia, get ready to dive. See Xiaonan, did you kick me just now? Sinan stopped sliding. He grabbed the rope with both hands and stepped on the wall of the shaft. He stared at his gloves intently, as if he had suddenly entered a meditative mode. You're a typical example of being spoiled. Zhou Rong said angrily. Zhou Rong shone the tactical flashlight on the water below him. He saw that it was dark and he didn't know how deep it was. He took out an electronic detonator from his trouser pocket and threw it to Xianxia. Be careful, this is the last one we have in stock. Xianxia made a got-it gesture. I can hold my breath for 5 minutes. I'll come up when it's fixed. He loosened his grip and jumped into the water with a splash. The elevator door to the emergency communication building was 2 to 3 meters below the surface of the water. They needed to find a fulcrum to fix the detonator and set up the encoder. This work had to be done by Xianxia, who had the best diving record. Above the water, 3 people quietly hung in the air, like 3 grasshoppers hanging from a rope. After a while, Grasshopper Zhou couldn't help but jump up. Comrade Xiaoxi. Comrade Xiaoxi rolled his eyes. Why haven't you been in love? You don't understand, Brother Rong. Chen Chao hung at the top and looked into the darkness. This kind of thing is like when everyone gathers together after the exam papers are collected. Those students who lament that they didn't revise at all are definitely the top students who secretly study until the wee hours of the morning every day. If you believe them, the last place on the list will teach you how to be a good person. As for the top students, when they see their names appear in the top 5 of the grade, they will shyly say, I really didn't study, I'm so lucky, or even, why did I fall back by half a point compared to last time? But the purpose of their words is to humiliate you, because you're the only one who got the last place. You're the only one who honestly faces the fact that you didn't study at all. Zhou Rong couldn't help but raise his head and say, Daughter, although your school days sound miserable, I've always been the top student in the military school. Chen Chao, I was the top student in the school for 4 years. When I graduated, I even got a medal. I'll find it for you one day. Chen Chao didn't speak for a long time. Her expression was as if she was struck by lightning. With a splash of water, Xianxia emerged from the bottom and laughed, Well, Brother Rong, pull me up. I'll go up and detonate it. Zhou Rong struggled to adjust his posture. His legs were wide open on the left and right side of the wall to stabilize his body. He bent down to pull Xianxia, who was half submerged in the water. However, at this moment, a series of bubbles suddenly appeared on the water surface. The bubbles quickly grew from small to big, as if something was quickly floating up. Zhou Rong's eyebrows twitched, Come up quickly. Xianxia also clearly felt that something bad was going to happen. He suddenly pulled the rope. But at the moment when he was about to use his strength to get up, a few pale and swollen hands suddenly stretched out from the black water surface and pulled him. Xianxia. Zombies. Xianxia pulled out his gun and shot, but the bullets didn't hit the target at all. In a panic, he was pulled down by the zombies. Bang! The heavy sound was accompanied by water arrows. Zhou Rong didn't even think about it. He pulled out the submachine gun from his back and jumped into the water. The moment Zhou Rong entered the water, he only had one feeling, it was so cold. The water was bone-chilling. He struggled to swim up, and with the help of the light from his helmet, he saw that Xianxia was entangled by 2 huge white shadows not far from his feet. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from the entanglement of the zombies. Zhou Rong was afraid of hitting Xianxia, so he aimed at the zombies before firing a shot. But shooting underwater caused the bullet to deviate, and it only hit the back of the zombies. It didn't help at all. The violent movements caused the oxygen consumption to increase. Xianxia finally couldn't hold his breath. A series of air bubbles were squeezed out of his lungs, and he sank silently. Zhou Rong cursed in his heart and decisively dived. One of the giant zombies soaked in water came back to catch him, but the other one chased after Xianxia. Zhou Rong used the butt of his gun to push the zombie back. The reaction force made his back hit the wall of the elevator, and then he bounced back. The zombie opened its almost melted mouth and approached again. Zhou Rong pressed the muzzle of his gun against the zombie's upper jaw, and a bullet burst its head into pieces. The zombie sank quickly with a trail of black blood. Zhou Rong felt that the oxygen had reached its limit, but he didn't have the slightest hesitation. He dived in the direction where Xianxia disappeared. Among the many drowning situations, jumping into a well was the least likely to save someone. Because the well walls were smooth and there were no pressure points, it was difficult to struggle to float up in a narrow space. Zhou Rong accelerated diving would cause the water pressure to rise sharply, and the oxygen consumption would reach the limit in an instant. Zhou Rong's lungs twitched violently, and he clenched his teeth to hold the last bit of oxygen. Suddenly, the water beside him surged violently, and the zombie that was chasing Xianxia earlier floated up. Fuck, this was the last thought in Zhou Rong's mind. His blood boiled, and he fiercely punched out. If this was on land, Zhou Rong's right fist had the highest impact force of 400 kilograms, and in the ring, he could at least defeat a small boxing champion. However, the lack of oxygen and the flow of water reduced a considerable part of the force of the attack. The zombie's chest was completely collapsed, and then it staggered and pounced on him. Zhou Rong's vision turned black. He struggled to pick up the gun and pulled the trigger. The bullets that were randomly fired turned the bottom of the water murky. Countless cotton-like tissues burst out of the zombie's head and body, and it finally floated away completely. At this moment, Zhou Rong could no longer feel the existence of his limbs. He put away his gun and sank down mechanically. His hands groped around until he finally found a motionless foot at the bottom. Hard-soled military boots, combat gear, and a tactical backpack. It was Xianxia. It was as if a cardiac stimulant had been injected into his body. Zhou Rong used the last of his strength to lift himself up and tried his best to kick his legs and float upwards. Then, his feet sank. Two cold and stiff hands reached out from the bottom of the elevator shaft and grabbed his ankles. The water rushed upwards, and a disgusting and soft zombie rose up like a ghost. It bit Zhou Rong's calf through his camouflage pants. Zhou Rong crazily kicked his legs, and the water splashed, but the dizziness caused by the extreme lack of oxygen made his vision turn black. He couldn't even take out his gun. In the midst of his struggle, he opened his mouth, and this insignificant action almost ended his life. Because his throat loosened, the last of the air in his lungs was instantly twisted clean, and a large number of air bubbles spurted out. Is this the end? Hua, a strong light shone down from above, and a figure quickly dived down. In a flash, it brushed past Zhou Rong. Zhou Rong was truly an arrow at the end of its flight. His blurred vision could barely see anything. The last scene before he fainted was that the person had a dagger in his mouth and was rushing straight to the zombie. The light reflected his cold and handsome face. It was Sinan. Zhou Rong closed his eyes and finally lost consciousness. There's still a pulse, hold on. He moved. He moved. Zhou Rong suddenly opened his eyes, struggled to sit up, and coughed out a large amount of saliva. This cough made the world dark, and it almost tore his lungs into pieces and twisted them out of his throat. After a long while, Zhou Rong finally stopped coughing. He was panting heavily, and said hoarsely, Yingjia, Chen Chao was pleasantly surprised, Brother Rong is fine. Hey, see Xiaonan? Zhou Rong raised his head and saw Sinan kneeling beside him. The moment he heard the words he's fine, he quietly fell back. Zhou Rong was shocked, and hurriedly reached out to hold Sinan. He saw that Sinan's whole body was wet, and his face was pale. He had already fainted. You're exhausted. Chen Chao's face was full of fatigue. We took turns to give you CPR and CPR for more than 10 minutes. Zhou Rong leaned against the corner of the wall, put Sinan's head on his abdomen, and tiredly looked around. They had already arrived at Westby, which should be a staff's office. The concrete walls were splattered with blood, the papers were scattered all over the floor, the alloy door was closed, and the dull roars of zombies could be faintly heard from the corridor. Xianxia was lying motionless beside him. At first glance, he looked like he was dead, but upon closer inspection, his chest was moving up and down rhythmically. Zhou Rong opened his mouth and coughed twice. After choking on water, his throat was in severe pain, and he reluctantly asked, "What's going on?" "The space in the elevator shaft is limited. See, Xiaonan and I were afraid that you two wouldn't be able to move freely." However, after waiting for 2 or 3 minutes, there was no movement, so we could only jump down to look for you. In the end, we found that you were entangled by zombies. Xianxia used a dagger to mince the head of the zombie that bit you. Then I detonated the electronic bomb, and we were washed out of the elevator shaft together. But the impact of the explosion was too strong, and you and Xianxia both hit your heads. Chen Chao looked at Xianxia worriedly. Did you become stupid? Zhou Rong thought of something, and looked down at his calf. The camouflage trousers had been bitten into tatters, but thanks to the full-body bulletproof vest, his flesh wasn't injured. Was Xianxia? Zhou Rong whispered. No, he was wearing a gas mask when he was washed out, so he must have covered his head and face when he was dragged into the water by the zombies. But his clothes were completely torn, and there were many abrasions and contusions all over his body, so we didn't have time to check. Zhou Rong turned over and checked Xianxia's pulse. Although it was weak, it was stable, so he was relieved. Suddenly, he found a trace of blood under Xianxia's nose. He suddenly realized something, and raised his hand to touch his nose. Sure enough, his hand was full of blood because of the water pressure. He immediately had a headache. What happened? Just now, Sinan's side face was pillowed on Zhou Rong's strong abdominal muscles. He was groggy and unconscious. Dad, you're in luck today. Chen Chao said weakly, you didn't see Xianan's condition when we rescued you. He was already dying, and his mind was not clear. When we were massaging his heart, I suspected that he could break your ribs with his bare hands. I told him to rest and let me switch hands, but he couldn't hear me even if I shouted into his ear. Zhou Rong was stunned. Also, Springgrass said sincerely, the two of you danced with the zombies for so long, the smell was really touching. Speaking of which, Xiaonan might have fainted because of the smell of you too. Zhou Rong finally relaxed completely. He leaned back against the wall and let out a long sigh. Although Sinan was not aware of the alpha pheromone, his physiology was still affected. He was a little uncomfortable in his sleep, and kept tossing and turning restlessly. Zhou Rong hugged him and moved him up a little so that his body was nestled in the crook of his strong arms. He patted his back gently, trying to comfort him this way. After a long time, Sinan finally calmed down a little. His breathing gradually became deeper, but his eyebrows were still unconsciously wrinkled. His face was still very young, and because he was a mixed blood, his eyebrows were more three-dimensional than ordinary people. His skin was cold and white after being soaked in water. But there were wrinkles between his eyebrows, as if he was always slightly wrinkled and had a lot on his mind. Zhou Rong fed him some water and wiped the water stains with his thumb, leaving a slight red mark on the corner of his lips. I was careless. I should have thought of it when I didn't see the car in the elevator shaft. Zhou Rong said in a low voice, at the moment when the virus broke out and the power was cut, the elevator car directly fell to the bottom. There were a few people inside who didn't die, but their wounds were infected by the underground water containing the virus and turned into zombies. They have been moving around at the bottom of the elevator shaft. Fortunately, everyone is okay, otherwise, he paused and didn't say anything else. Otherwise what? Are you going to pay with your life? Chen Chao smiled lazily, don't be silly, Brother Rong. Life and death are predestined. Everyone knows this. Zhou Rong laughed and stopped talking about this topic. Sinan shivered uneasily in his arms and slowly opened his eyes. Zhou Rong leaned closer and heard him whisper. You have a smell. Zhou Rong paused and patted his face with a smile. You've been soaked in the underground water. Do you still expect to smell like Chanel No. 5? It's normal to have a smell, okay? Sinan closed his eyes and opened them again after a while. After repeating this a few times, he finally woke up. He sat up and asked, what time is it? Chen Chao was leaning on the opposite side and looking at her cheapskate father with a condemning gaze. Hearing this, she tapped on the luminous dial, 11:30. It's been 5.5 hours since we entered the base. Very good. We've rested and are ready to go. Zhou Rongyi kicked Xianxia's butt, but the latter didn't move at all. He was still sleeping soundly and even made a slight snoring sound. Zhou Rong had no choice but to let Chen Chao carry Xianxia. He carried Chen Chao's equipment and stood up shakily. We're at the entrance of the base's communication center. The emergency satellite communication room is here. Zhou Rong made a red mark on the map and said, "It's about 200 meters in a straight line. We need to pass through 2 corridors and an alloy safety door. Comrade Xiaoxi is responsible for blasting. After sending the satellite communication, it's estimated that we'll be able to move to Area E within 2 hours. The Biological Virus Research Institute is here. This is a high-risk area. Don't stay here for too long. Once it's confirmed that we can't break through, we'll evacuate immediately. The evacuation route is according to our previous calculations. We'll gather at the entrance of the light rail station in the central area. If Yanhao's team isn't completely wiped out, we'll be able to take the new armored vehicle when we get back." Zhou Rong waved the tablet in front of everyone. "Any questions?" No one raised their hand. Chen Chao struggled to drag Xianxia, who could only drag his feet on the ground. Sinan sat cross-legged and rubbed his eyes until the corners of his eyes turned red. Obviously, he wasn't fully awake yet. "Good, everyone's fighting spirit is very high." Zhou Rongi clapped his hands and said in high spirits, "Now, please follow me and march towards the dawn of victory." Zhou Rong turned around and suddenly Sinan's voice came from behind him, "Brother Rong." Zhou Rongui turned his head. Before he could say anything, he was hugged tightly. Sinan's face was almost buried in Zhou Rong's neck. He didn't speak or move. He maintained this posture for more than 10 seconds before he finally raised his head and patted Zhou Rong's back, which was as taut as a rock, as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. "Great, you're not dead." Sinan took half a step back and looked into Zhou Rong's eyes. He said seriously, "I won't let any of you die." Then he bent down to pick up the tactical backpack, walked around Zhou Rongi's motionless body, and walked away. The air froze for a long time before Zhou Rong's eyes finally blinked. It was as if a switch had been turned on, and he came back to life. "Chao he seemed to be floating in the clouds. Dad will give you one last chance." "Yan Hao Dad, who are you on?" However, Chen Chao looked at him sympathetically and slowly shook her head. "I only know that when he finds out that he's been deceived by us in the future, you'll be F***ked very badly, worse than Yan Hao." Zhou Rong's battle nerves were stretched to the limit. Holding his gun, he turned around the corner of the corridor, only to find that there were not many zombies on this floor's corridor. Chen Chao shot a few zombies that stumbled over and frowned. "What's going on? Did they all hide?" The lights in the corridor were all off. They couldn't even see their own fingers. Zhou Rong flashed his tactical flashlight and found that the corridor was empty. At the far end of the corridor, an office door flashed with a faint red light. It was the secret satellite communications center, their destination. "Stay alert," Zhou Rong said softly. His voice was almost a whisper. 100 meters straight ahead, Sinan, prepare to blast. The 3 of them lined up. Zhou Rong led the way, Chen Chao brought up the rear, and Sinan carried Xianxia on his back. He stuck close to the wall and moved forward cautiously. Suddenly, Zhou Rong stopped. "What's wrong?" Sinan asked in a low voice. Zhou Rong didn't answer him. His fingers gently stroked the messy wall. The flashlight carefully swept across the pulverized bricks and the deep indentations of the steel bars. Then, he looked forward. "What do you think this looks like?" he asked after a moment. Under the yellow light, several long marks of destruction appeared on the surface of the wall. They extended horizontally into the darkness. Sinan's expression changed slightly. "Beast claw marks." Zhou Rong nodded and said briefly, "Maybe this is why there aren't many zombies around here. Move forward carefully." Sinan held Xianxia's arm with one hand and took out the nitrogen-laced grenade pack from the outer pocket of his tactical backpack with the other hand. After turning the corner, Zhou Rong confirmed that the stairwell was empty. He beckoned Sinan to come forward and pointed to the entrance that was glowing red in the darkness. "Zhou Rong," Sinan suddenly said. Zhou Rong's sharp eyes scanned the front without turning his head. "What are you doing? If you need anything, you call Brother Rong. If you don't, you call Zhou Rong. You're picky and lazy, but you still want to take hot baths all day. Whenever I criticize you, you whisper in my ear and ask for hugs. You can't be so coquettish." "The door is open," said Sinan. Zhou Rong turned around abruptly. The door of the satellite communication center was wide open. The collapsed brick and stone ruins were half the height of a person. The alloy boards collapsed quietly in the ruins, twisted into unimaginable shapes. Zhou Rong slowly cast his gaze into the room. In the darkness, countless cabinets were overturned on the ground. Mutilated corpses were strewn all over the floor. On the control panel in the deepest part of the room, there was a large amount of blood splattered vaguely. "Very good," Zhou Rong said calmly. "Today, the organization saved a bag of explosives." The satellite communications office had two principles: confidentiality and urgency. When the disaster broke out, the active forces urgently evacuated to the building protected by the alloy door and heavy steel locks. While sending distress signals to other military fallout shelters through the satellite, they also used the surveillance system to conduct internal inspections and search for survivors in Area A. However, the fortress was still breached. The three stepped on the bricks and stones as they crossed the ruins. Wherever the flashlight shone, the ground was littered with highly decomposed corpses torn apart by wild beasts. Major General Qian, suddenly, Spring Grass called out very softly. In front of the faintly glowing display screen, half of a corpse in a military uniform was leaning on the control panel. Both eyes were wide open. The blood and organs had dried up. The wrinkled hand hung limply, and the shiny Type 64 pistol slipped to the ground. Zhou Rong stopped in his tracks. After a long time, he let out a silent sigh. He slowly raised his hand and saluted the corpse. The head of Unit 118, in his 60s this year. Logically speaking, he should have retired long ago. He said that he could still work for a few more years. Next year, Unit 118 would recruit new blood. Without him, he wouldn't feel at ease, so he wanted to personally oversee the Unit one last time. Sinan found a chair with 4 remaining legs from the mess on the ground. He placed the still unconscious Xianxia on it. Spring Grass hugged the assault rifle and sighed. When Brother Rong had nowhere to go, he was the one who made the decision to come to 118. Head Qian isn't completely perfect, but he's really good at understanding people. Why did Zhou Rong have nowhere to go? Sinan asked. I'm not sure. I heard that he offended the central government. Sinan nodded without saying anything. Spring Grass saw his expression and curiously asked, "What are you thinking about?" The two of them held their guns vigilantly and searched for the remaining zombies inside the satellite communication center. Sinan turned his head and looked at Zhou Rong, who was sitting in front of the communication desk with his back to them. He smiled. I'm just thinking. Zhou Rong's personality is so straightforward. I didn't expect him to offend people. Zhou Rong took the identification card from Major General Qian's corpse. He scanned it and entered the confidential communication program. He took a deep breath. The communication log scrolled down the screen, arranged in order of confidentiality, origin, department, and date. Zhou Rong filtered the part with the lower confidentiality level and started reading the rest from the beginning. The bleak fluorescence reflected on his resolute and handsome face. September 15, 2019, 14:27 Greenwich Mean Time +8 Unit 118's 1st and 4th Squadrons have been confirmed dead. 2nd Squadron has been lost. September 16, 2019, 20:37 Greenwich Mean Time +8 Unit 118's 3rd Squadron has been confirmed dead. 8th Squadron has been lost. September 17, 2019, 16:26 Greenwich Mean Time +8 Unit 118's 5th and 7th Squadrons have been recalled. Flight DC-918 and Target Z's whereabouts cannot be confirmed. September 18, 2019, 18:29 Greenwich Mean Time +8 Target Z is missing. B Military Region Research Institute's progress is stagnant. After research, it has been decided to open the virus source S-level sample. Zhou Rong's eyebrows twitched imperceptibly. He knew that Target Z was the mission target that the 118 Special Forces was ordered to accept. It seemed that not only did the 6th Squadron return empty-handed, but the other 7 squadrons were also destroyed or failed. But the virus source sample? Where did the zombie virus come from? It was currently a mystery of human life and death. Where did B Military Region Research Institute get the S-level source sample? Did humans already determine the source of the zombie virus before this fallout shelter fell? Zhou Rong's fingers couldn't stop trembling as he quickly pulled down the second page. September 28, 2019, 1:23 Greenwich Mean Time +8 Breakthrough in virus stock analysis and biological experiments have been made. Primary antibodies have been obtained from experimental subjects, chimpanzees. Injection experiments are in progress. Zhou Rong stared at the word antibody until he saw the next communication message. The status showed that it hadn't been sent yet. The time was the same day as the previous one. September 28, 2019 +8. Playing with fire will eventually burn itself. Although we had expected it the moment we opened the S-level virus source sample, we didn't expect the result to come so quickly. The 18 chimpanzees used in the biological experiment mutated at the same time within 3 hours after the injection. As carriers of the new generation of super virus, it quickly infected the entire fallout shelter. The 20,000 refugees in East A were basically infected. The army fell, and electricity, water, and basic communications were cut off. The last research force withdrew into the satellite communication fortress. After DNA analysis, we didn't find the hidden mission target Z among the Omega survivors. God didn't care for humans. There is no need for the military region to exist. Please launch a nuclear bomb to clean up the fallout shelter. The only fortunate thing is that the research center in East E is covered by a nuclear shield. After destroying the fallout shelter, please send troops deep into East E to obtain the latest research data that hundreds of top biochemical experts exchanged with their lives. This will be a protracted war. The survival of mankind is facing the most serious challenge in history. But we are fearless. Every drop of hot blood we shed today is to welcome the even brighter hope of tomorrow. Xianxia, on the evening of September 28, arrive at the South China Sea military region. Zhou Rong panted slightly. Huron got up, and the folding chair made a sharp friction sound on the ground. Sinan and Spring Grass turned around at the same time. They saw him facing the screen and said word by word, "We will depart to North E immediately." Spring Grass was stunned. Isn't it a level 1 high-risk area? The Military Research Institute. Although Zhou Rong tried to be calm, his tone was still trembling. They made a breakthrough in the research of the zombie virus, and even extracted the original antibody. Spring Grass's pupils suddenly contracted, and even Sinan's breathing stopped for a moment. Zhou Rong entered the communication password, pressed the confirm button, and sent out the last message of Major General Qian before he died. Then he pondered for a moment, picked up the microphone, and cleared his throat. On October 26, 2019, at 0:08 Beijing time, this is Major Zhou Rong, captain of the 6th Squadron of Unit 118. After 6 hours of arduous trekking, I, my only remaining 5 team members, and a civilian volunteer who volunteered to join the suicide squad, went deep into the completely fallen B military region and saw the last message of Major General Chen Guoqiang, whose death has been confirmed. Next, 2 team members and the volunteer will follow the instructions of Major General Chen before his death to go to the biochemical laboratory in Area E to try to obtain precious virus research data and original antibodies. The 4 of us are Major Zhou Rong, First Lieutenant Simbidi Emanuim, First Lieutenant Xianxia, and Volunteer Sinan. Whether we successfully complete the mission or die halfway, please launch a nuclear bomb purge at B military region according to the original plan. If we walk out of the base alive, we will immediately rush to the South Sea headquarters with the antibodies. God does not care for mankind. We will do our best to complete this journey alone. Zhou Rong's low voice became the last communication sent before the satellite communication was scrapped. He stared at the screen until the green light of the message was successfully sent. Then he slowly exhaled, put down the microphone, and prepared to turn off the machine. However, the moment his finger touched the switch, a sudden ding sound was heard, and the yellow light of a received letter suddenly lit up at the bottom of the screen. Zhou Rong's first reaction was, did the feedback from the South Sea headquarters come back immediately? Then he turned on the decoder and realized that it was impossible. The message after decoding turned out to be an international secret letter from Country A's military 10 minutes ago. Brother Rong? Chun Chao packed up her equipment and called from afar. Zhou Rong didn't turn his head. Wait, it'll be done soon. After the secret letter passed through the decoder, its text content was displayed in rows at the bottom corner of the screen. It was obviously a simple and clear style of wartime communication, omitting all the diplomatic language, and even the English grammar was very clear and direct. Zhou Rong's English and German were very good, and he didn't need a translation machine to understand it directly. Your country's military is open. Recently, an important person from our country went missing in your country's North China. Due to the particularity of the global chaos period, please immediately assist in the search. This person is Chinese mixed blood, 26 years old, Omega male, and there is a recent photo below. When you find this person, he may have schizophrenia, dullness, and sensory deterioration. Please be sure to control him and pay attention to keep a distance. Zhou Rong's mouth twitched, and he continued to read. This arrest target has a latent antisocial personality, extremely destructive, and has committed multiple first-degree murder crimes. His style of action is cold-blooded, and most of the time it is difficult to predict his movements. Do not try to use any stimulating means to restore his sanity. Especially, do not try to mark him. Do not avoid unnecessary casualties to your country's military personnel. If this person has been infected by the virus and turned into a zombie, please kill him and completely incinerate him. All the infected people who were directly bitten by him should also be incinerated immediately until the virus is completely decomposed. On the contrary, please strictly control and protect him, as it is of critical significance to the global antivirus research. The signature was a long list of titles. Zhou Rong noticed that the person who signed the circular letter had the same surname as the former vice president of country A. He faintly realized something in his heart and quickly clicked on the picture. The screen showed loading. The floor trembled slightly, and there was a dull gasp at the end of the corridor outside the door, as if a beast had smelled the scent of its prey. Brother Rong, Springgrass said with a trembling voice, it seems that something is coming. The international satellite communication became very slow, and the picture had loaded 90%. Zhou Rong said hoarsely, wait, it will be done soon, soon, roar. The sound was rapidly approaching, and the ground was shaking. A huge black shadow was reflected in the flashlight. Sinan suddenly shouted, be careful. The picture had loaded 99%. A red-black gorilla with a rotten body ran wildly on all fours and crashed into the ruins of the door. This collision was simply earth-shattering. The metal, brick, and concrete fragments that weighed several tons exploded like a fairy scattering flowers. In the chaos, the three people were blown in different directions by the airflow. Zhou Rong rolled along the console and landed on the ground. He quickly grabbed the submachine gun and fired. The zombie gorilla's vision didn't work in the dark, but its sense of smell and the sound of gunfire made it immediately lock on the target and turn around to rush over. Zhou Rong flew back and glanced at the screen in a thousandth of a second. He clearly saw that the 99% on the screen had become 100%. Then a strong wind came down, and Zhou Rong almost touched the gorilla's front paw and rolled behind the console. Springgrass and Sinan opened fire at the same time. The muzzles spat fire, and the flying bullet belts were quickly rolled into the ammunition feeder. The zombie gorilla was extremely irritable in the rain of bullets. It heavily waved its paw and smashed the steel frame beside Zhou Rong into powder. Countless steel fragments burst in an instant. Zhou Rong was hit several meters away and fell to the ground. He only felt pain on the side of his head. Fresh blood flowed from his hair to his cheeks like tap water that had been opened. The communication center, which covered an area of several hundred square meters, was filled with bullets. Glass tubes and broken bricks were flying everywhere. The entire display screen was shot into pieces. Other than the misty green in the laser night vision goggles, almost nothing could be seen clearly. Springgrass desperately climbed to the top of the mainframe. While firing, she jumped up, trying to jump on the back of the zombie gorilla's neck and hit its head. But she was still in the air when the gorilla hit her with its arm. She was thrown out like a cannonball. Roar, Zhou Rong's face was covered in blood. The strong alpha pheromone had greatly stimulated the zombie beast's madness. It ignored the Sinan's fiercely spitting submachine gun in the distance. It stepped on the equipment and the iron frame into pieces and waved its paw at Zhou Rong. Zhou Rong rolled and crawled back. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw half of the Type 89 HMG buried in the ruins. He rolled on the ground and stretched out his hand to pull it, but it didn't move. Just as he was about to be smashed into meat paste, a strong force suddenly came from the side of his body. Someone rushed over diagonally, pulled Zhou Rong and rolled several times. The front paw of the gorilla was close to his ear and smashed the ground. Yingjie? Zhang Yingjie gasped and seemed to be very uncomfortable. Run, run, Zhou Rong pulled him up, but before he could stand firm, the gorilla's forearm swept over like a truck and knocked them both away at the same time. Sinan felt such a strong anger for the first time in his life. Zhou Rong. At this time, the surroundings were full of gun smoke, and the visibility was very poor. It was completely impossible to see anything outside of a few steps. Sinan couldn't tell whether Zhou Rong had been torn to pieces by the gorilla or not. He was about to rush forward in a hurry, but the submachine gun stopped. There were no more bullets. The submachine gun's firing speed of 1,250 revolutions per minute burned the barrel red. He still had a magazine, but it was too late. In this 1 second, the gorilla rushed in the direction where Zhou Rong and Zhang Yingjie flew out and chased after them. Sinan gasped for breath. At that moment, his mind went blank, and he could barely think of anything. He pulled out the grenade that he had not used in the explosion earlier from his tactical bag and threw it at the gorilla. At the same time, he drew a dagger and slashed it across his palm. The black powder hit the gorilla's back and exploded with a series of loud noises. It immediately shook its flesh and blood and turned its attention back. Sinan's chest heaved as blood gushed out from his open palm. Staring at the zombie's turbid eyes, he stepped back step by step. Although there was no theory, it was a well-known fact that zombies had an instinct to chase after A/O pheromones and were more sensitive to omega pheromones. The strength of the pheromone was directly proportional to the sex hormones, but the ability to capture the other person's pheromone differed from person to person. For example, Zhou Rong's alpha pheromone aura was very overbearing, but his ability to capture omega pheromones was average. Sinan's situation was the exact opposite. Sinan was extremely sensitive to alpha pheromones, and the adverse reactions were also very strong, but his own pheromones were very weak. This was actually due to the long-term use of inhibitors. There was a very short period of silence around them. Grassy stood up dizzily from dozens of meters away. On the other side of the communication hall, Zhou Rong struggled to support his body with his elbow. His face was covered in blood. 2 seconds later, the gorilla roared to the sky and rushed towards Sinan without any hesitation. Sinan turned around and ran out of the hall like lightning. The ground behind him trembled violently as the zombie gorilla chased after him. Mother ****. Zhou Rong stood up shakily with rubble all over his body. He finally pulled out the Type 89 heavy machine gun from under countless heavy objects. While loading the armor shells, he shouted hoarsely, "Chao Yingjie! Are you still alive?" Grassy opened her mouth and coughed with blood. Why did he go with Sinan? Quickly chase after him. Cough cough cough. Zhou Rong reached out to pull Zhang Yingjie, but as soon as he touched Zhang Yingjie, he saw Zhang Yingjie tremble as if he had been electrocuted and moved back. "What's wrong?" Zhou Rong asked. The roar of the zombie gorilla outside the corridor was getting farther and farther away. Time was running out. In the dim light, Zhang Yingjie's face was gray and gray. His lips were dry and cracked, and there were dark circles under his eyes. He seemed to have finally given up on something and let out a short laugh. "You shouldn't have saved me, Brother Rong. I've been infected." Zhou Rong's breath suddenly stopped. Zhang Yingjie pulled up his trousers and saw that there was a bruise on the edge of his socks. It had been soaked in the underground water and had begun to fester. "Why are you looking at me like that, Brother Rong?" Zhang Yingjie smiled and said, "Don't be like that. Come, give me a gun. Don't waste the last bit of time. Let me accompany you for a while longer. Soldiers shouldn't commit suicide, and they won't become monsters. Let me die in battle as a soldier." Sinan rushed down the stairs like a hurricane. As soon as he landed, he grabbed the handrail and used it to flip over and jump down one floor. Just as he let go of the handrail, the zombie gorilla knocked the iron handrail away. After he rushed out of the communication center, he didn't run back the way he came. Instead, he rushed into the corridor from the opposite direction. Although he couldn't choose a path in his panic, the narrow corridor created a certain amount of obstruction for the zombie gorilla. After he ran out of the corridor, he plunged into the corridor. After 5 or 6 seconds, the gorilla roared and broke through the floor and chased after him. Zhong Xinan was running so fast that he couldn't see anything around him. He didn't even have the time to pull out his gun. He didn't know that he could run so fast. He ran into a few groups of zombies on the way, but he ran past them all with his speed alone. The omega pheromone strongly stimulated the gorilla's appetite. The giant monster, which was more than 4 meters tall and weighed several tons, was like a road roller. It rolled down with a rumble and crushed the groups of zombies behind it into bloody paste. Several winding corridors came to an end in the blink of an eye. There was a fork in the road, and the left and right were shrouded in thick darkness. Sinan slowed down. After more than 6 hours of intense exercise and no food, his internal organs twitched, causing unbearable pain. In that 0.1 second pause, the zombie gorilla pounced from behind and slapped Sinan to the wall. With a muffled bang, Sinanji coughed up a mouthful of blood. He felt like he was hit by a tank. The intense pain flooded all his senses. He rolled down from the wall to the ground in dizziness. In a trance, he saw the zombie gorilla running towards him. The ground under him was shaking violently. No, he thought. I still have very important things to do. I can't let it end like this. In fact, he didn't know where this subconscious thought came from. He couldn't tell what the so-called important task was. Sinan's hands trembled. He pulled out the Type 64 handgun from behind his waist and fired at the air. The metal ventilation pipe fell and smashed the zombie gorilla, causing it to stagger. Sinan staggered to his feet. He dragged dozens of kilograms of military equipment and ran forward. As he ran, he quickly reloaded the submachine gun with bullets. The zombie gorilla was completely enraged. It tore the ventilation pipe, which was thicker than a person, into pieces. It swept behind him like a supersonic fighter and opened its bloody mouth to bite down on his back. The fishy smell was already above his head. Sinan's footsteps suddenly turned. He stepped on the wall in 2 steps and used the momentum to flip in the air. His body flipped 360 degrees in the air. He was almost close to the gorilla's lowered head and rode on the back of its neck. The zombie gorilla twisted crazily and kept hitting the walls. The lights fell one after another. The fatal bumps made Sinan's head bleed and his whole body hurt. But his legs tightly wrapped around the back of the zombie gorilla's neck. He gritted his teeth and pressed the submachine gun against the back of the monster's head. Then, he pressed down on the trigger, and a torrential rain of bullets instantly shot into its head. Bang! The extremely high muzzle pressure lasted for more than 10 seconds. The barrel of the submachine gun had reached the end of its flight. Finally, without a doubt, the barrel exploded. At the moment of the explosion, Sinan's consciousness was in a trance. He didn't even feel any pain when he was thrown out. His body flew in the air with a trail of blood. After flying for more than 10 meters, he fell straight into the deep pit at the end of the fork road. Biochemical restricted area, trespassers will be killed. In the darkness, the green indicator light flickered faintly. It was as bright as a will-o'-the-wisp. With a tragic crash, Sinan fell to the bottom of the pit and spat out a mouthful of blood. His ears were covered by blood. Warm streams kept flowing out of his nose. His body was slightly convulsing and trembling. He tried to keep his eyes open to keep his mind clear, but his vision was getting more and more blurry. The darkness was like an overwhelming feather, gently covering all his consciousness. Noah, Noah. The woman walked quickly through the garden, squatted down, and hugged the little boy who had his back to her. What are you doing? Why don't you go in? In the hazy morning, the breeze was mixed with the salty smell of the soil. The garden was dark green under the iron frame, but the yellow roses had withered. There were only a few withered petals left on the thorny branches. Dad doesn't like me. The little boy looked at his feet. The soil that had just been turned over was still fresh. He repeated in a low voice. Dad doesn't like me. The woman pressed the little boy's shoulder and turned him around. Her beautiful and melancholic eyes looked at her son. She was wearing a dark pink silk dress. Her facial features were beautiful and deep. Her flaxen hair was slightly curled. Her light-colored pupils were like pure amber. That kind of beauty that triumphed over time made people's hearts skip a beat. But when she looked at something, there was always a hint of sadness in her eyes. Why, Noah? The little boy pursed his lips. After a while, he whispered, he scratched me. The woman took her son's hand and gently rolled up his sleeves. The few scratches on his wrist were shocking, and the flesh was slightly greenish-black. Dad is tired. After a long time, the woman didn't answer the question. He just fell asleep. Go back with me. The little boy no longer resisted. His mother held his hand and walked into the depths of the garden. Mommy. Yes? Why does Dad sleep in a wooden box? At the top of the church not far away, stained glass was inlaid on the wall. A cross pierced the gloomy sky. This time, the mother was silent for a long time before she stopped. She leaned over and kissed her son's tender eyebrows. One day, Dad will leave the wooden box and return to us forever. There was a little sadness in her voice, but it was still very soft. She said, that day won't be too far away. Cough, 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 cough. Cough, cough. Sinan suddenly coughed up a mouthful of thick blood. His hands trembled as he propped himself up. For a few seconds, he didn't know where he was and couldn't remember what had happened. Even his mind was in a momentary mess. But then, the memories of the past few hours flashed back. The sharp pain crawled back to his nerves. The injured internal organs caused his trachea to spasm, causing him to vomit the last bit of water in his stomach. Did the zombie gorilla die? That guy called Zhou Rong, who was as sloppy as an army ruffian, but surprisingly reliable, was saved? Sinan finally stopped retching. Thinking of Zhou Rong, he lay on the ground, panting, and slowly sat up. At this moment, he suddenly heard a sound in front of him, dong. This sound was particularly clear in the quiet space. Sinan looked up. This was a circular glass laboratory located underground. The ceiling was not sealed, and there was an elevator at the edge that led to the upper space. The circular alloy wall glowed white, illuminating the test site in the middle, which was about the size of a football field. Then there was a faintly louder dong. Sinan looked at the scene in the middle of the test site. His pupils shrank unconsciously. He finally understood what had awakened him from his coma. It was a coffin. Black pine wood, slightly muddy, as if it had just been taken out of a British manor in the last century. In this test site surrounded by modern biomedical equipment, it was indescribably abrupt. Even more abrupt was a huge silver cross pierced into the coffin lid at an angle. The edge of the cross was decorated with flowers and leaves. It was very worn and oxidized, almost cutting the whole coffin into two parts. Dong, the coffin lid was pushed up. Dong. Soil rustled and fell. Sinan stood up and staggered back. His chest rose and fell rapidly because of a terrible premonition. Dong. The huge force cracked the coffin lid, and the silver cross fell to the ground with a heavy crash. Sinan turned around and rushed to the elevator. He pressed the button hard, but the control panel did not respond. Bang, the heavy coffin lid split into two. Accompanied by a scream that sounded like a demon or a beast, the black shadow in the coffin turned over and sat up. Sinan stared at it closely. An extremely terrifying guess rose from the bottom of his heart. A chill covered his limbs and bones. The tactical flashlight shone on the broken wall. Zhou Rong observed for a moment and gestured to the right, this way. The three of them moved forward quickly. Xianxia staggered. Chen Chao turned around to help him, but he avoided her. I can do it myself. Xianxia panted and laughed at himself. Later I won't recognize you. Don't hurt your teammates. Stay away from me. Chen Chao's palm-sized face was full of tears. She didn't say a word. Zhou Rong's eyes were red, but he didn't look back. His voice was very steady. Xianxia, hang in there. We'll get out in 2 hours. You still have time, at least to get back to the ground. They passed through the passage and went down the stairs that were destroyed by the zombie gorillas. Xianxia laughed. Can I make it? Actually, I don't care. It's the same everywhere when people die. I just want to know if my wife and children are still alive. As long as I can see them again. They passed through the corridor that connected the laboratories. Suddenly, Chun Chao stopped and shone a beam of light on the safety indicator above their heads. She said in disbelief, "Look, Area E." The three of them looked up at the same time. North Area E was written in white on a green background. It hung crookedly in the darkness. Sinan was chased by the zombie gorillas and accidentally ran into Area E. Zhou Rong tried to be cheerful. Very good. At least it saved us some time. This way. Xianxia paused for a moment to catch his breath. Zhou Rong ignored him and reached out to support him. He whispered, Area E has the latest antibody research data. Maybe there are remnants of the original antibody products. Judging from the time the base was destroyed, the antibody may not have expired. If it's still effective. Xianxia immediately said, I won't hit that brother Rong. Don't joke around. If I use the hope of the world to survive, I'll go to the 18th level of hell when I die. If there are 2 copies. Zhou Rong said hoarsely, if there are, I'll definitely give it to you. Xianxia still wanted to say something, but Zhou Rong pulled him. Let's go. The flashlight illuminated the fork in the road ahead. On the ceiling that was 6 meters high, the broken ventilation pipe hung down like a twisted python suspended in midair. Zhou Rong glanced at the map on the tablet in his hand. To the left is the experimental site, but it didn't say what kind of experimental site it is. To the right is the classified biochemical data room, and its importance level is red grade S. Zhou Rong couldn't decide which direction to go. Suddenly, Springgrass's ears twitched. There's a sound. In the darkness, Xianxia's heavy breathing barely paused. Sounds of movement gradually came from upstairs. Listening to the sound, it seemed that a group of people was rumbling from afar. Occasionally, there was the sound of silenced gunshots that the special forces were very familiar with. The 3 of them raised their heads, and within a few seconds, the commotion had already reached the top of their heads. Countless fine dust particles were shaken off the ceiling. Zhou Rong suddenly realized something and his expression changed. Damn it. No. But his roar was of no avail. Gunshots rang out above their heads. It was almost like a missile exploding close to the ground. The reinforced concrete ceiling suddenly collapsed. Zhou Rong, Springgrass, and Xianxia rolled and crawled in all directions. The other 3 Special Forces soldiers fell from the sky with broken bricks. Yan Hao fell to the ground and rolled to his feet. He shouted at the top of his lungs, don't let them come down. Fire! Fire! Captain? Zhou Rong wanted to kick him on the spot, but it was too late. A steady stream of zombies followed them. They fell from the big hole in the ceiling and began to spread rapidly. Zhou Rong roared while shooting, what are you doing here? Guo Weixiong, supporting you. Zhou Rong, get out. Dingshi. We were chased by zombies. Yan Hao carried a heavy assault rifle and threw out an ammunition bag that was half the height of a person. He turned back and shouted between shots, there's nowhere to go. We can only shoot through the floor. Don't talk about it. It's all an accident. Zhou Rong held the ammunition bag in his arms and grabbed a grenade in the chaos. He threw it at the ceiling that looked like a dumpling and roared, everyone, get down. There was a thunderous boom and half of the corridor above their heads collapsed. The 6 people who had finally reunited were pushed in different directions by the shock wave of the explosion before they had time to catch up. Then, reinforced concrete bricks fell like a rainstorm and blocked the fork in the corridor. After dozens of seconds, the shaking stopped and dust spread in the darkness. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Rong pushed away the broken bricks that were on top of him and got up awkwardly. Are you still alive? After a long time, he heard a groan from not far ahead. It was the unkillable Springgrass. Alive, Zhou Rong raised his voice. Yingjie. Yan Hao. Xiangzi. Dingshi. Are you still alive? It was Guo Weixiong on the right. My arm is dislocated, Dingshi. Hiss, 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 Zhou Rong, deal with the dislocated arm yourself. Then he shot several half-dead zombies around him and turned on the flashlight. They were pushed to the right side of the fork in the corridor by the explosion, which was the classified data room. If Yan Hao and Xianxia were not crushed to death, they should have gone in the opposite direction of the experimental site. Zhou Rong tried to shout a few times, but there was no response. In front of him, the corridor was blocked by the collapsed concrete blocks and there was a lot of zombie flesh in the ruins. Behind him, the alloy corridor stretched as far as the eye could see. They had entered the central area of Area E. Next was the core area that was blocked, the classified biochemical data room. Zhou Rong's flashlight fell beside him. Although the alloy corridor was in a mess, the walls and ceiling were not damaged. There were no traces of violent destruction. In other words, when Sinan was chased by the zombie gorillas to the fork, he chose the other path that was blocked by the ruins. He went to the experimental site. Zhou Rong lifted a large piece of broken rock and threw it to the side. Then he carried the steel bar and moved to the side. He was like a trapped beast that was trying to break out of its cage. His breathing was hoarse, and his eyes were red. After a long time, he stood up shakily and stared at the endless ruins before him. Then, he suddenly sobered up. Slap. He slapped himself hard in the face. Spring Grass was walking behind him. She suddenly stopped. Rong, brother Rong. Zhou Rong turned his back to her. After a while, he slowly turned around. His face had calmed down, but his voice was still hoarse because of the severe pain. Everyone, get ready to go to the classified data room. After the explosion, collect all the virus research materials and original antibodies. Let's go. At the same time, on the other side of the fork, Yanhao covered his bleeding shoulder and gritted his teeth. Yingjie? Zhang Yingjie had climbed up from the broken bricks and tiles on the ground. He was leaning against the wall and coughing blood. Yanhao thought that Zhang Yingjie had injured his internal organs. He staggered over and squatted down. Before he could say anything, he was suddenly pushed by Zhang Yingjie. You, with a cry, Zhang Yingjie vomited a mouthful of black blood. Yanhao was stunned. Zhang Yingjie raised his head with difficulty. His chest was panting like a broken bellows. His face was very gray. His eyes were bloodshot. The circles around his eyes were blue and purple. His lips were chapped because of dryness. If I don't recognize you later. Zhang Yingjie pointed to his temple and smiled bitterly. Cut me here. Make it clean. Yanhao's face was blank. His lips trembled and he shook his head. I didn't have time to talk to you. But I finally saw you again. Fortunately, you are all. Before Zhang Yingjie could finish his words, Yanhao knelt down and hugged him tightly. Yanhao couldn't make a sound. His shoulders and arms trembled violently. Hot tears burst out of his eyes. In fact, at this time, Zhang Yingjie's consciousness was already in a bit of a trance. He wanted to push Yanhao away, but in this dark underground, in this smoky hell on earth, his comrades' hot hugs and hot tears made it difficult for him to raise his hands. After a long while, he finally trembled and patted Yanhao's back. Don't be like this. At least everyone is fine. At least everyone is still here. The 118 units are still here, right? You have to complete the mission. Zhang Yingjie choked and said, you have to bring the information and antibodies out. Do you understand? You will definitely reach the South China Sea. After the headquarters develops the vaccine, the whole country, the whole earth. Yanhao burst into tears. Listen to me, Yanhao. Zhang Yingjie pushed him away. He stared into his eyes and said word by word, you can't be like this. Do you know why Brother Rong was parachuted in as the captain? Because you are careful, you are reluctant, you always care about everyone. What would Brother Rong be like now? He would never waste time crying. Get up and walk forward. Zhang Yingjie stood up with difficulty. He looked forward and gritted his teeth. I haven't completed my mission as a soldier. How can I die here? Bang, the bullet hit the zombie's bandaged head, splashing a cloud of dust. Bang, the zombie staggered, then continued to move forward. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. With 3 bangs, Sinan threw away the missing Type 64 handgun. He exhaled a mouthful of hot blood and punched his opponent's temple. People often burst out with amazing strength in critical moments. Sinan's punch was comparable to a professional boxer's, and it hit the zombie's forehead without any reservation. If it was a human head, it would have been broken. But the zombie that came out of the coffin only slightly tilted its head, grabbed Sinan, and threw him out. Sinan's body flew more than 10 meters before hitting the wall, and fell down, knocking over a piece of equipment, and sat heavily on the ground full of glass and metal fragments. Sinan swore silently, his eyes were bloodshot, and he couldn't see clearly. In the haze, he saw the zombie walking towards him step by step. The zombie was wrapped in thick grayish-yellow bandages, like a mummy. Its facial features were completely covered, and only the bloody teeth in its mouth could be seen. Although it wasn't very agile, it wasn't like the ordinary zombies outside with stiff joints and dry muscles. On the contrary, it had unimaginable strength, and even bullets couldn't do any damage to it. Sinan slowly shook his head. What the hell was this thing? In the circular underground test site, there was nothing to climb except for the powerless elevator. Was he going to die here today? The zombie was getting closer and closer. Sinan struggled to get up, and saw a row of finger-thick glass tubes under his body, which were basically crushed by him. Half of his body was covered in dark red liquid, which looked like blood. He didn't have time to think about what this was, and dodged the zombie's iron claws, and rushed to the side like lightning. Ouch, the zombie moved faster than he thought, and it grabbed his leg and dragged him back. Sinan was in a mess, but fortunately, the strength of his kick was stronger than his punch, and he managed to break free before he was bitten. He immediately got up and rushed forward. He couldn't run out of the test field, so he had to run around the circular alloy wall, with the zombies chasing after him. There were a few times when Sinan felt that the back of his shirt was hooked, but at the critical moment, he struggled free and used the large machine to barely escape the zombies' pursuit. After all, zombies weren't living people, so they weren't very nimble in the intricate and complicated equipment. Bang 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 bang, who knew how many machines were broken? In the dark, one chasing the other fleeing, ran 7 or 8 laps around the test site. Sinan was truly at the end of his rope. In the end, he was almost coughing up blood as he ran. Suddenly, he tripped over a cable that came out of nowhere and fell down. The zombie stepped on the iron chair and smashed it into pieces. The rotten smell stuck to his back. Sinan pulled back the dagger, and like a silent fish in the air, it flipped over and pressed the blade against the zombie's throat with both hands. The zombie lowered its head and roared. Its sharp teeth were almost on top of the Sinan's head, but the blade could not cut into its neck. Sinan had never been so close to death in his life. Every second was as long as a year. The veins on his arm bulged, and because of overexertion, blood seeped out from under his fingernails. The zombie's mouth inched closer and closer until it was almost right in front of Sinan's eyelashes. At this moment, a voice came from above. Sinan. Xianxia knelt on one knee and carried the assault rifle. Get out of there. Sinan lay down on his back. With the help of the force of the blade against the zombie's neck, he slid backward and rushed for several meters. The zombie got up and wanted to chase after him, but at the same time, Xianxia pulled the trigger. The 9mm lead core armor-piercing projectile shot out and hit the zombie accurately, sending it flying in a split second. This cooperation was excellent. Xianxia immediately gave the assault rifle to Xianxia, took out a rope and threw it to the bottom of the pit. Sinan. Come up. Sinan gasped for breath and struggled to get up. He was covered in blood from head to toe, and even his ears were stuffed with blood clots. As long as he was within 10 meters, his pheromones would be exposed. But it would be unreasonable to care about this at this moment. Sinan staggered across the test field and walked towards Xianxia. Just as he was about to reach for the rope, a beast-like figure suddenly rushed over from the side. Bang! Sinan was knocked over. The zombie was hit by the armor-piercing projectile and was extremely irritable. He grabbed the rope and pulled Xianxia down from the top of the pit at lightning speed. This unforeseen event caught everyone off guard. Xianxia didn't have time to aim and shoot. Xianxia fell headfirst into the huge pit more than 10 meters deep and fell headfirst into the giant centrifuge. This wasn't the end. The other end of the rope was tied to his waist. The zombie grabbed the end of the rope and pulled it hard. Xianxia didn't even have time to make a sound before he was pulled over by a huge force. Xianxia roared, Xianxia. His finger touched the trigger and released as if he got an electric shock. The zombie grabbed Xianxia. If he shot now, the armor-piercing projectile might not be able to kill the zombie, but it would definitely blow Xianxia into a bloody pulp on the spot. Sinan suddenly turned around. No, his pupils contracted and quickly expanded, and a mass of blood was reflected in his eyes. The zombie bit into Xianxia's carotid artery. Xianxia's painful scream suddenly sounded. Blood flowed out and quickly dyed half of the zombie's bandage red. Xinan stepped on the sharp metal fragments on the ground and rushed up. He pushed the zombie's heavy steel-like body with one hand and grabbed Xianxia with the other. In a panic, Xianxia pushed Xinan away, took out a grenade with trembling hands, and stuffed it into the zombie's arms. 4 seconds of silence, and then the ground shook. Xianxia covered his head and face and was thrown far away. The zombie fell to the wall and rolled on the ground. F***ck your ancestors. Xianxia's eyes turned red. He shot the armor-piercing projectile at the zombie, and the zombie suddenly bounced up in the fire. Before it fell to the ground, Xianxia loaded a new bullet and blew up the zombie's chest. Xinan said in a trembling voice, Xianxia. Xianxia's vision was unfocused, and his whole body twitched in a pool of blood. Many of his bones were broken, and his chest showed a terrible collapse. The alpha pheromone broke out of the cage and rushed to the top in just a few seconds. The masculine smell was so strong that it almost couldn't be dispersed. Xinan smelled the smell and staggered because of the shock. But then, with the rapid loss of life, the alpha pheromone quickly and ominously declined. Xinan knelt beside Xianxia, took off his jacket and used it to block the bleeding on the side of Xianxia's neck. Xianxia murmured something, but in fact, he didn't make a sound. His ears, nose, and throat were all blocked by blood. His consciousness was drifting, as if he was immersed in a warm deep sea. Someone was pressing his neck, and he knew it was Xinan. I'm sorry, he thought. We lied to you, but, don't talk, Xinanju gasped, it's okay, don't move, don't talk. After the 4 armor-piercing bullets were fired, Xianxia knelt on the ground and opened a new magazine. But at this time, his body was really in bad condition. His hand trembled when he was pressing the magazine, and the bullet fell to the ground. He hurriedly picked it up. In the gap of a few seconds without suppressive fire, the zombie let out a shrill roar and stood up shakily. Half of the zombie's chest was gone, and only a few muscle fibers were left on its left arm, but it wasn't dead yet. It was like a tank, and it slammed into Sinan's back. With a click, Xianxia raised his gun and aimed, but he couldn't aim properly. His vision was blurred, and at this distance, the target would split into double images. If the muzzle was slightly off, he could hit Xianxia and Sinan. Fuck, as if the last bit of blood in his dying body rushed to his head, Xianxia stood up, gasping. I'm going to die anyway, what am I afraid of, what the fuck do I have to be afraid of? He held his breath, and like an angry lion, he jumped down from the top of the pit with the heavy machine gun. The zombie passed through the test field, and Xianxia, who had descended from the heavens, pushed it to the ground, and let out a series of strange screams. Then Xianxia sat on top of it, and with a deafening roar, he pressed the assault rifle into the zombie's mouth. Bang! The zombie's bandages fell apart. Bang! The zombie's 7 orifices burst with blood. Bang! The zombie screamed and threw Xianxia out with a wave of his arm. Xianxia crashed into the mess on the ground, and didn't move anymore. The zombie was like a pile of messy, shaky bones. Its skull was almost completely shattered, and half of its brain was exposed. Its eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were all in a mess. It stood there, looking around blankly, as if it couldn't find its target. You. Sinan stood up, and his vision darkened. His pale face was covered with blood, and suddenly he looked like a strange and fierce monster. You're going to die. Sinan threw the military dagger, and the blade spun in the air and stabbed deeply into the zombie's brain. With a puff, brain matter splattered everywhere, and the zombie finally twitched twice before falling to the ground. The test field was quiet. Sinan knelt on the ground, and then fell on his back. For a moment, he felt that he was going to die too. His eyelids had never been so heavy, as if he could fall into a deep, peaceful sleep as soon as he closed his eyes. As soon as he closed his eyes, he could immediately escape the pain that penetrated his heart, the heaviness of separation, and the devastated world. His blood-stained eyelashes slowly closed. 5 seconds later, he suddenly coughed and opened his eyes again. Sinan endured the pain and turned over. His blood-stained hands pressed on the metal glass fragments, and he felt some kind of sticky liquid flowing through his fingers. At first, he thought it was blood, but then he realized it wasn't. It was the red solution in the test tube that he had smashed earlier. At that moment, the air froze. Sinan stared at the remaining 3-section metal test tubes in a daze, and fragmented images suddenly flashed through his mind. The cabin shook violently, screams came one after another, and the seats were splashed with blood. The cockpit door slammed shut, and the swarm of zombies disappeared outside the door. A blood-red syringe fell out of the freezer. Sinan shuddered, his mind suddenly went blank, and then he felt a tearing pain. He hugged his head and curled up. His memory seemed to emerge from the deep sea, but in the blink of an eye, it disappeared completely. Serum, he murmured, serum, 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 as if he was possessed. Sinan picked up the test tube, fumbled for the injection needle from the messy instrument table, and almost crawled to Xianxia's side. He didn't even check if Xianxia was breathing, and with trembling hands, he injected all the solution in the test tube into his jugular vein. Then he did the same, stumbling and kneeling beside Yan Hao, who was violently gasping for air, and injected another whole tube of solution into the blood vessels in his arm. It was supposed to be a long few minutes, but for Sinan, it passed in a flash. He knelt there, his forehead cracked, and half of his cold face was frozen with blood. His arms, legs, and waist were covered with large patches of red. The dry patches were brownish red, the wet patches were bright red, and the half-dry patches were stuck to his body, like a red canvas with different shades due to poor dyeing techniques. He used his coat to tightly block the bleeding on Yan Hao's neck. He had never used so much strength in his life, as if he was racing against the invisible fate in the void, as if he was desperately holding the grim scythe of the Grim Reaper with both hands. Sinan suddenly turned around and looked at Xianxia. The liquid in Xianxia's body reacted rapidly, but it was the worst reaction. The blood vessels all over his body bulged and turned blue, as if someone was strangling his throat, and his eyes were staring straight at the sky. Then, under Sinan's desperate gaze, he tried to bend his body upward, and the last blood foam burst out from his throat, and suddenly he fell down and stopped moving. He was dead. He stared at the endless darkness, his eyes empty, but his face slightly turned to Sinan and Yan Hao, as if he wanted to see his comrade for the last time. Until the last moment of his life, he maintained the consciousness and pain of a human, without any signs of zombification. Sinan didn't make a sound, but held the empty syringe that had just injected Yan Hao, and turned his neck inch by inch with difficulty. Behind him, Yan Hao's dying struggle suddenly intensified, and for a moment it was very clear. "Don't die." Sinan choked on blood and said blankly, "Don't die, please, don't die." Yan Hao's body arched upwards, his face twisted, and the blood vessels on his exposed arms and neck bulged, as if green earthworms were crawling all over his body. It looked very scary. Sinan picked up his upper body and put it on his lap, holding the blood-soaked coat tightly, and used this method to raise the blood level, desperately trying to make a miracle happen. Yan Hao broke out the last spasm, his chest twitching and moving up and down. In an instant, Sinan's scream was sharp, "Yan Hao! Hold on! Look at me, Yan Hao!" For a few seconds, Sinan felt like he had been slapped in the face. His ears were buzzing, and he could not hear anything. He watched Yan Hao's moans come to an abrupt end as if they were strangled. Yan Hao's body suddenly sank, the protruding blood vessels on the surface of his body calmed down, and all the dying spasms and struggles disappeared at the same time. It was quiet. The world turned into nothingness, taking away all the light and hope, drifting away from the depths of the darkness. Sinan felt like he had fallen into the cold bottom of the sea, and he slumped back. Clang! The centrifuge had been smashed to pieces, and with the pressure of his back, it fell to the ground with a crash. Yan Hao's whole body twitched, and he broke out into an earth-shattering spasm, cough, cough, cough. Sinan felt like a shot of adrenaline had stabbed directly into his heart. He almost jumped up and grabbed Yan Hao's shoulder. "Yan Hao! Yan Hao! Wake up, hold on! Hold on!" The coat fell to the ground, and the wound on the side of Yan Hao's neck quickly coagulated and dried, forming a dark red scab. His chest rose and fell, and in the struggle, his eyelids opened slightly, and he moved his lips with difficulty. Sinan quickly took off all the clothes on his upper body, leaving only a thin black vest for himself, and wrapped the rest around Yan Hao to keep him warm. He pressed his finger on Yan Hao's weak carotid artery, and felt a miracle slowly happening. The pulse that had almost disappeared was beating again. Yan Hao made a sound. Sinan put his ear to his lips and used all his attention to hear him say one word, Jia. Xianxia was dead. Sinan's heart sank, and his boiling emotions were instantly doused with cold water. It's okay, Sinan's voice, and he looked away. You're all fine. Don't worry. Yan Hao smiled almost imperceptibly, even though his cracked lips couldn't even curl up. Then, he fainted. Sinan was extremely tired, but Yan Hao was still in extreme danger. He didn't dare to let himself pass out, and could only bite the tip of his tongue to stay awake. The temperature in the underground test site was extremely low, and he didn't feel it during the fierce fight just now. Now that he sat down and lost a lot of blood, a chill quickly rose from his limbs and bones. Sinan rubbed his arms, and his teeth kept chattering. He trembled and looked around, wondering if there was any way to get up, but he couldn't find a way after circling the circular space a few times. Was he really going to have to wait for his teammates to save him? But where were the people from Zhou? Zhou. Sinan called out tentatively, Zhou. He looked at the top of the pit and shouted, Zhou. Captain Zhou. Chen Chao. Dingshi. Hua Weixiong. Sinan was almost desperate, Brother Rong. Roar, a roar came from the top of the pit, and suddenly there was a lot of gunfire. Sinan didn't expect that calling him brother would really work, and he was stunned for a moment. He heard heavy machine gunfire like a storm, and then a heavy object fell to the ground with a loud bang. Zhou Rong shouted, Sinan. Zhou Rong ran wildly and stuck his upper body out from the edge of the pit. When he saw the bottom of the pit, he was almost paralyzed. Huff, huff, there was a gorilla in the corridor. We wanted to go around it, but when you shouted, Yingjia is gone, Sinan said hoarsely. Zhou Rong froze, and Chen Chao, Dingshi, and Hua Weixiong all stuck their heads out, and they were all stunned. It was hard to describe what they were feeling. Sinan, who had been calmly thinking of a way to escape, suddenly couldn't help but burst into tears when he saw Zhou Rong sticking his head out from the top of the pit and heard his embarrassed and hoarse voice. He told the story intermittently, trying to keep it simple and concise, but he choked up several times in a few short sentences. Zhou Rong's eyes fell on Zhang Yingjia's body not far away, and he closed his eyes. After a long time, he said in a low voice, We downloaded all the virus research materials in the confidential room. The red test tube you found should be the original antibody. It's not stable, and the effect varies from person to person. Now, Sinan. Zhou Rong opened his eyes and gave his orders clearly, search for the remaining antibodies, tie them to Yan Hao, and send them up as carefully as possible. Sinan was exhausted, and he tried several times to stand up. He had completely smashed the cold seal layer on the equipment table, and used 2 of the remaining 4 antibodies. Fortunately, the remaining 2 3-section metal test tubes were cold to the touch, probably because the equipment itself had its own cooling system. He wrapped the 2 precious antibodies with his blood-stained shirt, and then changed it into Zhang Yingjia's coat, and fixed it on Yan Hao's body. He lifted him up as flat as possible, and put him on a makeshift stretcher made by Zhou Rong. We have to get out of here as soon as possible. Yan Hao drove an armored vehicle from the armory, and it's now parked at the north exit of the top floor. Dingshi and Hua Weixiong worked together to pull the stretcher to the ground. Zhou Rong felt the alpha pheromone in Yan Hao's blood, and his voice paused slightly. But his expression was still very calm. He took out a military cardiac stimulant from his tactical bag and injected it into Yan Hao's body. He turned to the bottom of the pit and said to Sinan, It'll take at least 2 hours to get up from here. Everyone is at their limit, so we have to move quickly. Zhou Rong took the rope himself, threw it into the bottom of the pit, and motioned for Sinan to come up. But Sinan put his hands on his knees and didn't speak for a long time. Suddenly, he turned around and walked in another direction. He wanted to take Zhang Yingjia's body with him. Zhou Rong wanted to say something, but he swallowed back his words. No one in the team spoke. The silence turned the air into a sour gel, blocking everyone's throat. Suddenly, Sinan stopped. In the shadow ahead, Zhang Yingjia seemed to move. For a moment, Sinan thought his eyes were playing tricks on him, but then there was the sound of bricks rubbing against each other, and Xianxia jumped back in a very strange posture. It was the zombie. It hadn't died yet, and it wanted to take Xianxia's body with it. Zhou Rong, don't go there. Sinan, stop. Zhou Rong was shocked by Sinan's roar. Then he saw Sinan fly into a rage and pounce on the zombie like an arrow. The zombie even knew how to avoid people, dragging Xianxia and running away. Sinan chased after the zombie with his bare hands. He really didn't care about his own life. He didn't hesitate to step on the pile of overturned equipment and broken glass. The huge equipment was in the middle of the road, but he gritted his teeth and knocked it away, making a loud noise. Gun. Zhou Rong grabbed the Type 89 pistol from Guo Weixiong's arms and aimed. But in the dim visibility, the zombie ran away so fast that it was impossible to lock on to the target. While they were worried, the zombie ran to the corner of the experimental site, and for some reason, it lowered its body and disappeared into thin air with Xianxia. Sinan chased after it and saw the sewers. The sound of chewing came from the ground, and Sinan's eyes turned red. I'll die here with you today. Then he jumped down. Zhou Rong cursed and threw the Type 89 pistol to Guo Weixiong. Don't follow me. Chun Chao, brother Rong? Zhou Rong pulled out a dagger, held it in a reverse grip, pulled out the Type 64 pistol from the holster on his thigh, and jumped down like a bird of prey. The sewers of the experimental site were connected in all directions, probably because of the large volume of water. Sinan fell into the knee-deep water and staggered. He saw a black shadow flash not far away, so he immediately chased after it. He was not slow, and even very agile when he was angry, but the sewers were extremely dark, and there were 4 or 5 forks in the road. After a few turns, he could no longer see the zombie. Sinan looked around, and suddenly there was a sound of water splashing behind him. He turned around and saw a shadow flash by. It was Zhou Rong. Zhou Rong shouted, "Don't come over, be careful." Before he finished his words, the zombie held in front of him. Zhou Rong narrowed his eyes in the dark, and the light in his eyes was sharp and cold. The zombie had been blown beyond recognition, and even its brain had burst out, but for some reason it could still move. When it saw Zhou Rong, it abandoned Xianxia and crashed into him with a strange cry. Zhou Rong jumped up and grabbed the beam above the sewers, and with a beautiful pull-up, the zombie rushed under him. With the sound of water splashing, Zhou Rong let go of his hand and swung the dagger backward. His movement was calculated to the millisecond, and he cut the zombie that turned back to bite him. The zombie screamed and staggered, and then rushed forward again. The narrow space was almost full of water splashing and its sharp claws. In this poor visibility, Zhou Rong's laser night vision goggles could no longer be used, but he fought and retreated with ease. He could tell where the zombie was just by the sound. Suddenly, he used his left foot as a fulcrum to turn around, and his back was close to the zombie's front, and he heavily elbowed it. Even lightning was not enough to describe the movement. The zombie was hit in the chest and flew into the water. Zhou Rong's movements were so fast that it was as if he had disappeared, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the zombie. The zombie stretched its neck to bite him, but Zhou Rong's face was expressionless. He reached out his hand and simply stuck the dagger between the monster's teeth. Crack, a corner of the tungsten steel dagger was forcibly broken, and the blade was stuck in the zombie's mouth. Zhou Rong stepped on the zombie's chest. His bloody military boots were more than 1,000 pounds heavy, and with a splash, the zombie was stepped into the water. Then he loaded the gun, aimed at the zombie's throat, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Every bullet accurately hit the same point, and the 6 shots missed. The zombie's neck was broken, and its whole head was blown a few meters away. Zhou Rong threw the empty gun away, and violently dismantled the stainless steel sewer pipe above his head, and fiercely kicked it down. The zombie's body was penetrated through the chest, and it was nailed to the bottom of the sewer. The ground was constantly shaking, and the waves spread out in circles, and the muffled rumbling sound did not stop for a long time. Zhou Rong took a deep breath, and withdrew his foot. He did not look at the zombie again, and turned to walk toward the main road. At this moment, a figure flashed at the end of the fork, and stumbled to run away. Zhou Rong shouted from behind, "Sinan!" Zhou Rong ran after him, but Sinan turned a deaf ear and disappeared around the corner. The fierce chase in the sewer did not last long, and soon Zhou Rong found the exhausted figure more than 10 meters away. "Sinan! Stop!" with a clanging sound, Sinan entered an iron door. Zhou Rong immediately stopped. "Don't close the door, I'm not going in." Sinan held the iron door, and seemed a little hesitant. His posture were obvious, and it was obvious that he had been trained. Even in such a difficult situation, his back was straight. From the raised chin to the slender neck, to the deep collarbone, and the top back of the shoulders, all the exposed skin reflected a faint light in the darkness. Zhou Rong stared at him intently. If one looked carefully, Zhou Rong's waist and leg muscles were actually in a state of tension, like a cheetah that could jump up at any time and press down on its prey like lightning. But when he opened his mouth, his voice was strangely gentle, and even had a hint of goodwill. "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you, and I won't touch you." Zhou Rong raised his hands with his palms facing outwards, and gracefully showed his blood-stained body. The extremely invasive alpha pheromone floated in the sewer, and the masculine aura was tyrannical and overbearing. In comparison, Yanhao's pheromone was simply weak. "The base is going to explode," Zhou Rong said slowly. "You have to retreat with us." Sinan was still motionless, as if he did not hear anything, and his expression could not be seen clearly. In fact, Zhou Rong could guess what he was thinking. In the current era of extreme disparity in the A/O sex ratio, a person with Sinan's appearance, even if he was a beta, must have had a lot of unpleasant experiences related to sex since he was a child. After the doomsday, humans entered the law of the jungle, and all law and order completely collapsed. For him, being surrounded by a group of powerful alpha males might be more dangerous than being surrounded by a group of zombies. But Zhou Rong did not give up. "Come here." He stared at Sinan, and with a soothing and soft commanding tone, he said word by word, "It's time to retreat, follow me." The sewer was filled with dead silence. Only the sound of water dripping could be heard. Sinan tilted his head slightly. More than 10 meters away, Zhou Rong could see the shadow on the edge of his cheek, from the straight bridge of his nose to his lips and chin, like a silhouette painting. "You guys go." Suddenly, he said, "I'll go back to the surface entrance and drive the old car back." Before Zhou Rong could persuade him, he slammed the iron door shut and locked it. Zhou Rong was furious. He rushed over and grabbed the iron bars. "Sinan!" The iron door shook with a few loud bangs. Before the echo died down, Sinan had already stepped back several meters in the water. He said coldly, "What are you doing? It's too dangerous for you to be alone. Come with us. Don't worry about me." Zhou Rong looked at his handsome and cold face covered in blood. He couldn't understand. Sinan, who took the initiative to whisper in his ear when he came in, who immediately cried when he saw him at the bottom of the pit, and who went crazy when he saw Xianxia's body was taken away, suddenly returned to the state when they first met in T-City. He was alienated, cold, and even wary. He even kept a distance of more than 10 meters at all times. It was as if after experiencing life and death, all his vivid and even intense emotions had disappeared completely and retracted back into an invisible and cold shell. Sinan's unreasonable vigilance against Alpha made Zhou Rong have some very bad guesses, but he didn't want to think about it. He just took a long breath. "Comrade Xiaoxi, it will take at least 2 hours to get to the entrance from here. You're alone and have no weapon." Sinan stretched out his hand. "Give it to me." "Gun, car key." "You." Zhou Rong pointed at his nose and said angrily, "Stop it. You don't even trust your comrades? You're not giving it to me?" Sinan said coldly and turned to leave. Zhou Rong immediately put down his submachine gun and took out the keys to the old biochemical car they drove into B-City. "Come here." Sinan did not allow him to refuse. "Throw it over." As time went by, Sinan's attitude was as unshakable as ice. Zhou Rong pondered for a moment, but there was nothing he could do. He could only throw the car keys and his submachine gun over from the iron bars. He thought for a moment and was still worried. The base's drainage system is very complicated, and there may be zombie guerrillas near Area E. Wait here, I'll go up and get a signal flare. If there's any danger, immediately. Before he could finish, Sinan picked up the car keys and the submachine gun, turned around, and left. Zhou Rongi choked on his anger. "Hey! Where the hell are you going?" See you at the fertilizer factory, Sinan said flatly without turning his head. Zhou Rong listened to the footsteps in the tunnel getting farther and farther away. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief. The distance between people was indeed like this. One party's endless pursuit would only cause the other party to retreat more urgently and vigilantly, he thought so self-deprecatingly. He turned around and walked back the way he came, but suddenly he sniffed and smelled a strange smell. The stench that had been brewing in the sewer for many years was mellow and distant. It was mixed with the rusty iron door and moldy walls. It was like all kinds of smelly atomic bombs repeatedly wreaking havoc on his nasal mucosa. But in this indiscriminate bombardment, there was a vague and indescribable smell where Sinan stood just now. He could not describe what it was, but he felt a little fluttering in his heart. But his footsteps paused for a moment, and it was covered by the aggressive smell of the sewer. Brother Rong. Chen Chao's voice came from afar. Where are you? Are you okay? Where's Sinan? Chen Chao could not wait to come down and look for him. Zhou Ronghui came back to his senses and coughed. It's okay. I'm here. Come and help me. Zhou Rong and Chen Chao worked together and carried Xianxia up. Sinan jumped into the sewer early, so Xianxia's body was not damaged too much, but his eyes were still wide open. Zhou Rong tried to help him close his eyes, but he could not. Dingshi said that there was a saying in their hometown that people died with their eyes open because they still had something they missed. So Zhou Rong squatted on the ground and looked at Xianxia, saying, Yingjia, Yan Hao is alive. Everyone is alive. We are going to take the information and antibodies to the South China Sea. After the mission is completed, we will steal a helicopter and go to the northeast to take your wife and children to a shelter. In the future, as long as I have food to eat, your wife and children will have food to eat. As long as I am alive, your wife and children will have a good life. After saying that, he reached out his hand and wiped Xianxia's wide-open eyes slowly closed. When they came in, 7 of them were joking around, but when they left, only 4 of them were left standing. One of them was unconscious, and the other one would never wake up. Zhou Rong and the others first returned to the central area and then went up. On the way, they encountered several waves of zombies, but Yan Hao and the others had brought a large amount of ammunition. After a few rounds of strafing and grenades, they wiped out all the zombies. They arrived at the surface half an hour earlier than they expected. Zhou Rongyi looked at the explosion-proof armored car and said, Hey, you guys are really good. You can even drive up like this? Guo Weixiang said, We blew up a few doors to get to the surface. We originally wanted to turn back and steal a helicopter, but we were caught by zombies. So, a man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. You guys should have just waited at the original location. But you guys are really good at running. You ran all the way from the south to the north. It was a loss for our track and field team that we didn't send you to the Olympic Games. Oh, there are mortars. Chen Chao said, Come on, Brother Rong, you are almost drooling. Zhou Rong smiled and tried to put the mortar on his shoulder. Then he threw it back into the trunk and slammed the door. Let's go. The armored car turned around and rushed through the base's parking lot. With a loud bang, it knocked the brake off the road and sped straight to the south. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the sky was dark and gray, covering the bloody ground. Zhou Rong made a turn around the outer extension of the barbed wire fence. In front of them was the sewer that they used to enter the base. The broken biochemical car that they drove to the base was still parked on the side of the road. A figure leaned against the car door and looked back. Sinan had obviously changed. He had found a riot police uniform from somewhere and was wearing a pair of thick black leather boots and an Uzi submachine gun at his side. He looked like he was waiting for the sunrise, or he was just resting. The dried blood on the side of his handsome face had been washed away. Because he was wearing black, his face looked cold and pale. As the armored car passed by, he looked at Zhou Rong calmly through the window. Zhou Rong looked down at Sinan from above. His eyes were filled with scrutiny. Soon, Sinan's figure was left far behind the car. In the rearview mirror, Sinan got into the car door. The biochemical car finally drove slowly onto the main road. The distance between the two cars was less than 200 meters. Zhou Rong looked up several times and could see the shadow of the car behind him. the sky was getting brighter. Along the way, Zhou Rong would stop at every supermarket and gas station. He would take people to find supplies and replenish water. Sinan also stopped, but he didn't get out. He sat in the driver's seat and slept. Zhou Rong rummaged through the messy shelves. He mixed up the batteries, salt, soap, paper clips, and other miscellaneous things into a cardboard box. He walked out of the supermarket with the box in his arms and kicked a stumbling zombie. He took out the anti-inflammatory medicine and threw it to Dingshi. He signaled to feed it to Yan Hao. Then he turned around and saw Chen Chao standing on her tiptoes by the window of the biochemical car. She stretched her neck and talked to Sinan. Zhou Rong didn't feel good. He thought for a while and went back to the supermarket to shoot a few zombies. He went to the food counter and took out a few bags of candied fruit. "Daughter." Zhou Rong stood between the two cars and shouted. He raised the candied fruit and shook it. Chen Chao looked up and said with disgust, "It's so sweet. Who wants to eat this?" Zhou Rong clearly saw Sinan's throat move, as if he was swallowing saliva. "Forget it," Zhou Rong said disappointedly. He walked away with the candied fruit. They stopped 7 or 8 times along the way and cleaned more than 10 supermarkets in the third ring. They carried out a ton of rice, flour, oil, and dozens of boxes of daily necessities. It was a remarkable result. Yan Hao's condition didn't get worse, but it didn't get better either. He was in a coma and had a fever in the evening. Zhou Rong wanted to rob the hospital pharmacy, but the public hospital was a zombie disaster area. They only had 4 complete combat forces, including Sinan, who was likely to leech off the water to gain experience, which made 4.5. They had no milk, so they didn't have the strength to rob the public hospital, so they had to give up. Fortunately, they finally found a private cosmetic hospital before nightfall. The doctors and nurses all turned into zombies and ran away. Zhou Rong took his cheap daughter and swaggered into the pharmacy. He didn't care whether she knew the pharmacy or not. He took all the medicine he saw. "Don't try." Zhou Rong's face was terrible. "You have no chance in this life. Don't even think about it." Chen Chao stretched her neck and stood in front of the mirror. She held the silicone fake breast and gestured to her own chest. "Do you think it's possible to save a plastic surgeon or something along the way?" Chen Chao said thoughtfully, "Don't they say that most female alpha are busty? Why didn't my chest move?" "I think I may be a fake alpha," Zhou Rong said helplessly. "The secondary sexual characteristics of your other part of the body don't develop in this way." Chen Chao said, "There's nowhere to use it, and I can't take a selfie to ask for likes." Her words were very reasonable. Zhou Rong didn't have anything to say. He comforted her, "Next time you take a selfie and send it to your circle of friends, we'll give you likes." They each held 2 medicine boxes, and Chen Chao's silicone fake breast was hanging around her neck. They went out of the plastic hospital. Dingshi was on guard with a gun, Guo Weixiang was urinating under a telephone pole on the side of the road, and the armored car behind them was opened. Sinan was leaning in and seemed to be looking for something. Zhou Rong coughed. Sinan immediately stopped looking. He took a bottle of water from the car and walked quickly to the back car while drinking. "Are you two really not talking?" Chen Chao asked in a low voice. Zhou Rong didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "What were you whispering about?" It's nothing. He doesn't like alpha. He thinks it's not safe with the suppression of pheromones." "I said that my pheromone is weaker than yours." He said yes, and then that's it. Zhou Rong nodded and didn't say anything. Chen Chao said sympathetically, "I think Xiaonan may have been stimulated before. If the virus hadn't broken out, he would have been better off starting a beta rights promotion association to advocate for human rights and do charity work." As night fell, everyone returned to the armored car for dinner. Because they had accumulated a lot of supplies, the stingy Zhou Rong was finally generous. He opened beer and more than 10 cans of meat and vegetables. He dipped the bread in Laogan sauce and ate it. Sinan was still hiding in the biochemical car and didn't want to come over. Chen Chao went to find him with food and drinks. After a while, she came back and said he didn't want beer. He asked if there was any more Laogan Ma. "Is he really going to cut ties with us?" Guo Weixiong was disappointed. Zhou Rong said, "Tell him that if we cut ties, there won't be any more Lao Gan Ma." Chen Chao took the order and left. This time, she came back quickly. "If you don't have it, then you don't have it. We'll see. He wants 2 blankets when he sleeps at night." Zhou Ronggong wanted to say that if they cut ties, there would be no blankets. Everyone in the car stared at him with condemning eyes. Zhou Rong said, "Give him 3 blankets." The night at the end of October in the north was very cold. Several people huddled in the depths of the rear compartment of the armored car and slept on the floor. Only Zhou Rong was a distance away from everyone. He slept in the outermost position near the door. In the middle of the night, the moon was bright and the stars were few. The door slid open quietly. Sinan was wrapped in a blanket. He only stretched out his right hand and rummaged through the carton of food beside the door. His breathing was even softer than a cat's when it was hunting. However, there was no target in the carton, not even any snacks. There was only the bottom of a bottle of Lao Gan Ma left. The plastic bag was filled with unpacked soda biscuits and buns from the supermarket. Sinan looked away. Zhou Rong's back was to him and he was snoring steadily. There seemed to be something stuffed in the pocket of his camouflage pants. A sharp corner of a bag was exposed. Sinan. Sinan didn't make any sound. He stretched out 2 fingers and pinched the sharp corner. He was just about to pull the bag out when Zhou Rong suddenly turned over, raised his hand, and pressed Sinan's back. Like lightning, Zhou Rong wrapped Sinan up and pressed him under his body. Bang! The back of Sinan's head hit the mattress, making a dull sound. Not far away, Guo Weixiong scratched his butt and turned over. He muttered a few words, as if he was talking about braised pork. Sinan frowned. His tightly pursed lips were slightly red under the moonlight. He stared at Zhou Rong without saying a word. The 2 of them maintained their overlapping position and didn't move. After a few seconds, the surroundings returned to silence again. Zhou Rong stared at Sinan's amber pupils. A condescending smile appeared in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Then he took out the bag of apple preserves from his trouser pocket, shook it, and leaned over to Sinan's ear and said slowly, "You." Before he finished speaking, his hand was empty. The apple preserves were gone. Sinan pushed him away. He rolled up the blanket and rushed back to the biochemical car. Early the next morning, Zhou Rong felt a headache coming on. The biochemical car was gone. He circled the empty space twice with his gun and roared to the sky, "Si Xiaonan. Si Xiaonan, get out here. I'm not joking with you, hurry up." The sound of the engine came closer and closer. The biochemical car drove slowly from the other end of the street and stopped in front of the furious Zhou Rong. The car window rolled down and milk powder, candies, and dehydrated cakes were piled on the driver's seat. Sinan was carrying a submachine gun and holding a honey jar in one hand. His cheeks were slightly red from eating. Zhou Rong saw that his shoulder was stained with dark red rotten blood. It was obvious that he had single-handedly robbed a supermarket. He exploded on the spot. "You left the team without permission. You have no respect for discipline. Comrade Sinan, if you were an official team member, I would beat you up. Did you think about the consequences of leaving without saying goodbye?" Sinan stared at him coldly. "What are you looking at? If you don't want to listen to me, then..." Zhou Rong wanted to scold him again, but Sinan suddenly threw 2 cigarettes in his face. Then he quickly rolled up the car window and stepped on the accelerator to drive to the main road. "Hey! Bastard!" Zhou Rong was hit by the 2 soft Chunhua cigarettes. He jumped and roared at the back of the car. Sinan was seriously angry. Zhou Rong had finally finished his looting trip. He had 2 cartons of cigarettes in his arms and was driving with a dark expression on his face. The 2 cars drove out of B City one after the other from the highway. That evening, they returned to the suburban industrial park before dark. The biochemical car suddenly took a turn and went straight to the back of the fertilizer factory from the side road. Were they going to go their separate ways? Zhou Rong suddenly turned the steering wheel and chased after Sinan from a distance. A few minutes later, the biochemical car stopped at the back door of the factory. Sinan carried some food, jumped out of the car, and jumped over the wall quickly. Zhou Rong asked Grassy to come over and watch the car. He quietly got off the car, ran up the wall, and jumped onto the ginkgo tree behind the wall. He sneakily looked down. The Sinan went straight ahead, following the path to the anhydrous ammonia treatment plant. Surrounded by weeds, there was an abandoned garage. A slender figure was squatting in the open space under the rear window of the garage. When she heard the footsteps, she turned around and greeted them with joy. It was Wu Xinyan. He couldn't hear what they were saying at such a distance. Zhou Rong looked at it for a long time. He felt rather upset and let out a long sigh. What am I imagining, he thought mockingly. They were obviously a Beta Rights Protection Association. It was good enough that they didn't hate Alpha, what else could they expect? Moreover, with his looks and skills, in this apocalyptic world, who knows how many girls would be willing to throw themselves at him? Zhou Rong felt a lump in his throat. He hooked his arm around a branch and jumped onto the wall, jumping out of the back door. He's back? Feng Wentai said in disbelief. His subordinate nodded. Feng Wentai rushed out of the door and almost ran all the way downstairs to the front yard of the factory. There were already more than 10 people gathered in the open space. They were all survivors who had escaped from T-City with the special forces. The Feng family's 3 alpha bodyguards were also guarding there, faintly blocking those people as they stared at the outside with covetous eyes. A military anti-riot armored vehicle was parked in the barbed wire fence. Zhou Rong and others were tired and embarrassed. They were carrying the injured and unconscious Yan Hao in the bag containing Xianxia's body. They were getting out of the car one after another. Feng Wentai saw their dirty clothes and mental state. He understood everything and his heart sank. However, the captain surnamed Zhou turned his head, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and his eyes were full of ridicule. Brother Feng. How have you been? Is everything okay in our family? Without waiting for Feng Wentai to answer, he turned his head and ordered his subordinates, inventory the supplies and make a record. Putting Jia's body away and wait for me to deal with it. Then he waved to the crowd and laughed loudly. Dr. Qing. My brother is a little injured. Please take 2 people with you to carry him up for a checkup. In addition to the special forces, more than 30 survivors originally faintly followed Dr. Cheng's lead. When they heard the command, they immediately went forward and carefully took Yan Hao's stretcher. Sigh. It's only been a few days, but it feels like a lifetime ago. Zhou Rong moved his neck that was stiff from driving for a long time, making a crisp cracking sound. He first waved to the crowd, then smiled and patted Feng Wentai's shoulder. Brother Feng, you've worked hard these past few days. I'll give you a big credit. Coagulated blood would lose its pheromone scent after being exposed to the air for a period of time, just like how a corpse would lose its fingerprints after a few days. Zhou Rong's overly strong alpha pheromone had already dissipated. Otherwise, he would walk around like a long-legged testosterone bomb, which the Sinan would never accept. But Feng Wentai didn't know. He only felt that Zhou Rongyi immediately assumed the position of the boss after coming back, which made his originally disappointed mood a little more subtle. But he didn't want to show it, so he smiled and said, It's all good, it's all good. It's my duty, it's not hard at all. Captain Zhou, have you contacted Deputy Minister Gua? Zhou Rong shook his head. Feng Wentai's smile faded a little, then, Zhou Rong put his arm around his shoulder. Come, let's go to the cafeteria. We'll talk while we walk. That's how it is. 10 minutes later, at the cafeteria table, Zhou Rong shrugged. It was dinner time, and all the survivors were lining up to get food. There was only mixed grain porridge and boiled potatoes in the window. Not far away, Feng Wentai's bodyguards sat at another small table, each with a gun at the back of their waists. In front of them was white rice with 4 small stir-fried dishes, meat and vegetables, and 2 bottles of beer. Zhou Rong acted as if he didn't see. Next, we'll leave the fertilizer factory. All the survivors will take the bus to the South Sea headquarters. We've already obtained the latest information on the virus research, which is of vital importance for the development of a vaccine. One of your people died, and another is seriously injured? Feng Wentai interrupted. Zhou Rong said, yes. And the little brother who looks very lost, Zhou Rong said concisely. That means, you only have 4 people now. Yes. Feng Wentai was silent for a moment. When he spoke again, his tone changed, and it was slightly cold. "Forgive me for being presumptuous, Captain Zhou. It's best for us to stay at the fertilizer factory and not act rashly. You'll send a positioning signal to the South Sea headquarters and ask for a helicopter to pick us up. If the information you mentioned is really that important, the central government will definitely take the initiative to pick us up." "There's no central," Zhou Rong said calmly. "The positioning signal can't be received. Before we can contact the South Sea, it's doubtful whether the other party's headquarters has fallen." "Then we should go to the northeast," Feng Wentai said immediately. "I have some territory in the northeast, and I also have a food processing factory. If the brothers raised in my hometown are still alive, they can form a considerable armed force. Moreover, the cold weather in the north will limit the movement of zombies. No matter how you look at it, it's safer than going south to the densely populated coastal areas." Feng Wentai obviously had a plan. At this moment, he spoke tirelessly. Then, he changed the topic. "Captain Zhou and several brothers are loyal to the country. Of course, they are respectable, but in this post-apocalyptic world, people still have to plan for themselves. If Captain Zhou is willing to join us with your subordinates, I won't dare to neglect you. After arriving in the northeast, I'll make sure you have a comfortable life. There's no need to talk about glory and wealth in this post-apocalyptic world, but at least it won't be worse than before the apocalypse. What do you think?" Chen Chao, Guo Weixiong, and Ding Shi registered the supplies and carried their lunch boxes into the cafeteria. From afar, they saw Feng Wentai and Zhou Rong sitting in a corner. Several of the Feng family's bodyguards surrounded them and drank with ill intentions. Chen Chao immediately took 2 steps forward. However, she saw Zhou Rong with his hands behind his back and shaking at her. "How should I put it?" Zhou Rong laughed. "As special forces, the country has trained us for so many years. Now is the time when we are needed the most," Feng Wentai said impatiently. "I understand, but Captain Zhou also has to think about his subordinates. 2 of you have already sacrificed yourselves. What can the country give them? Medals? Pensions? Even the entire B military region will be destroyed. I'm afraid the government can't even take care of itself. Can the country still give out pensions?" "Boss Feng," Zhou Rong joked, "Yan Hao isn't dead yet." Feng Wentai choked. Zhou Rong observed Feng Wentai's expression and coughed at the right moment. "Speaking of which, if we set off for the north, what will happen to the men, women, and children in this room?" Feng Wentai looked around. In the distance, people were lining up to get food. Many people swayed the porridge in their bowls and looked at the Feng family's bodyguards with dissatisfaction. "We don't have much in stock," he said in a low voice. Zhou Rong stared at him quietly. "If we bring so many people with us, I'm afraid we will run out of food halfway. In this cold weather, if we can't replenish our supplies, I'm afraid everyone will have to give up." Feng Wentai pondered for a moment and finally opened his mouth. "In my opinion, it's better to leave those who can't move and are weak in the fertilizer factory. In addition, there are some who may not be obedient. In order to avoid internal disputes during the escape, we might as well let them go out and fend for themselves. It's also a way to get the best of both worlds." Zhou Rong didn't say anything. The more he listened, the deeper his smile became. Feng Wentai's meaning was very clear. There was no need to bring the women, the elderly, and the children. It was best to leave those who looked difficult. He was an alpha, and his destination was his hometown. When he reached the northeast, he might have to rely on him to open the grain warehouse. In that case, only those who were willing to submit to him and obey him could be brought along. As for the food and supplies accumulated in the fertilizer factory, it was necessary to take all of them away. When they returned to their hometown, Boss Feng would naturally lead everyone to make a comeback and build a utopia with a strict hierarchy. Of course, when that time came, Zhou Rong and the others who had followed him from the beginning would definitely not be treated badly. "Boss Feng is really far-sighted," Zhou Rong clapped and sighed. Feng Wentai smiled modestly. "But," Zhou Rong said sincerely, "we still have to go to the South China Sea." "Why?" "Zombies retain a lot of basic biological instincts, one of which is to warm up. Once winter comes, a large number of zombies will gather in the south. At this time, if we go north, we will encounter an uncountable number of zombies. That's the first reason. Secondly, Zhou Rong's frivolous smile gradually disappeared. His true expression finally appeared on his face, which had deep eye sockets and sharp facial features. It was wild and full of hostility. No matter what he looked at, his gaze was fixed on everything from top to bottom, and he gave off the oppressive feeling of an alpha wolf who meant what he said. The virus research data that Xianxia exchanged his life for must be sent to the military. Even if the South Sea headquarters falls, we will continue on our journey until the day we find the military. On this journey, we will not give up on any survivors. The elderly, women, pregnant women, children, as long as we meet them, we will save them. If we run out of food, we will plant more. If we run out of supplies, we will look for more. As long as we soldiers are here, the country is here. No one will be abandoned. Zhou Rong leaned back in his chair and raised his head slightly. His thick and sharp eyebrows were raised as he looked down at Feng Wentai. His thin, knife-like lips, dark and firm neck, the outline of his shoulder and arm muscles that even the camouflage uniform couldn't hide, and the assault rifle on his right shoulder all showed his domineering male strength. Feng Wentai was a little out of breath from the pressure. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he was being threatened by a beta. He immediately became angry out of humiliation. You make it sound nice, but you soldiers are still, you can go and lobby the people you want to take away. Zhou Rong said indifferently and gestured for them to go ahead. His posture was somewhat elegant. I won't stop those who are willing to go with you. However, you can't bring a single bullet with you. Go ahead. Feng Wentai Huron stood up. Several bodyguards also stood up and pressed their hands on their backs. Not far away, 3 special forces soldiers immediately stepped forward, each with assault rifles on their backs. Springgrass coughed coldly. Zhou Rong sank into the back of his chair as if he was unaware of the tense atmosphere in front of him. Feng Wentai gritted his teeth and stared at the hateful curve of his mouth. He wanted to say something but didn't have the courage to. After a while, he waved his hand and said angrily, "Let's go." The alpha bodyguards of the Feng family followed the boss out of the cafeteria. Springgrass slowly walked over and stared at their backs. Feng Wentai can't hold back anymore. I know, Zhou Rong interrupted her. He pondered for a moment and slowly made arrangements. Tonight, everyone take turns to be on duty. Watch the granary, the garage, and the front and back doors. Pay attention to Feng Wentai's whereabouts. Sinan's biochemical car's windows have been changed. It's not bulletproof anymore. Move everything and weapons from it to the armored car and lock it. Springgrass nodded. Suddenly, Zhou Rong seemed to have thought of something. Where's Sinan? He just went back to the dormitory to get some bedding and blankets. He said he would sleep in the backyard tonight. Speaking of this, Springgrass also felt strange. What's he doing there? Zhou Rong thought of Wu Xinyan, who was waiting in the garage in the backyard. He was silent and his eyes were gloomy. His cold expression made the other 3 members a little scared. Springgrass leaned on the back of the chair and whispered, Brother Rong? Comrade Xiaoxi is an adult. You guys have the time to care about other people's business. Why don't you think about when you'll be single? Zhou Rong got up and rubbed Springgrass's hair. He smiled and returned to his usual casual attitude. Good girl, bring some potatoes for daddy. Don't forget the chili and soy sauce. That's mine, Sinan said coldly. Wu Xinyan was speechless. Wu Xinyan's outstretched hand consciously changed direction. She gave up the bottle of honey and turned to the vacuum-packed eggs. Sinan raised one of his eyes. He obviously did not have a strong desire to monopolize the eggs. His thick eyelashes drooped down again. There were no lights in the abandoned garage, so it was dark in the winter night. The sound of the cold wind whistling through the cracks in the window sounded like a group of zombies whimpering in the distance. Wu Xinyan ate the eggs and shrank into the blanket. She obviously could not stand the silence. She tried to find a topic to talk about. Hey, why do you like to eat sweets so much? Sinan rarely took the initiative to talk to outsiders, but he still answered all the questions. He said, I don't know. Do you like to eat sweets as long as it's sweet? No. Don't you think it's sweet? I don't think so. My body needs sugar, Si Nanping said indifferently. I'm often hypoglycemic. Wu Xinyan let out a sigh of relief. I was just thinking that only people who have experienced a lot of hardships like to eat sweet things. If you have a stomach full of sad stories, I really can't handle it. Phew. Fortunately, I was thinking too much. Sinan. Can you be more normal? Sinan took out the bag of apple preserves that he had not finished from his pocket and began to eat carefully. In the darkness, there was a rustling sound. After a while, Wu Xinyan's voice sounded again. This time, it was a little hesitant. Do you think that one guy will really come tonight? Yes. Why? Sinan held half a piece of apple preserves in his mouth and said vaguely, if Zhou Rong asks where you went, Feng Wentai will definitely say that you ran away and disappeared. His bodyguard Wan knows that after Zhou Rong asks someone else about the situation tomorrow, he won't have a chance to do anything to you. So, he will definitely seize the last chance tonight. And you said that one guy followed you here today. Sinan swallowed the apple preserves and licked his sticky fingers. After everyone goes to bed tonight, he will definitely come. Wu Xinyan's face was pale and she nodded. There were 2 rolls of bedding on the ground side by side. Sinan and Wu Xinyan were each wrapped in a blanket and nestled in it. There was a pile of snacks in the middle. Wu Xinyan finished the braised egg and wanted to eat chocolate. Just as she picked up a piece of chocolate, she suddenly realized something and asked humbly, "Can I eat it?" "Yes." Sinan said, "Chocolate is the only thing I don't eat." "Why?" Before Sinan could answer, there was a sudden sound of light footsteps not far away. Then, it stopped under the back window. "He's here." Wu Xinyan shivered and a chill rose from her internal organs. She immediately looked to the side for help, only to see Sinan looking back thoughtfully. "Zhou Rong?" He stood up suspiciously with the blanket wrapped around him. "Why are you standing there?" The person under the back window, who had been silent all this time, coughed. It was indeed Captain Zhou's distinctive mellow bass voice. For some reason, he sounded a little guilty. "Hey, Comrade Xiaoxi. I couldn't sleep, so I walked around. Have you eaten?" Sinan looked at him coldly. Wu Xinyan greeted him with trepidation. "Zhou, Captain Zhou, Wan, good evening." Sinan waved his hand at her, indicating that he should ignore her. Zhou Rong was very embarrassed. Good evening. Why don't you 2 go back to the dormitory? It's so dark here. It's so cold. Wu Xinyan just said 2 words when Sinan waved at her again. This time, he even frowned unhappily. "Wu Xinyan?" She tilted her head and looked at Sinan. Sinan frowned and looked at her. Zhou Rong chuckled a few times outside the window. "You 2 should go back to the dormitory." "It's okay. What if Tian'er catches a cold outside?" "I've been there, everyone knows." "You young people, he. Wu Xinyan deeply felt that she should explain, really explain. However, Sinan's expression made it clear that he didn't want her to speak. The 2 of them fought silently for a few seconds before Wu Xinyan finally couldn't hold it in anymore. "What the hell is going on with you 2? Sinan said, "He yelled at me. Zhou Rong outside the window, and he said he was going to beat me up." Sinan said coldly, "Who's beating who up?" "I let him use one hand." Wu Xinyan was dumbfounded. Zhou Rong's awkwardness escalated to the level of his life. "See Xiaonan. I was wrong. I'm here to apologize to you, okay? I shouldn't have yelled at you this morning. Don't be angry. I got you something to eat." There was the sound of a plastic bag. Zhou Rong took something out of his arms. "Here," he said, "I brought you a big piece of Dove chocolate." Sinan. After a long period of silence, Wu Xinyan finally couldn't hold it in any longer. She swallowed her saliva, and her voice sounded very weak. Captain Zhou, why don't you put the chocolate first?" Before she could finish her sentence, Sinan got out of the blanket, put on his jacket, and pushed the door open. Wu Xinyan was once again stunned, and she didn't recover for a long time. "What are you doing?" Sinan's tone was very calm. "Hurry up, I'm in a hurry." Sinan was only wearing a black slim-fit police t-shirt. His arms were crossed, and his riot uniform jacket was draped over his shoulders. The expression on his face was exactly the same as the first time Zhou Rong met him, when he ignored the water handed to him in the armored vehicle and removed Yan Hao's gun without saying a word. At that time, even the way he stood was exactly the same. Zhou Rong sighed in his heart, stuffed the chocolate into Sinan's jacket pocket, and turned to walk back. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. The moment he counted to 0, Sinan's voice came from behind him. Are you okay? Zhou Rong stopped in his tracks, but didn't look back. He sighed neither lightly nor heavily. Sinan finally walked forward, his slender and thick eyebrows furrowed again. He looked at Zhou Rong suspiciously. Are you okay? Zhou Rong was listless. Si Xiaonan. Sinan said, I don't have the character Xiao in the middle of my name. Comrade Xiao Si. Zhou Rong changed his words smoothly, and asked, do you still think we're friends? This question was really complicated. The main reason was that Si Nanping had very little contact with other Omega, and he couldn't verify whether the proposition that true friendship cannot exist between an Alpha and an Omega was false or not. However, he had come into contact with a lot of Alpha, so much so that even though he had lost his memory, years of vigilance and disgust still existed deep in his subconscious. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhou Rong. Zhou Rong put his hands in his trouser pockets. He was 1.9 meters tall and cast a long shadow in the moonlight. Zhou Rong didn't have a muscular physique. Instead, he had a sturdy and well-proportioned physique, which was the result of years of special training. This trait was also very obvious on Sinan. However, Sinan's muscle layer was thinner, while Zhou Rong's shoulders were wider. He had the strength of a male alpha. His facial features had a kind of subtle and devilish handsomeness. Especially when he raised his eyebrows and smiled, there was an unstoppable sense of arrogance. This kind of appearance was far from the righteous soldier in the hearts of the common people. If the military chose a positive image to promote, with his temperament, he should be eliminated in the first round. However, if he were to take off his military uniform, he would look like an elegant young man who would receive many affectionate gazes wherever he went. He was different from other people. Sinan Xian suddenly had such a thought. He didn't know where this strange perception came from, but under the moonlight, there was indeed an indescribable feeling. Suddenly, there was a slight movement in the depths of his heart. Sinan looked away and said, yes. Zhou Rong slightly lowered his head and asked, what is it? It's a friend. Zhou Rong was almost in front of Sinan. The tips of their noses were less than a few inches apart. They could see their own shadows in each other's eyes. Is it? Zhou Rong said slowly, but why do I feel like you don't like me? You don't want to talk, you want to drive 2 cars, and you don't want to bite my ear. Sinan felt his breath brushing against his cheek as he spoke, and he couldn't help but step back slightly. However, Zhou Rong immediately approached again, and his thin lips curved again, now that you know Brother Rong is an alpha, you're afraid that Brother Rong will hit on you. Sinan's back was still bent backward, and he couldn't avoid it. He had to turn his face back to look at him. At this distance, as long as Zhou Rong lowered his head, their lips would touch. I say, Sinan lowered his eyelashes and said slowly, if I were an alpha, I wouldn't know who would hit on who. Maybe I'll hit on you. Zhou Rong was slightly stunned, and he added, try it if you don't believe me. I'll only use one hand. Zhou Rong laughed out loud. Comrade Xiao Si, it's good to have dreams. Zhou Rong rubbed Sinan's hair hard, and pressed his head closer to himself. He laughed so hard that he almost couldn't breathe, but I think, ha ha ha, this kind of thing, ha ha ha, Sinan couldn't break free. Zhou Rong kissed his hair and looked at him with a smile, very good, then I'll wait for you. Go back, don't let your little girlfriend wait too long. Before Sinan could react, Zhou Rong had let go of him and strode back along the way they came. An indescribable feeling welled up in Sinan's heart again, and he couldn't explain what it was. After a moment of daze, he suddenly remembered, turned his head and shouted, she said she likes Yan Hao. Zhou Rong's back fell. Sinan watched the figure disappear into the night, and only when it was completely out of sight did he withdraw his gaze without saying a word. Oh, I forgot to tell him about Wan. He suddenly remembered, I should have asked him to stay and help. Sinan felt rather melancholy as he let go of a strong laborer. He turned around and slowly walked to the back of the garage. It was already 9:30, and the noise in the workers' dormitory of the fertilizer factory in the distance was gradually subsiding. People had just finished a day of fear in the apocalypse and had fallen into a deep sleep where they temporarily forgot all their fears. Under the shadow of the ginkgo tree, the back of the garage was dark, and there was an unnoticeable gap in the iron gate. Sinan's gaze froze. Then there was a bang in the garage, and a woman's shrill voice shouted, "Help!" Ugh! A struggle, heavy breathing, and a low voice sounded at the same time. Sinan pulled out a dagger from his thigh and kicked the door open. Sure enough, in the dark, he saw a burly man holding Wu Xinyan down and cursing. He heard the noise and turned around. "Who are you?" "Mind your own business. Get out of my way, just." "I'm waiting for you," Sinan said. The Alpha bodyguard surnamed Wan didn't understand the meaning of relief in these 3 words. He only felt his throat tighten, and his back was strangled by a steel-like force. Then his body was lifted into the air. It was too late when he realized that he was flying backward from the ground. The bodyguard's back hit the ground, and he didn't have time to get up before a foot stepped on his chest and pushed him back. Then, crack! The foot stepped on his ribs, and the bodyguard's scream pierced the sky. Zhou Ronggang returned to the chemical factory, sat down and drank some water. He routinely checked on Yan Hao, and before he got up to inspect the warehouse, he heard that something had happened. Boom! The front door was kicked open with such force that the ground shook twice. People who were not completely asleep were startled and gathered in the corridor to look down. In the open space, Sinan's roar was deafening, "Feng, Wen, Tai." He pushed the human-shaped blood gourd in his hand forward, and the gourd staggered and fell, making a loud bang. Wu Xinyan's hair was disheveled, and she was trembling behind Sinan. The crowd exclaimed one after another. Feng Wentai quickly ran downstairs with 5 bodyguards. He saw his subordinate covered in blood on the open space, and it was a horrible sight. He couldn't believe it. "Wan Ben? What the fuck are you doing? You want to die?" Several Alpha bodyguards were furious. Sinan pulled Wu Xinyan, who was trembling, behind his back. With a backhand flash, the tungsten steel dagger's HP was dropping. "Kill this kid. Mother asterisk cur. Everyone, let's go." Several bodyguards pulled out their guns, and the crowd at the top of the stairs suddenly screamed in fear. At this critical moment of chaos, a bullet suddenly exploded at the end of the stairs, and the loud noise made everyone scream in fear. "Stop!" Zhou Rong's roar resounded through the open space. He was holding a submachine gun with one hand, the muzzle facing upwards, and his finger was still on the trigger. Behind him, Chun Chao, Ding Shi, and Wu Weixiong were holding heavy machine guns and assault rifles, coldly staring at the Feng family. In the suffocating silence, Zhou Rongi walked down the stairs step by step, and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" The heavy machine guns in the Special Forces armory were not on the same level as the guns stolen from the police station. The Feng family's bodyguards were instantly silenced, and they all retreated with hatred, secretly protecting Feng Wentai. On the open space, the bodyguard named Wan Bin kept twitching, and blood flowed from his wounds to the ground, forming a pool of blood. "Captain Zhou," Feng Wentai was faintly angry. "Your people dare to," Zhou Rong said indifferently. "I'm not asking you." "Sinan, give me an explanation." But Sinan didn't seem to hear him at all. He just stared at Wan Ben, who was convulsing with blood gourd. There was something chilling in his eyes, cruelty, indifference, and steel-like inorganic, as if the one moaning and struggling under his feet was not a human being. This gaze was completely different from his usual self. If one looked closely, it was like the dark side of a soul, screaming and struggling, trying to slowly wake up from the shell. But this change was not obvious, at least among all the people present. Only Zhou Rong noticed it. For some reason, his current state made Zhou Rong's heart tremble, and he shouted in a low voice, "Sinan. He's been pestering me." Wu Xinyan's sobbing voice sounded, and many people looked at her. "Before you left, he was pestering me, saying that he wanted to be my friend. Luckily, Brother Sinan helped me find a hiding place, but he still followed me and found me. Tonight, he came to force me, and when I screamed for help, Brother Sinan helped me." Wu Xinyan was obviously embarrassed to say this in public, but she still mustered up her courage and said, "He had a gun on him and almost killed us. He also said that he was going to feed me to the zombies after he was done with us." The crowd burst into an uproar, and there was a buzz of discussion. Zhou Rong said coldly, "Mr. Feng, what else do you have to say? How can you believe a one-sided story?" Feng Wentai immediately retorted, "This woman also said that Wanbin wanted to be her friend, who knows if she agreed immediately, and then hooked up with an outsider to play a badger game." Wu Xinyan said sternly, "I didn't." "You didn't," Feng Wentai retorted, "if you didn't, why didn't Wanbin pester others, but only you?" There were so many women looking for you, I think you seduced Wanbin first, right?" "You're talking nonsense." "Whether I'm talking nonsense or exposing the truth, miss, you know clearly in your heart." Feng Wentai looked at her sarcastically, but his tone was gentle and gentlemanly. "Forgive me for being presumptuous, miss, but an ordinary beta girl can hook up with Wanbin, an alpha, and even seduce a special forces soldier to play a badger game with you. Your methods are quite dirty." Wu Xinyan was so angry that her whole body was trembling. Feng Wentai glanced at Zhou Rongi again. "It said that flies don't bite a seamless egg. Captain Zhou, why did this happen at this time? This timing is..." Feng Wentai was about to use this as a pretext to make a fuss, but Wu Xinyan couldn't hold back anymore, and went forward to slap him. Feng Wentai grabbed her wrist, and just as he was about to push her away, Wu Xinyan's shoulder was suddenly pressed by someone. It was Sinan. Not only the Feng family's bodyguards, even Feng Wentai himself didn't react in time. Sinan kicked Feng Wentai in the chest and sent him flying. "Manager Feng." This kick was so powerful that it could shatter gold and break stone. Feng Wentai was tall and strong, but he flew a full 10 meters before landing on the ground. A few bodyguards rushed up at the same time, and hurriedly helped Feng Wentai up. They saw blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth, and immediately went crazy. "This brat wants to kill Manager Feng. Damn it, murder! Why aren't you all running? The soldier is killing." The crowd retreated in panic, and the timid ones screamed. The children cried out in fear, and the scene became a mess. The Feng family's bodyguard, Lu Hui, who had kowtowed to Sinan, took advantage of the chaos and fired an empty shot. In the silence half a second after the gunshot, he suddenly shouted, "Kill them all. Those soldiers want to seize power, and they want to kill Alpha. Why aren't you all running? They're going to shoot." The open space was large, and the scene was chaotic. The frightened crowd didn't notice who fired the first shot, and when they heard this, they panicked even more. In this 1/100th of a second of chaos, Lu Hui hid behind the crowd and aimed his gun at Sinan. Bang, 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 the submachine gun burst into flames, and Lu Hui screamed as half of his arm was blown away. "Brother Rong!" Ding Shi and Guo Weixiang exclaimed at the same time. Zhou Rongi raised his gun, and the smoke had yet to disperse. Around him, the crowd rushed back into the house. Women huddled inside, shielding their children. The brave men only dared to leave the door ajar, looking out in fear. The open space was full of overturned tables and chairs, and bloody footprints. Feng Wentai coughed angrily as his subordinates rolled around and screamed. He coughed angrily, dying of death. "Brother Rong," Chun Chao whispered, "we can't control it, we have to think of a way. Don't come over." The remaining 4 bodyguards of the Feng family raised their guns and shouted, Don't. Everyone, let's go together." Zhou Rong exhaled. His tone sounded as if he was relieved of a heavy burden, but also a little helpless. Then he took 2 steps forward, stood in the middle of the open space, and hooked his finger at the 3 special forces soldiers behind him. "It seems that there are indeed Alpha who refuse to submit when they see that the opponent is an ordinary person. Brothers, let's make Mr. Feng submit today." A Swiss Army knife slipped out of Zhou Rong's sleeve, bounced off, and pierced his palm. Chun Chao, Ding Shi, and Guo Weixiang also cut their palms, and blood gushed out. The 4 special forces soldiers' alpha pheromones instantly spread, and quickly covered the entire open space. The faces of the Feng family members changed dramatically, and even Feng Wentai stopped coughing in horror. Sinan suddenly looked away, held his breath, and took half a step back. "Put down the gun." Zhou Rongi paused and pointed the submachine gun at Feng Wentai. Lu Hui bled profusely and rolled on the ground in pain. The other 3 Special Forces soldiers aimed their heavy machine guns at the Feng family's bodyguards. The safety was off and their index fingers were on the trigger. "I'll count to 3. Put down the gun. No one will die." Zhou Rong's eyes scanned the faces of the bodyguards one by one and said slowly, "But whoever fires first, you're all dead. I guarantee that you'll die like a pile of meat paste." 1, 2, before he could say 3, the bodyguard at the front had already shakily put his pistol on the ground with a click. The feeling of relying on a small handgun was far less than a heavy machine gun with a firing rate of 900 rounds per minute, not to mention that the latter's heavy body was half the height of a person. When they confronted each other, the huge threat of destruction was almost oppressive. The other 2 bodyguards also gave in and threw their guns at their feet with trembling hands. Zhou Rong said, "Kick it over here." The 3 of them raised their handguns to the center of the open space. Zhou Rong gave a look behind him, Xianxia. The girl put the submachine gun on her back and picked it up. She unloaded all the bullets and put them in the pocket of her military uniform. The tense atmosphere finally disappeared. The men in the corridor finally opened the door in fear. The women also poked their heads out and nervously watched the movement in the open space. Guo Weixiang and Ding Shi's guns were still aimed at the Feng family, but Zhou Rong threw away his submachine gun, raised his empty hands, and walked around the crowd. His cold eyes swept across every frightened face. "Tomorrow," he said, his voice echoing in the atrium, "we will leave the fertilizer factory and lead everyone south to the military's South Sea headquarters shelter." Before the disaster, the 6th Squadron of Unit 118 came to T-City from Military District B to carry out a top-secret mission. Because of the mission, everyone was injected with pheromone suppressants. When the disaster struck, I led everyone to flee to the north. I didn't have the time nor the need to explain the whole story to everyone, until today. But I hope that everyone understands that we will treat everyone in this team equally, including men, women, the elderly, and children. After the disaster, all order and laws no longer exist. Reality has become a dark jungle where the strong prey on the weak. But in this team of less than 40 people, all the laws, obligations, and rights of human society still exist and are still applicable. On the way to the south, we will meet more survivors, men and women, old and young, the old and the weak, the sick and the disabled. There will be Alpha, and maybe even Omega. Zhou Rong paused for a moment and said, "But no matter how many people the team expands, we will stand on the same side. We will protect, support, and move forward side by side to continue the fire of survival." He looked at the faces with different expressions and pointed at the machine guns in Guo Weixiang's hands. "These guns exist to protect you. The muzzles will always point outwards. Everyone, please bear witness to this." There was a long silence, not a single sound could be heard. Then, the first slap was heard from the crowd. The survivors seemed to suddenly react, and the applause became louder and louder. Zhou Rong bowed his head and immediately whispered to Chen Chao, "Ask Dr. Qing to come over and check on the 2 bodyguards. Don't let them die." He was talking about Wan Ben and Lu Hui. Chen Chao nodded. The Alpha surnamed Wan was still lying on the ground, and his blood was almost dry. If he wasn't an Alpha, he would have died from excessive bleeding. The scene was really impactful. Even Zhou Rong, who was used to seeing all kinds of tragic scenes, couldn't help but twitch twice. He could see the difference between the knife wounds on Wan Bin's body. They were basically not injuries from fighting. They were caused by deliberately inflicting pain. Sinan stood far away in the corner of the open space. His lips were tightly pursed, and he held a dagger by his side with one hand. Zhou Rong looked at him, and suddenly a very strange feeling rose in his heart. A few sentences suddenly appeared in his subconscious. Arrest target has a latent antisocial personality, extremely destructive, charged with multiple counts of first-degree murder. Acts cold-blooded, most of the time it is difficult to predict his movements. Do not use any means to stimulate him to restore his sanity. Zhou Rong shivered slightly. "Captain Zhou," Dr. Qing suddenly hurried forward. Zhou Rong turned back and saw Dr. Cheng's face change. His forehead was full of cold sweat. He said softly, "The pregnant woman, Wang Wen, was alarmed by the gunshots. She is going to give birth prematurely." According to Zhou Rong's own words, when he was young, he was not afraid of anything. He would kill anything that stood in his way. He even dared to blow up a terrorist's tank with a grenade. If it weren't for the fact that he was forced to calm down later on due to the nature of his work, he would have blown a hole in the sky. But he had never seen a pregnant woman give birth. Zhou Rong hurriedly asked people to tie up Feng Wentai and the unlucky bodyguards and threw them into the back of the car. Then, he rubbed his hands and went up to the dormitory building. It was a mess everywhere. A few older women surrounded the bed. Wen's hair was disheveled, and she was moaning softly. She didn't scream? Zhou Rong was confused. Do you want hot water, scissors, and cotton cloth? Do you want her to scream? Dr. Qing said angrily, Captain Zhou, you've watched too many TV dramas. It's very dangerous to give birth prematurely at 32 weeks. Get someone to boil water, disinfect the gauze, keep the lights on, and maintain the temperature in the room. Hurry, hurry. She's already in labor. Zhou Rong said in surprise, I've only seen big houses. Zhou Rong hurriedly asked people to prepare things, boil water, disinfect it, and bring in an electric heater and a diesel generator. Dr. Qing was not a specialist in obstetrics and gynecology, so he was not very familiar with many procedures when it came to premature labor. The women competed to provide their own experiences during labor and cheered for Wang Wen. They even ran to the kitchen to prepare a hot soup for her to drink after giving birth. All the survivors were mobilized. Even the men who were on guard outside were looking forward to it. They were discussing anxiously, as if this new life that was about to be born in the winter night was a metaphor for some kind of distant and faint hope. Yes, yes. Dr. Chang's forehead was full of sweat. He freed one hand to command the people around him. Brighten up the lights, keep the lights on. Zhou Rong quietly left the crowd. He looked around and frowned. Where's Sinan? Guo Weixiang became a father for no reason and inexplicably gained a son. He was standing on tiptoe in the corridor and looking inside. He said casually, he went back to his dormitory. I'll go and take a look. Zhou Rong simply said this and squeezed out of the crowd. See Xiaonan? The door of the dormitory was tightly closed. Zhou Rong knocked twice. Comrade Xiaoxi? There was no answer from inside. Zhou Rong had the keys to all the single rooms in the dormitory. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he unlocked the door and pushed it open. Sinan was lying on his side on the single bed in the dormitory. The moonlight poured in through the window, reflecting a pale and slightly cold light on his back. He was asleep. Because of his posture, his head was slightly curled inwards. His slender neck was hidden behind the collar of his shirt. Because his waist was deeply sunken, it formed an arc-shaped shadow. The shadow was indescribably lingering and ambiguous. People couldn't help but continue to look down his body, but the undulations were hidden under the blanket. Zhou Rong stood on the side of the bed. After a while, he raised his hand and immediately stopped in midair. If it fell a few inches, his fingers would touch the narrowest part of the waist. Through the thin fabric of the shirt, he could feel the fiery warmth in the depths of the shadow. Suddenly, Sinan moved. He seemed to be a little uncomfortable and rubbed a few times on the bed sheet. He shrank deeper into the pillow. Because of this movement, his cheeks were exposed to the moonlight. His cheeks were a little red, his eyebrows were knitted, and the tip of his nose was slightly sweaty. Zhou Rong couldn't help but be stunned. Sinan exhaled. The ending of his breath was trembling with uneasiness, as if he was trapped in some kind of blurred and chaotic dream. Then he turned over. Because his neck was raised backward, his collar was messy and half on his clear collarbone. Zhou Rong couldn't help but look down. He found that the surface of his skin was a little flushed. He reached out and held his forehead. His body temperature was very high. Fever? Sinan? Zhou Rong whispered. Zhou Rong's throat tightened. His Adam's apple moved violently, as if he was forcibly suppressing some kind of fantasy by this action. He reached out and held Sinan's upper body, patting his face gently. Wake up. You're sick. Get up and take medicine. But Sinan, who was usually very alert, fell into chaos. After a while, he opened his eyes in a daze and then closed them again. Sinan? Go, Zhou Rong leaned close to his lips. He only felt Sinan struggle and said hoarsely, "Go away." His movements were unexpectedly violent, and he actually broke free from Zhou Rong's embrace. Then, he curled up into a ball on the bed sheets with the blanket wrapped around him. Because of the struggle, the hem of his shirt slipped to his back. A small section of bare skin was exposed, and the protruding vertebrae were clearly visible under the skin. Zhou Rong couldn't bear to see this scene. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then he forced himself to say in a stern tone, "Why are you throwing a tantrum? Get up and take medicine. Go away." Zhou Rong reached out and grabbed his hot shoulder, forcing him to turn over to face him. But he found that something was wrong. Sinan's lips, which had always been tightly pursed, were red and seemed to be faintly watery. He breathed hoarsely from between his teeth. It sounded like a faint moan. Zhou Rong suddenly thought of a possibility. A few beta males who were very sensitive to pheromones would temporarily go into estrus when stimulated by a strong A/O pheromone. This kind of pseudoestrus was usually easy to deal with. If there was no pheromone around to continue stimulating him, he would be alone for a while and it would subside. Sinan was frightened by alpha pheromones. If this was a pseudoestrus, Zhou Rong's breathing became very heavy, and his heart pounded in his chest. He didn't even realize that his fingers had sunk deep into Sinan's flesh. He had used so much strength that if Sinan had taken off his shirt, there would have been several red fingerprints on his skin. The layer of cloth could barely cover anything. In the rapidly rising temperature, it seemed that it was gradually losing its effect of covering the body. "What's wrong?" Zhou Rong asked in a low voice. "You're an adult. Why are you so shy?" He raised his hand as if to touch Sinan's sweaty forehead, but the latter suddenly grabbed his wrist. Zhou Rong looked at his red eyes, and Sinan looked at him without saying a word. After a while, Zhou Rong finally couldn't help but lower his head and whisper in his ear, "What do you want, huh? Tell me about it." Sinan still held his wrist tightly, neither loosening nor pushing him away. If observed carefully, his jaw showed an extremely tight line, which was the reason why he clenched his teeth and didn't dare to let go. Zhou Rong knew that he should withdraw now. If he hadn't come in, the pseudoestrus would have passed in his sleep, and Sinan wouldn't even realize what he had experienced when he woke up the next morning. But he was here now. Compared to an ordinary alpha, the pheromone was more vivid and stimulating, constantly disturbing Sinan. The interference was almost tyrannical and malicious, and it had the effect of pushing the seductive body in his arms, which was constantly sliding into the abyss. Zhou Rong's half-kneeling position on the side of the bed moved, and his camouflage pants began to stretch a little. When he spoke again, his bass voice was very hoarse, "Do you want me to go?" Sinan's lips were slightly open, and his breath made them full of moisture, looking very moist, but he still refused to speak. Zhou Rong looked into his eyes and smiled slightly. "Huh? See Xiaonan?" Sinan held him tightly and kept trembling, as if after a long time, he suddenly collapsed, and his fingers slightly loosened. "Brother Rong." There was a sound of footsteps outside the door, and then Guo Weixiang shouted in the corridor not far away, "Brother Rong, are you there? Something happened." Zhou Rong suddenly turned back and asked in a deep voice, "What happened? Where are you?" "Something bad happened." Guo Weixiang gasped, and his voice was slightly trembling. "Feng Wentai took the minibus, broke through the barbed wire, and is now preparing to run north." Zhou Rong's eyebrows twitched violently. Half a second later, he said briefly, "I see." Regardless of Wei Wei's resistance, he held Sinan in his arms with one hand on his back and the other on his knees. He went into the bathroom and put Sinan in the bathroom. Then he turned around and picked up the shower head. The cold water in the winter night was running, so he splashed it on Sinan's face. "Oh, oh." Of course, Sinan refused. After struggling for more than 10 seconds, he finally knocked off the shower and shouted, "Get out." His whole body was wet. His skin was glowing because of soaking in the cold water, but his eyes seemed to be burning because of anger. Zhou Rong immediately raised his hands and said, "I'm sorry." Zhou Rong's t-shirt was also wet. It clung to his body, showing the strong muscles of his upper body. What was awkward was that his camouflage pants had clearly become a tent because of the water. He couldn't even hide it. I'm sorry, Zhou Rong sincerely repeated and said self-mockingly, why don't you beat me up to vent your anger? Before his voice died away, Sinan punched him hard and made his head tilted. Bastard, Sinan said coldly. Zhou Rong rubbed his face and stretched out his hand. Before Sinan could dodge, he felt Zhou Rong rubbing his hair and said with a hoarse smile, well, we're even. Then he stood up and coughed. When he spoke again, his voice was very normal. Comrade Xiaoxi, you have 3 minutes to change your clothes and gather downstairs with your weapons. Zhou Rong stepped over him and walked out of the room. Guo Weixiong was waiting in the corridor. When he saw him, he looked up and down and was surprised. Brother Rong, you, can't I wear clothes and take a shower? Zhou Rong scolded and asked, what's the situation now? Ah? Oh, Feng Wentai and the others knocked out the guards and took the minibus key. The barbed wire in the north is completely collapsed. Zhou Rong strode to the stairs and sighed in his heart. I have to rely on my right hand for the rest of my life, he thought. 12:30 midnight, north of the factory. People were in a hurry, running back and forth. Flashlights swept around in the night. Large pieces of barbed wire collapsed in the knee-deep withered grass. Chen Chao instructed the men to use several ropes to hook the barbed wire. She personally pulled one rope and shouted, 3, 2, 1. Up. Everyone worked together, and the deformed iron net was slowly pulled up. It let out a creaking sound as it was unable to bear the heavy load. Then, it broke into a few pieces amidst cries of surprise, and fell back into the soil with a loud crash. Zhou Rong stopped in his tracks, and when he opened his mouth, white steam was emitting from it. What's the temperature now? It's -5 degrees, Guo Weixiong said. The last sliver of moonlight had disappeared at some point. The dark night was vast, with no stars or moon. Without the protection of the barbed wire fence, the factory area stretched as far as the eye could see. In the distance, it was so dark that one couldn't even see one's own fingers. Zhou Rong suddenly had a premonition of uneasiness, but he hid his uneasiness. Where's the guard who was watching Feng Wentai and the others? The guard had been hit in the back of his head by a heavy object. When he was found, his head was bleeding. He had fallen in the grass behind the garage and hadn't woken up yet. Zhou Rong checked his breath and pulse, and cursed in a low voice, F***ck. Guo Weixiong covered the guard with a blanket to keep him warm and said, Dingshi has already driven after them. I think he'll, impossible, it's too late. How could he let the guard keep the minibus key? The key was originally kept by Dr. Cheng. Just now, when he delivered the baby, he changed into clean clothes and gave the key to this guard. They were good friends. I didn't expect that he would be sent to watch over Feng Wentai and the others. Zhou Rong knew that it was not the time to blame, so he loudly interrupted Guo Weixiong, Chen Chao. Organize the repair of the barbed wire. Ask the Sinan to bring the gunpowder and bury it on the road. Hurry! Where's the Sinan? Chen Chao ran away. Guo Weixiong immediately said, I'll drive to Ding back. No, Zhou Rong said flatly. He seemed to suddenly hear something. He raised his hand to stop Guo Weixiong and slowly walked forward. At the end of the wilderness, in the north of B City, the cold wind swept the earth from the boundless night, bringing the sad cries of the ghosts in the distance. Guo Weixiong stared at Zhou Rong's back. He was uneasy, but he didn't dare to speak. When he was hesitating, he heard Zhou Rong softly say 2 words. Not good. The sound of the engine came from afar. Suddenly, the lights at the end of the road lit up, followed by Dingshi's heart-wrenching voice, Brother Rong. Tell everyone to run. A large number of zombies are heading south. They're coming from B City. They'll be here soon. Everyone in the open space changed color, and screams of fear rang through the night sky. Quiet. It's okay. Don't be afraid. In the chaos, Zhou Rong's stern voice sounded, and everyone was instantly stunned. He said, everyone, bury the gunpowder and nitrocellulose within a radius of 500 meters outside the factory. Hurry! Guo Weixiong, arrange for the pregnant women and the wounded to get on the vehicles. Move all the military equipment and drive the armored vehicles out. Dingshi, get ready to help the people transfer. If you can't bring the food, don't take it. Everyone responded, and everyone's face was mixed with fear and anxiety. Zhou Rong turned his head and shouted at Guo Weixiong, who was running to the garage, remembering Jia. His roar suppressed all the noise, "Don't leaving Jia behind." Guo Weixiong felt a lump in his throat, yes. Dingshi came as fast as lightning. He slammed on the brakes and stopped beside Zhou Rong. He gasped and shook his head, "We can't catch up with them. We can't catch up with them at all. They're heading north. Judging from the direction they're heading, they'll probably face the zombie crowd." "How many?" Dingshi's voice trembled slightly. The sudden drop in temperature made the zombies move south collectively. "It's hard to count. There are thousands of them." Zhou Rong made a prompt decision, "Go to the warehouse to get the flamethrowers and 3 signal flares. Go back to the front of the road. When the first wave of zombies is 1.5 kilometers away, fire 1 flare. Fire the second flare 1 kilometer away, and the third flare 500 meters away. Then go back immediately to help all the survivors. Gather at the factory's dormitory." Chen Chao ordered the men to place the explosives along the road. She was so busy that she was sweating profusely. "Yes. When the second signal flare is lit, tell everyone to retreat immediately. If one person is missing, you'll be the one to pay for it." "Yes." Zhou Rong stood in the open space with one hand pressed tightly between his eyebrows. After a while, he thought of something. "Where's Sinan?" "Sinan." He raised his head and shouted. His eyes swept through the busy crowd, but he didn't find the familiar and silent figure. His heart sank. Is he angry? No, this is not the time to be angry. Sinan isn't that kind of person. "What are you doing?" A cold voice sounded. Zhou Rong turned his head to look. Sinan was wearing a riot police uniform. He had the key to the explosion laboratory around his neck and 24 bottles of explosives in his hand. He was standing behind him with a frown. "I knew you didn't run away." Zhou Rong was relieved. He reached out and pinched Sinan's face. "You really are Brother Rong's baby." Sinan tilted his head to avoid it and said angrily, "Do you want to drink nitroglycerin?" Zhou Rong took advantage of him. Just as he was about to reply that as long as you feed me, I'll drink anything you want, suddenly a signal flare rose into the sky with a bright and dazzling light. The zombie tide had reached a range of 1.5 kilometers. The people carrying the explosives were running back and forth. Zhou Rong didn't care about taking advantage of Sinan anymore. He personally carried Sinan's flying meteor and buried the powerful nitroglycerin in the path of the zombie tide. He shouted for people to rush Guo Weixiong. Whoosh, the second signal flare rose into the sky. Chen Chao's deafening roar sounded in the distant night. "Everyone evacuate. Quick, quick, quick." The survivors ran back like crazy. Zhou Rong took off the assault rifle from his shoulder and held it in front of him. He strode against the flow of people. "Captain Zhou." Suddenly, a sharp female voice sounded in the chaos. "Captain Zhou, bad news." Zhou Rong shivered when he heard the words "bad news." He turned around and saw Wu Xinyan stumbling from the direction of the factory dormitory. She ran until her hair was disheveled and her face was red. "Captain, Dr. Ching told me to tell you, the pregnant woman can't be transferred." She staggered and stopped. She gasped and said in despair, "She can't leave. She has a difficult labor. Push. Push harder." Dr. Cheng's hands were covered in blood, and his voice was hoarse. "Hold on. Hold on." The woman's voice was completely hoarse. She was sweating and shaking her head desperately. The pain made her expression even more terrifying. A few women with children surrounded her. Some of them were praying with their hands clasped together, while others could not help but cry. "Push harder. Hold on, you have to hold on." Guo Weixiong pushed the door open. "Go, go, go. The zombie horde is coming." The women looked at each other, and the woman's screams became even sharper. In an instant, it was like a sharp knife cutting everyone's eardrums. Guo Weixiong did not care about that. He went forward to carry the woman, but Dr. Ching hurriedly stopped him. "What are you doing? There's no time. Go to the car and give birth. I'll carry her. She can't move. She'll bleed profusely." Dr. Ching shouted. "I'm not leaving. I'm going to deliver the baby." Guo Weixiang gasped for breath. After Dr. Ching finished shouting, he turned to the woman and shouted, "Push harder." "Hold on." Not far from the window, the third signal flare rose into the night sky with a long tail of flame, illuminating everyone's confused and desperate faces. The zombie horde was 500 meters away. The biochemical vehicle came from the end of the road. It drifted through the door and stopped in front of the crowd with an ear-piercing screech. Zhou Rong kicked the door open. Go, 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 quick. It's too crowded." Dingshi poked her head out from the driver's seat. "I'll send a group of people to the dormitory first and let them get on Xianxia's armored vehicle. I'll come back and pick up the rest." It was indeed too crowded. The biochemical vehicle's maximum capacity was limited. Based on its capacity, there would be at least 10 people at the scene, and they had to wait for the next group. Zhou Rong's eyes scanned the crowd and said decisively, "The rest of you will follow the vehicle. Wherever you go, I won't leave you behind. Women go first, you." Wu Xinyan stood up and gasped for breath. Zhou Rongyi grabbed her arm and pushed her into the car. "Older people, slower people, you. You. And you." An old man was pushed back 2 steps and slowly stood up. Immediately, he urged, "Hurry up. Hurry up, don't dawdle." "I'm not going." The old man said slowly, "I'm already 68 years old. I'm already very lucky to have made it this far. What's the point of living on shamelessly? Let the young ones go first." The anxious crowd immediately interrupted him, "We can squeeze in. Charge. Don't say any more, old man, let's go." The people around him almost pushed the old man in, and the carriage was soon full. Zhou Rong and Sinan worked together to barely close the back door. Now, apart from Zhou Rong, Chen Chao, and Sinan, there were 9 young men in the open space. Except for a few who wanted to squeeze in but failed, most of them were young people without families who voluntarily retreated and stayed behind. Zhou Rong gasped for breath and swept the tactical flashlight to the north. In the vast night, ghostly shadows flickered, and the stench of rotting corpses could be clearly smelled with the north wind. "Everyone," Zhou Rong bowed to the 9 survivors with different expressions and said while gasping, "Thank you. I won't say any more emotional words, let's run." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang not far away. The zombie tide stepped into the minefield and immediately triggered an earth-shattering series of explosions. In the ink-black night, a life and death chase was being played out in minutes and seconds. In the north of the highway, the explosions gradually moved forward. The army of the living dead staggered but had a clear goal. Rows of broken bodies fell on the road, forming a carpet of rotting flesh and black blood. More zombies howled and stepped on this carpet to continue to move toward the fertilizer factory, one after another, tireless. In the direction of City B in the distance, the endless tide of corpses surged, forming an overwhelming wave. Guo Weixiang escorted all the remaining people in the dormitory building, except for Dr. Ching and the pregnant woman, into the armored vehicle, and received the first batch of survivors sent by Dingshi. The entire vehicle was almost bursting. Dingshi returned almost as fast as lightning. Before the car even came to a stop, he saw more than a dozen people rushing over in a majestic manner with flames soaring into the sky as the background. "Where's the pregnant woman?" Zhou Rong shouted. Dingshi almost cried, "She can't give birth to the baby. I can't transfer her. I asked Xianxia to drive the armored vehicle to the south first. Chen Chao, Sinan, take her to the back seat." Zhou Rongyi opened the door of the driver's seat and motioned for Dingshi to move. "I'll drive. Go to the dormitory and pick up the pregnant woman. Damn it, why don't you transfer her to the car? You can just take the door panel and carry her away." "Dingshi, I don't know. Xianxia said that she would bleed profusely if she moved." "Zhou Rong, you don't understand. It's like this in the TV series. She'll give birth as soon as the door panel is removed." Chen Chao shouted in the back seat, I know. The second female lead in the People's Village Committee gave birth like this. It's okay. Sinan, Alpha, don't show off that you know how to give birth. You're so shallow and ignorant. The zombies are coming." The first wave of zombies dragged their feet and screamed as they rushed into the gap in the barbed wire fence on the north side of the factory. Dingshi jumped up from the passenger seat, climbed onto the roof of the car with the flamethrower, aimed at the back of the car, and pulled the trigger. In an instant, the fire dragon roared out and fell from the sky, burning several rows of zombies into ashes. Zhou Rong stepped on the gas and the biochemical car roared away. Chen Chao stuck her head out and shouted, 2 points ahead, Brother Rong, be careful. The flamethrower triggered a second round of nitroglycerin explosions. The thousands of glass fragments that Sinan had carefully etched exploded and cut off the heads of countless zombies in the hurricane. However, there were too many zombies and the remaining barbed wire fence could not support them. Soon, the fence collapsed in front of the army of the living dead. The tide of corpses from all directions gathered towards the entire factory area in an outflanking manner. Zhou Rongyi held the steering wheel and shifted gears with one hand. The biochemical car drifted several times in a row and rushed out a bloody path with beautiful movements comparable to an F1 car, mercilessly crushing several zombies into pieces. Hiss, with a sharp sound of tires rubbing against each other, the biochemical car steadily stopped in front of the factory's dormitory. Zhou Rong ordered loudly, Chen Chao, go and pick up the pregnant woman. Dingshi, cover her. Chen Chao kicked the door open and rushed down. Suddenly, her shoulder was patted. Sinan said in a hoarse voice, I'll go with you. In the rearview mirror, Zhou Rong's eyebrows twitched. He wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. However, this insignificant detail was not noticed by anyone. Sinan Hui waved at Zhou Rongyi and jumped out of the car with the submachine gun. He would not notice the complicated emotions in Zhou Rong's eyes. Even if he did, he would not have the time and mood to carefully ponder over the mixed feelings of guilt, sadness, and self-doubt. Dingshi turned on the flamethrower again and instantly cleared the zombies behind the car. When he was about to change to the Type 89 HMG and shoot again, the crowd in the car suddenly burst out screaming. Behind! Behind! Dingshi looked back and saw that Sinan and Chen Chao had just rushed into the dormitory's corridor when a group of zombies appeared behind them. They did not know where they came from, but in a few seconds, they spread in the small space between the dormitory and the car, blocking the pregnant woman's escape route from the dormitory. Damn it! Dingshi picked up the flamethrower and pulled the trigger. There was no response. The high-energy gasoline ran out. There was no fire. Brother Rong. Dingshi almost lost his mind. When he looked back, he saw that the group of zombies behind the car was getting closer and closer. They were only less than 100 meters away from them. The armored biochemical car they were driving was full of holes. The bulletproof windows of the car were shattered by Chen Chao's rocket when they entered the city center of T-City. Later, all the windows were replaced with ordinary glass. Not to mention that the chassis of the car was low. Once they were surrounded by the group of zombies, it would be difficult for them to survive. Although Zhou Rong's expression remained calm amidst the fearful screams of the people in the carriage, his face was unconcealably pale. Cold sweat rolled down from his temples, which were always stiff and unsuitable. Sinan, Sinan. He turned on the car's loudspeaker and said in a deep voice, you may not be able to retreat. Report the situation of the pregnant woman. Report the situation of the pregnant woman. At the same time, in the dormitory, the dying woman screamed louder and louder. Dr. Cheng's half-body was covered with blood. His eyes were bloodshot. Suddenly, he shouted with joy. I see the head. I see the head. Sinan and Chen Chao looked at the group of zombies downstairs. They looked at each other, but there was no joy in their eyes. Sinan, Chen Chao. Zhou Rong's voice trembled. Report the situation. Crash. Dingshi's roar was like a storm, but it couldn't stop the advance of the Grim Reaper. The first zombie hit the side of the car. It waved its hand numbly and smashed the back window of the car. The broken glass scattered on the back seat. Everyone scrambled to squat on the ground and cried in fear. Put in more effort. Dr. Jing screamed. Put in more effort. Put in more effort. Let's go, Brother Rong. Sinan murmured. He took a deep breath and suddenly leaned out of the window. He shouted with all his strength, come on, Brother Rong. Come on. In the driver's seat, Zhou Rong closed his eyes. More and more zombies gathered. The windows on both sides were smashed. The zombies scrambled to reach into the car and scratched the heads of the survivors. Some zombies even grabbed the back ladder and tried to climb up to the roof to catch Dingshi. Zhou Rong opened his eyes and stepped on the accelerator. The biochemical car slowly turned around in the sea of zombies. Rows of zombies were crushed under the car. It was like opening a bloody channel in the sea. "Si Xiaonan, wait for me." Zhou Rong's concise and powerful voice came from the loudspeaker. He said, "Brother Rong will be back soon." Sinan leaned on the windowsill and watched the biochemical car slowly drive away until it became a small black dot in the sea of zombies. His lips moved slightly as if he wanted to say something. His voice was so soft that even he couldn't hear it. "Okay." The zombies who lost the biochemical car were bustling, but their confusion only lasted for a few seconds. Then, the faint smell of blood in the air stimulated them. Following the source of the smell, the zombies found a new target. Roar. The first zombie began to hit the iron door of the dormitory corridor. Then, more and more zombies appeared. The iron door creaked under the pressure. Chen Chao's face was pale, but when she spoke, her clear voice was calm. "I still have 900 bullets. How about you?" 1,600, Sinan Hui answered. Chen Chao nodded. "Okay, you can use a dagger to kill yourself. You don't have to keep any bullets. Remember to help me before you die. Just like how you helped the girl in T-City. Be quick." Sinan smiled. "Okay." The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They pulled out their guns and pointed downstairs at the same time. The muzzle of the gun spewed fire. Assault steps and submachine guns intersected and swept out a rain of bullets. A large number of zombies blocking the corridor fell down. However, high-pressure firepower was limited. The zombies were infinite. More and more zombies tirelessly rushed up. The sound of hitting became heavier and more urgent. Finally, after a few loud bangs, the iron door collapsed. Boom! Even the ground shook slightly. At the same time, a baby's loud cry came from behind them. "Wah! It's out! It's out!" Dr. Chun cried with joy. He held the baby and cried. "It's finally out." The zombies downstairs squeezed into the corridor like a tide. Wave after wave, they rushed up the stairs. Sinan and Chen Chao broke through the door at the same time. They shouted, "Get ready to retreat." The industrial area was 30 kilometers south of the fertilizer plant. The zombie tide hadn't spread here yet. There were only a few zombies wandering in the wasteland. Zhou Rong stepped on the brakes. 20 meters ahead, Guo Weixiang ran out of the armored vehicle like crazy. "Brother Rong." "Da-ding. Where's Chen Chao? Where's Sinan? Where's our team?" He seemed to have a premonition. When he asked the last question, his voice was filled with disbelief and sorrow. "They." Before Dingshi could answer, Zhou Rong patted him on the shoulder, opened the door, and jumped out. Then he patted Guo Weixiang on the shoulder. "Brother Rong?" Guo Weixiang asked in surprise. Zhou Rong carried the tactical backpack on one shoulder and the heavy machine gun on the other as he walked toward the highway. Among the abandoned cars that stretched as far as the eye could see, he chose a modified jeep, opened the door, and pushed the rotten car owner out. Dingshi scrambled out of the car. "Brother Rong, what are you doing?" "I'm going back," Zhou Rong said calmly. He sat in the driver's seat and started the jeep. He slowly turned around in the traffic and stopped in front of Dingshi and Guo Weixiang, who were stunned. "My team members are in the fertilizer factory," Zhou Rong said. "I promised Sinan that I would go back to pick them up." Guo Weixiang shook his head. He couldn't say a word. Tears welled up in his eyes. "If Yanhao wakes up, let Yanhao take over as the 6th Squadron leader of Unit 118. If he doesn't wake up, you two can discuss the future. The serum must be sent to the south China Sea. Find a place to cremate Xianxia and bring his ashes back to his wife and children. Brother Rong has been the captain for so many years, but he didn't fight for many benefits for everyone. He didn't have the ability to lead everyone to success. In the end, everyone died one by one. Brother Rong is sorry." Zhou Rong reached out from the car window and hugged Dingshi and Guo Weixiang's heads. He smiled and said, "Don't cry. It's embarrassing, okay? I hid 2 cigarettes under the driver's seat. If I don't come back, I'll leave them to you too." The survivors poked their heads out of the car window and looked at all this in confusion and sorrow. If there were conditions, Zhou Rong could wash his face and change his clothes. He should be a handsome and unruly man, like a hero in a Hollywood blockbuster. But this hero didn't have much of an image now. His field uniform was dirty, and the soles of his military boots were covered in dried blood. He hadn't washed his hair for a few days, and there was some stubble on his chin. Zhou Rong waved at them. His movements were indescribably elegant. "Tell that idiot Yan how that he lost again." After that, he started the car. The modified jeep roared all the way to the fertilizer factory, which was surrounded by zombies. "Can you hold on?" Chen Chao asked without looking back. After a few hours of intense delivery, Dr. Jing was on the verge of collapsing. Now, he was carrying a crying baby in his arms and carrying a woman who was barely breathing on his back. The heavy weight seemed to have given him endless courage as he said affirmatively, "Yes." Sinan whispered, "Be careful. Let's go upstairs." Chen Chao took the lead, the doctor was in the middle, and Sinan was at the back. They tried their best to move to the higher floors while the zombies went up from the first floor to the third floor. However, even if they tried their best, the survival team still had no speed. The dragging footsteps of the zombies downstairs were getting closer and closer. Finally, a scream came from the corner at the end of the corridor. The zombies were catching up. Sinan shouted, "Fire!" Chen Chao suddenly turned back, aimed, and pulled the trigger at the same time. Dr. Ching was a civilian in a peaceful era. He was scared by the sudden rain of bullets and screamed. In a trance, he felt that someone was pulling him hard. However, in such a dark environment where bullets were flying, he couldn't even tell whether it was a human or a zombie. He could only subconsciously protect the baby. "Run! Run! Run! Run!" After a few seconds, he finally heard someone roaring in his ear. It was Chen Chao. "Stairs. Go upstairs." Dr. Ching ran forward with the mother on his back. Chen Chao and Sinan suppressed the zombies with high firepower while dragging him to the stairs. However, when they were about to go upstairs, Chen Chao suddenly shouted in a different tone, "There are zombies here too. Be careful." Sinan stood in the corridor, shooting at the zombies on this floor while glancing at the lower stairs on the left. Under the illumination of the muzzle flashes, another group of zombies was howling as they staggered up the stairs. The situation suddenly became a pincer attack, which was extremely unlucky. Sinan turned the muzzle to shoot downstairs and formed a defensive posture with Chen Chao back to back. She ordered Dr. Ching without looking back, "Go. Run upstairs." However, Dr. Ching was carrying a child on his back. Gunshots rang out in front of him, and bullet shells flew in the dark. He was not young anymore, and he almost tripped after running for a few steps. He almost fell down the stairs. Wang Wen tried her best to open her eyes. It was obviously very dark, but she could still see her daughter's face with the help of the gunfire behind her and a ray of moonlight that came from nowhere. The baby was so small and delicate. His face was flushed red, and he kept wailing and struggling. She laughed and tried to reach out her hand. "This is my baby's little face. This is my precious little hand. That's my baby's leg. It's kicking so hard. Nice," she thought. "My baby will definitely grow up to be very strong, unlike her useless mother, who is about to die, but still has to drag down so many capable and kind people in the world." Dr. Ching grabbed the handrail and barely managed to climb up the last step. Before he could steady himself, he suddenly felt a cold hand patting his back. That was actually a little scary, but at this critical moment, he didn't even have time to react. He heard Wang Wen's hoarse and weak voice close to his ear. She said 2 words. "Run." Then, he felt the weight on his back lighten. Wang Wen actually struggled down the stairs. "Don't," Dr. Ching realized something, and he instantly lost his voice and roared. He saw the black shadow tilting and jumping down the handrail that was half a person's height. He fell straight down. Spring Grass jerked her head back. "No." With a loud bang, Wang Wen fell heavily into the crowd of zombies, the fresh blood and flesh blocked the zombies that were swarming up the stairs. Springgrass and Dr. Ching were both stunned. "Run, run," Sinan roared in a trembling voice. "Don't look, run." After a short half-second of freezing, the three of them rolled and crawled. They took advantage of the gap between the zombies and rushed up the stairs in a spurt of energy. The dormitory had a total of 10 floors. Dr. Ching staggered up the stairs with the baby in his arms. Sinan and Springgrass almost ran on his left and right. They quickly reached the top. After all, zombies were not as fast as living people. When they reached the top floor, they could barely hear the footsteps of the zombies. Only the hollow howls resounded from all directions, echoing in the stairwell for a long time. The top floor was probably the dormitory of the former manager of the fertilizer factory. There was an iron door that blocked the corridor. Sinan shot the lock and let Dr. Ching and Springgrass go up first. Then, she quickly moved the debris in the stairwell and tried to block the iron door as much as possible. "Sinan, quick! This way!" Springgrass opened the door of a dormitory in the middle of the corridor. It was a large suite with a sofa and a potted plant. Dr. Ching collapsed as soon as he entered the room. He held the baby and collapsed on the ground. He didn't even have the strength to get up. Sinan locked the door from the inside. Together with Springgrass, they pushed the sofa, furniture, and other things and blocked the door in a mess. Wah! Wah! After it quieted down, the baby's crying became more obvious. Before Dr. Ching could comfort the baby, Springgrass sat on the ground and couldn't hold back her tears. Why did she jump? Sinan sat in the corner, panting heavily and covering her eyes. Why did she want to die? She just gave birth to the baby. How could she have the heart to do that? The baby seemed to be infected with the sadness and despair of the adults. She kept waving her hands and kicking her feet, crying herself hoarse. Springgrass held the baby tightly in her arms. She was very sad. We were willing to protect her. Why did she want to die? Maybe she can still live. It's not the time to be desperate. Dr. Ching covered his face with his shoulders shaking. After a while, he raised his tear-streaked face and sighed. If the zombies come up later, I'll distract them. You take the baby and run. You're soldiers. You're more useful than an ordinary person like me. You have a better chance of survival. What nonsense are you talking about? Springgrass fiercely refuted. You're a doctor. There are more people who need you. Do you know that? Dr. Ching said dejectedly, I'm a useless doctor. If I helped her give birth faster, if I carried her faster, this wouldn't have happened. In the end, it's because I'm useless. Don't you think I deserve to die? Sinan suddenly said coldly in the corner. I'm nothing. I'm just a volunteer. Dr. Ching and Springgrass stopped her at the same time. Shut up. That's why don't you say something like that until the end. Maybe Zhou Rong will come to pick us up later. Sinan sighed and reminded them. Hurry up and calm the baby down. Will Captain Zhou really come back in this situation where there are so many zombies? Dr. Cheng's lips moved, but he didn't ask this question. Then his attention was attracted by the baby who was crying loudly. It was a good thing that a premature baby at 32 weeks could cry so loudly. However, zombies retained their basic biological instincts. They would chase after the sound and smell of blood. If the baby kept crying like this, they would be attracted sooner or later. A large group of zombies could knock down the iron door on the ground floor. How long could the debris in the stairwell and the locked door stop them? Once the zombies chased after the sound, the three of them and the baby would definitely be killed. Dr. Ching was anxious. He took the baby from Springgrass and paced back and forth with her in his arms. He kept whispering to her, good girl, good girl. Don't cry. Sleep. Sleep. Be good. However, the baby didn't have a sip of milk. The more he coaxed her, the more hoarse she cried. She almost stopped breathing. She was such a small baby. He couldn't stop her from crying. Covering her mouth would definitely suffocate her. Dr. Cheng's whole body trembled. He was in a dilemma. They're coming up. Sinan put her ear to the floor and raised her head. Wah wah. Wah wah wah, the baby's rapid cries became a death knell for everyone. Dr. Qing and Spring Grass looked at each other. The situation was getting more and more urgent as time passed. Give it to me, Sinan said. Dr. Qing asked without thinking, what are you doing? Sinan pulled down the bed sheet and tore it into strips. She tied the baby to her chest and tied a dead knot. Then she opened the window and looked down. The open space in front of the dormitory building was densely packed with zombies. It was impossible to see how many there were. In the distance, the entire factory area had become a sea of zombies. There were at least tens of thousands of them, and they were still rushing to the south. Sinan turned her head and looked up. Above the window was a drainage pipe, and above that was the protruding roof. It's too dangerous, Dr. Qing said with a trembling voice. Sinan tightened the shoulder strap of the gun and fixed the submachine gun on her back. She spat into her palms and rubbed her hands. Stay in the room. Don't make a sound. Spring Grass, take care of the doctor. She ordered simply, everyone, wait for Zhou Ronghue to come and save us. Then, under the nervous gaze of Spring Grass and the doctor, half of his body leaned out of the window. He hooked his arm and grabbed the drainage pipe. He tested the load and suddenly pulled himself up. Dr. Qing said, "Ah." Then he immediately covered his mouth. Spring Grass leaned out of the window, ready to reach out and save the baby. However, Sinan twisted his waist and bent sideways. With excellent flexibility, he hooked onto the railing of the roof. Then he supported himself with one foot. His movements were as beautiful as a gymnast's. He grabbed the drainage pipe on the window and leaped up. Bang! He grabbed the railing of the rooftop and leaped up. For a moment, he and the baby were completely in the air. The only support they had was their ankles hooked onto the railing. Spring Grass's heart almost stopped beating until Sinan's voice came from above, "Done." She suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't be afraid." Sinan stood on the roof and shouted, "Close the door. Don't make a sound." The baby cried so hard in his arms that she couldn't breathe. Sinan didn't know how to comfort her, so he just rubbed her belly politely with 2 fingers and strode to the skylight, the only passage between the top floor and the roof. The skylight was covered with wooden planks. After the planks were lifted, there was a wooden ladder. The workers' dormitory facilities were old. Usually, the cleaners used this wooden ladder to go up and down. The zombies kept pouring into the building. They were already very close to the floor where they were. The baby's loud cry was like a signal to start a meal. More and more zombies rushed upstairs. They staggered toward the wooden ladder, smelling rotten and bloody. Sinan picked up the submachine gun. The moment before he pulled the trigger, he suddenly thought of something. He tore off the corner of his clothes, rolled it into 2 small balls, and carefully stuffed them into the baby's ears. Then he shot and broke the ladder. Roar! Roar! The zombies were hit by the 2 wooden ladders. They roared unwillingly and desperately waved their hands upward. Sinan slammed the planks under the stare of the zombies and was relieved. Fortunately, the old-fashioned building was really outdated. He just noticed that there was no safety ladder in the corridor to the roof. Otherwise, unless he strangled the baby, everyone would be dead today. It was already 4:30 in the morning, the darkest time before dawn. The moon was in the west sky, the stars were hidden, and the earth was like an abyss with a bloody mouth. Sinan shivered because of the cold. He looked at the multifunction military watch. It was -6 degrees Celsius. The baby didn't have thick swaddling clothes. Her face was blue because of the cold, and her cries were much weaker. He held the baby and found a corner to sit down. He tried to curl up his body and put the baby's small body between his chest and abdomen. He hugged the baby with his arms and tried to maintain the fragile life in his arms with his body temperature. At 32 weeks, the functions of the stomach, heart, and lungs were not fully developed. She had experienced so many difficulties since birth. It was really hard to imagine whether she could survive. "You have to live," Sinan murmured, "your mother is watching us from the sky." He glanced at the baby's soft hair on the top of her head and thought that the girl might be hungry. But he didn't dare to ask Dr. Qing downstairs. He was afraid that they would attract the zombies if they made a sound. After thinking for a long time, he didn't have any good ideas. It was really difficult to cook without rice. He licked his ring finger as a simple disinfectant and then gave it to the baby to suck as a pacifier. The newborn baby had a very strong survival instinct. She really sucked twice, but nothing came out. She felt cheated. Wah! She cried even harder. Oh my God, Sinan thought, this little girl is quite picky. He made up his mind. He bit his index finger, squeezed out some blood, and fed it to the baby again. This time, there was warm liquid. The baby's little mouth moved and sucked twice. She cried again, wah. But her cries seemed to be quieter. At least, it wasn't as heart-wrenching as before. Sinan didn't have any other ideas. He could only pray for the girl's digestive system while he continued to squeeze blood. Soon, he couldn't squeeze out any more blood from his ring finger. He switched to his little finger, and then to the ring finger of his other hand. The baby sobbed and bit on his fingertip, as if she was sucking her mother's milk. Gradually, she quieted down and became somewhat docile. Blood was nutritious, so it should be able to withstand hunger for a while. But it definitely wouldn't work if he kept feeding her. Sinan was worried that the bacteria on his hand would cause gastroenteritis. Every time he fed her, he would carefully lick his finger clean. As a result, his mouth was full of the smell of gunpowder. It was 5:30 in the morning. The night was a little lighter, and the sky was a little darker. Looking down from the top of the building, the mountain of corpses and the sea of corpses from last night were a little clearer. The hazy outline of the devastated factory area could be seen. Sinan was a little dizzy. He shuddered and pressed the baby closer to his chest. Would Zhou Rong come back? In fact, he wasn't very sure. Zhou Rong's motive for coming back was untenable, but there were many reasons why he wouldn't come back. He had to send the antivirus data and serum to the South China Sea. He had to lead his team to ensure the safety of the 2 trucks of survivors. He was the captain of the special forces. If he survived, he could save more people. To put it bluntly, anyone with half a brain wouldn't have come back. But he was Zhou Rong. He was the arrogant and overbearing Zhou Rong who carried hope forward in this dark world. Everyone in the team obeyed him with their lives. Sinan exhaled a long breath and looked up into the distance. His eyes wandered aimlessly in the sea of zombies. This was the countless times he had repeated this action in the past hour. But this time, his eyes suddenly stopped. At the end of the road in the distance, the bright lights of a car suddenly flashed. With the roar of the engine, it approached from afar. The zombies didn't have time to dodge and were twisted into the chassis. Rotten flesh and broken bones paved the road behind the car as far as the eye could see. The front of the car pointed directly at the fertilizer factory island in the vast sea of corpses. Then the car window rolled down, and a black shoulder mortar poked out. Boom! Wherever the shell went, the zombies exploded. Countless zombies were torn apart and thrown into the air. The fire was like a gorgeous firework blooming in the night, pushing forward against the overwhelming tide of zombies. Smoke filled the air. The car lights were like a sharp blade from the end of the night, splitting the sea of death and flesh. It was invincible between heaven and earth. This was an anti-theft badge. If the purchase price of the user account V badge was less than a certain percentage, the system would randomly display an anti-theft badge. The densely populated city suddenly turned into a hell. Both sides of the street were full of crashed cars, rolling smoke and flames. The living dead wandered back and forth, and the streets were littered with scattered corpses. The door of the store was open, broken glass was all over the floor. The shelves were swept by a tornado, and the walls were full of blood and black and red handprints. There was someone lying on the ground in front of him. His hands and feet were still twitching reflexively, but his body had long been pierced through. Several zombies surrounded him, biting the flesh of his arms and thighs. They held up the internal organs and swallowed them. Blood flowed all over the ground. The silver Camry passed by quickly. The zombies smelled the scent of a living person. They staggered up and chased after it, but the car had already left. The young man looked at the rearview mirror. On the top of the prison building in the distance, an armed helicopter was roaring into the sky. It flew over the devastated city and headed towards the distant horizon filled with black smoke. He retracted his gaze and slightly adjusted the rearview mirror. Then he saw something in the mirror and his movements paused. It was a pair of muddy gray eyes. They were quietly behind him. The young man stepped on the brakes and turned around in the harsh screeching sound. He saw a little girl in the blind spot of the back seat. She was curled up quietly. She was probably 2 or 3 years old, not much bigger than a cat. Her hair was combed into little braids and she was holding a doll. Her face was completely black. Her mouth opened and closed. Purplish red blood flowed from the corner of her mouth to her neck. She stared straight at the young man. There was also a woman's bag spilled with blood beside her. The young man gently closed his eyes. He could imagine what the scene was like. The husband didn't want to give up his infected wife and daughter. He drove away from the city, looking for help along the way. In the end, he was bitten to death in the driver's seat. Then the zombified wife opened the back door and escaped. He opened his eyes and aimed the gun between the zombie girl's eyebrows. His index finger couldn't press the trigger. The zombies on the street crowded around the car, numbly slapping the car window, making muffled sounds. After a while, the young man lowered the muzzle and reached out to grab the little girl's neck. With a crack, he broke it. The body hung limply on the back seat. He didn't throw the little zombie out of the car. After looking at her for a moment without a word, he stepped on the accelerator and drove forward. 1 kilometer ahead, next to the parking building, the yellow sign of the pharmacy was unusually eye-catching in the smoke. At the same time, on the second floor of the parking lot. In the large space, there were more than a dozen cars full of bullet holes. Dead bodies and severed limbs were scattered all over the ground, and sirens were ringing one after another. After the fierce battle, the smell of bullets and rotting flesh mixed together, strongly stimulating everyone's nerves. "We are surrounded by zombies." Xianxia took off the binoculars and said in a hoarse voice, "The back alley is a dead end, and the front door is blocked by zombies. I estimate that there are hundreds of them. The adjacent buildings are a hospital, a school, a supermarket, and a pharmacy. It's a level 1 red danger zone. We can't cross it with the grappling hook, and we're about to run out of ammunition." Beside a biochemical armored vehicle, a few team members were quickly arranging their equipment. When they heard this, they turned to look at a certain silhouette in unison. The harsh long-term training prevented them from losing control of their emotions immediately, but there was no mistaking the despair that flowed faintly in the silence. In the stifling air, the howls and knocks on the door from downstairs became even clearer. "Captain," Xianxia said in a low voice. Zhou Rong leaned against the blood-stained wall and raised his head in the center of everyone's attention. He didn't say anything, but threw a cold light from his hand. At the same time, 20 steps away, a zombie hiding behind a cement pillar was hit in the skull by a knife. The knife went deep into the zombie's skull, and it fell down with a thud. "Pack up your equipment and prepare to break out." Zhou Rong stood up and walked not far away. He was nearly 1.9 meters tall and wore a black protective suit. His expression couldn't be seen clearly in the backlight, but his voice was deep and cold. One of the team members seemed to realize something. Huaran stood up and said, "Brother Rong, where are you going?" Zhou Rong found an Audi sports car with half of its body full of bullet holes. Under everyone's gaze, he smashed the front window with a punch. He took out the spare key from the storage box, opened the door, and sat inside. "I'm going to lead the zombies in front to the back door. After breaking out, you guys drive southeast. The target shelter is underground in the center of the city 30 kilometers away." He ignited the ignition and lifted the handbrake. The sports car, which was full of holes, roared, "Once I'm free, I'll rush over to meet you guys. If I don't come back before you arrive, Xianxia will take over the captain's role and send a positioning signal to the base." "Captain!" Xianxia roared in an instant. The other team members couldn't accept it and stood up at the same time. "No, Brother Rong. Stop." Zhou Rong poked his head out of the car window and narrowed his sharp and beautiful eyes. When Zhou Rong wasn't smiling, the combination of his facial features had a kind of cold, unruly, and intimidating aura. Even the angle of each eyebrow and the slightly narrowed pupils silently showed the fact that this person was very difficult to deal with. It was obvious that it was enough to make the audience completely ignore his handsome appearance. The obscenity accumulated over the years made the team members choke at the same time reflexively. Xianxia lost control and took a few steps forward. When he was about to say something, Zhou Rong stretched out his hand and pointed at him. The meaning of the command was very strong and made him stop abruptly. Then Zhou Rong laughed. As soon as he laughed, the aura of hostility disappeared. The corners of his mouth and the corners of his eyes were slightly curved. Instead, he had a kind of improper yuppie charm. "Stop being such a sissy, you guys." He pointed at the faces of his team members one by one and laughed. "Wait for Brother Rong to meet us at the shelter. Get out." The team members grasped their submachine guns tightly and looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with despair. The sports car turned on its headlights and retreated, rolling over the zombies on the ground. "Wait. Wait, Captain." Xianxia stared out of the window and suddenly saw something. He couldn't believe it. Someone is coming. At the front door of the parking lot, countless zombies were mechanically hammering the door. On the road behind them, a silver Camry abruptly stopped. It immediately reversed back and rolled down the window. Were there survivors in the parking lot? The young man looked at the 8-story building. Every window that he could see was fragmented and scattered with blood. He couldn't see the situation inside. Only a window on the second floor directly facing the road could vaguely see someone lying on top of it. Maybe it was the people who fled into the building in panic. The electronic control gate of the parking lot itself had been blocked. But under the endless hammering of the zombies, the hollow iron gate had a horrible curve. It was only a matter of time before it broke through. The young man's eyebrows slightly twisted. He was a little hesitant. He looked at the pharmacy not far away. There were only a few zombie boys, wearing junior high school uniforms. They limped and wandered aimlessly. They should have run out of the nearby school after the outbreak of the infection. Although he temporarily lost his memory due to overstimulation, head trauma, or other reasons, he still had basic common sense. He needed the pheromone pressure agent to disguise himself as Beta. Now that the survivors had attracted a large number of zombies away, it was completely feasible to rush into the pharmacy in one go. But the fragile electronic control gate shouldn't last more than a few minutes. And what if after he ran into the pharmacy, the tide of zombies rushed in? The young man took a deep breath. His eyes fell on a motorcycle that had crashed into a tree 20 meters away. After silently counting 3 seconds, he pushed the door open. The roar of the motorcycle suddenly resounded through the street, like a horn announcing the start of a meal. On the second floor of the parking lot, Xianxia's voice was very soft and full of surprise. "This person, he is helping us to lead the tide of zombies away." Zhou Rong strode closer and took the binoculars to look at the street. At the focal point of the camera, the young man straddled a motorcycle. His face and neck were tightly covered by a helmet. His leather jacket was buckled up to his chin. The tailpipe of the motorcycle spewed out exhaust gas with a low starting sound. More and more zombies were attracted by the sound. They stopped hammering the door, turned around, and rushed to the motorcycle in groups. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, when the zombies on the road almost crowded to the front of the motorcycle, the number of zombies in front of the parking lot was finally reduced to less than 30. The motorcycle driver raised his left arm and gestured to the top. "Ready, Xianxia, go and drive." Zhou Rong suddenly threw away the binoculars and aimed with the starting gun. He shouted, "Get on, everyone get on and prepare to break out." Several gunshots sounded, bullets shattered the glass window. In the distant tide of zombies, several heads closest to the motorcycle exploded. That seemed to be the signal to start the operation. In the same second, the motorcycle started and rushed out roaring. "Go, go, go, go. Hurry!" The team members quickly jumped on the armored vehicle. Xianxia quickly turned the steering wheel with one hand and removed his magazine with the other hand and threw it out the window. Zhou Rong didn't even turn his head as if he had eyes on the back of his head. He grabbed the magazine and installed it. The barrel was placed on the windowsill, and the bullets poured out. In the rain of bullets, the motorcycle rushed out of the tide of zombies at high speed and crushed countless zombies into rotten meat. It continued to rush to the crossroad. The zombies staggered behind it. Looking from a high place, even the zombies in the nearby streets heard the sound and moved. More and more zombies gathered and gradually formed a spectacular long line. There were broken limbs, bleeding from the 7 orifices, and those who died with their eyes open. The dense tide of zombies was creepy. However, in a moment of life and death, no one cared about fear. The motorcycle driver suddenly turned around at the crossroad and rushed into the southeast street. With a loud bang, the gate of the parking lot finally rose slowly. The biochemical vehicle crushed a few zombies that didn't have time to dodge under the tires. "Captain," Xianxia shouted. On the second floor, Zhou Rongyi used his hand to support himself on the windowsill and jumped down. Boom! He landed heavily on the roof of the motorcycle. 500 meters away, at the other end of the crossroad. The motorcycle swerved and changed lanes, and then the vehicle suddenly stopped. There was another tide of zombies in front of them, and they were rushing to get in front. Zhou Rong's long-range sniper cover stopped, and the zombies split up from the front and back to block them. The scene suddenly became spectacular. The young man glanced from behind the helmet to the rearview mirror. There was a fork in the street behind him that led to the east street. He clenched his fists on the handlebars, and blue veins popped out. Then he calmed down. He took a deep breath and turned the motorcycle around. Roar! The motorcycle crossed the road like a meteor, almost touching the sharp teeth of the zombies on the side as it rushed to the fork. The motorcycle flew and smashed through the floor-to-ceiling glass wall of the bookstore on the corner of the street. It came out from the other side, and fell to the ground with a shower of glass. The 2 male zombies in front of him were hit in the chest, and half of their rotten internal organs burst out on the ground. The third zombie reached out to grab the handlebars, and just as it opened its mouth, a bullet suddenly whistled and blew its brain into the sky. The young man looked up. 200 meters away, a silver-gray armored vehicle was rampaging. Zhou Rong leaned on the roof of the vehicle and held a rifle. He narrowed one eye, and his thin lips slightly curved, as if he was greeting him from a distance. Then the next bullet brushed past his helmet, and lifted the skull of a zombie woman on the side of the motorcycle. East Street corner, 10 meters behind the bookstore, at 2 o'clock. Get ready to rescue. Zhou Rong's voice came from the headset. Xianxia nodded and glanced at the satellite road map. Not good. What's wrong? Xianxia stepped on the accelerator. East Street is a dead end. The armored vehicle roared as it accelerated, but it was too late. Zhou Rong's eyebrows twitched. The motorcycle started, broke through the zombies' encirclement, and rushed into East Street without a choice. Detour to help. Search for the best route. Zhou Rong shouted in the midst of the flying bullet shells. Get ready to turn around. In the driver's seat, the route on the GPS screen changed, and Xianxia turned the steering wheel. At the same time, on East Street, the motorcycle driver bent to the limit and rushed through the mountains of corpses. Immediately, a row of black oil pressure roadblocks appeared in front of them. At this time, the motorcycle's speed had reached a terrifying 200 kilometers per hour, and the roadblock was only 300 meters away. They could reach it in less than 6 seconds. What did 6 seconds mean? There was no way to turn around, and there were zombies on both sides of the road. Once they collided with the roadblock, the motorcycle would be destroyed and the passengers would die. The motorcycle driver's pupils constricted until they were as thin as needles. At the same time, the needle on the dashboard shook violently and hit the bottom line. There was a roar of a furious demon beast in the tailpipe. He wants to charge. Xianxia whispered. Like the staff of Moses that split the sea, the motorcycle emerged from the layers of zombies and rushed to the roadblock steel plate in an instant. Time froze, and even the sound of the wind stopped. In the air, the motorcycle flipped 360 degrees and drew a fiery arc. Zhou Rong threw out the grappling hook. Catch! In the wind, the young man stretched out his arm, and the grappling hook accurately wrapped around his wrist. Immediately, his body stepped off the motorcycle and flew toward Zhou Rong. The heavy motorcycle spun wildly and plunged into the sea of zombies, and then it made an earth-shattering explosion. Bang! With a heavy sound, the young man fell on the roof of the armored vehicle. Under the inertia, he rolled to the edge, but Zhou Rong grabbed him by the waist and kicked open the roof. Both of them fell into the car at the same time with a loud bang. Brother Rong! Captain! The team members rushed forward and helped the two up. Even Yan Hao in the driver's seat had set the autopilot and signaled his teammates to take over. He hurriedly got into the back of the car from the driver's seat. "Captain, are you okay?" "Hiss." Zhou Rong grimaced and got up. "My old waist." Behind him, the young man avoided the hands that were supporting him at lightning speed and retreated to the corner to straighten up. Through the motorcycle helmet, he looked at the people in front of him without saying a word. This is a special force, he thought. But unexpectedly, this group of strong and burly team members were all beta. In the limited space of the car, there was no trace of alpha pheromones that were extremely invasive. "Here." Yan Hao kindly handed over a bottle of water. "Thank you." The car gradually quieted down. Under everyone's gaze, the young man neither spoke nor made any gesture of raising his hand. Yan Hao gestured again. "This is for you." Chen Chao and Wu Weixiong, who didn't know what was going on, ate the chocolate. Wu Xinyan, who wasn't afraid of getting fat, also shared a piece. However, when Sinan woke up in the afternoon with a yawn, he had forgotten everything. He stretched and asked in confusion, "Where are they?" "They went ahead to search for supplies," Wu Xinyan said while washing clothes. "Captain Zhou took more than 10 people with him." "He didn't wake you up because you were asleep." "Because I'm not from the 118, Sinan immediately said coldly. Wu Xinyan laughed and said, "Why do you remember so well?" Zhou Rong and the others drove one car away and parked the other by the river. The dark clouds were thick last night, but the weather was unexpectedly good today. The sun shone on the river, reflecting the sparkling golden light. Wu Xinyan took the washed clothes to dry. Not far away, people were packing up and preparing dinner. It was a rare peaceful atmosphere in the apocalypse. Sinan got out of the car and stretched his body. He took a deep breath of the cool winter air and saw Dr. Qing examining Yan Hao's wound in the open space behind him. An ant was holding a baby and boiling hot water to make milk powder. Needless to say, the full cup was for the wounded, and half for the baby. Sinan looked at the milk powder in the distance, which he didn't even have time to open. He was quite depressed, knowing that he wouldn't have a chance to see milk products on the way. Wu Xinyan finished drying the clothes and went to take the glass of milk to Yan Hao. She and Dr. Qing squatted by the bedding and discussed something. After a while, Dr. Qing got up and left. She chatted with Yan Hao for a while, then covered her mouth with the back of her hand and laughed. Sinan shook his head, rubbed the back of his neck, and sighed in a very mature manner. These people, at this moment, Dr. Qing came back with a crutch made from a tree branch. He motioned for Yan Hao to try moving 2 steps. Yan Hao sat up painfully. Dr. Qing couldn't help him up alone. Wu Xinyan wanted to help him but was stopped by Dr. Qing. After patrolling the empty space, he waved to Sinan. "Comrade Xiaoxi, come and help me." Sinan rubbed the back of his neck and walked over. Before he got close, he saw Yan Hao smiling at him. Sinan tested the splint in front of his chest. "You'll get dislocated if you walk now, right?" Yan Hao whispered. "Sinan." Dr. Qing said, "No, the fracture has been connected. This kind of clean closed wound can be done by Alpha." Sinan didn't want to jump into the river to take a bath. The auntie certainly wouldn't allow him to interfere with the stove. There was nothing else to do, so he obediently held Yan Hao's right arm and slowly walked forward with Dr. Qing. At this time, the hillside was covered with weeds, and the afterglow was setting in the west. The town in the distance seemed to have melted in the golden water. Sinan didn't take the initiative to speak. Dr. Qing stared at Yan Hao and asked him to boil the water and pay attention to disinfection. After a while, the two of them also quieted down. Yan Hao coughed softly. "Sinan." "Yes?" At that time, Yan Hao paused with mixed feelings and said in a hoarse voice, "I seem to have heard you say that Xianxia also survived, but I was in a trance at that time and didn't hear clearly. I lied to you," Sinan whispered. Yan Hao sighed. "It doesn't matter." After a while, he seemed to be struggling for a long time, and then he asked bitterly, "Is that when you knew that we were all alpha from me?" Dr. Qing was originally listening indifferently, but when he heard the question, he seemed to feel something, and the corner of his mouth suddenly twitched a few times. Sinan was stunned. "Oh." He looked up at Yan Hao and was caught off guard by the other's eyes. In the thousands of flashing golden spots on the river, There was some kind of warm light in the depths of Xianxia's eyes that Sinan seemed to have seen before. It was the warmth that burned in the bottom of his eyes when the two teams parted in the underground tunnel of the B military region. When he came forward and hugged him tightly, the warmth in his eyes burned. Sinan lowered his head and thought for a moment. He frowned slightly, and the fine lines between his eyebrows were knitted again. Xianxia had been paying attention to the subtle changes in his expression. He probably realized something and immediately said, "There's something I want to tell you." At that time, unexpectedly, Sinan interrupted him politely, "I have something to do." "Do you want the girl to help you walk?" Sinan let go of his hand, and the next moment, Xianxia grabbed his hand. Ahem. The two of them looked over at the same time. Dr. Cheng's expression was very serious. "Well, the child over there is crying. I'm going to take a look. I'll call you two for dinner later." Xian said that the child's crying had nothing to do with him. The child woke up for 4 hours a day and cried for 3.5 hours. He couldn't stop her from crying. But he didn't have time to stop Dr. Cheng from running away. Xianxia was a little embarrassed. "Do you still want to listen?" Sinan glanced around. There were people cooking and washing in the open space. Dr. Cheng had already picked up the child, patting and coaxing her. No one wanted to come over. Sinan sighed, "Listen." The two of them sat down on the bank of the river. Xianxia's chest was tied with a medical bandage, so his sitting posture was quite strange. Sinan gathered the weeds around him and made them into a pillow. He put it behind his back to make the sitting posture a little more comfortable. "I wanted to tell you when we were in T-City, but everyone thought you were bitten by a zombie. Then the helicopter crashed on the roof. When we came to the fertilizer factory, I heard you say that you looked down on Alpha, so I didn't dare to mention it." Xianxia paused, looked down at his hands, and said softly, "I know that some very outstanding betas do look down on Alpha and think that they are chauvinistic. But our team is not that kind of person, and I'm not one of them. I've always respected you, especially since you saved my life twice. If we count the antibodies you found in the base and injected me with, it should be 3 times. Sinan shook his head. "That situation doesn't count." "Then the first 2 times should count." "The first 2 times were convenient, we don't have to argue about this," Xianxia interrupted him decisively and gently. "Every day in this apocalyptic world is full of dangers. No one will risk their life for convenience. You can ignore it, but I have to appreciate it. This is a matter of position." Xianxia was obviously different from Zhou Rong. Since Zhou Rong exposed his alpha gender, he no longer had any scruples. Most of the time, he made people feel extremely strong and oppressive. During confrontation, he even made people feel a little oppressed. But Xianxia didn't change much. He was still very gentle, and even if he was sometimes emotional, it would quickly pass. Sinan looked at him. Since leaving the B military region, his heart had been in turmoil countless times, and now it was floating in his mind again. "Should I take this opportunity to ask?" he thought. But it was a little awkward. What if these 2 alphas were really shocking? He was thinking about this when he heard Xianxia say, "I originally wanted to ask you a question after some time. But in the apocalyptic world, you can die at any time. Even if you close your eyes at night, you don't know if you can open your eyes to see the next day's sun. If I never have a chance to ask, I should regret it for the rest of my life." He slowly raised his hand and pressed on the back of Sinan's hand. His movement was very gentle, but he could feel the thick calluses on his palm and the subtle scars of the knife. "I just want to know." Sinan's cheek muscles were a little stiff. He saw Xianxia slightly move closer, and his eyes were very focused and serious. "After this period of time together, what do you think?" Suddenly, there was a noise not far away, and the crowd exclaimed. Both of them instantly stopped talking and looked at the source of the noise. Sinan pulled out his gun and aimed at the road. However, it was not a zombie attack. They saw their armored vehicle and a tour bus parked at the side of the camp. Zhou Rong jumped out of the driver's seat, pulled Guo Weishan down from the passenger seat, and kicked him in the chest. "Get over there." Zhou Rong's roar was extremely clear even though it was far away. "Shame. Get out. Don't come over. I was wrong, okay, get out. Shame on you." Zhou Rong was obviously really angry. It was completely different from when he was training Xianxia in the morning. He kicked Guo Weixiang until he was rolling and crawling, and he almost vomited blood. Dr. Jun was afraid that Guo Weixiang's rage would cause another patient to be injured in the camp, so he went up to him and stopped him. He signaled for Guo Weixiang, who was covered in dust, to run away quickly. "Don't let me see you, you son of a bitch." Zhou Rong wanted to kick Guo Weixiang again, but a few people rushed down from the tour bus and hugged him. Yan Hao let Sinan help him slowly walk over. As soon as he moved to the center of the camp, he saw a lot of people coming down from the tour bus in twos and threes. Among them, there was a teenager who looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. He was handsome and short, and there was a large piece of gauze on his forehead, which faintly showed traces of blood. Sinan stopped. "What's wrong?" Yan Hao asked sensitively. Sinan said in a low voice, "Omega. I won't hit him. I really won't hit him. I'm just angry. I promise I won't kill him." Zhou Rong tried hard to convince the noisy crowd to believe him. He exhausted himself and asked Dr. Ching to take people to count the supplies and give the newly rescued survivors a physical examination. Then he opened a bottle of water. He was so thirsty that water droplets flowed down from his chin to his neck. He drank more than half of the bottle before wiping his mouth. "Hey, Comrade Yan Hao." Zhou Rong exhaled and looked at the crutch in Yan Hao's hand from the corner of his eyes. "What are you doing? Why don't you lie down and take Comrade Xiaoxi for a ride?" Yan Hao said angrily, "Who's your Comrade Xiaoxi? Who knows if he's mine?" Zhou Rong said, "Tisk, tsk, tsk. You asked Si Xiaonan to tell you who he's from. Didn't Ding tell you my parting words yesterday?" Sinan, under the stare of two pairs of bright eyes, Sinan raised his hand and pointed at Guo Weixiang, who was squatting on the ground and pulling weeds, not far away. What did he do? In fact, when they saw the Omega teenager, everyone had a vague guess. Sure enough, Zhou Rong's answer was not unexpected. That, he pointed at the teenager who was curled up beside the tour bus and said solemnly, "is the species that I don't want to deal with in my life, especially when I'm on the run." Omega. Sinan was expressionless. Yan Hao immediately said, "Don't say that, Captain. You two are a good match. It's good that the hero saves the beauty. But I already have Comrade Xiaoxi." When we were sweeping through the supermarket, we met this group of people. They were the survivors who hid in the warehouse when the virus broke out. Because of the abundant supplies, they ate and drank well every day. They even had self-heating instant noodles. Do you know those instant noodles that can be heated by pulling the string? When we went in to save them, they were eating dinner. A pot of steaming hot Master Kong pickled cabbage with sliced ham. Sinan and Yan Hao swallowed their saliva at the same time. What's with that expression? We really went in to save them. Zhou Rong was dissatisfied. And they were eager to go with us. You two didn't see the scene at that time. It was like the workers' and peasants' Red Army's 25,000-mile-long march. Or like Comrade Xiaoxi's General Washington who successfully crossed the Delaware River. But that's not the point. The point is, there was an Omega among the survivors. Zhou Rong sighed deeply. His expression was very tired. This child was chased by zombies during the transfer process. He hit his head on the shelf and bled all over the floor. The smell of the pheromone was too strong. At that time, I was on guard outside and didn't see him for a few minutes. Comrade Guo Weixiang almost made a mistake that required him to be shot. The teenager stuck his head out not far away. He seemed to want to know what they were talking about, but his expression was timid. "Don't come over. Go away." Zhou Rong saw that Guo Weixiang seemed to want to come over from the corner of his eye, so he immediately roared. Guo Weixiang was listless and had to go back to pulling weeds. Zhou Rong was still angry and snorted heavily. The smell of the child's blood pheromone is very, very strong. He has entered the sexual maturity period and is about to go into estrus for the first time. We have to take him away. But soon, even if he doesn't bleed, the pheromone about to go into estrus will spread with the wind and attract a large number of zombies. Everyone will be exposed to danger. Either we leave immediately and find him an inhibitor as soon as possible, or we let him go through the estrus period and end this once and for all. Zhou Rong patted Yan Hao's shoulder and said sincerely, after careful consideration, the organization has decided to give you a chance to get out of singlehood. Yan Hao immediately stepped back. His agile movements were completely different from when he was weakly supported by Sinan. No, Captain, Brother Rong. You are the boss. It's better for you to do it yourself. Captain, your gender discrimination needs to be treated. There's nothing wrong with an Omega. You see, he was sneaking glances at you just now. No, he was sneaking glances at you. You two are standing together, how can you refuse? But Captain, you're 2 months older than me. Your need to start a family is more urgent. The one who shouldn't refuse is obviously you. I already have Comrade Xiaoxi. You see, Comrade Xiaoxi was looking at me just now. It's obvious that he has a crush on me. I'm embarrassed to say it. How can I turn a blind eye and hurt his feelings? Zhou Rong and Yan Hao sat by the fire with their heads leaning against each other. They looked like an underground gang meeting, but also like two terrorists discussing some unspeakable conspiracy. Everyone who passed by them consciously stayed 10 meters away from them. Suddenly, the two turned their heads together. Their 4 eyes simultaneously looked at Sinan, who was leaning against the armored vehicle and wiping his dagger. The latter was stunned. You see, Zhou Rong's lips didn't move. He whispered from the corner of his mouth, he's looking at me. He's so engrossed. Yan Hao suspiciously asked, isn't he looking at me? Zhou Rong pressed on his head and forced him to turn back, you're thinking too much. After coming out of the B military region, every time Sinan was almost sure that he was just making wild guesses about the relationship between the two alphas, they would suddenly do something shocking to blind Sinan's eyes that could interfere with the battlefield from 800 meters away. He habitually rubbed his eyebrows, subconsciously trying to smooth out the fine lines between his eyebrows. He let out a long sigh. You see, he's sighing, Zhou Rong said coldly, if you refuse again, I'll beat you up. On the other side of the fire, Guo Weixiang was lying face down on the ground, to avoid pressing on his butt that had just been kicked by Zhou Rong. You guys, he asked weakly, did you forget that there's an alpha in our team? Yan Hao said sympathetically, Ding sure? No, Ding has a crush on their village's little golden flower. The organization can't force a soldier's personal feelings. Ding sure, oh. Ding nodded at the side. Guo Weixiang muttered, what about the other one besides Ding? Spring grass? Zhou Rong said, our chower hasn't reached the mature stage of her pheromone. Her development has been delayed for 10,000 years. After we reach the headquarters, we have to ask a doctor to take a look. Isn't that right, Chower? Spring grass said with a serious face, yes. N. Guo Weixiang glanced at the faces of his teammates with grief and indignation. After a long time, he finally couldn't help but sit up and point at himself. What about me? Everyone ignored him. Am I not an alpha? Can't you leave it to me? Zhou Rong took the baby from Dr. Qing and handed it to Guo Weixiang. He patted Guo Weixiang's shoulder lovingly. You already have a child, so why are you still so calculative? Come, we have to respect the old and love the young. Let's give way to the vice captain who is 2 years older than you. The new Omega was called Renjunyang. In fact, he was already an adult, but he looked quite delicate and petite, which made him look younger than his actual age. The worst thing was that his body wasn't very good. He didn't know if he was born like this or if he didn't exercise enough. Anyway, he couldn't carry anything on his shoulders. He couldn't work with the men on night duty, and he couldn't help the women with their cooking. Dr. Qing scratched his head but couldn't think of anything to arrange for him to do. In the end, he could only let him wash some light clothes with Wu Xinyan. Even so, he didn't dare to let him wash the clothes of the Special Forces soldiers. Their alpha camouflage agent could only last for 2 months, and now it was gradually losing its effect. They were afraid that the residual pheromones on the clothes would stimulate the Omega's estrus period. Zhou Rong felt helpless. He had to squat by the river and wash t-shirts every day with a cigarette in his mouth. They went all the way south along the small villages and towns along the highway, passing through Hebei and Wuhan. They tried to avoid the zombie-congested highways and the densely populated major cities. Every time they passed through a village, Zhou Rong would personally lead a team to search for life-saving supplies. Sometimes they were able to rescue some survivors. However, as time went by, the amount of food they could collect and the number of people they could rescue each time was decreasing. Because there were fewer and fewer people alive. The people they brought out from the fertilizer plant, plus the survivors they rescued along the way, they now formed a team of more than 70 people. Zhou Rong said that if they entered the big cities, they would definitely be able to find more people alive. However, they didn't have the time or ability to go deep into the dangerous hinterland to search for more survivors. No one knew if the original antibody in their hands was stable enough or how long it would be effective. If the South Sea base was really waiting for it, and the crucial time for the antivirus research was delayed by their journey, then the consequences would be unpredictable. Yan Hao lay behind cover, narrowed his eyes, and looked through the scope at the zombie 40 meters away. Captain. With a soft sound, the zombie fell to the ground. Zhou Rong, what? They had just finished searching a village, but it was completely dead. They couldn't find any survivors in the entire village. There weren't many supplies left. Wu Xinyan chased half a village before she caught a frightened rooster. Dr. Qing used a surgical knife to kill it. He was preparing to pluck its feathers and bleed it to make chicken soup for everyone tonight. I thought about it for a long time, Yan Hao said seriously. I think you really need Omega. Zhou Rong. Why? You've been single for too long. You're full of fire, and there are obvious problems with your endocrine system. Last time you let water in the grass, you almost made Chen Chao fall over. Also last night you pretended to sleep to hug comrade Xiaoxi. She avoided you several times. I was sleepwalking. Zhou Rong's face didn't change color, and his heart didn't skip a beat. He steadily pulled the trigger and shot down the zombie 60 meters away. Yan Hao sighed. Stubbornness won't work, Captain. He said sympathetically, fear is the deepest part of the closet. You have to come out of the closet. Also, the smell on Xiao Ren's body is getting stronger and stronger. We haven't found a pharmacy on the way. If this continues, it will be very troublesome when she enters Estrus. I think you should take the initiative. Footsteps came from behind. Zhou Rong maintained his lying position and turned around. He saw Sinan put the ammunition box on the ground. She looked down at them with her arms crossed and looked back and forth. Zhou Rong subconsciously wanted to take out the fruit candy from his pocket to please her, but before he could do so, he heard Sinan ask coldly, "Why don't you ask for her opinion?" Zhou Rong seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. Whose opinion? Sinan pointed behind them. Xiao Ren sat next to Dr. Qing and clumsily plucked the chicken's feathers. Omega's opinion? Zhou Rong laughed. What opinion does Omega need to express? Anyway, it's just a mark to give birth. It's hard for him to survive if he doesn't find an alpha, and marking is never up to Omega themselves. Yan Hao saw that Sinan's expression was not right and quickly explained, Omega's nature is to find a weaker alpha whose pheromone suppression is not so strong. But if they are allowed to reproduce generation after generation, the alpha system will weaken or even collapse. Now many people criticize the so-called alpha chauvinism, but this is also the current situation of society. That's what we were taught in school. Sinan's eyes narrowed. If one looked closely, the muscles on his cheeks were actually a little tense. Zhou Rong shrugged to show his agreement with Yan Hao, and look at him, he doesn't look like he can make his own decisions. If we can't find a suppressant, just give him an alpha. In short, don't attract a zombie wave. In fact, Xianxia is not impossible. Guo Weixiang was standing guard with a gun not far away, so Zhou Rong's last sentence was very low. Sinan lifted the 30-kilogram ammunition box with one hand, opened it expressionlessly, and turned it over. Countless magazines poured down, smashing the two alphas and making them cry for their parents. Sinan put the empty box on Zhou Rong's head, clapped his hands and left. From that day on, Sinan refused to sleep in the same bus as Zhou Rong. He packed his things and moved to another bus. Yan Hao was a little happy about this. He also packed his things and followed him to the other bus. However, less than 2 minutes after he laid down, Sinan turned over and saw him. He got up and packed his things and left again. Sinan hugged his pillow and walked around the camp a few times. Under the close watch of Zhou Rong and Yan Hao behind the window, he quietly got into the tour bus. This fugitive team of more than 70 people passed through Wuhan, Xianing, and from the suburbs of Yeyang City to Xianxia. After passing through Hunan, they would face the coastal areas where the zombie virus was highly concentrated. This journey spanning across half of the country's territory had finally entered the dangerous stage. There's no way we can reach the dock by car. Zhou Rong held a grass root in his mouth, and his finger drew on a tattered map he found along the way. He said, the population in Guangdong is too dense, and they eat everything. They skewer Hujian people and fry them until they are crispy and dipped in seafood sauce. When I was in military school, I had a buddy from Guangdong in the lower bunk. He was a good person, but I always suspected that he had something to do with the disappearance of Hujian, so we shouldn't personally experience the lethality of the zombies in Guangdong. Here, his finger stopped at the location of Changsha on the map, and said, we can try to search for aviation equipment around the city. A private helicopter company is the best. They can directly fly to the South China Sea, and then send a positioning signal to the base at close range. Yan Hao and Chen Chao sat around the map. Sinan stayed alone in the corner of the bus, closed his eyes and rested. Where can we find a private helicopter company? Chen Chao asked. We can try our luck around the airport. Maybe we can find a pharmacy. When the time comes, we'll still split up. Well, as usual, I'll take one group, Yan Hao, and one group. No, Zhou Rong's voice paused, and he murmured, Yan Hao's injury hasn't healed yet. He looked at Sinan, who was in the corner, and looked back indifferently. Zhou Rong had an idea, and he waved his hand. Come here. Sinan leaned on the leather seat and looked at him lazily. If the mountain doesn't come to me, I'll go to the mountain. Not only will I go to the mountain, but I can also hug the mountain. Zhou Rong walked over in a very good mood, and half knelt in front of the seat. Then, under Sinan's surprised gaze, he pulled out the ruby earring on his right ear, and reached out to touch Sinan's left ear. Sinan said in a trembling voice, What are you doing? Zhou Rong laughed and asked, Why don't you just go and get your ears pierced? Under everyone's gaze, Sinan felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Why would I hit that gay thing? The iron gate covered with high-voltage electric rings opened on both sides. The blue and white riot control vehicle slowly drove in under the suspicious gazes of the guards. In front of the vehicle, a large number of military base buildings were hidden in the hillside. The tempered roof faintly reflected white light under the sky. In the empty conference room, a slim figure sat at the end of the long table. The glass door slid open silently. A guard strode in and whispered in the back of the figure, They're here. The figure turned around in an armchair, Let them in. It turned out to be a very young woman. She was thin and wore casual clothes. Half of her long hair was tied into a ponytail. If not for the 4 hideous red scratches on the left side of her face could even be described as beautiful. The guard bowed his head and retreated. A moment later, the glass door opened again. The guard gestured, Please. 3 uninvited guests from the riot control vehicle stepped into the conference room and stood behind the long table, 2 men and a woman. All of them were Caucasians. All of them were alpha. Yo, the blonde woman with blue eyes had an extremely protruding figure. She sized up the opposite party with a frivolous gaze and smiled, It's really an omega. This is rare. The man next to her was 2 meters tall. He stood there like a rock on the ground. He didn't make a sound. The Caucasian man wearing sunglasses in front of him also ignored her. Behind the long table not far away, the woman sized them up quietly. The room was silent for a few seconds. Then, she slowly spoke. Colonel Romeur. The leader took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of gray-blue eyes. He spoke in perfect Chinese, Nice to meet you, Miss Chen Yajing. Thank you very much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to meet us. As he spoke, he bowed politely, even though his upper body was tilted no more than 20 degrees. No need to say anything, Chen Yajing raised her hand to stop the fake politeness and asked bluntly, Who are you looking for? Romeur stretched out his hand. His rock-like subordinate handed over a craft paper folder. Then, he stepped forward and placed it in front of Chen Yajing. The folder was sealed with a thread. Chen Yajing thought for a moment and finally reached out to open it. There were only two thin pieces of paper in the bag, which recorded the target's simple life and characteristics. There was also a clear frontal photo. The young man in the picture had strong eyebrows and a deep outline. His facial features looked like they were carved out of snow-white marble. There was a kind of handsome and hard luster to them. His eyes were staring straight at the camera. It was clearly an expressionless ID photo, but his seemingly empty and focused gaze made the viewer feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. Xianxia put down the file. You came all the way here just to find a person like this at the moment of global disaster? Romeo said, You're wrong, Miss Chen. Our country no longer has a government or military. All the state institutions have collapsed. Now, all actions are carried out in the name of individuals. Then what is the purpose of you risking your life to come here? Xianxia patted the folder. What is so special about this person? What is his relationship with you? An indescribable light appeared in Romeo's grayish-blue eyes. It was so bright that it was frightening. It's my brother, he said. Xianxia raised her eyebrows slightly. With all due respect, Colonel Romeo. You don't look like you have an Asian brother, and you don't look like you would cross half of the zombie-infested earth for brotherly love. If this person has any secrets, you better tell me now, otherwise our cooperation will become very difficult. Romeo smiled and said, Are you threatening me, Miss Chen? A pocket-sized gun suddenly slipped out of his sleeve. He caught it in his pocket and pressed it against Xianxia's temple like lightning. What are you doing? The guard at the door shouted. Before he could make a move, the blonde woman had already pulled out her gun and pointed it at him from afar. An unforeseen event occurred abruptly, and the situation became extremely tense. However, Xianxia was not afraid. She even smiled almost imperceptibly and raised her chin to Romeo's chest. Colonel, please lower your head. Romeo looked down. A red dot was reflected on his chest. As he moved, it was firmly attached to his heart. He realized something and looked out the window. In a window of the opposite building, an imperceptible light reflected from the scope under the sunlight. A sniper. You can choose not to cooperate, but if you kill me, Xianxia said, you and your two subordinates will not walk out of this survivor base. Romeo thought for a few seconds and put down the pocket-sized gun first. He nodded sincerely and politely. I'm sorry, Miss Chen. My hand slipped. Please forgive me. What do you want to ask specifically? The blonde woman snorted softly and put away her gun. The red dot on Romeo's chest disappeared. Although the crisis was resolved, the guard still looked indignant. Xianxia, on the other hand, did not care about the hypocritical slip of the guard's hand. She moved her stiff neck from sitting for too long, pointed to the folder and asked, May I ask what your relationship is with the person you are looking for? It's really my brother. Oh? Although we are not of the same father and mother, at least we were legally related. Then why did he come here? Is there any danger? Romeo pulled out a swivel chair and sat in front of Xianxia. He put his index finger and middle finger together and pointed at the thin craft paper folder. I'm not sure where he is, so I tried to contact your country, but I didn't get any response. I guess it's because your government has also disintegrated. I contacted several survivor bases along the way, but unfortunately, some of these bases were simple and crude and were quickly destroyed by the zombie tide. Some of them killed each other for power and became fortresses that began to collapse from the inside. I will continue to head north, but for now, it seems that your base is the most secure and orderly kingdom I have ever seen in a chaotic world. Xianxia said politely, although the truth is not what you see, thank you. You're welcome. I believe in my eyes. However, Romeo changed the topic. If you really find my brother, please remember one thing, he will become the most serious threat to your fortress since its establishment. Xianxia frowned. Oh, is he dangerous? Very dangerous, Romeo repeated these 3 words with a strange tone, and then he laughed. He is a complete homicidal maniac, or a born sociopath. He has the talent to make killing tools out of any daily objects. Chopsticks, spoons, plastic pieces, stones, and even a glass of ordinary tap water. Fragmented human bodies and blood make him excited, especially the screams of Alpha before they die. He was only 6 years old when he first killed someone. Yes, Alpha. Romeo paused under Xianxia's astonished gaze. He didn't have much opportunity to come into contact with Beta and Omega when he grew up, but he hated Alpha, just like serial killers tend to focus on a specific type of prey. Xianxia frowned. Why? Romeo shook his head and didn't answer her question directly. I can tell you his most famous story. One afternoon a few years ago, he left the restaurant to go to the bathroom. When he came back, a few Aphas were sitting at the same table. He didn't show any dissatisfaction at first, but after he sat down, he picked up a burger and took a bite. Suddenly, he ordered everyone to leave his table, or he would kill them. 2 of them walked away out of fear, and the others didn't think much of it. He counted to 3, and the next 10 minutes were a nightmare that those people wouldn't want to recall even after they reincarnated. He stabbed their throats with a spoon, although the cause was just someone sitting next to him while he was eating. Xianxia was silent for a moment, and said faintly, "You make me afraid to cooperate with you, Colonel Romeo. Maintaining the balance of personnel in this doomsday base is very delicate. This dangerous person." But Romeo smiled casually and motioned for the blonde woman to bring the suitcase forward. The small metal suitcase was locked with a password. After it was opened, cold air instantly gushed out. Xianxia glanced inside and saw a 3-segment syringe the length of an index finger in a suspended test tube rack. A light red medicine was contained in a sealed syringe. This, Romeo said under Xianxia's incredulous gaze, is an antiviral vaccine. Xianxia couldn't help but reach out, but she was immediately blocked by Romeo. Romeo then smiled strangely. Although it's only a part of the vaccine. 10 minutes later, downstairs. Romeo carried the freezer and walked out of the building with his 2 subordinates. Xianxia, who was in a wheelchair, was pushed out by the guards and stopped at the steps. Last question, Colonel Romeo. Romeo's hand paused as he opened the car door. He heard Xianxia's voice behind him, which seemed to carry a hint of mockery. You don't look like a person who is interested in our country's culture, but you speak Chinese so well. Did you deliberately learn it for your younger brother in the legal sense? Romeo didn't move for a long time. After a while, he turned his head back. His eyes even looked a little sinister. I said, Miss. He said slowly, in the legal sense, was. Ha 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 ha. Xinan sat cross-legged in the back seat of the car, draped in a hooded jacket that could almost bury his entire body. He used the wide hood to cover his entire head, but it still couldn't stop the crazy laughter of the people in the front seat. Yan, how can F***ck me? Ha 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 ha, Yan hell, that weakling, can F***ck me? I can F***ck 10 yen how over, ha 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 ha, Captain, that's enough. Do you want to fight? Ha ha ha, how can Brother Rong and Yan how fall in love when their alpha pheromones repel each other? Pure spiritual platonism, what a touching love, ha 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 ha, Dad, it turns out that Yan how is my biological mother who I haven't recognized for many years. Why didn't you tell me the truth? It's too much, ha 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 ha. I knew I shouldn't ask, Xinan thought expressionlessly. Let's kill this group of alphas. Zhou Rong turned around from the front passenger seat and patted Xinan's head through the hood. His tone was full of joy. Let me see. Yo, are you still angry? Let's kill this group of alphas, Xinan thought. He tilted his head but couldn't avoid it. Zhou Rong pressed his head and forced him into his arms. He pinched his face and laughed. You kids who grew up in a country really know how to play. What if 2 alphas F***ck each other? Tell me, have you ever seen someone F***ck each other? Do you know what F***ck each other is? Xinan ducked his head to avoid it. Why didn't you ask earlier? Yan Hao poked his head from the back seat. He wanted to cry but had no tears. What about after you came out of the military region? You knew that we were all alphas. Why didn't you ask Chen Chao, Xianxia, and Ding? Xinan, how could Captain and I let you misunderstand? Yan Hao asked from the bottom of his heart, have you never doubted me after all this time, even if it was just once? Of course, often. Xinan Xian thought. But who knows why 118 designed the GPS to be so flashy? The stupid designer must be an alpha. Xinan sighed. He held his forehead and looked out of the window. The ruby fixed on his left ear with an ear clip shone brightly. Sure enough, it's better to kill all these alphas. There is a private airline near the local airport. Yesterday, Xianxia and I observed the surrounding area. There are 2 large helicopters on the tarmac, which barely meet our needs to transfer all the personnel at once. The car bumped slightly as it moved forward. Zhou Rong held a short pencil and made a cross on the city's map of the airport. The preliminary plan is like this. Yan Hao, Chen Chao, and Dingshi will form a group of 4. Under the cover of high firepower, we will tear down the tarmac's protective barrier, force our way onto the runway, and take off the 2 large helicopters. Sinan and Xianxia will take everyone else to find a suitable landing platform nearby. Also, we will find a pharmacy for our Omega friends. If you can't find it, then forget it. Don't take risks. Your life is more important. And when you find the landing platform and arrive safely, Sinan will press the GPS, the gay earring, and the other gay earring on Yan Hao's ear within a kilometer will receive the signal. We will then locate each other with 2 helicopters. Zhou Rong closed the map and looked at everyone. Is there a problem? Yan Hao, which part of me looks like I would fall in love with Captain, in any sense? Chen Chao, Dad, is Yan Hao my biological mother? Then is Si Xiaonan my new mother? Xianxia, if you can't find it, then forget it. Don't force it. Does that mean we can just not find it? Brother Rong? Brother Rong. Zhou Rong gave Yan Hao a punch, knocked Chen Chao on the head, and kicked Xianxia in the limited space of the car. Then, in the chaos, he saw Sinan raise his hand expressionlessly. Zhou Rong thought to himself that the only people left in the team who were dedicated to their jobs were the non-staff members. Comrade Xiaoxi, please speak. Sinan asked, how can we confirm that the signal was successfully transmitted? Originally, after you transmitted the location, the Beidou satellite system would transmit it to 118's dedicated tablet and base terminal. However, 1 month after the GPS system collapsed, Beidou also died one after another. So, we have a moment of silence for an unknown base station worker in a corner of the earth. Zhou Rong said, so now it only has a physical response. After the signal is successfully received within a kilometer, the 2 gaze earrings will vibrate together. Sinan nodded silently, indicating that he understood. Are there any other questions? Everyone either covered their heads or covered their faces. They all expressed that they had no objections. Very good. Zhou Rong clenched his fists and encouraged everyone with confidence. Let's aim to survive until tonight and set out for the beautiful Spratly Islands. He got up and left the car and went back to the front passenger seat. He looked at the messy airport road and the zombies in front of the car window that were knocked flying from time to time. They will vibrate together. Suddenly, he realized something. Dingshi turned his head to look at him while driving. His gaze was indescribable. Zhou Rong murmured. Is this thing really for gays to play with? Independent Cold Autumn, Xiangyang North, Tangerine Island Head. See the mountains red, the forests dyed red, the river clear, hundreds of barges racing against the current. Dingshi said with a bitter face, Brother Rong, I beg you, stop reading. You make it sound like we are going on a 25,000-mile-long march. We are just going to break through a barbed wire fence, steal 2 planes, fly them and leave, okay? I am making use of every opportunity to educate you on patriotism. Don't you have any thoughts about going through the Xinjiang Revolutionary Holy Land? Zhou Rong was a little dissatisfied, the road ahead is so complicated and difficult. Shouldn't you be immersed in the rising revolutionary enthusiasm and ready to do something big? Dingshi gave him the military binoculars and pointed out the window, indicating for him to see for himself. In the distance, black smoke was billowing from the local airport. Zombies were everywhere on the viaduct, in front of the parking building, and in front of the airport terminal. 2 passenger planes had crashed into each other on the runway. The wings and turbines of the planes had been torn apart, and the fuselage had been burned black. Dingshi adjusted the binoculars in front of Zhou Rong and let him see the other side. A private helicopter company. Several helicopters of different sizes landed in front of the building. The helipad was surrounded by barbed wire fences, and hundreds of zombies were wandering around outside the fences. The vast helipad inside the barbed wire fence was empty, and not a single zombie could be seen. It seems that the revolutionary journey is not that difficult, Zhou Rong said to himself. According to the original plan, the team would split into two groups. Zhou Rong and the other three would drive two armored vehicles to break through the helipad, while Sinan would change into a riot uniform and carry a gun. Together with Guo Weixiang, they would move to the tour bus and lead the crowd to find a platform where the helicopters could land and pick them up. Yan Hao, Zhou Rong suddenly said. Yan Hao was about to get up and send Sinan off, but he stopped when he heard that. Zhou Rong patted his shoulder and said casually, "Lend me something." Then he reached out his hand to pull out Yan Hao's ear stud. "What are you doing?" Yan Hao immediately dodged and jumped out of the car like an arrow. Zhou Rong roared, "Why are you wearing matching earrings with my comrade Xiaoxi? Give it to me." Before he could finish his words, he followed suit. The two of them immediately began to wrestle with each other. Sinan was stunned. He stood in front of the tour bus and stared blankly at Zhou Rong. "Who says Sinan belongs to your family? Who are you? Get lost, it's not yours anyway. If you don't believe me, go and ask." "There's no need to ask. It's not yours anyway. You, go away." Zhou Rong pressed Yan Hao against the side of the armored vehicle and tried his best to pull the earring. Yan Hao struggled under his body. "I'm going to King scream." He really shouted. "So why do you suspect that they're a couple?" Guo Weixiang asked, leaning against the car door while chewing gum. Sinan said blankly, "I don't know much about Alpha." Yan Haofei raised his leg and kicked Zhou Rong 2 steps back. He covered his ears and rushed into the armored vehicle. Zhou Rong snorted and didn't chase after him. Instead, he immediately changed his target. He turned around and rushed to Sinan. He held Sinan's waist with both hands and exerted force. Sinan was pinned to the side of the tour bus together with his equipment. Sinan's toes were 1 centimeter above the ground. "Sinan." Zhou Rong bravely kissed him. Zhou Rong hadn't smoked for a few days, but there was still a lingering taste of tobacco between his lips and teeth. It was light and pleasant to the nose. The tip of his tongue entered Sinan's lips and gently licked in front of his closed teeth. He didn't give Sinan a chance to refuse and immediately separated his lips and tongue. Although the action was swift, it was unexpectedly careful and considerate. It seemed that the licking conveyed countless indescribable feelings. "Wait for me to pick you up," Zhou Rong whispered in his ear and rushed back to the armored vehicle like an arrow. Sinan stood there with a blank expression. "Let go of me." Damn it, Sinan definitely wouldn't want to take advantage of someone's precarious situation. "Yan Hao, don't get excited. You see, he's obviously very willing." Zhou Rong was immensely proud of himself. He slipped into the driver's seat and whistled happily. Sinan felt as if there was smoke coming from the top of his head. But he didn't say anything. He turned around and got into the tour bus. He moved his hands and feet at the same time, then sat down in the driver's seat and buried his face in his palms, as if he didn't hear Guo Weixiang's fussy "Oh." "Oh." Zhou Rong put his hands on his mouth like a trumpet. "Wait for me to pick you up." Then he waved his hands hard and retracted back into the window. He stared at the tour bus slowly moving and disappearing behind the viaduct. Chen Chao screamed in the other car, "Brother Rong. If you don't go now, I can't stop Yan Hao." It was 4:30 in the afternoon. The sky was still bright and the sky was not dark. The city turned into a huge tomb between heaven and earth. The tour bus drove off the viaduct and headed toward the city center. In the opposite direction, at the border between the cities and towns, 2 armored vehicles drove to the airport at full speed. The zombies wandering outside the helipad heard the sound and moved. However, assault rifles and mortars stuck out from the windows and mercilessly exploded in the zombie crowd, filling the air with smoke. Boom, 2 armored vehicles knocked down the highway guardrail, ran over the barbed wire fence, and turned the wall into ruins in the shock. They rumbled into the concrete runway outside the helipad. Many zombies were crushed into 2 long lines of bloody mud behind the vehicles. Soon, more zombies with broken arms and legs stood up shakily. They howled and followed the armored vehicles into the wall. "Yan Hao's team, get ready." Zhou Rong's voice came out from the car's loudspeaker. "Target helicopter confirmed." Yan Hao and I will drive to cover. Dingshi, Chen Chao, get ready to board. Hurry. In front of the office building, a row of colorful helicopters were parked on the grass. 2 armored vehicles rushed to the front of the lawn at the same time. They turned around and drifted at the same time. Even the angle of the rear of the vehicles was exactly the same. Whoosh, outside the rear wheels of the 2 vehicles, weeds flew up and the fan-shaped arcs were perfectly parallel in the air. Why are you two so telepathic? What's the relationship between you two? Chen Chao shouted. She opened the skylight and climbed onto the roof of the car. She began to pry open the hatch of the large helicopter in front of her. I'm going to tell on you. New mother is going to be angry. Yan Hao said, shut up. This is what the military school teaches in driving classes. Do you understand the rules? Zhou Rong said, if you say one more word, I'll abandon you and give birth to a younger brother with your new mother. The surroundings were quiet for a second. Zhou Rong suddenly bit his tongue. Dingshi said. New mother? Chen Chao said, who's the old mother? Yan Hao. Zhou Rong knew that he had said something wrong. He shouted hysterically, I picked you all up from the dumpster. Shut up and get to work. Zhou Rong lifted the mortar and raised the runway to the ground with a loud bang. The torn zombie bodies rushed into the air and bloomed like a fountain. After 2 clangs of steel, Chen Chao shouted, it's done. Dingshi said, Brother Rong, come up. The hatches of the 2 large helicopters were forced open by military crowbars. Zhou Rong carefully scanned the runway and the helipad. After confirming that there were no large groups of zombies, he put away the mortar and quickly picked up equipment and supplies from the armored vehicles. He threw them into the helicopter cabin amidst the chaos. The explosion alerted the zombies in the office building. The owner and employees of the helicopter company were wearing dirty suits. They had crooked eyes and slanted noses. They wriggled out of the door to see them off. Don't shoot, da-ding. Zhou Rong shouted, you just stole someone's helicopter. It's wrong to kill and steal. Dingshi cupped his fist towards the leader of the male zombies, who was wearing an Armani suit, Hermes tie, and Iron Lion Tony leather shoes, and said, I'm sorry, boss. I have to understand that this is a special time. The army needs to temporarily occupy your personal property. After the war, you can apply for compensation from the government using the purchase contract and weapons. Zhou Rong slammed the door of the armored vehicle shut. He carefully put away the car key and jumped into the pilot's seat. Not far away, Yan Hao and Chen Chao also got into the other helicopter. They connected the onboard power supply and ignited the turboshaft engine. The propeller made a loud sound and pushed the zombies to the ground. A few seconds later, the 2 dark green helicopters slowly rose into the air and flew towards the city center one after the other. The city center, the street outside the second ring road. The business district was empty. The tragic scene of the apocalypse still remained on the streets. The bodies that were eaten by zombies were rotten and black. Flies were buzzing around the skeletons. Rats ran around the corners when the buses passed by. Behind them, the black blood of humans soaked in garbage and slowly flowed into the sewers. From time to time, zombies would appear at the corners of alleys and behind buildings. They would reach out to the buses that passed by in a daze. The gloomy sky covered the sky, overlooking the hellish apocalypse. Guo Weixiang looked out of the window and gradually stopped talking. A trace of unconcealable sadness appeared between his young eyebrows. Suddenly, he noticed that there was another face behind his shoulder in the window. He subconsciously turned around and met Sinan's calm gaze. Hey! What's wrong? Sinan looked at him for a few seconds and asked, are you worried? Guo Weixiang nodded and sighed. He slumped into the seat and said, I'm thinking about my grandfather. Sinan was quiet and did not speak. My grandfather. Hey, I don't know how he is. My parents passed away early. My grandfather raised me since I was a child. He's getting older. I don't know if he moved to the South Sea with the government. Why do you think the apocalypse suddenly came? Brother Rong is always laughing and joking. In fact, most of the time, he's just pretending. When he's gloomy, he's scary, but he'll deliberately avoid being seen. Guo Weixiang's tone was very serious. Other than his grandfather, the only person he respected in his life was Zhou Rong. Brother Rong said that we special forces can't be depressed and sigh. The hope of the people is on us. When we look at them, their hearts will go up and down. If we talk about the crisis and the apocalypse all day long, the people won't be able to bear it and will commit suicide. Sigh. Guo Weixiang could not help but lower his voice and let out a long sigh. But I'm still thinking, why is it our generation's turn? Why are we so unlucky? Comrade Guo Weixiang's eyes were empty, his hands and feet were wide open, and his neck was straight. He looked like a half-wilted cabbage. Sinan looked thoughtful. After a moment, he bent over and picked up his backpack. He took out a can of Red Bull and silently handed it to Guo Weixiang. Huh? Guo Weixiang was very surprised and then a little touched. No, thank you. I'm not thirsty. Thank you. Keep it for yourself. He did not look like he was depressed because of physical fatigue. Sinan thought for a moment and asked, do you need Zhou Rong? Guo Weixiang said with a bitter face, well, how should I put it? Although Brother Rong's habit of nagging makes people want to beat him up, it's also quite tempting when he nags occasionally, especially now. Sinan slowly sat back in his seat. No one knew what he was thinking about. After a while, he whispered through his lips, quite tempting. Right? The independent cold autumn he was reciting, the Xianxia River goes north, the head of the Tangerine continent. All kinds of creatures compete for freedom under the frosty sky. How do you recite the rest? Sinan said coldly, I'm referring to Zhou Rong, not Zhou Rong's nagging. Guo Weixiang did not react at first. After a few seconds, he sat up and looked at Sinan's cold face with a mixture of astonishment and emotion. Sinan was indifferent, as if he had forgotten his unexpected speech just now. Then he closed his eyes and began to chant. Guo Weixiang pricked up his ears and listened carefully for a long time. He felt that the cadence of the bird language was quite familiar. Finally, he could not help but ask humbly, what are you reciting? July 4, 1776, Pennsylvania, Declaration of Independence. Sinan Hui replied, I don't know how to recite poems. You'll have to make do with it. Can you see a pharmacy? No, there's none here. The tour bus driver turned the steering wheel and said seriously, no, little comrades. Big Brother used to travel long distances along the Xianxia River, so he's familiar with this place. There's no big pharmacy here, and the small pharmacy doesn't have the one you want. Inhibitors, Guo Weixiang reminded. Yes, inhibitors. The driver said, there's a Tongren medicine hall in front of us. It's been there for a few years, but I don't know if it's still open. Dr. Qing said kindly, Xiao Ren, shall we go and take a look? Ren Junyang was an introverted and quiet person who didn't like to talk. He blushed before he spoke. One night after he came, Zhou Rong had a fight with Yen however whether the organization could force a marriage. After the fight, he had no choice but to ask Xiao Ren for his opinion. However, Zhou Ronggan didn't intend to take Xiao Ren's opinion seriously after the fight, so his tone wasn't as warm as it was in spring. Xiao Ren was at a loss of what to do. He stuttered for a long time, unable to utter a complete sentence. When Zhou Rong asked him a few more questions, he actually cried on the spot. Zhou Rong was so frightened that he instantly walked 20 meters away. Dr. Cheng's tone was even more gentle, Xiao Ren? Xiao Ren rubbed his fingertips for a while and said softly, I don't know. They looked at each other. Guo Weixiang patted the driver's seat and said helplessly, let's go and take a look. However, the driver's memory failed to live up to everyone's expectations. After more than 10 minutes of going around in circles, they did find a Tongren medicine hall a few blocks away, but the signboard said, the store is located on the second floor of the mall. It was winter, so most zombies hid under large buildings to keep out the cold. Sinan looked at the underground passage with a gun on his back and shook his head, we can't go in. Forget it. Dr. Qing reminded, Captain Zhou and the others should have succeeded. We have to quickly find a place to meet them. Xiao Ren, what do you think? Everyone looked at him. Xiao Ren blushed and didn't say anything. Sinan glanced at Guo Weixiang, who shrugged. Sinan pressed on Ren Jianyang's shoulder and said firmly, come with me. He pulled Ren Junyang to the corner of the last row of the bus. His slender eyes narrowed, and the man who was originally sitting there immediately stood up and hurriedly made way for him, inviting him to do as he pleased with a smile. Sinan pushed Xiaoren into the room and asked him to sit down. He sat down as well and looked at Xiao's shy face. "What do you plan to do?" Tears immediately appeared in Ren Junyang's big eyes, and he was ready to cry. Sinan raised his eyebrows. Before Ren Junyang could say anything, he was scared back. "If you're about to die, the special forces will risk their lives to save you out of responsibility. But for things like estrus, if you have to pay with your life for the suppressant, then no one owes you anything." Sinan's voice was naturally slightly hoarse, and when it was whispered into one's ear, it could move one's heart. But when his voice was flat, like the heartbeat of a dead man, it sounded colder and more frightening. "You make your own decision. If you don't want them to randomly give you an alpha, just tell them who you like. I'll make them respect your opinion. Otherwise, it will increase the difficulty of escaping. Cooperate." Xiao Ren's face was pale, and he stared blankly at Sinan. He seemed to be frightened by the words, "You make your own decision." Sinan knocked on the dial. "My patience is 30 seconds. Xiao Ren seemed to be unable to believe that he could be so cold to an omega. After a long while, he squeezed out a trembling sentence. I don't know anything, I have no opinion, you have no opinion?" Xiao Ren lowered his head and rubbed the corner of his shirt. "You have no opinion if I randomly give you an alpha? Zhou Rong, Yan Hao, Chun Chao, Ding Shi, and Wu Weixiong, you don't care?" Xiao Ren's face was so red that it was about to drip blood. He replied with an almost inaudible yes. Sinan remembered Zhou Rong's mocking words the other day. What opinion does an omega need to express? He suddenly couldn't say a word. To add fuel to the fire, Xiao Ren immediately lowered his head and added a sentence like a mosquito. As long as you are responsible for me, even if you choose a partner yourself, if he accepts you, you have the obligation to be responsible for each other. What kind of problem is this?" Xiao Ren didn't say anything. His body was slightly twisted, and he looked like he wanted to say something but didn't dare to say it. After a long while, he squeezed out a sentence. I'm just an omega." Sinan carefully looked at his expression and suddenly seemed to understand something. All this time, he had never put himself in the shoes of a weak person, not physically, but psychologically. But if he thought about it, Ren Junyang's performance had actually clearly explained his heart. He wanted to be dominated by others. He hoped that Zhou Rong and the others would help him make the decision, so that in the future, whether good or bad, he would have someone to think, complain, or rely on. He hoped that he would be chosen by the alpha, be given away as someone's private property, and be fully protected and owned by the other party. In this way, he would be free of all the risks brought about by his own choice. He could be like a daughter wrapped around a tree, happily accepting the other party's full responsibility for him. This was actually the idea that many omega now more or less had. Sinan vaguely felt that he had seen such an omega before. He closed his eyes in a trance for a moment, but his mind was blank and he couldn't remember anything. "Sinan!" Wu Weixiong shouted from the front of the car. "Come over here, there's a platform here." "I know," Sinan said simply. He didn't look at Ren Junyang anymore and got up to leave his seat. The little Ren Junyang raised his head and seemed to hear a faint sigh when he turned around. But before he could tell whether it was his illusion or not, he saw Sinan walk through the car and stride towards Wu Weixiong and the others. He carried a submachine gun on his back, and his black riot police uniform made him look tall and flexible. His neck, which extended from the collar, looked as white as snow against his black hair. Because of the fitting jacket, the trousers of this uniform were 2 inches shorter. But the trousers were tucked into high-top black leather boots, so it didn't look short. It only made people feel that his legs were unreasonably long. His pace was fast and firm, as if people had to jog to keep up with him. How would he understand, Ren Junyang thought with some self-blame. He's not an omega, how would he know our suffering? But then he thought, there's nothing wrong with being an omega. At least we can be protected in the rear and have children in peace. We don't have to face those terrible monsters, and we don't have to take any responsibilities or obligations. Thinking of this, he subtly felt satisfied. Maternity Hospital. Guo Weixiang pointed to a 3-story building at the end of the street, and motioned Sinan to look at the roof. Hard flat roof, there are no fixed obstacles. Generally, the roof of a hospital meets the standards for landing helicopters. When the virus breaks out, the first batch of infected people will be sent to public hospitals and police stations, so the maternity hospital should be safe. Let's try it? Sinan thought for a few seconds and nodded slightly. Okay. The middle-aged driver roared and suddenly stepped on the accelerator. The tour bus roared onto the sidewalk, and all the passengers were shocked at the same time. After a few loud bangs, the bus knocked over a few zombies and stopped in front of the building. Guo Weixiang and Sinan rushed out of the bus, back to back, and swept away the zombies that chased in from the sidewalk and the white-clothed zombies that poured out of the hospital building. The bullet shells splashed on the ground under their feet. Dr. Ching and the driver quickly led the survivors out of the bus, spontaneously lined up, and rushed into the hospital under Sinan's lead. There were not many zombies in the lobby. Several pregnant women's family members dragged their feet in a daze, and before they could react, they were sent to heaven. Only the 2 nurses behind the front desk reacted fiercely, roaring and swaying as they chased out, as if they were very dissatisfied with the group of intruders who came out of nowhere. Guo Weixiang turned around and shot the 2 nurses, shouting, "See Xiaonan!" The escape team panicked but did not panic, quickly and orderly, and rushed up the stairs under Sinan's lead. What? Didn't you notice? Although Brother Rong is usually crazy and abnormal. Sinan, but his IQ. In fact, it's very high dash. Sinan didn't stop. He fired the submachine gun and beat back more than 20 zombies that swarmed in the corridor, causing the escapees to scream for a short time. But no one fell or caused chaos, and soon they regrouped, protecting the women and children in the middle, and continued to run upstairs. Look! Guo Weixiang shouted proudly, everyone's escape skills were trained by him. The order of the team was also arranged by him. How prescient! Don't you feel a trace of pride? 4. The middle-aged driver agreed as he ran. Captain Zhou is a capable man. Wu Xinyan, he's a good person. Dr. Ching, his genes are good too. Guo Weixiang, if he proposes, will you say yes? Sinan murmured, I really want to leave you guys behind. More than a dozen doctors and nurses rushed out of the rest station, each with a blood pressure monitor, stethoscope, and surgical forceps in their hands, and roared as they ran to the stairs. Sinan reacted quickly, and first swept away the leading group of zombies, and then shot a few more. But there were still a few attending doctors who, with their agility and resilience, rushed to the front with a heart-wrenching roar, but Sinan kicked them in the chest, and then twisted their heads off. You're too violent, Guo Weixiang complained, it's not easy to be a doctor in our country, you have to treat them gently. Sinan, it's just work. Doctors are high-income people. Guo Weixiang, what do you know, Comrade Xiaoxi? Don't talk nonsense. 5 years of undergraduate and 3 years of housemanship, 2 years of specialized training, no money at all. Dr. Ching roared. Dr. Ching was panting after climbing the stairs, and he complained, the number of surgeries I perform in a day is equivalent to that of a foreign doctor in a month, and I still have to deal with medical disputes after I leave the operating table, and I'm always at risk of being cut open when I go to work. I'm old now, but when I was young, I could run the 50-meter emergency department corridor in 6 seconds if the director told me to retreat. With a loud bang, Sinan pushed open the door to the rooftop of the corridor, feeling a headache. I'm sorry, okay? Guo Weixiang cleared the few zombies that were following them, and everyone went to the rooftop, closed the iron door behind them, and quickly locked it. It's safe. He roared, it's done. The rooftop of the 3-story building was flat, wide, and completely unobstructed, and it was enough for a helicopter to land. It was indeed a rare landing platform in the city. Sinan looked around at the gradually darkening sky, raised his hand to press the ruby earring, and felt the grain-sized button gently indent inward. The crowd was still in shock, and they didn't care about the strong wind on the rooftop, and sat down to rest. Okay, well done. Guo Weixiang walked forward, looked down at the surrounding of the hospital building, and said, now let's wait for Brother Rong and the others to pick us up in peace. Is that a pharmacy? The back door of the hospital was a construction site, and the zombie workers had probably all run away, so it was empty and desolate. There was a small road behind the construction site, and under the cover of the bare branches in winter, a corner of the green signboard of People's Pharmacy could be seen. Guo Weixiang estimated the distance in his mind, and felt that it should be feasible, so he sighed heavily. I'll go and take a look. Sinan glanced at him. Why? Guo Weixiang was very sensitive. Sinan said slowly, I thought you liked him. Well, actually, I didn't. Guo Weixiang paused, and said self-deprecatingly, there is a physiological attraction, but more of it is because I want to get rid of my singlehood. If I really like him, it's not that much. Do you understand? Well, it's okay if he doesn't like me, but he doesn't have to find a partner. Sinan said politely, happy to be heartbroken, you're a good person. Guo Weixiang, why are you the one giving me the good person card? Guo Weixiang touched his nose, took out Zhou Rong's 118 high-tech climbing gun from his tactical backpack, and said, I'll be back in 5 minutes at most. Give me your spare bullets, and you stay here and be on guard. Sinan had nothing to say. He watched Guo Weixiang shoot the climbing rope into the ground, then slid down the rope to the sidewalk, dashed across the construction site, and disappeared into the pharmacy like lightning. 5:30 in the afternoon, the sky was dark, and the cold wind was howling. Dark clouds gathered at the end of the sky, as if it was an ominous sign. Sinan frowned, and for some reason, his eyelids suddenly twitched twice, and then he saw 2 small, almost imperceptible black dots appear in the distant sky. It's a helicopter. Sinan immediately pressed the GPS again, and the crowd behind him stood up in discussion, letting out relieved and surprised shouts. Just then, Sinan suddenly looked down, and saw the pharmacy's display window explode, and Guo Weixiang rushed out crazily with broken glass all over his head and body. 2 seconds later, a group of zombies followed him out, and rushed into the street. Why are there so many zombies in the pharmacy? Sinan Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he grabbed the climbing rope, but heard Guo Weixiang yell without raising his head, I can deal with them. Don't come down. Stay up there. Guo Weixiang's 100-meter sprinting speed was incomparable to that of the zombies. He ran across the road like a phantom, rushed into the construction site, and jumped over the gravel pile, leaving the zombies far behind, and then ran to the sidewalk nailed with climbing ropes at the back entrance of the hospital. However, he made a mistake at this time. There was a brick wall between the construction site and the back entrance of the hospital, and there was a door at the corner of the brick wall for people to enter and exit. Guo Weixiang entered through the door, but at this time, maybe he wanted to save time, or maybe he was too confident in his skills, but when he rushed to the wall, he jumped up to the top of the wall without thinking, and kicked hard, 80 kilograms of weight, 40 kilograms of equipment, and the impact was strong enough to crack gold and crush stones. The temporary brick wall of the construction site was not the obstacle wall used for special forces training, so it couldn't withstand the impact and collapsed with a loud bang. Guo Weixiang was caught off guard, and he was buried under the bricks with his equipment. Sinan was so surprised that he didn't even react in the first 2 seconds, and then he heard Dr. Qing yell, oh no. The zombies were attracted by the fresh blood and meat, and they staggered into the construction site, moving step by step toward the brick wall. Guo Weixiang struggled to crawl a few times, and poked his head out from the pile of bricks with his head bleeding. He was about to be caught by the zombies. Sinan pulled out a handgun from the outside of his thigh and threw it to Dr. Qing, grabbed the climbing rope, and said concisely, protect the people. Dr. Qing hurriedly took the handgun, and in a flash, Sinan disappeared in front of his eyes. When he looked down again, he saw that Sinan appeared on the sidewalk downstairs out of thin air, and rushed straight to the construction site. What are you doing here? Guo Weixiang gasped, but Sinan grabbed his hand and pulled him out without saying anything. At this critical moment, Sinan didn't show any mercy. Even if Guo Weixiang was a sumo wrestler who was crushed by a truck, he would still be pulled out alive at this moment. However, he didn't expect that as soon as he pulled, Guo Weixiang screamed, ah. What's wrong with you? Guo Weixiang's face was pale, and cold sweat was as big as beads. He resisted the urge to shake his head, don't worry about it, hurry up. Sinan shot several zombies within 20 meters, and pulled Guo Weixiang out of the brick ruins. His calf was dripping with blood, and his ankle was bent at a strange angle, it was dislocated. The two cooperated very well. Sinan stood up and fired at the zombies, while Guo Weixiang sat down on the ground, grabbed his ankle, and gritted his teeth. Gotcha. It was reset. Can you do it? Yes. Run. The anxious roars of the crowd came from the rooftop in the distance. Hurry up. Hurry up. Here, here. Sinan supported Guo Weixiang with one hand, who was covered in cold sweat, and with the other hand, he fired at the approaching zombies, moving toward the back door of the hospital. However, it was difficult for Guo Weixiang to exert strength on his newly dislocated ankle, and there was a limit to how hard he could jump forward. Not only were the zombies from the pharmacy chasing after him, but even the zombies on the nearby streets smelled the alpha pheromones in his blood and came over. Bang! Bang, bang! Bang bang! Guo Weixiang gritted his teeth and killed several zombies on his right side, and shouted, "Don't worry about me, I can't climb up the rope." Sinan shouted in the midst of the gunshots, "Hold on, Zhou Ronghui is coming." "I can't hold on." Guo Weixiang shouted in his ear, "Don't let me get you into trouble, run. Take the inhibitor with you." Zombies surrounded them from all directions. Guo Weixiang made up his mind and forcibly broke away from Sinan, and pushed him forward. Go. Sinan staggered a step, shot several rows of zombies in front of him, and then turned back to carry Guo Weixiang on his back. But it was impossible for him to carry Guo Weixiang on his back, and the latter did not cooperate, so he struggled and shouted, "Go away. Go away. I don't know you, go away." Bang 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 bang, bullets rained down, and Guo Weixiang made a gap in the gradually closing zombie crowd in front of him. Then, he pushed Sinan in that direction and said, "Get out of here. Go." Sinan ran a few steps, but then stopped, and looked back at Guo Weixiang's bloody calf, his amber eyes trembling violently. Guo Weixiang struggled to move forward, and scolded him, but his roar was actually indistinct in the midst of the flying bullets. Zhou Rong, Yan Hao, Chen Chao, Ding Shi, and the dead Xianxia. In the flying bullets, the figures of those people laughing and fighting side by side flashed through his mind, and gradually overlapped with the figure of Guo Weixiang shouting angrily in front of him. Sinan's lips trembled slightly, and his chest heaved violently. He took out a military dagger from his back. Guo Weixiang suddenly smelled a hint of sweetness. The smell was soft and ethereal, but it had a strong penetrating power, and in an instant, it forced the thick gunpowder smell of the bullets to retreat. At the critical moment of life and death, he did not immediately recognize what the smell was, but then he subconsciously looked back. Sinan strode closer, his face as pale as snow, and he staggered slightly. On his bare left arm, there were 7 or 8 long bloody wounds, crisscrossing and dripping with blood. See, Guo Weixiang could not believe it, and murmured as if he was dreaming. "Sinan." Sinan paused, and then flew forward. The zombies found a fresher, sweeter, and more attractive target, and roared in unison. In their extended withered hands, Sinan was like a fearless bird of prey, rushing straight to the densest zombie crowd in front of Guo Weixiang. The next second, he jumped up and stepped on the heads of the zombies. The words "divine soldiers descending from the heavens" were not enough to describe the shock at this moment. Guo Weixiang was dumbstruck and petrified in place. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Sinan ran like crazy, almost stepping on the shoulders and necks of the zombies. He was so fast that only a few faint shadows could be seen. Countless rotten and withered hands reached out to grab his trousers, but before they could touch him, they were mercilessly trampled into meat paste. He was like a low-flying thunder. He jumped down from the last zombie, rolled to his feet, and rushed forward without looking back. Roar! Most of the zombies were attracted by the strong omega pheromone. They all turned around and chased after him. Sinan was very strong. He was as strong as any of the carefully selected special forces of Unit 118. Guo Weixiang had always known that. But this was the first time he felt that this person was so strong. He was so close to him, and there was no cover. The explosive power of a wild cheetah lingered on his retina for a long time. He couldn't even believe his own nose. It couldn't be omega. But the smell floating in the air was indeed the smell of omega pheromone. The roar of the helicopter landing came from above. Guo Weixiang shivered and quickly pulled the trigger on the dozens of zombies around him. The bullets of the machine gun poured out in an instant. Before he could reload the drum, several bullets brushed past him and hit the zombies in front of him in the head. Brother Rong. Two dark green helicopters circled and landed on the roof of the hospital. Before they completely touched the ground, Zhou Rong violently broke free from Ding Shi's obstruction and jumped down from the cabin. His coat fluttered in the wind caused by the propellers. Dr. Cheng's limbs were weak. He stumbled and ran up. Captain Zhou, CC Nan, I don't know what's going on. Zhou Rongyi didn't say anything. He grabbed the rope on the edge of the roof and slid down to the ground. As he ran, he fired a few shots to clear the zombies. Guo Weixiang stopped him. Rong, brother Rong, quick, that direction. Sinan went in that direction, are you okay? Guo Weixiang was tongue-tied. He could only shake his head frantically. Zhou Rongyi nodded and was about to chase after the Sinan when he suddenly stopped. What's that smell? Yan Hao followed him and seemed to have discovered something. He stopped in disbelief. Judging from Guo Weixiang's expression, perhaps even he himself did not believe what he had said, but in this race against time, time could not give him any buffer or cover. Only the naked truth was torn in front of everyone. Oh, Omega. Guo Weixiang said in a trembling voice, he is an Omega. Looking down from the sky, the zombies in a few blocks moved as soon as they heard the news. More and more zombies gathered and chased after the leading black dot. Gradually, they converged into a terrifying torrent. The cold air poured into his lungs and cut his internal organs, but Sinan knew that he could not stop. Zombies came out from the corners of the streets, behind the garbage dump, and from all kinds of unexpected crevices. Several times, he felt that the back of his coat was hooked by the zombies' nails. If he stopped for a moment, he would immediately be torn into bloody pieces on the street. The buildings on both sides of the street passed by quickly. Suddenly, Sinan caught a glimpse of something. He turned his head and saw the bright red words on the wall, demolition. The old city was being demolished. Across the street was the construction site. On the construction site, the crane stood alone. The dense steel bars and cement slabs were half built and had not been poured with concrete yet. At first glance, it looked quite strange. Sinan did not care whether his luck today was against the construction site or not. He immediately turned and ran onto the sidewalk with the hands of the zombies in the front row. He turned sideways and jumped over the guardrail. He rushed into the construction site and quickly climbed up with his hands and feet. Most of the zombies were tripped by the guardrail that was half the height of a person. The rest stepped on the bodies of their companions and jumped into the construction site. They screamed and chased to the construction site and clumsily climbed up the guardrail. However, the zombies' knees were stiff and they did not cooperate at all. They often fell down after 2 steps. For a moment, the ground was full of zombies. It was very lively. Sinan climbed to the top of the guardrail that was more than 10 meters above the ground. He flipped into the interior of the building and finally stopped on a concrete slab. He spasmodically exhaled. There were 7 or 8 bloody wounds on his left arm that had already dried up. The wounds were crisscrossed and looked quite ferocious and scary. Sinan trembled and rolled down his sleeves. Only then did he feel a sharp pain in his arm as if it was pricked by needles when he exerted a little force. The excessive blood loss caused him to feel slightly dizzy, and his originally cold and pale face became even more frighteningly pale. In fact, he did not need to cut himself so hard. It would be very troublesome if he injured his ligaments and carpal arteries. But if he cut his abdomen, thigh, or other parts, it would affect his running speed. It would be a pity if he was caught by the zombies. Sinan knelt on the suspended concrete slab. He thought for a moment and finally came to the conclusion that the next time he came, he could only cut his face. He laughed at himself. Suddenly he heard something and looked up at the street. The engine was approaching from afar. A motorcycle rushed out of the corner of the street, turned around with an ear-piercing drift sound, and sped up to the construction site. There were 2 riders on the motorcycle, one in the front and one in the back. From such a long distance, Sinan recognized that it was Zhou Rong at a glance. Zhou Rong and Yan Hao. You too. Sinan raised the corner of his mouth, even though he did not realize it was a smile. What on earth is going on between you two? Sinan Horan straightened up and waved his hand. The motorcycle rose into the air and jumped over the guardrail beautifully. The machine gun opened fire in the air. The group of zombies staggered after being hit. They roared and turned around when they found a new target. As soon as Zhou Rong stopped the car, the huge force caused the car to flip sideways, and in a flash, several zombies were sent flying. Yan Hao cooperated with the tacit understanding, and the machine gun madly sprayed out bullets like a torrential rain. Immediately, the first wave of zombies that pounced on Zhou Rong had their limbs broken, and they twitched and fell to the ground. Zhou Rong got off the motorcycle, took out the assault rifle, and walked towards the zombies while firing. His roar was intermittent in the rain of bullets. Si Xiao. Nan, you. The smile in Sinan's eyes gradually disappeared. He began to realize a problem. They knew. They must have known. What would Zhou Rong, that idiot, say? What would the others think? This thought flashed through his mind. Before he had time to think about it, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He tilted his head reflexively and avoided the claws reaching for the back of his head. Zombies, a large decaying object came with the smell of blood. Sinan rolled on the ground and dodged the sharp teeth of the zombie in the nick of time. However, the concrete slab between the steel bars of the building was very narrow. There was nowhere to hide. The zombie turned around and pounced on him. When its chest pressed down, Sinan almost spat out his lungs from his throat. The zombie wore a yellow helmet. It must have been a contractor when it was alive. It probably owed a lot of wages to migrant workers. It was fat and had a huge body. It weighed at least 150 pounds. When it stood up, it was probably as tall as Zhou Rong and Yan Hao. Sinan pressed against the zombie's neck to prevent it from biting down. It was hard to imagine how a fat zombie could climb more than 10 meters high. Perhaps it was because it was too fat that it tried to climb up when the virus broke out. After it turned into a zombie, it couldn't climb down. That was why it was stuck on the reinforced concrete frame. Gulp. The zombie's throat was choked. Its face was getting closer and closer. Sinan grabbed the shoulder strap of the submachine gun and pulled it twice. It didn't budge. He pulled out his dagger and planned to stab the zombie in half. However, at this moment, there was a sudden cracking sound around him. Sinan didn't immediately realize what it was. Then, his body sank down. Crack, concrete slab, boom. Sinan didn't even have time to curse the shoddy construction in his mind. The concrete slab was torn apart and he fell down from the 10-meter-high frame. In fact, if it was broken down in slow motion, see. Nan's stress reaction at this time could be called a textbook standard. He hugged his head, bent his body, protected his heart and lungs, tried his best to make himself curl up into a ball, bounced off the overgrown steel bars, and avoided all the fatal parts. The zombie that was a few times bigger than him was not so lucky. It was directly pierced through the chest by the steel bars and stopped in midair. Bang, the recoil made Sinan bounce up. In an instant, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The back of his head hit the concrete floor heavily. In the first few seconds, he tried to keep his eyes open as if he wanted to stay awake. He even wanted to get up. But it was futile. Dizziness, nausea, severe pain in his internal organs, sticky and thick blood, and the whole noisy world gradually left him. It was like the surface of a river in another world. He seemed to have fallen like this before, not long ago. But he couldn't remember anything. Black fog rose from the ground and gathered from all directions. It slowly enveloped his vision and turned his 5 senses into a silent plain. Start searching, damn it, can he survive after jumping from such a high height? F***ck this kid, catch him. The city in the distance was brightly lit, but the wind under the cliff was bone-chilling. Footsteps and barking dogs could be heard in the dark night. The soldiers' curses came one after another, and countless flashlights swept around. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Over there!" Sinan's face was covered in blood. He got up from the grass under the cliff and stumbled forward a few steps. Several military dogs pounced on him at the same time. Caught him, quick, bite him, teach him a lesson. Who am I? Where am I? Where is this place? All the pain and struggle were blurred in the chaos. In a trance, he only found that he had become very small. His hands and feet were small, and he couldn't even push away the ferocious giant dogs. Ha ha ha, look at him, harsh laughter, blinding flashlights, hot breaths of ferocious beasts, cold and wet grass, countless bizarre scenes turned into blades in the void, cutting the center of his brain until blood flowed freely. The last trace of human consciousness was torn. Hatred burned in his blood and filled his pupils. The moment before he fell into the darkness, he only heard an inhuman roar coming from his throat. 4 military dogs and 2 soldiers unfortunately died in the line of duty. 6 people were injured, and 2 were seriously injured. Sinan opened his eyes in the ghastly white laboratory. The hexagonal space was embedded with mirrored walls. He looked up, and countless familiar and young faces looked at him from all directions. Bloodstained bandages were tangled in his black hair. Handcuffs and several wires tied him to a chair that looked like a dentist's chair. What happened? He closed his eyes. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember. All that was left in his mind was despair, resentment, and exhaustion after the severe pain burned away. Electric shock, someone said coldly. Suddenly, the electric current crawled all over his body. Sinan was caught off guard and screamed. His small body trembled violently as he struggled with all his might. After a few seconds, the electric shock ended. Sinan was still convulsing. He struggled to open his eyes and saw that the mirror in front of him changed. Several researchers wearing white masks flashed in front of him. "What's your name?" Sinan gasped and gritted his teeth. "Electric shock." Ah. The electric shock stopped. Sinan's body convulsed and his vision blurred. The lingering pain made him unable to come back to his senses. It took him a long time to slowly see the scene around him. Not far away, a researcher appeared behind the screen and looked at him coldly. "What's your name?" Sinan turned his head away. His chest heaved violently as if he was dying. "Electric shock." Electric shock. Electric shock. Time became extraordinarily long in the endless torture. After countless rounds of pain, Sinan's body looked like he had just been fished out of cold water. His black hair was wet and stuck to his pale forehead. His lips were blue and trembling constantly. The exposed skin of his hands and feet was covered with fine electric shock scars. "What's your name?" Sinan gasped for a long time before he finally spoke. His 6-year-old voice was as hoarse as sandpaper. "Noah." The researcher recorded it. A few seconds later, the screen changed to a row of test tubes. From left to right, there were different colors of liquid medicine. Light blue, light red, dark green, and crimson were lined up in a row, all the way to the shocking black on the far right. The researcher's unchanged voice sounded again after the mechanical voice changer. "Your mother injects the test subjects every day, and the same injects you. Which 2 drugs are they?" Sinan's pupils dilated as he stared straight at the test tubes. After a while, a fierce look gradually appeared in his eyes. The little beast was forced into a desperate situation. It was burning with anger and madness. The wires were squeaking, and the handcuffs were squeaking due to extreme tension. The researcher turned off the screen. The next moment, his voice sounded again. "Electric shock." A heart-wrenching scream resounded in the laboratory until he lost his voice. After an unknown period of time, Sinan woke up from his coma again. His brain was a mess, and his memory was fragmented. He stared blankly at the snow-white metal ceiling, staring blankly at countless of himself. The door slid open silently. He moved a little and forced himself to look. A middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, approached steadily. He had a face that looked very familiar because he had appeared many times on television and in newspapers. However, this face was not as inspiring and amiable as when he was speaking to the public, nor was it as solemn and dignified as when he was speaking on television. He looked cold, and because of his condescending attitude, there was even a sense of nervousness and gloom. He stood in front of Sinan and glanced at the 6-year-old child's body that was constantly twitching due to the electric shock. He narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly took out a knife from his keychain to cut the wires and opened the handcuffs with 2 clicks. "Do you know me?" He stood up and asked calmly. "Do you know who I am?" The silence lasted for a long time, but the man did not coldly throw out the word electric shock like the researcher. On the contrary, he was unusually patient. He stared at Sinan's eyes that were as alert as a cub's and slowly said, "I'm your new father." Smack. There was a crisp sound, and Sinan's swift punch came to an abrupt stop. The man held his wrist tightly and forced him to put down his hand inch by inch. "You're not my father." Sinan stared at him and said hoarsely. "My father is sick. He sleeps in a wooden box." "He's just sick like this?" The man sneered and easily dragged Sinan to the corner of the laboratory. He swiped a card and opened a metal door. A few ragged, skeleton-like people paced back and forth in the open space. Their footsteps were staggering as they tried to reach forward and let out involuntary howls. Perhaps the breath of the living had alarmed them. The zombies slowly turned around and stared straight at them as they began to move toward the door. Sinan took half a step back in fear. The man immediately grabbed him and pushed him into the room. "Break their necks, or you'll die." The man's demonic voice came from behind and penetrated his memory. It took root and sprouted in his subconscious and grew wildly into a lifelong nightmare. "Kill them. Destroy their brains. Or you'll die." Xianxia, construction site. Sinan, wake up, Sinan." Bullets splashed hot sand. In the haze, someone was running and shouting. Their voices were muffled as if they were separated by water. Sinan opened his eyes slightly. His pupils, which were blurred by blood, suddenly dilated. He raised his trembling hand. Kill them, he's awake." Sinan, how do you feel?" Xianxia turned back and shouted, "Captain, quick. Break out of the encirclement and retreat." Xianxia's voice suddenly stopped. He felt a hand, which was cold due to excessive blood loss, accurately grasped his wrist bone. Crack, a lightning-like pain struck him. Xianxia turned back in shock and could hardly believe his eyes. His wrist bone was strangely bent. It had been broken. "No one will help you, no one will save you. The world despises you. You're a born monster." Rotting flesh, venomous insects, waving dead branches, and ferocious sharp teeth. The living dead filled the mountains and plains, obscuring the boundless nightmares. Sinan looked back in panic. In the dream, only the cross stood tall in the distance, the church collapsed silently in the black fire, and the priest's voice resounded through the sky. "Eternal warriors, the future of the Dark Age, resurrected from the grave, enjoy eternal life." The child's amber pupils shrank subconsciously. He wanted to run, but there was nowhere to hide. All his consciousness was covered by a familiar and cold voice. Virtual scene, establish stress mechanism. If the killing speed is less than 2/1s, it will be confirmed that you have failed, and you will be electrocuted. Time starts. Xianxia roared desperately, "Sinan." Before he could finish his words, Sinan kicked him in the chest, and his back hit the wall heavily. The violent collision caused Xianxia's body to bounce back, and he spat out blood foam. The next moment, his throat was locked by fingers, and a huge force pressed him back to the wall again, and then lifted him up uncontrollably. Xianxia's eyes were wide open, and he struggled to no avail. He felt that his toes had left the ground. "See. Nan." He squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. Sinan was indifferent. He was like a cold and fierce fighting machine, without thinking or humanity. The hand that locked Xianxia's throat was like steel, motionless. But his eyes were half closed, and his eyelashes covered all his expressions, and even the focus of his vision could not be seen. Xianxia's face turned red and then blue. His undislocated hand trembled as he grabbed Sinan's wrist. But in the rapid lack of oxygen, all his struggles became futile, and he could not even make Sinan's fingers loosen. "Why," he thought bitterly. "Wake up. Please, Sinan, wake up." His inner begging was doomed to be futile. Xianxia heard his throat creak, and his vision blurred. He couldn't even feel the pain of his dislocated wrist. A second before he fell into the abyss, he saw Sinan raise his hand. His fingers were as sharp as knives, and he was about to dig out his eyeballs. "Who am I? How was I born?" There were billions of creatures in the world. They were born, grew old, got sick, and died. They were happy, angry, sad, and happy. Time had gathered into history and washed every rock on earth. How could there be a me? What did you turn me into? What did you turn him into? The 16-year-old boy stood in the grassland and pointed at the iron-gray tombstone covered with moss behind him. His roar resounded through the cemetery. Have you asked for our opinion? Do you know that's not what he wants at all? Why did he have to force someone who had already left to stay? Why did he have to let him go? Let the dead go. The woman's expensive black dress spread out on the muddy ground as she burst into tears. You turned us all into monsters. There's no time, no life and death. You turned the person you love into a monster. The boy staggered back. He looked at the woman. Tears finally fell from his eyes onto his pale cheeks. Dad is not sick. He's dead, he's no longer here. The first flash of lightning finally lit up the sky above the manor. Thunder rumbled across the sky. The boy ran up the steps and rushed into the hall. He pushed open the heavy mahogany door at the end of the corridor. The wind blew through the hall, and the burning candle fell onto the silver plate. The boy stopped in his tracks. He saw a pair of feet hanging in the air. His gaze slowly moved upward. He looked at the woman with disheveled hair for a long time. Finally, he knelt down on the ground. Noah, a voice came from the other end of the corridor. The hand-woven carpet turned into pieces under his trembling fingertips. After a long time, the boy stood up and walked through the corridor unsteadily. He didn't even look away when he passed by the person. Noah. The person grabbed his hand. The boy didn't break free. He said faintly, "Are you happy?" The man's words were blocked. After a while, he snorted. His expression was slightly distorted. Yes, of course I'm happy. I still remember how you. Before he finished speaking, the boy had already broken free from his hand. He walked out of the luxurious hall step by step. He walked along the exceptionally green and gloomy path before the rainy season and out of the manor. The rain formed countless lines between heaven and earth. The world was white as far as the eye could see. Every step was muddy and heavy. It was as if his feet were entangled by countless invisible chains that were difficult to break free from. They extended toward the endless borders of the nightmare. Dead. They were all dead. Then why were these chains still there? He clearly had no connection with this world anymore, but why did the pain, and bondage still exist clearly in his bones and couldn't be erased no matter what? The panting in the storm was like the howling of a beast. The boy's footsteps gradually sped up. It became a frantic and desperate run. There's no other way, he thought. Just like the countless electric shocks imprinted in the depths of the soul, all fates had already determined the final outcome. There was no other way except endless slaughter. Bang! Xianxia felt the shackles loosened. Fresh air rushed into his lungs. He choked and coughed. He didn't even realize that he had fallen to the ground. After a few seconds, the stars in his eyes finally faded. In a trance, he heard Zhou Rong shout, "Be careful." Xianxia rolled on the ground. The military dagger was inserted into the cement floor close to his body. Sinan Kong wanted to pull out the dagger, but Zhou Rong kicked the dagger far away. He twisted Sinan's body and pressed him to the ground. The two of them were entangled and rolled for a few meters. Along the way, they knocked down countless wooden pillars and stone slabs. Xianxia didn't have time to care about the pain in his throat. He put his wrist back and used his uninjured hand to pick up the dagger. He stabbed it into the zombie's jaw behind him and directly pierced through its skull. Most of the zombies on the construction site had been shot by Zhou Rong. Only a few zombies with broken limbs were still groaning and rolling on the ground. Xianxia stumbled to find his gun and finished them off with a few shots. Then he heard a loud noise behind him. He turned around and saw Sinan holding Zhou Rong's neck and pushing him against the cement wall. But Zhou Rong was not Xianxia. The moment his toes left the ground, he bent his knees and kicked Sinan's chest. Sinan fell into a pile of gravel a few meters away. Zhou Rong strode forward and helped Sinan up from the pile of gravel. He first rubbed his chest, then sat on him without saying anything. He used the strength of his knees to stop Sinan's elbow from struggling. Then he pinched Sinan's crotch. "Sinan. Wake up, look at me. Look at me." Sinan's unfocused eyes moved. He stared at Zhou Rong. Blankly. "Look at me. What is this?" Zhou Rong held his chin and made him look at his index finger. Then he patted his face hard. You don't recognize me? I'm Zhou Rong. Your brother Rong. How dare you not recognize me? Zhou Rong. Sinan closed his eyes and then opened them again. He was like a mental patient who had fallen into a crazy dream. His eyes flashed with fear and hatred. This was clearly a hallucination caused by severe stimulation of the brain. It was a symptom of being unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. Zhou Rong's heart sank. He pinched the back of Sinan's neck and forced him to look at his eyes closely. Look at me, Sinan. I'm Zhou Rong. We escaped from T-City and the fertilizer factory together. Brother Rong has always liked you. You also like Brother Rong, right? You know that Brother Rong will never hurt you and will always protect you. You're willing to go with me, right? Sinan. Zhou Rong's mellow and domineering voice poured directly into Sinan's ears. Like hypnosis, Sinan entered a dream and became a distant halo in the world washed by the storm. Zhou Rong. He whispered nervously and avoided Zhou Rong's eyes. It's me. Look at me. Zhou Rong held Sinan's beautiful chin again. It's okay. I'm here to pick you up. You're safe. Listen to me, baby. Look at me. Sinan's wandering eyes were like a small fish that was finally caught by Zhou Rong. He was held tightly in the palm of his hand and forced to look at him. Zhou Rong's deep eyes seemed to contain some kind of invisible power, while Sinan was at a loss. After a while, some kind of violent thing finally receded from his eyes. He called softly and his tone was full of uncertainty. Zhou Rong? Zhou Rong leaned over and planted a kiss on Sinan's trembling eyelids, then moved down to kiss Sinan's nose, cheeks, and lips. That warm and sunny touch dispelled the torrential rain, and the memory returned to a certain hot summer. In the dense forest, with the saltiness of sweat and the fragrance of the plants, the young man stood on his tiptoes and kissed the chin of the battered Special Forces soldier. His eyes flashed with a cunning light. Zhou Rong. Sinan murmured. Although it was just a normal call, Zhou Rong's heart melted in an instant. He couldn't help but let out a hum and subconsciously rubbed the fresh and white soft flesh on the back of Sinan's neck. Sinan didn't say anything. Zhou Rong felt that the body under him showed signs of loosening. Suddenly, a huge rock fell to the ground, and the shackles were released. He gave Yan Hao a look and motioned for him to push the motorcycle. Then, he casually held the assault rifle and tightened the gun strap that was slipping off his shoulder. Then he reached out and tried to carry Sinan in his arms. But at this moment, Sinan caught a glimpse of him holding the assault rifle. Reality was reflected into the brain through the retina. It was exaggerated, distorted, and magnified. The chaotic neurons formed another picture, fully armed soldiers, running and barking hounds, and machine guns that flashed as they spat bullets in the dark night. Run! Run! Someone screamed hysterically in the flames. Run! A woman screamed desperately behind him. They're coming for you, run! Why did we lose our freedom, get robbed, and be imprisoned? The little boy took his mother's hand, looked up and asked, Mom, does God love the world? In the halo, his mother lowered her head, and the familiar face gradually distorted and deformed. Black spots of decay climbed up her beautiful face, maggots and mud covered her amber eyes, and the flesh on her fingers fell off, revealing the white bones. All of this was reflected in the little boy's frightened eyes. Run, Noah. Don't be caught by anyone, run. Sinan. Zhou Rong got up in horror, but it was too late. In the thousandth of a second when he let his guard down, Sinan rushed out like a cannonball and knocked Yan Hao down. Catch him. Yan Hao rolled to get up. Before he could exert his strength, Sinan sat sideways on the motorcycle, one long leg on the ground, and looked at them, panting. No, he was not looking at anyone at all. His eyes went straight through Zhou Rong and Yan Hao, as if he was looking at something in the void that made him extremely afraid and terrified. It was the devil buried deep in the ground, and the nightmare that had never left in his life. Come back. Zhou Rong said softly, trembling, and opened his hands. Come back, Si Xiaonan, please come back to Brother Rong. Sinan. The second the engine started, Zhou Rong jumped out like an arrow, but he only touched the corner of the back seat. Then the motorcycle turned into flowing flames, roaring and rushing to the street. Woo! Under the stunned gaze of Zhou Rong and Yan Hao, the motorcycle jumped over the guardrail and landed with a loud crash. Sinan did not hesitate anymore, and he did not even turn his head. The motorcycle broke through the sky like a meteor, roaring and disappearing at the corner of the street. Zhou Rong chased after him for 2 steps, picked up the submachine gun and threw it on the ground, slapping himself in the face. Yan Hao shook his head in panic. Why, what's going on? Zhou Rong's voice was full of irritation and depression. Come back. Yan Hao stopped abruptly, and found that on the street in the distance, the scattered zombies had appeared again. They were gathering in groups of 2s and 3s, slowly approaching the construction site. They were still on the street with no shelter, and the city center was full of millions of zombies. It was too dangerous. Yan Hao grabbed the gun, and suddenly the roar of the propeller above his head rapidly approached, followed by the sound of the machine gun's explosion, and the zombies on the street twitched and flew away. They looked up and saw 2 large dark green helicopters hovering at a low altitude. The hatch was opened, and Grassy threw down a rope ladder. Come up. Where's Sinan? What's going on? Dingshi asked loudly in the strong wind. Zhou Rong's face was gloomy, and he shook his head without answering. He said briefly, turn on the strong lights and search the city center, quick. The sky darkened rapidly, and darkness fell. The most terrible night of the apocalypse was coming. How long could a man who lacked warm clothes and food, lost his gun, and was delirious and alone survive in the city center with millions of zombies? Could he survive until the next morning? The answer was like the dark clouds in the night sky, weighing heavily on everyone's heart. The 2 helicopters turned on the searchlights, and the onboard loudspeakers were turned to the maximum, but all the calls were like stones thrown into the stormy sea, instantly disappearing in the stormy sea of zombies. The helicopters flew along the streets and over the roofs of every building at a low altitude, but no miracle happened. The slender and strong figure that everyone was familiar with really disappeared without a trace, just as suddenly as when he came, as if it was a helpless and predestined fate. Brother Rong. Dingshi's voice trembled. There's limited fuel, and we have to fly to the South Sea. I'm afraid there was not enough fuel. Under everyone's gaze, Zhou Rong sat behind the pilot's seat. The man's handsome and gloomy side profile, from his forehead to the bridge of his nose, and even his thin lips and chin, outlined a frightening and sharp outline in the shadow of the searchlights. When I left, he said abruptly without warning, I'll leave. I told him to wait for me to pick you up. It was a very calm tone, but Dingshi was suppressed by some kind of terrible power in his words, and she did not dare to respond. He really did wait. When he saw me at the construction site, he smiled and waved at me from afar. But I couldn't pick him up as promised. Brother Rong, Dingshi choked, this is not anyone's fault, he wanted to go with me, but when he got on the motorcycle, he hesitated and looked at me, maybe he wanted to give me a last chance. But I shouldn't have touched the gun, he was so scared at that time, and I scared him away. Zhou Rong closed his eyes. Except for the roar of the helicopter, the cabin was terrifyingly quiet. After a while, he took a shiny silver object tied to a rope from around his neck. Dingshi recognized it as the chip that had downloaded all the virus research data in the B military region. Zhou Rong held the chip in his hand and knocked on the pilot's seat as if he was unconscious. Suddenly, he pointed down and said, What's on the roof? Let's go closer and take a look. Dingshi did not react. She lowered the helicopter and scanned the roof with the searchlights. There's nothing, the target area is about 200 square meters. Brother Rong? Zhou Rong threw the chip on the pilot's seat, unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the cabin door, and looked back in the cold wind with a smile. Waiting for us in the South Sea. That smile was extremely chic. Dingshi reached out to grab it, but Zhou Rong had already jumped down and exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Rong landed steadily from a height of 9 meters and pulled out the assault rifle on his back. He left decisively in the midst of everyone's frenzied screams and disappeared into the dangerous night of the city. Sinan. Si Xiaonan. Brother Rong is here to pick you up. Come out. Shouts echoed on the dark street. Zhou Rong put down the loudspeaker that he had just dug out from the ruins of the shop and scanned the surroundings through the infrared ray. The human-shaped objects within a radius of 100 meters quickly gathered. As far as the eye could see, they were densely packed and filled with ghostly shadows. Zhou Rong shot down a few zombies behind him. He fired the rope gun and quickly climbed up the telephone pole. The moment he left the ground, the zombies swarmed towards him and tried their best to reach out their hands. Shouting back and forth in the streets and alleys was the most dangerous and inefficient method at the moment. Zhou Rong knew that the best thing to do was to find a safe and secluded place to rest and keep warm until dawn. They could only take action when the visibility improved. However, he knew that Sinan could not wait. He could not survive the long, deadly night alone, in the most dangerous part of the city, in this terrible state. Zhou Rong took a breath of the cold air and used the stinging pain in his lungs to stay awake. He narrowed his eyes like a beast hunting in the middle of the night. Laden down to social personality, schizophrenia, unpredictable movements. Do not use any means to stimulate them to restore their sanity, hybrid Omega, he murmured. He cast his gaze into the void. On the afternoon of their first encounter, inside the besieged parking building, a young man whose entire body was completely covered by a motorcycle jacket and helmet raised his head from the street. Their eyes met across the air. "Is that you?" Zhou Rong asked in a low voice. Just like he had done countless times in secret, he raised his hand to pinch the soft cheek, but all he could feel was the bone-chilling winter wind. "Brother Rong, you're wrong. I don't mean to look down on Omega, and I'm willing to respect your opinion. If you're willing to come back, as long as you come back, Brother Rong will wait for you to choose." Zhou Rong closed his eyes and allowed himself to wallow in regret and sorrow for a short moment. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes and forced himself to enter combat mode again. He fired the rope gun from the telephone pole and quickly rushed to the next block. At the same time, 1 kilometer away, at a certain residence, the soles of his boots stepped on the broken glass on the floor, making a slight crashing sound. At the same time, the shadow in the corner of the room moved. In the darkness, a decaying gray face turned around, as if it had smelled the scent of fresh human flesh. Its turbid eyes rolled. A figure wrapped in the cold wind staggered into the house, as if he did not notice the fatal danger in the corner of the house. Wu, the half-rotten chest was leaking air, and the zombie staggered to its feet. Its predatory instinct soared under the stimulation of the Omega's sweet pheromone. It pounced forward, grabbed the person, and bit him. The taste of flesh and blood instantly filled its rotten mouth. However, before the zombie had time to take a second bite, a cracking sound came from its neck. The zombie's head tilted at a strange angle, and then it was picked up by someone with one hand and smashed heavily against the wall. Half of the wall was splattered with brain matter. Sinan let out a vague groan. He vaguely felt pain in his wrist, but he couldn't see what was happening. He raised his hand and touched it, as if he had touched wet flesh. "I was bitten by a zombie," this thought flashed through his subconscious mind. This was actually very strange, because his whole body seemed to be floating on clouds. Disordered halos and spots constantly flashed in front of his eyes, and his spiritual world switched back and forth between reality and illusion. He couldn't even remember who he was, and he couldn't tell whether he was standing, sitting, or had fainted. But he just knew that he was bitten by a zombie. With a loud bang, he fell to the ground, his back against the wet and dirty wall. He stretched out his trembling long legs, and his chest made a tearing sound when he breathed. "Bitten again," he thought. "You were bitten again," someone said with anger, one word at a time. It was a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a camouflage uniform. He was not much older, probably in his early 20s, but because of his good family background, he had a military rank on his shoulder. Arrogance, disgust, and anger floated in the corner of his eyes. Sinan leaned against the electric chair. He wore a white t-shirt, his body had a kind of thin teenager, and his head was casually tilted. "So, are you going to punish me?" He probably hadn't cut his hair for a while, but his messy bangs couldn't hide his bright and mocking eyes. He said indifferently, "Come on." Probably irritated by this attitude, the man grabbed him by the collar and said angrily, "Do you think this is harming you? You are a monster to begin with. Other than accepting experiments and special training, what else can you do? If father had thrown you into the orphanage, you would now be a lowly person working in a convenience store or driving a takeout delivery driver." Sinan raised one of his eyebrows. "Oh? In your eyes, the definition of a lowly person is driving a takeout delivery driver? You are really a well-educated young master. The man opened his mouth to curse, but Sinan curled his lips maliciously. I thought that after my dirty and lowly mother died, your father, who was so grief-stricken that he drank all day, was the real lowly person. With a crisp slap, the man slapped Sinan to the side, and blood slowly seeped out of the corner of his mouth. The teenager gasped for breath, turned his head back and smiled at him. Or rather, you, who are full of resentment towards your father while trying in vain to get his approval, may be worse than a lowly person. He thought he was going to be slapped again, but the man raised his hand and stopped in midair. After 5 seconds of dead silence, he suddenly roared, "Electric shock!" As soon as he finished speaking, a blue light lit up, and Sinan's body spasmed backward, his hands and feet spasming. A few seconds later, the electric shock ended. Sinan didn't wake up, and remained motionless in the posture of sinking into the back of the chair. He didn't move for a long time, and even his chest stopped rising and falling. The man waited for more than 10 seconds, and finally, suspicion appeared in his eyes. He cautiously stepped forward and stopped for a moment before reaching out to feel the pulse on the side of his neck. He felt that the pulse under the delicate skin at the tip of his finger was unusually weak. He tentatively extended his index finger to the tip of the teenager's nose. His breathing was so light that it was almost imperceptible. How could this be? Get some people here. He turned on the walkie-talkie on his shoulder, gave a brief order, and unlocked the handcuffs on the teenager's wrists. At this moment, Sinan's originally pale, slender, and lifeless fingers clenched, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged. Realizing that something was wrong, the man quickly stepped back, but the wind was as fast as lightning. Sinan grabbed the armrest, stood up sideways, and kicked the man to the corner of the wall. The ground shook with a loud crash, and the man was caught off guard. He cried out in pain, and his body suddenly sank. He opened his eyes and saw Sinan Fu in front of him, with one knee pressed against his chest, and violently grabbed the collar of his camouflage uniform. The teenager's pale forehead was drenched in cold sweat, and the aftershock of the electric shock had not completely faded. However, the pain had coated him with a layer of demonic light, and the tyrannical force of attraction that he didn't realize was so strong that it was hard to look away. "Are you afraid of me?" he asked with a smile. The man's breath was stuck in his throat, and a strong sense of humiliation turned into anger, as well as a sudden surge of indescribable emotion, forced him to be silent. "You're afraid of a monster like me, but you want to have the ability of a monster." When Sinan smiled, a small white tooth appeared at the corner of his mouth, and on his handsome face, it was actually very charming. However, if you looked into his eyes, you would only feel a chill in your heart, as if you were looking at a demon awakening from the abyss of hell. Stupid without knowing it, greedy without knowing it. The teenager bent down and whispered in his ear, "All of you will pay the price." The door of the laboratory behind him was knocked open, and the guards rushed in, hurriedly pulling the teenager away. Another person stepped forward and carefully helped the man up from the ground. Some people were shouting, some were roaring, but Sinan didn't hear anything clearly. He didn't even look at the indescribable gaze of the man across the crowd. When he turned around, he had already forgotten if he had been punished more severely that day, and only remembered the twisted pleasure in the depths of his heart. "All of you will pay the price. And I don't care about anything. Because fate brought everything to the grave, and I have nothing left, so I don't care about anything." 6 o'clock in the morning. The night spiraled up from the ground, and at the end of the vault of the sky appeared endless gray, like the faded spots of a washed black cloth, gradually expanding in sight. Zhou Rong held a gun in one hand, hiding behind a transformer in the corner of the alley, and licked the back of his hand that was scratched when he fell from the second floor, and breathed out a white breath in exhaustion. On the road not far away, zombies were gradually coming out of the darkness, swaying in groups and roaring. It was a new day in the apocalypse. "See Xiaonan." Zhou Rong gasped and murmured, "Give me some courage, please." The zombies seemed to have discovered something, and at the same time, they turned around and squeezed into the alley. Zhou Rong gritted his teeth, got up from behind the transformer and pulled the trigger. The first few zombies fell down, but more zombies excitedly stepped over the corpses of their own kind, and rushed forward. Zhou Rong ran wildly, roaring with all his strength, "See, Xiao, Nan! See Xiaonan!" In the messy rented house, Sinan, who was unconscious, suddenly twitched, and his eyelashes trembled and were about to open. The first ray of sunlight shone through the window lattice, reflecting the zombie's decapitated body, the dried and black skeleton of a baby in the corner of the house, the wall splattered with rotten blood and brain matter, and under the overturned desk, there was an electronic clock that was still flashing with green light. 6:12 a.m. The sunlight gradually became clear at an extremely slow speed, spreading out into a dim and narrow light belt on the floor. At the end of the light belt, the bloody teeth marks on Sinan's wrist were slowly drying, scabbing, and turning into purple-black scars that began to fall off. New tender skin was exposed after the scabs, and the pink color had not completely faded, quietly bathing in the misty dawn of a new day. Sinan closed his eyelids tightly, opened them again a few minutes later, and sat up blankly. "Is anyone here?" He looked around and asked hoarsely. The rented house was dead silent, and no one answered. "Zhou Rong?" he asked in a low voice. "Brother Rong?" Sinan got up. His head was a little dizzy, and he walked unsteadily to the window. Between the gaps of the city's buildings, the first ray of sunlight suddenly flashed on the eastern horizon, and his pupils suddenly shrank. As if lightning had split open his muddled mind, everything that had happened in the past 24 hours flashed in front of his eyes: the collapsed concrete slab of the construction site, Yanhao's broken wrist, Zhou Rong's urgent call, the endless bustling zombies. The last thing that was fixed in his memory was the searchlights sweeping back and forth over the city, and the helicopter whistling loudly, breaking through the clouds and flying to the distant south. They left. They went to the South China Sea. The moment he realized this fact, Sinan's blood turned cold, and his lungs seemed to be instantly covered with frost. "You." He immediately panicked and tried to look out the window, trying to find the helicopter in the dim dawn sky. You didn't wait for me." "Why didn't you wait for me?" Sinan staggered backward, sat on the floor, and held his head in his hands. The strong regret was like a poisonous snake biting his heart, and his organs were soaked in venom. The pain was indescribable. "I screwed up," he nervously grabbed his hair and thought, "I screwed up everything again. Yanhao was injured by me, and maybe Zhou Rong too. I led my teammates to the center of the city filled with the living dead, injured them, and then left them on the motorcycle and ran away. Why did I run away? Are they safe? Where are they? Did Zhou Rong try to find me? Will they turn back?" Countless questions pulled his heart into hell, and Sinan held his breath. "I was wrong, I'm still here, come back and find me." He trembled, and his fingers unconsciously scratched the floor, leaving countless white crisscrossing marks. "I was wrong, come back and find me." The morning sun shone over the high windowsill and into the small rental house. Sinan painfully closed his eyes in the light. He was willing to pay any price to go back 12 hours ago, to catch himself driving away and give him a slap in the face. Or he would rather go back to the construction site before he attacked the defenseless Yanhao and Zhou Rong, and break his own hand to end all the irreversible consequences before they happened. But now he could do nothing. He had no weapons, no food, no means of transportation, and stood alone in the center of the zombie-filled city. Alone and helpless. He had never been so aware that after he finally re-established a connection with the world, he had cut it off with his own hands and fell into the abyss of loneliness and darkness again. 6:30 a.m. in the morning. The strong hunger woke Sinan up. He opened his eyes in a daze, and the corners of his eyes were wet and red. The city was already bright, and the streets were filled with the heavy footsteps and whimpers of zombies. "I have to get out of here." Sinan stood up, and stars appeared in front of his eyes. The result of a night's sleep on the cold floor of a winter's night was a fever. He could feel his own brow burning, and his feet were weak, as if he were treading in a field of cotton, but he knew he could not fall now. Zhou Rong had parked the armored vehicle at the heliport on the outskirts of the city. If he rushed there now, he should still be able to reach the South Sea. "I'm sorry," Sinan whispered. He paused, and then said to himself, "Wait for me." He pushed open the door, shuddered, and staggered out of the rental house. Bang! 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 Zhou Rong could not remember how many times he had pulled the trigger, and used the heavy firepower of the assault rifle to barely slow down the zombies' advance. He then took the opportunity to jump on the wall or tree trunk, and relied on the mid-air route to gain a slim chance of survival. Fortunately, fate had always been on his side, and never once had he really fallen into a desperate situation. Even at the break of dawn, he was given an unimaginable gift, a few small pieces of bread that had been found in the corner of a shattered shop window. They were already dry and yellow, but were still edible. Thanks to the great invention of mankind, preservatives, Zhou Rong said self-deprecatingly. He squatted on the wall and finished 2 pieces of bread and a few bites. He carefully wrapped up the remaining 2 and put them in his pocket. Comrade Xiaonan, I'm warning you. If you're still picky about your food, I'm going to spank you. He stood up with the help of a tree trunk and no longer looked at the zombie's claws a few centimeters away from his feet. He jumped onto the roof and walked quickly to the street. If Sinan could regain his consciousness, there was a high possibility that he would leave the city center during the day and go to the airport highway where they parted. Even if he was disappointed with Team 118 for abandoning him, he would probably find a way to search the armored vehicle for the remaining supplies, or pry into a helicopter to fly to the South Sea. But now, he should still be in the city. Zhou Rongji looked around and fixed his eyes on the roof of an office building not far away. He calculated the feasibility of collecting fuel and lighting a smoke signal. After a while, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Not much, just 1 spank, Zhou Rong thought as he thought about Sinan's buttocks. 2 at most. This imagination gave him endless motivation. Zhou Rong jumped from the roof to a tree branch on the sidewalk, then jumped down to the ground. Before the zombies on the street could react, he ran away. Crash! Sinan lifted the overturned shelf on the ground and was disappointed to find that there was nothing to eat except garbage and debris. When the apocalypse came, the temporary city was looted by the escapees. Then, the survivors who stayed in the city center searched several times. Not to mention vacuum-packed food and canned food, even chewing gum, snacks, and seasonings were all taken. Now, there was not even bread crumbs left. Sinan picked up a chair and knocked over a zombie that was sneaking up behind him. He stood up dizzily. Thirst swallowed all his senses. He could barely feel anything except for the intense hunger that hollowed out his body. If only there was food, he thought dizzily. Just give me a little bit to eat. Suddenly, his ears twitched. He heard the sound of wheels on the road not far away. There was someone. How could there be someone? Survivors or the search and rescue team? Or, did Team 118 come back to find him? Sinan woke up as if he was injected with a stimulant. He ran out of the alley and rushed into the street like an arrow. He only had time to catch a glimpse of a blue and white car driving away. Hey! Hey! Sinan shouted desperately, Zhou Rong. However, the car didn't stop. It turned at the end of the road and drove into the next block. Sinan didn't think and chased after it. He had probably never run so fast in his life. He didn't even run this fast when he was chased by the zombie guerrillas in the B military base. The zombies didn't even have time to touch the corner of his clothes before he swept past them like a hurricane and left them far behind. Zhou Rong! He shouted at the top of his lungs. Zhou Rong! After turning several blocks, Sinan stopped at an intersection and looked around while panting. Hospitals, schools, traffic sentry posts, streets, and gardens. Zombies were walking in 2s and 3s, limping around in circles, letting out muffled and unclear roars. Where are they? Where's Zhou Rong? Sinan's eyes fell into despair inch by inch. Then, as if he saw a life-saving straw, he suddenly froze. Not far ahead, behind a gas station, a large SUV with a small blue and white trunk was exposed. Sinan took 2 steps forward uncontrollably and then stopped again. Through the gap of the gas tank, he saw the door of the SUV being pushed open. The tall driver with the hood got out of the car and went to the trunk. He took out a few packs of compressed biscuits and water and went back to the driver's seat. Sinan's feverish brain felt as if it was doused with a handful of ice and snow. That wasn't Zhou Rong. Who was it? Was it dangerous? Did it have a weapon? Was it an alpha? Once the fever subsided, Sinan's well-trained nerves habitually tensed up. His rational mind reminded him to hide immediately, keep tracking, and observe for the follow-up. However, the extreme hunger made him hesitate. He wanted to go up and ask for something, or steal something to eat. He had never been so hungry before. Sinan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Reality didn't give Sinan much time to hesitate. A few seconds later, the SUV slowly started and drove out of the gas station. Sinan's last bit of rationality as a warrior suppressed his hunger. He didn't immediately choose to move forward, but instead took a few steps back to hide. The SUV turned around and slowly drove straight down the street. What are they doing? Sinan looked around. Not far away, more than a dozen cars and scooters had crashed into each other. It was a tragic scene. Apart from that, there was no other vehicle in sight, not even a bicycle in good condition. The SUV drove farther and farther away and gradually drove out of sight. Sinan gritted his teeth and chased after it. Someone is following us. In the SUV, the driver glanced at the rearview mirror and said in a muffled voice. The blonde female alpha sitting next to him was looking at her fingers. Hearing this, she immediately looked up, but in the rearview mirror, she only saw a group of zombies slowly chasing after the car and quickly being left behind. Where? Who is it? I didn't see clearly, they hid too quickly. The rear compartment was slightly bumpy as the vehicle moved forward, but Romir's voice didn't come. Probably survivors. The female alpha muttered, drive faster, Abar, get rid of them, we still have to search for the next survivor base. Abar stepped on the gas pedal, the front bumper of the car slammed into a few zombies and roared away in a cloud of dust. The city became a paradise for the undead. Every reinforced concrete building on both sides of the street became a huge coffin, rooted straight into the ground and towering into the clouds. The cold wind swept through the desolate streets. The bus station, supermarket, and school were empty. Trash and plastic bags chased each other in the dust and were stepped on by zombies. The SUV passed through the neighborhood. In the side mirror, the trees on the wall suddenly moved without anyone noticing. They are still following, Abar said. This time, the female alpha also noticed the movement and couldn't help but be alert. Are there a lot of people? She looked back at her commander. In the back seat, Romir finally stopped wiping the dagger in his hand, only one. He didn't raise his head and said indifferently, drive slowly. Put a stop in front and see who it is. His heart was beating rapidly and irregularly in his chest. Sinan panted and felt cold sweat running down his temples. If this continued, he would soon be dehydrated. Should he give up, or should he think of a way to get to the front of the car and take a gamble to call for help? Sinan's strong instincts made him not inclined to the latter, but he had been chasing for half a day, and he did not want to give up just like that. Just as he was stuck between a rock and a hard place, the SUV in front of him suddenly turned into a long alley filled with bungalows. There was a chance. Sinan ran 2 steps, jumped from the wall to the treetops, and then jumped onto the roof. Like a light and agile cat, he shuttled quickly on the roofs of the connected bungalows and stopped silently at the end of the eaves. The SUV stopped in front of a house. The driver opened the trunk, carried half a box of mineral water, and walked into the house as if it was their temporary base. Sinan leaned on the eaves and looked down at the things in the trunk. He was stunned for a moment. So many supplies, boxes of compressed biscuits and canned meat, dehydrated fruits and vegetables, high-protein food, various energy drinks, warm clothes and blankets, equipment for starting a fire and generating electricity. Sinan swallowed his saliva and carefully observed the surrounding environment. He quickly planned a course of action and retreat. He thought to himself, I'll just steal a can. Just one, enough to last me until I reach the suburban heliport alive. After making up his mind, Sinan quietly jumped off the eaves like a vigilant and cautious snow leopard. When he landed, he didn't make the slightest sound. He immediately came to the trunk and reached out for the luncheon meat. At this moment, his nerves tightened and he suddenly tilted his head. The tip of the knife brushed past his cheek. Sinan quickly turned around. When he caught a glimpse of the attacker's face, he was stunned for a moment. The other party was a strong white female alpha. Her face was quite beautiful. But for some reason, the moment he caught a glimpse of the female alpha, alarm bells suddenly went off in his head. A very bad feeling mixed with disgust rose from the bottom of his heart. It was as if he had seen her somewhere before. The female alpha was also stunned. She subconsciously asked in English, how did you? In the thousandth of a second when she was stunned, Sinan decisively withdrew. He didn't even want the can that was almost in his hand. He retreated a few meters away. "Stop!" the female alpha shouted. The huge driver from before rushed out of the house and raised his gun to shoot. Xianxia angrily said, "I just want to get something to eat." Before he finished his words, he rolled on the ground and dodged a row of bullets. The female alpha shouted a few words to the driver, and then the two of them chased after him at the same time. Normally, even if the other party had a gun, Xianxia wouldn't be too afraid of the joint attack of two alphas. But he was in an extremely bad state. The exhaustion caused by the fever and lack of water was quickly eating away at his body. In a situation where the other party was obviously going to kill him, it was not worth risking his life for a little food. Xianxia waved his arm to block the driver's flying kick. In a split second, he was pushed back a few steps by the huge force. He bent down like a weeping willow to avoid the dagger thrown by the female alpha. The dagger spun and heavily nailed into the wall. Xianxia once again sidestepped to avoid the driver's heavy blow. He pulled out the dagger and jumped up the wall. The female alpha shouted something in English. In an instant, Xianxia understood. She said, "Change the tranquilizer." Xianxia's eyebrows twitched. The moment he landed on the wall, he bent down and jumped again. He grabbed the eaves and felt his ankle go numb. The tranquilizer needle brushed past his skin. "Shit!" Xianxia cursed. He fiercely bit the tip of his tongue. While the numbness hit, he used the pain to maintain a trace of consciousness. He staggered a few steps along the eaves. Suddenly, he found that there was a person lying in ambush in front of him. It was a white male, about 30 years old. He was slowly standing up from the roof. Xianxia had no time to think about why the other party's expression was so strange and his movements were so slow. It was as if he was confirming a dream that would shatter with a touch. He just wanted to quickly escape from the group of alphas. He would rather kill his way back into the zombie crowd and find a supermarket or a small store. Even if he had to pick up some scattered grains of rice to eat, he would never get close to these people again. "Noah," Romeur called in a low voice. Xianxia rushed to the back of the eaves, but Luomir dodged to stop him. The moment the two crossed each other, Xianxia teleported on the spot. Luomir didn't see his movements clearly, but he felt a breeze sliding down his arm. This speed can be described as light and agile, Romeur thought. He didn't know how many times he had seen it, but he was familiar with it. Romeur narrowed his eyes and swept his leg like a thunderbolt. Xianxia couldn't dodge and could only block the attack. He reached out and was about to grab his neck. However, at the same time, Xianxia grabbed Romeur's arm as if he had the help of God. He spun around and stuck close to Romeur. Romeur instantly realized what he was going to do. He paused subtly. The next second, the blade was on his throat. Xianxia hid behind him. He faced the female alpha and the driver who were chasing after him and shouted, "Stop!" The two stopped at the same time and looked at each other with Romeur. The atmosphere became tense. Romeur shook his head very slightly and stopped the two men from coming forward. "Noah." Xianxia held the blade with his right hand and pressed it against Romeur's throat, forcing him to step back step by step. "Who are you?" "You can't run," Romeur said. Xianxia repeatedly closed and opened his eyes, forcing himself to stay awake in the growing dizziness. He didn't hear the extremely complicated and indescribable meaning in those simple words. "You can't run." Romeur repeated again, this time as if he was talking to himself, as if he was making some kind of oath to himself. Xianxia pressed the blade against his throat and said hoarsely, "Shut up." "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Romeur said, "Your body temperature is very high. You have a fever." The roof tiles suddenly shattered. Xianxia twisted his foot. His calf, which had been grazed by the anesthetic needle, was finally completely numb. He could barely support the weight of his body, causing him to stagger in extreme dizziness. "I just want to steal a can to eat," he thought vaguely. It seemed that petty theft really couldn't be done. Xianxia's hand holding Romeur loosened slightly, as if he wanted to use the last of his strength to escape by himself. However, he overestimated his resistance to anesthetics. After a few seconds, he staggered to his knees. Before his knees touched the ground, a pair of hands reached out from the side. Sinan muttered a curse, but it wasn't clear what it was. Then his body sank. Under the effect of the drug, he finally fell into a short sleep without hunger, regret, or disappointment. Systolic blood pressure 79, diastolic blood pressure 40, body temperature 39. 5 degrees. Give him a nutrient injection. The door of the bungalow opened, and the cold afternoon wind whistled through the hall. The female alpha and the driver looked up and saw Romeo step through the threshold, gesturing expressionlessly. It meant to tell them to get out. The two men stood up tacitly and left. The door closed again. Romeo walked to the bedside and looked down at the prey he had caught. The residential building facing the north was already backlit, and in the gloomy winter, it was even darker and damper. The bed was very small and low, and the prey shouldn't feel very comfortable. Romeo's gaze fell between his eyebrows, and there was a slight wrinkle there. It seemed that there was still a lot of dissatisfaction in his sleep. But when he lay there unconscious, his whole body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of extremely soft and ethereal light, making the simple and messy bungalow and the narrow and old window lattices look particularly charming. This wasn't the first time Romeo had this feeling. He exhaled and finally sat on the edge of the bed. He looked down at the familiar face in front of him and confirmed again where the glimmer came from. It was too white. It was like a beautiful white marble that had been polished and carved over and over again, and after the baptism of time, it was still as clean as new. In the world that was getting older and older, it still glowed with an innocent and piercingly cold brilliance. Why? He thought mockingly. This was obviously a monster. His mother was a bitch who charmed his father after getting married and having children. He was also a natural-born transformed monster that exceeded the ethics of ordinary people. Romeo slowly reached out his hand, but he didn't really touch it. He slid it across Sinan's unconscious cheek from a finger's distance away. He still remembered that when he was very young, he had sat in the garden full of anger and jealousy, waiting for the car carrying that woman to pass by. He wanted to see what the face that his father couldn't forget for so many years would look like. He had forgotten the specific facial features of the woman, but the moment he saw it with his own eyes, her soul-stirring charm and the resulting twisted disgust were deeply retained in his heart. The kind of beauty that symbolized an ominous attraction and foreshadowed a tragic fate. It was exactly the same as his younger brother in name. In the beginning, he had wanted to murder this weak and bullied child more than once. In the gorgeous and decaying manner, it was actually very easy to achieve this goal. But one night, under the cover of the servants, he sneaked into Noah's bedroom and stared at his adopted brother. Just as he was contemplating whether to strangle or strangle him, he suddenly felt that there seemed to be a layer of invisible halo around his body. It was like warm water flowing over white porcelain, spreading out a soft and subtle meaning. It could be the sparkle of the fountain in the garden, or it could be an illusion caused by the cold moonlight. He was a monster, he told himself. He decided to strangle this little monster with his own hands. He put his hand on Noah's thin neck, and then Noah woke up. He began to struggle, scream, and make banging sounds in the struggle. The housekeeper and servants were alerted, and his father hurried over to announce the end of the murder. That happened when he was 11 and Noah was 6. Since then, he had never been able to get close to the sleeping and defenseless Noah like he did today, because he would wake up as soon as he got close. It was as if the childish murder under the moonlight many years ago had left a deep imprint on his subconscious. Even in his sleep, it was enough to alarm his most sensitive nerves. Romeo's fingers finally fell and brushed past the ends of his closed eyelashes. The eyelashes were as fine as crow's feathers, and people who were used to shooting guns would have calluses on their fingertips. In fact, it was impossible to feel such a subtle touch. But Romeo's breathing was a little tight, and he slowly leaned down. The breathing distance between the two was less than 2 inches. Sinan suddenly opened his eyes. Romeo paused, and their eyes met for a few seconds. He smiled and sat up. Noah. The effect of the anesthetic was still there. Sinan's vision was unfocused for a long time before it finally focused on Romeo's face, and a clear and undisguised vigilance slowly emerged in his eyes. Do you still remember who I am? Romeo looked at his expression. Well, it seems that there really are after effects. Sinan was a little absent-minded. The high fever had not subsided, and his chest heaved uncomfortably. When I saw you lying here just now, I remembered the year when you first entered the secret military base in Florida. Romeo did not seem to care whether Sinan could understand or not. He laughed briefly to himself. At that time, I had already been in the base for a few years. One night, on a whim, I went to your room to take a look when I was patrolling the dormitory. You slept very peacefully, and even made a little snoring sound. But when I approached your bed, you suddenly woke up before I could stand still. It was as if you were guarding against me sneaking in and doing something bad to you. Sinan's dry throat forced out a sound. I don't know, what are you talking about? It's okay, Romeo said. Anyway, so many years have passed. I just want to tell you. I didn't want to murder you that night. He seemed to find it very interesting and laughed. However, the friendly expression of this normal person on his handsome face somehow made Sinan feel a sense of disgust as if being pricked by needles. He unconsciously squeezed into the bed, and his protruding wrist caught the handcuffs. Romeo did not care about this action. Romeo picked up a jar of maple sugar from the bedside and slowly opened the cap. Under Sinan's sudden gaze, he scooped out a spoonful of golden sweet syrup. Do you know why you are sick? Because there is not enough sugar. Your modified body requires a lot of sugar. Otherwise, you will quickly weaken, and your cardiopulmonary metabolism and respiratory function will be affected. In serious cases, you may even die. Whether you have been hiding alone or with someone during this period, Romeo showed a mocking smile. The other party obviously did not give you the most basic care. Sinan said hoarsely. They will come back to me. Romeo seemed to have heard a joke. Oh? Come back to the city center where millions of zombies wander to you? Sinan seemed to have been stabbed hard and did not speak. Romeo put down the jar of maple sugar and held the sweet and fragrant soup spoon firmly in his right hand. His left thumb gently rubbed Sinan's forehead. Noah. Sinan did not speak. Kiss me. Just one. Just like you kissed the Special Forces soldier surnamed Joe. Romeo tempted him with a gentle voice. This whole jar is yours, okay? Sinan's eyebrows were slightly surprised, as if he had heard something that confused him. But then, he glanced at Romeo with obvious disgust in his eyes. He pursed his thin lips that had cracked because of thirst, turned his face to the inner wall and closed his eyes. He was so decisive that there was not a trace of sloppiness. Romeo seemed to have expected this. Not only did he not fly into a rage, but his smile deepened. Good, very good. He casually splashed the spoon of maple syrup and pulled out a shiny silver suitcase. He opened it and took out an instrument and a coil. He tied the red and blue wires around Sinan's wrists that were restrained by the handcuffs and had no strength to struggle. Sinan seemed to feel something. He suddenly opened his eyes and struggled upward, electric shock device. In an instant, the disordered memories in the dream came crashing down. The face of the hateful blonde young man in the laboratory overlapped with the face in front of him. They were the same person. Romeo pressed Sinan's neck with one hand and pushed him back onto the bed. He looked down at his eyes that were particularly bright because of hatred and asked, "Where is the freezer that you carried with you after the crash?" Sinan did not know what he was talking about. He pursed his lips tightly. "Where is it?" There was still no answer. "I should have known." Romeo nodded slowly and took a self-deprecating breath. "Tenderness really does not suit you." As soon as he finished speaking, he gritted his teeth and pressed the electric shock device. The door was pushed open, and Romeo nodded to his subordinate standing in the front yard with a gun. Jane. The female alpha turned around, only to find that her commanding officer's face was unexpectedly ugly. His shirt was soaked with sweat, and his pupils were showing signs of gray, a sign that he was about to lose control of his emotions. "Colonel, you, self-bleaching agent." Jane was very surprised, but she quickly controlled her facial expression, took out the syringe, and handed it over. Romeo slammed the door behind him. Sinan's whole body looked like he had just been fished out of cold water. His wet hair covered his snow-white face, and the pale blue veins on his arms and neck were bulging. Even his closed eyelids were faintly visible with blue lines. But it was useless. Romeo knew that he had been trained to resist electric shocks. Romeur hit the air in the syringe, grabbed one of Sinan's hands, gritted his teeth, and injected the entire syringe. The self-bleaching agent was prepared before he went to Hua, but according to experience, this agent did not allow the user to obtain detailed information with high precision, and there was a certain degree of misleading. Worse, sometimes the self-bleaching agent did not immediately allow the user to recall all the answers, but would slowly take effect over a week. In short, it was not a very convenient tool for torture. If it was not for the fact that he was at his wit's end, he did not intend to use this method. Sinan began to struggle in a trance, and the handcuffs clanked, but Romeur held him down tightly. "Where is the ultimate antibody?" He held Sinan's sweat-soaked chin to prevent him from turning his head in discomfort. "After you crashed, where is the ultimate antibody in the earthquake-resistant freezer that you carried with you?" Sinan gasped, and his eyelids opened a little, but he could not see anything at all. "Did you inject it?" Romeur asked several times in English and Chinese, forcing him to look at him. "Did you inject the antibody?" "Antibody, ultimate antibody," Sinan gasped, as if he was bobbing in the deep sea. The endless sea blocked all sound, and it seeped into his body through his eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and even every inch of his pores, squeezing his internal organs into a ball. "No antibodies," he heard a sorrowful female voice say slowly. In a trance he became very small, and the 12 looked down at him from the painted windows of the church, and then they had to bend their necks completely to see the white carved cross piercing the heavens. The woman in black held his hand and stood in front of the black pine wood coffin. The priest asked, "Have you decided, madam?" "I pulled him back from hell, but I couldn't completely bring him back to the human world. He was not alive, but he was not dead either. He wandered around my laboratory, day after day, autumn passed and winter came, sobbing in loneliness and resentment. Tears flowed down her beautiful cheeks, wetting the white flowers on her chest. The magic box of Panduola has been opened. Disasters, plagues, viruses, and pain have flown out laughing. They will cover the land before winter and destroy the world before spring. I can't do anything. There is no antidote in the world that can save all of this. I can only close the magic box again with my own hands." The woman walked forward and took a black wooden box from the priest's hands. She opened it and took out a green test tube that was as thick as 2 fingers and placed it on the coffin. Then she pulled out a burning torch from the wall. Xiao Sinan took half a step back in fear. Under the reflection of the fire, the green test tube was like the teeth of a poisonous snake, shining with a charming and deadly light. Let the punishment of humans for stealing the fire seed of the gods be completely annihilated under the burning fire. Suddenly the door was knocked open. The woman turned around in shock, and bullets flew through the air, hitting the torch in her hand far away. Soldiers flooded into the church, crying and cursing drowned out everything. Sinan was caught in the fleeing crowd and fell. The soldiers rushed forward like wolves and tigers and took the test tube from the woman's hand. Report, the virus stock has been successfully obtained, run." The woman's shrill roar pierced through the chaos, "Run." All the scenes that followed overlapped in his memory, forming countless grotesque images. Sinan only remembered that the ground kept shaking, but that was actually him stumbling backward. The last scene before his consciousness completely disappeared was that the soldier opened the freezer and carefully placed the green test tube in the white steam curling up. It was just an insignificant detail, but for some reason, it was very clear after so many years, vivid and dazzling in the faded time. On the lid of the freezer, there was a cast of an expressionless white eagle with its wings spread open. On the metal ceiling of the laboratory, there was a relief sculpture of a white eagle. The last drop of green liquid in the needle was injected into the spine. After a few minutes of silence, under everyone's gaze, the body of the dead man twitched, and a muffled roar came from the bottom of his chest. There was applause, and the experimenters congratulated and hugged each other. Suddenly, there was a burst of exclamation. The dead man staggered and fell, grabbed the nearest experimenter, and bit the ankle of the experimenter. It screamed and struggled, blood splattered everywhere, and then it ran away. Sinan stood behind the glass wall at the top of the laboratory, looking down at the group of people who repeatedly pounded on the door and shouted in despair. The living dead threw away the half-eaten corpse and crawled on the floor toward them step by step, a long trail of black blood trailing behind it. Sinan raised his gun, but he did not move until the person behind him was reflected in the glass window. "Noah." Sinan pulled the trigger. With a soft sound, the zombie that was only 2 or 3 steps away from the terrified group was shot in the head, and its brains splattered all over the floor. "What were you doing just now?" the person asked coldly. Sinan did not answer. He turned around, threw away the empty gun, adjusted his cuffs, and walked out. However, the moment he brushed past Sinan, Romeur suddenly grabbed him by the collar and slammed him against the glass wall, staring into Sinan's cold eyes at close range. "You could have killed it as soon as you found out that the experiment had failed. Why didn't you do it?" Sinan did not say a word. "You deliberately watched that test subject get bitten to death because he tortured you when you were young," Romeur said softly. "Isn't that right?" Their eyes met for a long time, and Sinan's lips curved slightly. His lips were very pale. If it was someone who did not know him, they would think that his smile was very beautiful at first glance, and even a little soft. "You tore up my request to destroy the virus and terminate the experiment again, didn't you?" Romeur's eyebrows twitched. "It doesn't matter," Sinan interrupted him before he could explain himself. His voice was slightly hoarse as usual, and if one ignored the sarcasm, it was actually very pleasant to hear. "Anyway, it's the last time." Sinan broke free from his grip and walked toward the door. Romeur looked at his straight back and shouted, "How many times do I have to say it, Noah?" The Panduola virus is a breakthrough in extending human life and bringing the dead back to life. From now on, there will be no gods, and humans can achieve eternity by themselves. Sinan did not look back. "Your mother's experiment failed because she did not unlock the final code of the virus. That is the key to the secret of eternal life. Just like the last thing in the Panduola box, hope, it is now time for humans to release it. Only by persevering, the last code can." "There is no such thing," Sinan said lightly. "That is not hope." Romeur crossed his arms and frowned. Sinan turned his face to him. From this angle, he was actually very similar to his mother. There was an indescribable look in his eyes. The last thing left in the box is an unrealistic fantasy. In the myths, it paved the way to hell controlled by Ajax. Just like what you have done today, when the box is opened again, the last code of the virus will bury humanity and drag the whole world into hell. But what does that have to do with me? Sinan paused and smiled. "I won't die anyway." Romeur froze in place and watched him walk out steadily. Lightning broke through the dark clouds, and rain poured down. The scattered tombstones in the cemetery were soaked in rain, showing a salty grayish-black color. A helicopter slowly landed with a roar. A few plainclothes Chinese men with flashlights jumped into the muddy cemetery. However, Sinan did not look back. He stood in front of the tombstone, his lips cold and soft, muttering unknown scriptures. He kissed the brass pendant on his chest and let the water drip from the edge of the raincoat's hood. The flashlights approached quickly, and the footsteps were cautious in the pouring rain. Finally, someone coughed and said in Chinese, "Sir." Sinan was indifferent. The man said cautiously, "Old Mr. Gua asked us to give you something as promised." He stepped forward, his footsteps splashing the muddy water. In his arms was a bouquet of wet white roses. Sinan stopped praying and stood quietly for a moment under everyone's gaze. Then, he reached out and took out a rose, bent down, and inserted it in front of the tombstone. This agreed action made everyone breathe a sigh of relief at the same time. The man could not hide his excitement. "Hello, we have been trying for a long time, but we have not had a chance to successfully contact you. Old Mr. Gua has completed all the preparations, and the people in charge of the confinement room in the White Eagle base have been arranged." Sinan spoke. To the man's surprise, his Chinese was smoother than expected. "Where is the receiver?" The man was stunned and said, "It's old Mr. Gua's personal aid." Sinan shook his head. No one knew what he meant. The cemetery fell into silence for a moment, and only the roar of the heavy rain could be heard. The plainclothes men exchanged glances. After a long while, Sinan slowly spoke. "Your government has a secret unit of the highest standard, numbered 118, with 8 squadrons." The man quickly responded after a short consideration, "Okay, please continue." However, Sinan did not care whether he agreed or not. Even his calm tone did not change in the slightest. There is a squadron leader surnamed Zhou in the 118 Brigade. I request this person to bring Deputy Minister Guo's only grandson to the scene to pick me up. If I don't see these two people when I get off the plane, I will immediately kill the receiver on the grounds that I suspect my identity has been exposed and leave with the target. If the safety of the target or myself is threatened during the process, as a punishment, I will also kill Deputy Minister Guo's grandson before leaving. From then on, you will not be able to find me in the vast sea of people. Sinan turned around, his rain boots squeaking in the muddy water. The leading agent said in a deep voice, "No problem, all your requests will be fulfilled. We will immediately convey them to old Mr. Guo." Sinan smiled. Old Mr. Guo knows that I don't trust anyone. He walked out of the cemetery under the gazes of the plainclothes men around him. His calm voice gradually faded in the rain. I only want the person I designate to pick me up. It was the height of summer when he was 15 years old. The tropical rainforest was flourishing with plants, and the sun shone brightly in the dark green broad-leaved forest. A young Special Forces soldier was sleeping with his palms crossed. His face was smeared with mud and oil paint, but one could still see his handsome and unruly features from his high brow bone, straight nose, and angular cheeks. A teenager stepped on the soft fallen leaves on the ground and carefully tiptoed over. He squatted beside the Special Forces soldier, not making a sound like a cat. He held his breath and pinched a small ant between his fingers, wanting to put it on the Special Forces soldier's nose. However, just as he was about to succeed, the Special Forces soldier suddenly turned around and pounced on the young man without opening his eyes. He pressed the young man under his body like a predator and scratched the young man's neck and armpit without any explanation. Ha ha ha. The teenager laughed so hard that he could not breathe. He hurriedly begged for mercy. I was wrong, I was wrong. I'll compensate you with fruits. Ha ha ha. The teenager took out a small handful of dark red berries from his trouser pocket, but before he could speak, the Special Forces soldier straightened up and took out an even redder and bigger fruit from his pocket. Under the teenager's shocked gaze, the Special Forces soldier teased, "Who's the one who wants to eat, huh?" The bonfire burned brightly, illuminating the flying insects circling around the fire and the dark forest within a radius of a few meters. The teenager sat cross-legged by the fire and lazily peeled the skin of the fruit. He drawled, "Why are the berries you picked sweeter than mine?" The corners of his soft lips were dyed red by the fruit juice. The Special Forces soldier walked around setting up the hammock and kept looking back. He stared at the teenager's nonchalant side profile without blinking. He said casually, "Who knows? I walked a few miles to find it. It's your fault for not eating proper food. I don't eat energy paste. Only you know how to pick." The Special Forces soldier finished setting up the hammock and tested its sturdiness. The teenager looked at his busy back and rested his chin on one hand. "Bro, you've been keeping watch for a few nights. Let me do it tonight, you're keeping watch. What if a beast comes and carries you away? I'll just shout." "Shout for what?" "Hero. Help. Help." The Special Forces soldier laughed and walked over to ruffle the teenager's hair. "I don't want to sleep in the hammock." The teenager turned around by the fire and mumbled with a fruit core in his mouth. "Why? Are you uncomfortable?" "I'm cold." "What can I do if I'm cold?" The teenager twisted around the fire again, his movements nimble and agile. He dodged the Special Forces soldier's arm that wanted to carry him to the hammock. "Kid." The Special Forces soldier had no choice. He pointed at the teenager's forehead and asked, "What do you want?" Under the light of the fire, the teenager's glassy eyes turned and he smiled. "I'll sit here and keep watch. Hold the gun for me. You can go to sleep." Before he finished speaking, the Special Forces soldier sat down by the fire and waved. "Come here." "What?" "I'll show you a magic trick." The teenager leaned forward and was pulled into the Special Forces soldier's arms. The soldier's long legs and camouflage pants held the teenager firmly in his arms. Before he could struggle, he was wrapped in a warm tactical jacket. Even his neck was stuffed so tightly that no wind could enter. "It's done," the Special Forces soldier said simply. "Go to sleep." The teenager's head was pressed against a broad and firm chest. He was in a daze for a moment. He could hear the other party's steady and powerful heartbeat and the slight crackling of the fire. Further away was the whistling wind in the forest. But the whistling wind that blew through the treetops seemed very far away. It had nothing to do with him. The warm arms around him isolated him from the cold, dangerous, and lonely world. He took a careful breath. His nostrils were filled with the young and vigorous alpha pheromones mixed with the smell of sweat. This was the first time in his life that he felt at ease surrounded by such a scent. "I haven't asked your name yet," the teenager murmured in a half-asleep state. The Special Forces soldier held a gun in one hand and looked around the dangerous forest vigilantly. It's against the rules for contestants and hostages to exchange names. "Tell me," the Special Forces soldier pressed the teenager back into his arms and said helplessly, Okay. Don't tell anyone." "Okay. My surname is Zhou." "Zhou what?" "Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Sunday, Zhou Rong." The Special Forces soldier was annoyed. He patted the teenager's head as punishment, although his action was gentle and careful. "Rong is in the military." The teenager finally expressed a little satisfaction and said, Next time you're in danger, call Brother Rong." The Special Forces soldier paused. His handsome face seemed to be a little red in the firelight. He said softly, "As long as you call Brother Rong, I'll save you no matter where. No matter how far it is, I'll be able to get you." 11 years later, in the zombie-infested city center of T-City, Sinan caught the grappling hook in the air and was hugged by Zhou Rong. The motorcycle spun behind them and smashed into the zombie tide. The two hugged each other in the earth-shattering explosion and fell into the armored vehicle together. "My surname is Zhou, Rong is in the military. What about you?" "Noah. My name is Noah." In the dark bungalow, Sinan frowned and breathed hoarsely. Her body that was full of electric shock scars curled up in pain. Cold sweat soaked the mattress layer by layer. "The mountains are long and the rivers are far away. We haven't seen each other for many years, just as you promised, please come and pick me up one last time." End of chapter 42. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.